All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Man, we are... Whoa, hold on. Oh, God. I am panicking. I had the audio on my computer. It's been a while since we've been here in studio. I have no idea what I'm doing, but my name is Emerson Latzia. This is The Sweat. It's really good to see everybody here on the Dream Stream. It's even better that we are starting off this show with the highest rated segment.
Oh, yeah.
In The Sweat's history.
Yep.
Punch 'em up, Cody.
Yep.
Steve Buchanan here for some put up your bukes. Oh, and Gary and Thorne here to fight back on some of Steve's top plays at the following positions. So, Steven, pitcher. Who's the dude you're going with tonight?
Yeah, there's a lot of good pitching options on this slate tonight, but I'm really digging using Taijuan Walker going up against the Pirates. You look at the numbers for Walker, I expected them to tail off, back in May. They just really haven't. He just continues to post some really good numbers, only a 3.07 FIP, a 9.2 K9, and now he's going against, statistically, the worst offense in the league against righties. You look at their numbers against righties, 299 WOBA, 128 isolated power, and 86 WRC plus. Those first two that I mentioned, worst in the league. The WRC plus, third worst in the league. Bad, and bad. Now this team doesn't strike out a lot, so there is that there, and I know Garian's probably going to bring that up because I know Garian. Him and I are like the same person, except one's American, one's Canadian. But I like using Walker tonight. I think she has no problem mowing through this lineup, who also is without Colin Moran, who's been out on the IL, so one of their better bats. I think this is a great spot for Walker.
Is this a great spot for Walker in your eyes, my Canadian companion?
I do like this spot for Taijuan Walker. Yeah. I'll admit that. I also have to say I was sitting in this Zoom room where are you guys? And now I feel like I'm being ganged up on. You're both in studio. It's blowing my mind a little bit. Here's the thing with Walker. It's how much upside is really there. And maybe he doesn't need 35-point upside at his price point at $8,400. But I just think you can find guys with a little bit more ceiling at a lower price. And I think Alek Manoah is probably the guy that I'm circling right now at $6,800. Manoah, for whatever reason, is sub 7K tonight, despite the fact that he has basically been hovering around $8,000 for his entirety of the time he's spent in the majors. And his last two starts, he's thrown 13 scoreless innings, just 7 hits allowed, and 16 strikeouts in those 13 innings. He had an 18.3% swinging strike rate in his last start, 37 DraftKings points in that start. So I think you've basically got two very similar pitchers here and two very similar fantasy profiles, but one is $1,500 cheaper in a better matchup because, as Steve did foreshadow, let's talk about strikeout rate. The last 30 days, the Pirates have the third lowest strikeout rate in all of baseball. The Orioles have the fourth highest strikeout rate in all of baseball. So while I do like both these guys, I think dollar for dollar, Manoah is the better play.
Stevie Biceps, I need an infielder from you here, please.
Yeah, let's talk about Jonathan Schoop. Once upon a time, he was $2,800 on DraftKings. He's now $5,400 tonight. Why is that? Because he remembered how to hit lefties. That was always the thing about Jonathan Schoop, is that he was a left-handed pitcher slayer, and that's what he's finally turned back into here in the 2021 season. You look at those numbers across the board against lefties now, 376 WOBA against him, a 264 isolated power, and a 138 WRC plus. And he gets probably the best lefty that you'd want to face if you're a right-handed bat, and J Happ. J Happ has been so bad. Somebody who doesn't strike out anyone, relies on contact for outs. Well, that strategy doesn't work out if you're not getting outs either. Over his last 6 starts, Happ has allowed at least 4 runs in 4 of those starts. He's been getting absolutely hammered on the mound. And I know he's going against the Tigers. The Tigers are not really an offense that you fear, but Schoop has been somebody who's been mashing lefties for over a month and a half now. He gets a fantastic matchup here against Happ, who is inducing a lot more fly balls and ground balls, which has been kind of his MO. But really, at this point, if Happ has taken the mound, you're targeting against him with hitters no matter what the team is. I'd even take the Pirates at this point going up against Happ. But Schoop, who's been as hot of a hitter as he is, has a really good matchup against Happ tonight, so that's where I'm going for the infield.
Gare Bear, how can you fight back here? Put up your bukes. Come on.
Oh, I will. I will
Yes.
fight back.
Yes.
I'll admit the Tigers are probably my favorite stack on this slate, but the big reason for that is affordability. You can get essentially their leadoff hitter, their second hitter, their cleanup hitter for like $3,000. Everyone is affordable except for Scope. He's $5,400,
Good.
as Steve alluded to. And while Hap has been a dumpster fire lately, he's giving up 3.4 opponent home runs per 9 going back to the start of June. He's terrible. Scope isn't as hot as he was 2 weeks ago. I mean, at the beginning of June, this guy was maybe the hottest hitter in all of baseball, but going back to June 24th, he's got an isolated power below 100 and a 52 WRC plus. It seems like Cinderella lost the slipper. He's pumpkining a little bit right now. He's turning back into just like a league average hitter, which is what Jonathan Scope actually is. So if he was $4,000 tonight, cool, put him in a lineup. But at $5,400, now we're talking like, okay, do I put Jonathan Scope in a lineup or Bo Bichette? I think I'll just go with Bo Bichette against Keegan Aiken or Marcus Semien or an all-star caliber player, because that's what Scope's being priced at. So I love this Tiger stack, but I love this Tiger stack without Jonathan Scope.
You know, I think we should rename this segment. It's Put Up Your Bukes, why Garion just continues to be a Blue Jays homer. What do you think, Emerson?
Well, Garion
It's
gives
true.
statistics.
Yeah, yep.
It's
You know,
true.
you can go online and look up stats, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah, that's why I have this segment. I look up a lot of stats, and that's why I give these plays.
I
Yep.
haven't heard a lot of numbers, just heard a lot of anger so far, but okay, continue.
That's what
Whoa.
that's really what this segment's about.
Garion channeling his inner Nick Fryer right now.
Where's that loser, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You scared him off, man.
Yeah.
He's sick of fighting you.
Yeah, he's probably at Savers getting another flannel.
Let's see if Garion wants to push back on your outfield selection, dude.
Yeah, let's talk about Jesse Winker, who's going up against Adrian Hauser. The biggest problem with Adrian Hauser is that he just can't get left-handed batters out. That's always been the bane of his existence since he's been in the major leagues. So far this season, 4.43 FIP, a 346 WAR, 4 of the 11 home runs that he's allowed. I know that Winky's kind of cooled off a little bit. He's not the guy that we saw earlier in the month when he was hitting a home run every other at bat, it feels like. But Winker actually has better numbers on the road than he does at home. And remember, he hits in Cincinnati, which is one of the best hitting ballparks aside from Coors Field. But his numbers on the road against righties have really been where a lot of the power has come from. 281 isolated power in that one, 448 WAR. So his numbers on the road really is what kind of backs me up in this spot here. And then just the struggles, like I mentioned, with Hauser against lefty. So even though Winker has kind of cooled off a bit, I really like this matchup against him and Hauser tonight.
Care Bear, how we feeling about this one?
It's a good spot. You won't find me saying a good word about Adrian Hauser. I do not trust that dude at all in any capacity. He's bad. As Steve mentioned, he is consistently throughout the past 3 seasons been bad against left-handed batters. So the fact that Winker is 1 for his last 19, it's not great, but that's not like a terrible slump. Everyone's going to have ups and downs, and this guy has consistently been one of the best hitters by surface statistics or advanced statistics in baseball this season. I will say Bryce Harper might be a better play. He's a little bit cheaper in the outfield. He's just $5,100. He is red hot right now. And his numbers against right-handed pitching this season, as you would expect, are marvelous. He's got a 159 WRC plus within that split. And Alzolay, who's starting this game for the Cubs, much like Hauser, his big flaw is he cannot get out left-handed bats. A 390 WOBA to opposing left-handed hitters so far this season. He might be worse than Hauser in that regard, which is saying something. So I would lean Harper, but Winker's a fine play too.
Okay, now for value. This is big because we're going from Stevie Biceps here to Benny Biceps. Is that right?
I mean, that's totally right, and that's exactly why it's the value play here. But this is more of a pure salary play than anything. Andrew Benintendi, 3,100 tonight, most likely batting second in the Royals lineup, going up against Zach Plesac. I mean, you look at Benintendi, he's averaging 8.2 DraftKings fantasy points against righties so far this season after that horrific month of April, where it really looked like the Red Sox made the right move by getting rid of him. Besides some injuries, Benintendi has been producing when he's been healthy in the lineup here. So getting someone batting second, 3,100 in a good hand matchup here against Plesac, I think that's the way to go in this one. You're going to need to save some salary somewhere when you're building a lineup for the slate with the amount of pitching options and the more expensive guys like Jonathan Scope that you want to pay up for. So I like the spot for Benintendi, 3,100, easy to get into your lineup.
You gonna fight back on this one?
Look, it's a fine value play. I just think there are better value plays. And
Fine.
one of the reasons you can't use Jonathan Scope is you're only allowed to roster one first baseman on your team at a time. And there's a better first baseman option on the Tigers. His name is Miguel Cabrera. He's just $3,000. Let me do a quick PSA. Miguel Cabrera is still alive. I know. It's crazy. Since the beginning of June, Cabrera is actually hitting .317, and he's got 38 plate appearances specifically against left-handed pitchers in that span of time. He's got a .404 WOBA and a 157 WRC plus within the split. So Miggy's actually tearing the cover off the ball right now. No one really cares or is noticing, but even across the last 30 days, the Tigers have the 9th best WOBA in all of baseball. So this is a pretty good offensive team going up against a terrible pitcher. So again, stack the Tigers, just don't stack Jonathan Scope. Put Miguel Cabrera at first base.
What is wrong with you?
You two are fantastic. Fun way to open up the show. Appreciate you. We are going to look back on last night's Stanley Cup game, the Stanley Cup final, the final game of the final, and also some futures on the sticky puck ice.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we got a couple hockey dudes here hanging with us. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich. We got RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, NHL opening face-off. Thanks for being here for it. Stanley Cup final recap right now. The Lightning, they opened the season, right, as the favorite to win the Stanley Cup, plus 650 along with Colorado. So for the second consecutive year, they get the job done, defeating the Canadiens 1-0 in Game 5 on Wednesday night. So Lightning does strike twice. What's your main takeaway from the Lightning's championship run, Jeffrey?
Just that, I mean, I think you can start to put this team in terms of, like, you know, success and just skill and everything. And in the same vein as some of the other teams that we've seen win multiple Stanley Cups. I mean, the Detroit Red Wings certainly come to mind when I think about the Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm talking about the Detroit Red Wings from like the 90s, you know, with Yzerman and Fedorov, you know, highly skilled players up front, like with Stamkos, Nikita Kucherov, really good goaltending in the back end and a stud as well on defense. This is just a team that, you know, it looks the part, and they finally got there. It took them a couple years, but all things considered, you know, I definitely was guilty of discounting them this year because I just felt the injury to Kucherov and Stamkos coming back from injury was going to be too much for them to overcome. But they played this well, and I think that's the biggest thing. You know, Tampa is the class of the league, and you know there's some other pretenders out there, but there's clearly only one king right now.
I mean, AJ, how much credit are you giving Tom Brady for the Lightning winning the Cup twice in 10 months?
I mean, I guess there's something in the water down there, that's for sure. I mean, you had the Rays nearly pull off the whole sports sweep for the city of Tampa Bay there. So I think the biggest thing is, to use a famous quote, they are who we thought they were. They're an offensive firepower up front. They've got solid defensemen, both defensive defensemen, offensive defensemen. And look, they've got the best goaltender in hockey right now in Andre Vasilevsky. I think there's no arguing that at all. So they did everything that they would be expected to do. I know, like Jeff, you know, I had concerns about what sort of Kucherov we were going to get coming back. But at the end of the day, he was the player that he was last postseason, and they just continued to roll.
Yeah, Kucherov, too, was ribbing Montreal fans in the post-game presser. Was he like chugging beer, too, before he was talking with the media, also ranting about Andre Vasilevsky being snubbed for the Vezina Trophy. It was a legendary presser. Speaking of AV, I mean, he did take home the Conn Smythe Trophy given to the postseason MVP. He's the first goaltender to win the award since Jonathan Quick did so for the Kings back in the 2012 Cup run. Do you think he was the right pick here, AJ?
Well, I think there's a couple factors at play. At first, I'll say yes, 100% he was the right pick here. You're talking about 5 shutouts in the postseason on the way to the win. The fact, that they acknowledged it last night, Gary Bettman did, that he started every single game for back-to-back titles here. I mean, that's just incredible. The Penguins, when they repeated in 16-17, used multiple netminders, so the durability factor, the every night reliability on it. I absolutely think he was the right choice for the Conn Smythe.
Could they have gone in any other direction, Jeff, or he was the no-brainer?
I mean, Kucherov had a nice postseason. It's amazing that he came back and was so productive after not playing anything in the regular season. Again, I just, that really caught me by surprise. But look, Vasilevsky won the Stanley Cup, in the bubble the year before, and then he actually improved on his numbers this year. He bumped his save percentage up 10 points, 0.10 points essentially. He had 4 shutouts, which was 5 shutouts, which was 4 more than he got last year. He had the same goals against average. Like, it's ridiculous. Like AJ said, this guy's started every game the last 2 years. I mean, you got to give him some recognition. Absolutely. This was pretty much the biggest no-brainer of the bunch. And if you'd heard us talking, we even liked, when Vasilevsky was getting into like the, minus 120 odds for the MVP, just because it seems so obvious, especially when Tampa got up. So yeah, well-deserved. Probably did get snubbed for the Vezina, but he probably doesn't care very much right now either. So
No, they're probably still up celebrating from the night before. Let's talk a little bit about the Canadiens, though. They only were able to take 1 game in the series. Also, I think this series ending in 5 games, that was the favorite on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Their run to the Cup was a little bit of a Cinderella story here, but you think this team has any staying power, Jeff? Meaning, will they be back in the Cup conversation next season?
I mean, they have staying power. Look, this is a good young team. I mean, they've got some veterans like Gallagher, Toffoli's there. Obviously on the back end with Shea Weber, Jeff Petrie, but they've got a lot of up-and-coming young players, and that's kind of who they relied on for this playoff run. We even saw Romanov get inserted there, like a fantastic skilled defenseman there at the end. Nick Suzuki coming into his own. Now, young teams, they do go through growing pains, and certainly, some of these guys may progress next year, and some of them might regress a little bit. So I think the problem with Montreal and pegging them for like another miracle run, let's say another nice run in the playoffs, is that they don't have the top-end talent that Tampa does, and that was quite evident in the Stanley Cup Finals. So if Montreal added, one more skilled player, that'd be very interesting. But, for me right now, I think they do make for a good like sort of playoff team, just the way they're built. They're very good defensively, but, pegging them for another run, like to get through the Avalanche or the Golden Knights or even Toronto again, I don't really see them being there yet, but maybe they'll prove me wrong next year.
I mean, AJ, they have a lot to be proud of following this incredible and surprising playoff run. Currently, plus 2,500 to win it all next year.
Not worth it to me. As Jeff said, there's definitely some issues. They'll be in the conversation whenever you have Carey Price between the nets. That's not going to change next season. But, what do they do with their bottom 6? Do they bring back Eric Stahl, Thomas Tatar, who didn't play at all? Yoel Armia, Corey Perry, a bunch of veteran guys that filled out their bottom 6. They all need new contracts here. Jesperi Kotkaniemi was benched for the final couple of games here. So what is his upside here? There's certainly reasons that they'll be in the mix. I think I would expect them to make the playoffs, and then anything can happen at that point. But I would not take them to win at this point.
All right, guys, we've actually run out of time. I know we had a couple other questions that you both prepared for. The good news is we're going to move that to tomorrow's show. So some easy homework for you. We're going to take a trip around the bases coming up after this. All right, we did the DFS side of tonight's Major League Baseball slate a little earlier with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne. Now let's take a sportsbook gander at what's cooking tonight. So we have DraftKings contributor Garion has returned. Gary and Thorne, RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Paul could not emotionally handle talking about last night's cup in the previous segment. But we're going to cover.
I can now.
Yeah, I bet you can. You love seeing the Canadians lose, don't you, bud? All right.
Absolutely.
Let's do some MLB covering the basis here. So your favorite plays in the following categories for tonight's Major League Baseball. We're talking main slate here. So first base, which favorite are you backing tonight? Go ahead, Paul.
You know, the Jays are the biggest favorite on the board in tonight's action, and I'm going to answer the question that you posed. They are the favorite that I'm backing because the O's are the punching bag in the American League, and this show is all about the Get It Right League, isn't it, guys? The contending teams in the AL can't lose a series to Baltimore, regardless of whether it's home or away. Tonight's pitching matchup underlines the disparity between the clubs. Alex Manoah is red hot, and Keegan Aiken is not, and that will go a long way toward duplicating what we saw in Camden Yards last night.
Gary, and you got to love Paul taking your Bluebirds.
Yeah, it's all Toronto segment here. But look, if we're looking for value, it's tough to say the Jays or the Mets. They're just such overwhelming favorites. I guess you could parlay them together. I believe that pays out about plus 20 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So that could be something to look at if you want like the Julian Edlow special. But in terms of this slate as a whole, I don't know if it's good news or bad news. I would say it's fun, good news. This is not a slate to back favorites. This is an underdog-heavy slate. I would say in terms of just a team that's not crazy bet up, the Padres' money line isn't terrible at minus 148, but even then you're betting against Max Scherzer. Yu Darvish has been incredible at home this season. He's got a 2.12 ERA, a 34% strikeout rate. But yeah, I would say in general, I'm more excited to bet the underdogs on this slate than I am to back a favorite.
Okay, so speaking of that, second base, that is the underdog category we're hitting on now. So go ahead, Gary, and who's your dog?
I'm going to go with the Tigers. We talked a lot about the Tigers' offense in the first segment of the show. Let's talk about the Tigers' pitching in this game. Tarik Skubal was a punching bag the first month and a half of the season, but he has been the top 50 MLB prospect you would expect him to be in his past 9 starts. He's got a 3.44 ERA that is backed up by a 3.31 xFIP. He's got a 33% strikeout rate in that span of time as well. So yes, the Twins really do hit left-handed pitching very well, but Josh Donaldson is a game-time decision for this contest. He has not played in their last 2 games, and if he's not in the lineup, this roster suddenly doesn't look so great and so menacing against left-handed pitching. And then you've got Jay Happ, who, you know, as we talked about already, 7.45 ERA since the beginning of June. I just think the Tigers, who are actually 7-3 in their last 10 games, do not deserve to be the underdog, even on the road in this matchup.
Paul, the underdog, you are backing tonight.
The underdog pick of the night for me is the Royals over the Indians, given that the home side is favored at minus 135. This is a battle of teams that haven't been playing very well at all of late. The visitors are only 3-7 in their last 10, but Cleveland's on a 9-game losing streak. The pressure in that case is always greater on the struggling team when they're at home. The starting pitching matchup also favors the visitors. That's just a few of the number of factors that allow me to favor KC tonight as the underdog.
Paul, as we take a trip now to the hot corner, to third base, favorite run line bet on this slate?
I got 2 of them for you. My favorite run line bets are the Dodgers at plus 100 over Miami and the Jays over the Orioles at minus 148. Dodgers have scored 100 more runs than Miami and will put up big numbers against them again against the Marlins tonight. And the Jays will wash, rinse, and repeat over the Orioles, just like last night's game will be a replay. Consider the difference in their offense and the aforementioned difference in the pitching matchup. It's 2 big disparities there and too much to avoid.
Care Bear, you're up.
Yeah, I'll back Paul here on the Jays run line. Minus 148 is a much more palatable price than minus 225, which is what it is on the money line. And as Paul can also attest, the Jays either win by 20 or lose by 1. So it's not surprising to find out that they have the 7th best run line record in all of baseball. They can score runs, and Keegan Aiken, it's not really his fault. This guy shouldn't be in the majors. The Orioles are forcing him to be because they just need starters. But 23 earned runs his past 17 innings. I don't think he's going to have a lot of fun facing this Blue Jays lineup, so I will take them on the run line.
Give me that game total as we continue to cover the bases. We're heading home, Garion.
I'm going to take the over in Philadelphia, Chicago. I'm a little surprised this is only 7.5 runs and that the over is even money. It is plus 100 right now. There has been no shortage of runs so far in this series. Wrigley has been playing like Wrigley tends to in the middle of summer. And these two starting pitchers, I think, are a little overrated. Adzale had some nice starts to begin the season, but he's really tapered off as of late, and he struggles immensely with left-handed bats, as I talked about earlier. And then you've got Zach Eflin, who, same kind of deal, was really nice in April, was pitching okay throughout May, but has started to have some troubles in his last 5 or 6 starts. So I'm not expecting this to be like 10-9, but I think a 6-5 game is a lot more likely than a 3-2 game.
Game total, your favorite one tonight, Paul?
I got a couple for you. I go back to the KC Cleveland game and count on 2 struggling offenses to continue to flounder and hit the under 9-run total game score. And I also love the pitching matchup. I might stay up and watch this one. The Nats and the Padres, Scherzer versus Darvish. I say these 2 studs go a long way to limit both offenses and hit the under 7 game score here.
All right, as you two take off, Paul, do you have any closing thoughts on the Lightning winning the Cup for the 2nd straight time last night? Very quick.
They immediately became my 2nd favorite team, and if you bear with me a second, my annual tradition is to award the mini Stanley Cup to the team that eventually eliminates the Montreal Canadiens. So I'm pleased to give the Tampa Bay Lightning the 2021 mini Stanley Cup as well. So there you go, champs.
That's incredible. So that's actually their 3rd cup here in the past 10 months. Good stuff, Paul. Thank you so much for that. Thanks, Gary, and you two have a good rest of your day. We're going to look ahead to Game 2 of the NBA Finals, sports betting side of it, coming up right after this. Big game around the association tonight. It's Game 2 of the NBA Finals. We've got a 3-headed, handsome monster here to talk about it. DraftKings contributors, Julian Edlow. He is here in studio, like 3 feet from me.
You're right there.
Yes, I am, buddy. Kenny Ducey is here, RotoWire NBA editor Nick Whalen. Best bets for tonight, everybody. So you all really, really liked the Suns yesterday and didn't mind the minus 220 odds on the money line for Phoenix. But do you think the Suns can cover the 5.5 point spread in game 2, Jules?
I do, and it's down to 5. Good news. Some money's coming in Milwaukee. Expected it a little bit. And here we are. But, I mean, we covered all the reasons on, the morning after Game 1. I think why a lot of us do prefer the Suns in Game 2. I think, as many things that could go better for the Bucks. Middleton still shot almost 50% on those 26 shots. Brook Lopez, despite getting benched, hit 3 of 5 threes. Forbes, 2 of 4 from 3 off the bench. Pat Connaughton, 2 of 4 from 3 off the bench. Like, they hit their shots and they played decent. I just think Crowder going 0 for, Booker going 1 of 8. I think that the Suns have even more room for improvement. Ayton having a dominant matchup, whether he's being covered by Lopez or they have to go small and, he's going right over somebody else. It's a tall order for the Bucks. I think that the Suns go up 2-0 here and get this cover.
Kenny, who covers tonight?
Yeah, I think the Suns do cover. We hit the nail on the head, especially Julian did yesterday and today. I mean, like, when you're talking about the Bucks in the second half of Game 1, they shot 50% from 3. The non-Bucks in that game shot 4 free throws. I mean, Giannis is obviously a bad free throw shooter, but they just need to do a better job of getting to the line. But even if they do, I don't think that they're going to be able to sustain this level of three-point shooting, not at least on the road where statistically they don't shoot as well. Chris Middleton has been dreadful away from home all season long and all postseason long. I don't think you can count on another great shooting performance. And on the other hand, I mean, Devin Booker really has not looked good since the nose injury, but we know he has the talent. He's still putting up shots. He could have a very good game here. And the bottom line for me is the Bucks just cannot defend DeAndre Ayton down low. I thought perhaps they'd have a better chance at it than the Clippers would, but Ayton has just been an absolute monster down there. And they've shown that they're not afraid to put Ayton on Giannis. They did that at the start of Game 1, and I think that it's going to prove to be a very, very good tactic to defend Giannis Antetokounmpo. They were able to limit him to 20 points. So I just think everything is working against the Bucks here, and plenty more can go right for the Suns. I think they cover.
Whalen, who covers?
Suns cover. We're going 3 for 3. I think it's reasonable to expect a little bit more out of Giannis. I think he probably plays more minutes. He probably takes more shots in this game, but I think he played about as well as he could have in Game 1, and the Bucks shot the 3 as well as they have virtually the entire postseason, and they still lose that game by double digits. They're trailing by double digits for almost the entire second half. And even though they made a couple runs, they got it down to 9, they got it down to 7 at one point. Anyone who was watching that game never really felt like Milwaukee had the momentum to crawl back into it. It felt like they were just scratching and clawing their way just to get it down to those margins. So to me, it felt like both teams played like their B-plus game in Game 1, and the Suns' B-plus game was just way better than the Milwaukee Bucks. So like Julian said, I think you can expect a shooting regression for Milwaukee. I think maybe that's offset by better shooting at the rim. They were terrible at the rim, especially in the first half. They probably progressed toward the mean there, but they're not hitting 16 threes again. And even if Phoenix has another off shooting night, it's still probably enough to beat this team. And like both these guys said, there's a good chance Phoenix shoots the ball better than it did in Game 1.
Kenny, the total for tonight set at 219.5. In fact, I think that just went up. Yeah, so 220.5 now on the DK Sportsbook. You leaning over or under?
I'm going to take the under here. I was kind of surprised to see as many points as we saw in Game 1. And when you look at the efficiency ratings for both teams, the Milwaukee Bucks came in with a 113 defensive efficiency rating in Game 1, 104 on offense. And the thing about it is that's just a continuation of what we've seen all postseason long. The Milwaukee Bucks not only has that fast-paced offense gone away, but they've played pretty good defense against even some of the toughest offenses in the league. Even in Game 1 against the Nets, when they lost that game and the Nets were healthy, quote unquote, they still managed to hold them at bay. The problem for Milwaukee has always been on the offensive end, and they were dreadful on that end despite the fact they hit so many threes. And now that we're talking about shooting regression, talking about a Suns team that has been really good on defense all season long, I just think that this is another defensive battle here. And Chris Paul continues to slow things down to a painful pace as he has all season long. I think this is more of like a 100 to 94 type of game.
Nick, this total, you feeling the over or under?
Man, that was a convincing argument, but I'm going to go over. I think you look at the pace from game one, and like Kenny said, there is a point to be made that maybe Chris Paul tries to assert himself a little more and bring that pace down, but they were almost at 99 possessions per 100. And, that's quite a bit faster than the Suns played in the West Finals against the Clippers. It's quite a bit faster even than Milwaukee played against Atlanta in the Eastern Conference Finals. So we'll see if that sustains. But, watching that game, how many times did we see a rebound and then a three-quarters court pass down to Brook Lopez for a layup, or the same thing down to DeAndre Ayton? It felt like both of these teams were making a point to push the pace, and it felt like it kind of worked for both teams. Milwaukee, I felt like, got maybe a little reckless with some of those passes, Drew Holiday being the main offender on those. But either way, they were getting some easy baskets, and I don't really see either team shying away from that. And even if we really can't count on Milwaukee to hit that many threes, like I said before, I think they shoot better from 2-point range. They're better in the restricted area, and I think Phoenix is better from three. So I think we see kind of a similar score combined to game one, where it pushes just over that 220 number.
So Jules, how do you feel about the total?
Yeah, there's good arguments to be made for both sides. We talked about Milwaukee's hot shooting. That can regress. That obviously points to the under. What Nick's talking about, though, the extra possessions for Phoenix is real, and Chris Paul confirmed that to us after the game. He said, we're going to have to speed things up to win this series, and his teammates have been pushing that on him to keep the pace going and not slow the game down like he can do in the past, and like we saw in some of those Lakers games. So I'm pretty torn. I mean, I kind of lean to the first half over, because I think Phoenix is going to come out with that game plan to keep running. And then we can maybe see the possessions tighten up a little bit as the game goes on, or if one of these teams is up big, they try and slow it down. So I kind of think let's see these game plans kind of play out in the first half. I think we'll see some points out of the gate, but then it gets a little concerning. So first half over, if anything, for me. I think this is a game that we need to kind of learn a little bit from in terms of what the pace of this series is going to be.
Nick, favorite Bucks player prop?
I'll throw out a couple real quickly. Giannis over 26.5 points. I think he confirmed to us in game one that he looks really good physically. And like I said at the top, I think he could play 8 to 10 more minutes in this game and probably take 10 plus more shots. I believe he only had 11 field goal attempts in game one. So 26.5, I think, is a favorable number. And then Drew Holiday over 8.5 assists. It didn't feel like a great Drew Holiday game in game one. Obviously struggled scoring, but he's been passing the ball, distributing really, really well. He has at least 9 assists in 5 straight games now, dating back to the last series, at least 9 in 6 of his last 7. So even if he's struggling, the numbers point to him still being the Bucks' primary distributor.
Jules?
Give me Brook Lopez under 13.5 points. I played this under 15.5 in game one. As soon as Giannis got ruled in, it dropped to 13.5, got the number. What happens? Brook Lopez is getting burned on defense. He gets benched, only plays 23 minutes in that game with Milwaukee going small. Everything sounds perfect for a win, except Brook Lopez went 3 of 5 from downtown and scored 17 points before he went to the bench. Bad beat, bad loss. I'm not afraid. I'll go right back to it. Brook Lopez is minus 225 to hit less than 1.5 3-pointers in this game. It's not going to happen again. I'm sticking to it. The matchup with Ayton is horrible. He might get benched again for small ball. Brook Lopez is going under 13.5 points.
Kenny, what do you like here?
I actually do like that over for the threes for Brook Lopez. I mean, I just feel like we look at the last few postseasons for the Bucks, and he has been a guy that they've just, first of all, they've given him the freedom to shoot threes. But so I think that could hit. I don't know what Julian's talking about there. I do agree with maybe he gets bumped off the court, but I think he can hit a couple threes. I like the points, rebounds, and assists for Drew Holiday here. Over 33.5. You get minus 106 here on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Nick pointed to it. And Drew Holiday, really for the last 3 games, even with Giannis returning in game one, has flirted with a triple-double. He's stuffed the stat sheet in rebounds and assists. Even with Giannis back on the floor, he still managed to push towards 10 rebounds. I think that he scores a lot more points here. I think that he tries to get to the line. I think that's a concerted effort here for the Bucks, who hardly got to the line in game one. And I think that I expect Drew Holiday to bounce back here and score more points. Another one that I'm looking at as well, just in the spirit of doing a few, I like Chris Middleton under 25.5 points. I think that this is one of those stinker Chris Middleton games. 36% three-point shooter on the road. I'm willing to back that trend here. We have a large sample of the whole season, and we've seen him this postseason just completely go missing on the road. I think he bricks a lot of shots here. Disappointing game for Chris Middleton, and a guy like Drew Holiday is who they look to step up in the scoring department. So those are my two favorites on the Bucks side.
All right, let's go to the other side here. How about favorite Suns player prop, Jules?
Yeah, the guy opposite Brook Lopez. We're going over 29.5 points, rebounds, and assists for DeAndre Ayton. He was one board shy of the 2020 game in Game 1. I don't see how Milwaukee stops him. Lopez isn't a good matchup. Lopez isn't going to stop him. If Lopez gets knocked off the court again, you're going small ball. You're going a lot of pick and rolls where the Suns are trying to get the bigs out on the guards on Chris Paul and Devin Booker. That led to a lot of lobs for Ayton. He's making his shots. He's getting on the glass. I expect pretty similar a type of repeat performance to Game 1. So, yeah, I like, any combo that you want to play of Ayton overs. I think that's strong in Game 2.
Kenny, what do you like on the Phoenix side?
Yeah, I'm looking at the loss of Dario Saric as actually this is something that's going to benefit the Suns. I think that the Suns are going to play better. It's also going to benefit a young man by the name of Mikal Bridges, one of the best young players in the league, one of my favorite players. Over 10.5 points is kind of ridiculous. Guy took 14 shots in Game 1, and of course most of that game was played almost all but like 3 minutes. Played without Dario Saric. I think that he sees a little bit of a boost here in minutes. He saw 6 more minutes in Game 1, more shots and more points. And the fact that he shot just 5 of 13 and still managed to hit 14 points, I think that we could see a 20-point night out of Mikal Bridges. The injury, big for the Suns, bigger for Bridges. I love taking all his overs, really.
All right, Nick, bring us home on this one.
I like Chris Paul to have a double-double in this game, and I particularly like it at this plus 135 number on the DK Sportsbook. He missed a double-double by 1 assist in Game 1 against the Bucks. He missed it by 2 assists in each of the final 2 games against the Clippers. He's been right there virtually every game. He had at one point in this playoffs, counting the end of round 1 and the beginning of round 2, he had 3 straight double-doubles with double-digit assists in each of those games. I think we all like the Suns to roll tonight. I think we like the Suns to shoot the ball better. That's the easiest way for a point guard to pick up assists is just, flip it to the corner and have somebody hit an open 3. I think better shooting all around can push Chris Paul over that 10 assist mark. And obviously the points are pretty much a guarantee for him.
Hey, Kenny, if you were going to play this game in DFS, who would you put into your captain spot?
Yeah, I think I would go with Drew Holiday, Emerson. You get him in the captain spot at 13.2K. I think it's a really good price on a guy that is probably not going to be too popular after a stinker in Game 1 and, of course, a changing series. I think the narrative here, or at least the thought with a lot of people will go, okay, well, Chris Paul, good defender. Phoenix Suns, good defensive team. Maybe this is just not the Hawks. Maybe Drew Holiday has a rough go of it in the finals. I think that he bounces back in a huge way here. I think he's going to be a big focal point. Again, he's going to get to the line more than 2 times here. He's going to hit more than 4 shots. When you look at the 7 rebounds and 9 assists, this guy has just been incredibly involved for the Milwaukee Bucks, probably their most important player outside of Giannis. And the best part about it is that you get him at 13.2K, you can fit Giannis, Chris Paul, and DeAndre Ayton in your lineup, and you still have $5,800 to work with your last 2 options. I really, really like the value here. I think that Drew Holiday can easily have a 60-point game and be one of the top 3 guys on the slate. So the fact that he's 13.2K and the captain, kind of ridiculous. That's my captain's pick.
Jules, who is behind the wheel as your showdown captain?
Yeah, so I don't mind Kenny's, game script here where we go contrarian and play Drew Holiday. You fade Chris Middleton. I'll be doing that in flex spots, though. I'm going to play it safe at captain. It's got to be Chris Paul or DeAndre Ayton for me. Lean to Chris Paul, but I think you can make either work. I think those are the 2 guys that have the best matchups. Those are the 2 guys that, are the closest to guarantees to have big games here. And then we can differentiate elsewhere, whether that's going with, Holiday for the bounce back game and fading Middleton, trying to find out what the Dario Saric minutes means. Maybe that's some Torrey Craig runs, some different guys that you want to fit in there. But yeah, I'm playing it safe at captain.
Nick, 1.5 times the salary, but 1.5 times the points.
Julian's right. I think if you want to play it safe, it's Chris Paul. That's where I'll be leaning tonight. But Kenny's also right. I mean, the biggest thing, it's not even about Drew Holiday for me captaining him. It's the fact that you can get those other 3 guys, Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, into your lineup. And even more importantly, I love the other 2 guys who you can slot in to those final utility spots, Cameron Payne and Bryn Forbes. Bryn Forbes especially is going to be pretty risky. It's kind of a Hail Mary type of play, but we saw him make an impact. He was part of that crew that was on the court when Milwaukee made that run and cut the lead down to 7 in the fourth quarter. We keep saying we don't expect Milwaukee to shoot the 3 as well as they did in game 1. I still think that's the case, but if they have a chance to do so, it's going to be because Bryn Forbes plays more minutes. He's really their only true knockdown shooting threat. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more Bryn Forbes in game 2.
Jules and Nick, adios. Kenny, hang out. You're going to be joined by Jeff Ulrich for some NFL futures gossip coming up. Our final block of the show. We are bringing you guys and gals home here with some NFL futures discussion. And our panel is Jeff Ulrich, also Kenny Ducey. So we're looking at these season passing totals here, guys, for the following quarterbacks for the 2021 season. Let's start with Baker Mayfield in Cleveland. His total is set at 38.50 and a half. Can he get there, Ulrich? Yay or nay, and why?
Yeah, I'll take the over on this one. I mean, first of all, it's a really low prop. I mean, for quarterbacks in this day and age, a decent season, you're seeing a lot of mid-range QBs, hit the 4,000 yard mark. I mean, Baker Mayfield bounced back nicely last year. He improved his completion percentage again, and I think there's a lot more room where he can improve on that even more. I mean, 63% is fine, but it's not really elite. And I think Baker Mayfield has it in him to kind of improve on that. It's a second year in a Kevin Stefanski offense. And yeah, the Browns want to run the ball. That's fine, but they also want to be balanced. Odell Beckham being back, and I know the rapport with him and Beckham wasn't good, but I just really feel like Baker Mayfield is in a situation where he's going to be able to take a step up next year. And last thing, he's playing for a contract. I mean, the Browns have said they're going to wait and see what Baker does this year. He's got a lot of motivation. And as we learned with Aaron Rodgers last year, Emerson, QBs with motivation in this league, I just don't think you want to fade them. So I'm going to take the over on Baker props this year.
Kenny, he threw 30 or fewer passes in 10 of 16 games and only topped 300 yards passing twice last year.
Yeah, he only topped 300 yards twice. He also went under 200 yards 7 times. No, I am not taking the over on Baker Mayfield. We talked about this with the Nick Chubb rushing over. This is a team that just loves to run the ball. Baker Mayfield, he is a talented quarterback, but something is wrong there. Odell Beckham and Baker Mayfield have only hooked up on about half of their targets. He just hasn't been a factor with Mayfield. I don't know if it's Mayfield not being as good as we think he is or Beckham not being as good, but one of those two guys is just not doing their job right now. And then you combine that with the fact that he doesn't even throw the ball a lot, the fact that, we really are just looking at a couple of guys. I mean, Rashad Higgins is not a guy that I'm really focused on. And you look at Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, there's just no reason for them not to run the ball all the time. No, I'm not taking the over on Baker Mayfield. I just don't think that the passing attack is really just going to be there for them. And we saw that last year, even down the stretch, it seemed like Baker Mayfield was gaining some momentum, throwing for more yards, and it just didn't happen. I can't take this over in good faith. I can't.
All right, let's head to Minnesota, gentlemen. Look at Kirk Cousins. So he had north of 4,200 yards in 2020, has a player prop of 4,100 and a half for 2021. Do you like him to go over that number, Kenny?
I do. I think that the Vikings are going to be good this year. I think that it was a tough season for them, but they showed a little bit of potential. And I think that Kirk Cousins is a guy that you give him an extra game now, and that's the biggest thing with the 4,200 yards last season, or over 4,200 yards. And now you give him an extra game. I think that the game script here would fit the Vikings trying to come from behind. I think that defense had some question marks last year. And when you talk about, the talent on this team, he has Dalvin Cook as a passing option. He has been throwing the ball to Dalvin Cook. They've been getting him the ball a lot as a pass catching back. That's why that his fantasy stock has risen up. And I think that ultimately he can help Kirk Cousins get over this total. I know that there's been a little bit of turnover there with the receivers, but I still think that as long as Thielen's there, as long as Cook's there, this offense is going to be good. This team's going to win games, and Kirk Cousins is going to continue to put up 4,000-yard seasons. The guy's just done it pretty consistently now. 5 of the last 6 have gone over 4,000, so I'm willing to take this over here.
I mean, Jeff, my only thing is the Vikings have morphed into one of the most run-heavy offenses in football.
Yeah, it's interesting to note, like the only year that the Vikings got to 10 wins was the only year that Kirk Cousins failed to get to over 4,000 yards. So it does kind of feel like if their defense bounces back, that it might actually negatively affect Kirk Cousins' yardage totals for the year. Now you look at this yardage number that they're giving us for 17 games, and it feels like it's just an automatic over. So unfortunately, I am going to have to agree with Kenny because there's really no argument here. I mean, this is a quarterback who's hit over 4,100 yards in 4 of his last 6 seasons. And one of those seasons that he didn't hit it, he was within 7 yards of it. So, trending wise, I mean, Kirk Cousins has proven that, if you give him even just like a few pass attempts, he's probably going to get there. He's got an elite down the field pass catcher and Justin Jefferson to work with now. I think that's going to be enough to push him over. I'm not super bullish on it. Never really super bullish on any over props for Kirk Cousins, but I think this one, it's just too low. It just feels a little bit too low.
All right, let's head to the Pacific Northwest. Take a look at Russell Wilson. His 2021 total is set at 4250.5. Is that too high, Jeff?
Again, this one is like the exact opposite. You look at what Russell Wilson has produced, and I mean, he's gone over 4,200 yards, in 2 of the last 5 years, but obviously now he's got the extra game to work with. And Russ is an Ironman. I mean, he's never missed a start in the NFL, so I think you can pretty safely peg him for 17 games started here. I would lean over here. I like the fact that they brought in Shane Waldron, a guy who was the passing coordinator for the Rams. The Rams were top 10 in passing yards, in 3 of the 4 years that Waldron was there. Like, I do think that this offense is going to be more efficient passing the ball. Doesn't mean they're going to morph into the greatest show on turf or something, but I think you're going to see a little bit more efficiency. And I do feel like, with the extra game, Russ probably would have gone over this number. Not probably, he would have gone over this number the last 2 years if they had had 17 games. So while you look at the numbers and what he's produced and you're like, it's kind of on the fence, I'm just not taking the under on Russell Wilson props. I think this guy's got something to prove as well. And I like the moves that Seattle made with their coaching staff.
All right, we have under 90 seconds to go in the show. Take it away, Kenny, here on this Russell Wilson prop.
I can't do it. I can't take the over. I love Russell Wilson more than anybody. I think he's the best quarterback in the league. But no, I can't do it. When you look at Russell Wilson's last season, he had 400 of his yards were accounted for in that Bills game, 380 in the Cardinals game. The second time he played the Cardinals, he had 100 yards. 3 last games of the season, under 250. I just feel like the number last year was a little bit inflated, which makes this number inflated. And if you're talking about sheer value, it's got to be the under here. There's also that conflict with Pete Carroll trying to run the ball too much. They're not letting Russell Wilson cook like they said they were going to. Can't do it. Can't take the Russell Wilson over. I'm taking the under.
Yeah, that was such a disappointing second half to his season last year, and then the DK Metcalf disappearing act, that didn't help. Guys, thank you. That's a show, everybody. Appreciate everyone who was hanging out with us on YouTube and over on Twitch on the Dream Stream. 6 Madden slates coming up today on this edition of Thirsty Thursday. So it's Panthers at the Saints next with Glash Daddy and Tara Lynn. So you guys have a great rest of your day.
Well, hi. Good afternoon. Technically, it is afternoon now. Brendan Glasheen here with Leafy. We are today's hosts of the Noon Sim. You know, there's just some people that just can't get their act together in the morning. You know, something's always got to be off. If only there could be more reliable hosts like me. It's too bad. My voice feels great, by the way. I feel back after I've had some good night's sleep the last couple of nights. I know you're all dying to know, but man, it's interesting, you know? The Wi-Fi, kind of a problem for some people. So that's why Leafy's here. Leafy, let me ask you, being the star of the show, who did you like in the captain spot for Panthers and Saints? Okay, me too. I like that pick as well. Did you all hear Leafy? Anybody? Okay. Leafy said Curtis Samuel is the captain play today. Wow. Only 1.4% owned in the captain spot in our contest. Glash and I guess it's now Leafy, not Terrell Lynn. But yeah, Curtis Samuel is my captain. Christian McCaffrey, Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, Ian Thomas, and Traquan Smith. Traquan Smith was only $4,600 to roster today. Sim is underway. We've got a matchup in the NFC South. Carolina is 7-8, basement of the NFC South. The Saints are 9-6. Away we go in New Orleans. This is how we closed out the night last night, indoors on a wild weather-less Wednesday. Great to see all of you. You guys show up every day. If only some of our co-hosts could show up every day. It's really too bad. Terrell Lynn actually is, she's kind of here. Her Zoom window is open. That's a catch over the middle for Carolina. Robbie Anderson, 8-yard gain, first down. Terrell Lynn just has some Wi-Fi issues. She's at a coffee shop getting headphones, so the whole coffee shop doesn't have to listen to her. That's really the real story. But I wanted to start off and make it seem like Leafy was the plan all along. There's Christian McCaffrey on the run. Let's look at some ownership here for this free contest. We'll dive on in. We've got producer Jordan with us. Tom on the ones and twos. Tate, it's up Tate. Tate was here last night. Back at it. Up and early to start the Dream Stream. One of 6 Madden Sims today. Second down, 11 for Bridgewater. They decide to run the ball. McCaffrey, the spin move, and fights his way to the 45. Gain of 7 yards. Let's have a look-see here. McCaffrey, 70.5% owned, 17% in the captain. Alvin Kamara, we learned last night it's Kamara, not Kamara. Kamara, thanks to Brandon Cristal. Thanks to NASCAR as well. Kamara, 74.6% owned, 28% in the captain spot. Here is Bridgewater throwing and completing inside the 40 to Anderson once again. Oh, look who's here. No, not ready yet? Okay.
No, I'm ready. I don't have headphones. So now the coffee shop that I'm at is going to have to hear the DraftKings Madden simulation. We're going to have to hear us call the game, but like here we are.
Awkward.
So reporting live from the coffee shop that I don't, I want to be in my house calling it at our desk, but here we are. So this might get a little weird, Sim fam.
Awkward.
The fact that, neighbor, welcome. Happy Thursday.
Already
Glad
did
to
all
be
that.
here.
Yep.
I wanted to say it myself. Like you don't have to speak to me every time.
Oh, well, I kind of had to. You were not here. You were not trustworthy. You were late. But you had no problem wearing your Phoenix t-shirt today. Oh, that was ready to go. Had the outfit ready to go, but can't get the Wi-Fi ready. Interesting.
Had my Phoenix Sun shirt ready to go since last night.
Okay.
Yes. But I think like Kaufman and ZT's shirt is definitely better than mine, but
Yes.
I got mine for $10 on Amazon, and then Kaufman was like, "Oh, it's just probably like a picture of a sun on a shirt. Like that's probably what it is. She probably just like was buying like the solar system, and she thinks it's the Phoenix sun." So Kaufman was trying to act like I don't know Phoenix or what a sun looks like or the lettering of the word Phoenix, but yeah, it's a legit Phoenix sun shirt. If Kaufman is going to jump in this chat at any point.
Cool. I've never seen the city of Phoenix mapped out the way you have it on your shirt. It looks good. What was funny about that?
Just because, like, Kaufman yesterday went on a total rant about saying that I probably bought, like, just a solar eclipse shirt, or I don't even know what he was saying, but just a bizarre, just basically trying to call me dumb.
So is your goal, and by the way,
Kaufman fashion.
he doesn't have any, so you're fine. Ian Thomas with the touchdown. He was $6,600 to roster. Tate is super quick update in the scores. You all motivated Tate from giving him crap last night. Thomas, 23% owned, Ian Thomas. 2% in the captain spot. So is your goal now in this coffee shop to make it seem like you're on a video call and not announcing a video game?
Yeah, and like there wasn't people sitting around me, and now there are, so now it might look a little weird.
If you just look at them and go, what are you all looking at? I'm working here. Can they hear me? Should I talk louder?
I just look. Tara looks undercover. I just lowered the volume, and I wish like the table was a little higher. I don't know if I should move.
People can hear me speaking right now.
Yes, people can hear
Oh,
me
I like
speaking.
this.
Nope, I don't like this.
This is fun. No,
whatsoever.
come on, just embrace it. 2nd and 10. Hey, there's a catch, coffee shop. First down, Saints. 13-yard gain for those of you ordering coffee and making lineups today. Oh, I am embarrassing you for all the crap you give me, calling me bozo. I am going to call the crap out of this sim. I am going to call this sim so people spit their coffee out in line. Yep, absolutely here for it. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Good morning.
Honestly, this might be the worst day of my life.
Jared Cook with the catch. Cook those eggs nice and strong today behind the counter. Do they do sandwiches there?
Can I just say this too? You know what's funny is that YouTube still won't connect to my computer, so I have no idea what the chat is saying. I'm just kind of over here blind. At least I can see black.
That's too bad.
It's just tough all around.
Play action, Drew Brees. Oh, come on. It's wide open. So Tara Lynn's at the coffee shop, in case you're all wondering. So
that's how much I love DraftKings and the Dream Stream. I will do it from anywhere. Rossi will do it from a slide in his backyard. I'm out here publicly in a coffee shop. I think people think I'm talking to myself or just talking to a podcast or talking to my screen. People are looking at me really bizarrely right now. And now I really regret wearing this Phoenix shirt. I wish I was in my DraftKings apparel so people actually knew what I'm doing. Or just would be like, oh, like she must be working for DraftKings. It just looks like I'm a crazy person.
it looks like you're maybe on a fan Zoom call. Like, me and my fellow Suns bandwagon fans are all going to unite and have a morning meeting before tonight's game 2 of the NBA Finals. We're gonna have morning coffee as the sun comes up with the Suns fans.
Indeed.
That's what you should say to everybody. Hi, you didn't hear about the Suns morning coffee summit? It's virtual. You're all welcome to join.
I'm holding the first ever Suns Morning Coffee Summit, where you sit in a corner of the coffee shop and you talk to yourself via computer.
I can tell by the look on your face, it's cringeworthy what you're doing right now. You're like, can we just move this game along? There's 2.5 minutes left in the first quarter. You still have 3 more quarters.
I know, this is challenging.
I'm kind of enjoying this. Very much.
Professor. What? It's not Professor CT. Undercover
Yes?
Boss Tom. Can I hold my laptop like this? Because I kind of feel like I'm yelling in Glash's voice is too much on the coffee table.
Yeah, this totally makes it look way more normal.
I don't know what type of carnage I did in my last life to deserve
Me neither.
what happens in my life, because honestly, it's quite like it's just a series of misfortunate events constantly.
I wouldn't use the word misfortunate.
What is it? Unfortunate? I don't
find
even know. I
misfortunate.
feel like my IQ has dropped. My IQ has dropped like by 1,000,000 points too, just because I've been running up and down the street and I'm trying to just talk quiet and I'm just looking at everybody. Now I'm like hunched over in this chair.
Cam Jordan, friend of DraftKings, with the sack of Bridgewater, 3rd and 8 from the 12.
Love when we have friends of DraftKings put points up, you know?
Yeah, for sure. The chat wants me to bring back Skip Perkins, which would me changing my voice and really disturbing the peace in that coffee shop.
Please don't. Please, please.
Okay, so I assume you didn't make a lineup for this because of the hell morning you had.
Oh no, I did not make a lineup for this one, but I am on the 2 o'clock tomorrow, and I will have a lineup made for that. Hopefully, I'm not living like our forefathers, and my Wi-Fi is fixed by then. So I'm not at a coffee shop yet again. Or maybe I'll just have to call our boss and be like, I have to go to the office because
Go.
I just don't deserve this.
How far away are you from where you are right now?
From the office?
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, not really bad.
Walking?
Oh no, walking. Well, it's kind of hot out, so let's add humidity to that, so that will make me go slower. This coffee doesn't taste that good, so that will make me go slower. It just got really quiet in here, so then I'll start rethinking my life on the walk. So the walk there right now, it could take about an hour.
Oh, well, in that case, you'd miss the sim.
I mean, I could just jump on the train, but I don't feel like doing that. You know, it's like, why just really put myself through that torture?
I mean, you are coming in clear. Oh, we're at the end of the first quarter, so now everyone can see this coffee shop.
Oh, we're on cam. Everybody, welcome to my living version of hell.
Tara Lynn, very
Has
patient.
anyone ever read Dante's Inferno? That's my life. I wish I could even read the stats and really participate here, but everything is blurry except for Glash's face, so that's even more torture for myself.
I'm enjoying this. This is great.
That guy loved it.
You should tell them to make a lineup. Tell them to
Maybe
watch the
that's
stream. Spread good vibes at the coffee shop.
Honestly, I have this whole corner to myself. I could have just set up a backdrop. This is how we can get more people to watch the stream and join in on the fun. This guy would, if I had a whole backdrop.
I would, trust me, I'm trying to be nice. I would yell this whole sim and just say hi to people as they walk in the door behind you. And the best part is you can't see behind you right now unless you turn and look. So when someone walks in the door, why is there not more business? This place needs business. Well, I guess it is noon, so folks have probably already got their coffee.
No, there's a lot of people in here actually working, so they must be going through the same Dante Inferno hell that I'm going through. They must not have Wi-Fi.
You are that
because I went to go get a private corner in the back. Yeah, I'm at the front door.
You are that
sitting at the
person.
front door here.
You're also not wearing headphones, which you attempted to get, but you are that
I
person.
attempted to get. I don't have the right. I have the newer headphones, so I don't have the right jack and the laptop for it. And then I even have this cool mic because I just want to start reporting live everywhere I go, and it's not even working. This laptop.
My mic works.
I know, but this mic is really cool. Go Phoenix Suns, baby. And go Tara. Hopefully her life turns around if the Phoenix Suns win. Thank you.
Anyway, Ian Thomas has a touchdown. Alvin Kamara has not carried the ball once in this sim. So that's annoying. I think that happened last night in the first quarter. He didn't touch the ball. He has a catch, though, for 8 yards. Traquan Smith, 3 for 29. Good deal. Jerry Cook, 2 for 27. Robbie Anderson is 2 for 24. 8,691 entries in the $250 free contest.
Wow.
Queenie says, just pretend you're talking to someone important. Pretend I'm important.
Ooh, Queenie, you're asking me to do a lot, but you know what? I will.
What is the sense of holding the tiny microphone if it doesn't work?
Just, it's kind of my security blanket right now, so.
I see. So now it kind of looks like if everyone's staring at you, they're thinking, yes. Oh, maybe she's auditioning for something.
Yes, indeed.
You should belt out a tune. Oh my God. Twitch, please. All of you. Unofficial production assistants on Twitch. We need some we need you to go we need you to use your ways, your clipping abilities.
Oh my goodness, that's why you're shouting out Twitch? Absolutely not. Please,
of course.
Twitch.
Of course. I like them too. Wes is there. Retees, did you know? Germ. CJ71. Long Stroke. Cart. Hi, guys. Bounce the Cat.
Oh my goodness, we have the Emerson Latzia Jr. in the chat.
I thought the chat didn't work for you.
Look at these two of my favorites. 2 stars. I see it in Slack.
Oh, right. Slack works.
Way to pay attention to our producer. Proud big brother moment for me right there. And then it said, Carolyn, I think your Slack notification sound is on. Which
Bye.
It was on.
Have a good day. Bye. 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 Someone looked. Let's go. Bye.
They did.
This is Carolyn's manager here. It's our annual review. Tom, you saw that, didn't you? Tom, our technical director. She looked. Let's go. More people need to leave.
She actually reacted.
I can't wait. So, see, people are in there for their quick little lunch coffee.
I don't know what to really do anymore. You know, it's a Thursday. I was really excited for this game because I will admit, I was like, oh, me and Glash, what a dynamic duo. We're calling this game together, and it all just went up into flames.
Now you're frozen. Uh-oh. I think we lost her. Well, this is fun. 340 of you watching. Ian Thomas has the touchdown for Carolina. Hit that like button for us. It's me and Leafy. Leafy will chime in now with commentary. Tara Lynn has been abducted by the coffee shop. Can't hear a word. That's Michael Thomas to the 4. Emerson, I saw that you were at the office calling the sim. Can you hop back on? Yeah, Tara Lynn's gone. Poof, it's gone. How about a magic trick? Solomon, ma'am, you're going to have to buy a coffee or leave. Maybe that's what happened. Hey, Kamara with his second carry, 3 yards. To the 1. Keep an eye on Latavius Murray. Keep an eye on him. He scored last night during Madden After Dark. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Murray is in the backfield. Oh. 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 He's the power back at the 1 yard line. And there he is. Latavius Murray has scored a touchdown in back-to-back sims. Leafy? Thoughts? Now, this would have been perfect timing. Brian C. said this in the chat. To do a caw, 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 I'm a vulture, caw. But, problem with that is, Tarolin is no longer in the call. Hey, well, what do you guys want to talk about? Murray, 7.1% owned. Murray. Hey, Murray. Let's talk. The chat, man, you guys really want Skip Perkins, huh? He's dead. Plus, my voice is actually starting to make a real bounce back. I would just throw that all away if I brought Skip back from the dead. Hit that like button if you don't mind. We're making a surge at this stage. 60 likes. 350 of you watching. 50 on Twitch. Thank you all for being here. Ian Thomas, Latavius Murray with the touchdowns. Tara Lynn has been abducted by the coffee shop aliens. We have producer Jordan here. Tom on the ones and twos. Tate from Game Ops. Boston Joe says, how about cell phone trauma? I broke my phone 2 days ago and the replacement won't be here until tomorrow. This is tough. I mean, truly, we're all at a stage. For a while now, not just like the last 5 years, probably 10 years. If you don't have your phone, you feel naked. You feel like a piece of your soul is missing. There's a good energy in the sim. 2nd and 4 for Bridgewater. Complete to Samuel. First down to midfield. Murray on YouTube. Thanks for the like. Gibbs. We will not insult Jared Goff and use galloping with any other player in Simland. The freak of nature. TL is at Mocha Joe's. Jordan is reaching out to Emerson. It was just an idea because he was at the office. He probably already shut his computer. He's on his way to the gym, if I had to guess. Ian Thomas again, spun down to the 30. Must be says I could go creepy Elmo voice. Let's not do that. This tea has hit the spot. Guru says his internet is having issues now too. Yeah, there's something going on in the Boston area. Luckily for me, it's going well. Knock on wood. Boston Joe says Alvin Kamara just asked to be traded. You yanking my chain? Come on. I mean, wasn't that a thing? That was last year. Bridgewater, 10 for 10, 100 yards in the air. Samuel with his 4th catch. I captained Samuel today. Felt and still feel pretty good about it. Long stroke, nope, it's just regular tea, man. Coco on Twitch says, yo, what up, Coco? How's everybody doing? Tarolin is still missing. Maybe Emerson comes in. I know nothing. Teddy Bridgewater tumbles at the 16. Thankfully, held on to the ball. That's right, Hawk. I usually don't have connection issues. Really, the only problems I have in my building is fire alarms going off. Wow. Hope Tarolin's all right. Ian Thomas again. Gain of 13 yards. Jordan, it's truly okay if you can't find anybody. It's fine. Oh, look. Tara Lynn's typing in our Slack. Wonder what this is going to be. I'm really sorry. Christian McCaffrey to the 1. Timeout. Cristobal says, you can talk about the Patriots or basketball. Desperate times. Patriots are like the one team in the news with N'Keal Harry. But then again, BK and I were talking about this a bit last night. Peter Schrager's podcast that dropped yesterday, it relates to the team in San Francisco as McCaffrey's going to take it from the 1. Touchdown. There you go. There you go. Touchdown CMC, 70% owned. He was 78% owned in the free contest we created. 70.5% in the $250 free. 17% in the captain. Hawk has had enough of Ian Thomas. Kane, that's fair. N'Keal Harry is not news. Well, it is. The agent, I mean, look, think of it this way. Now that Tom Brady is gone, what more confidence from players in New England to stand up to Belichick? Even after one bad season, going 7-9, they're like, wait a minute. The quarterback here that you had for 20 years just went down and won without you. So was it really about you? Anyway, that's not what I want to talk about. The Peter Schrager podcast, which featured Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, they're opponents twice a year in the regular season. And they seem to be pretty good friends. They're civil. They don't hate each other, but they get along. And they're discussing what they've been doing at the quarterback position. And they discussed Matthew Stafford. And Sean McVay pretty much admitted, well, Stafford wants out, and you better hurry up and go get him, because Kyle Shanahan admitted on this podcast that the Niners were interested. So add another name to the list of quarterbacks. San Francisco has basically, in some circumstances, very much admitted they do not want Jimmy Garoppolo. They drafted Trey Lance. They were in discussions. Maybe it was a smokescreen, Mac Jones. They're on the record, too, about Kirk Cousins. And Kyle Shanahan just admitted, yeah, we would have taken Matt Stafford. Like, another shot at Jimmy Garoppolo. We all thought that story was over because Garoppolo has handled it so well in the media. About Trey Lance being in the room, yada, yada, yada. He's handled it the right way. But now that story continues because Shanahan has admitted, yeah, we would have taken Stafford. Like, why even go there? I am in love with Brady. I won't hide from that. Hawk says Jimmy G is terrible. I forgot who was trying to make him viable. I think it was Koff. Well, Hawk, you can feel that way. I don't necessarily think he's terrible. He wins games. He's helped Shanahan win games there. We cannot dispute that. But Shanahan wants to have more control or more fun with that offense. That is a hell of a catch. Oh my goodness. Traquan Smith to the 13. No timeouts for New Orleans, though. Wow. Wow. Queenie just got your message on Twitter. The ghost of Skip Perkins. Okay, so it's just me. Tara Lynn is out of the call. The Wi-Fi was not working for her at the coffee shop. Drew Brees, 14 of 18, 182, no touchdowns, no picks. I think Bridgewater, can we go back quick to the quarterbacks? Real fast. Thank you. Bridgewater, 11 of 11, 117, and a touchdown. Moving on. Christian McCaffrey, 8 for 37 on the ground and a touchdown. Kamara, 2 for 3. Alvin Kamara, come on. Latavius Murray, a rush from the goal line for a score. Jared Cook, I just got a message. Jared Cook, 5 for 53. Traquan Smith, 4 for 80. Curtis Samuel, 4 for 28. Kamara, 3 for 27. Ian Thomas, 3 for 59 and a touchdown. McCaffrey's got 2 grabs for 6 yards. Michael Thomas, 2 for 22. Robbie Anderson, 2 for 24. I am being told, and I'm not going to tell you who it is. We're being told that we have a guest commentator coming to join us. I wonder who it will be. Looking forward to this. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. Every time I start to feel sorry for Jimmy Garoppolo, I remember what he looks like, who he dates, and how much money he has. Then I stop feeling bad for him. Well, he has made a lot of money. He wants to play quarterback. You know? Like, what are we doing here? I think the podcast, though, was very entertaining. You hear McVay and Shanahan kind of open up. Skip Perkins is not coming. He's dead. It's over. Skip Perkins is over. Derwin on Twitch. What's up, Derwin? Derwin says, I hate Jimmy Garoppolo as well. He's too handsome. Are we sure Belichick is a good coach? Okay. See, I'm not willing to go that far. Tiz, Jimmy G, Nick Foles are this generation's best backup quarterbacks. You just can't start them. I think you're right on Nick Foles. Finally, Kamara with a decent run. I still think like there's a little bit there with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like if he were to go, say, it's not going to happen in Chicago, but I still hold out hope or a chance that he ends up in New England. I think he's got to get one more shot somewhere else, and then we can go there. That's my opinion. Nick Foles has bounced around, right? Like, I'm trying to remember Nick Foles. When Nick Foles won the Super Bowl for the Eagles, he went to, why am I drawing a blank on this? Nick Foles, did he go to Jacksonville? Is that right? Is that right? He was in Philadelphia. Then he went to Jacksonville. That's right. Yeah, he did. And then he got hurt. So kind of like Garoppolo, injuries hurt him. And then he started 7 games in Chicago last year. All right, well, I haven't said who was coming on, so whoever you are, please show yourself and tell everyone who you are and that you're here.
My name's Rick.
Rick who?
Rick Smits.
Rick Smits. Rick, welcome to the team.
Not the basketball player.
Rick, we've never had you on a sim before. Thanks for hopping on.
Appreciate it.
Rick.
It's a wonderful day down here in Mississippi.
Wow,
we don't like them Carolina Panthers.
Yes.
We like New Orleans.
Awesome. Do you want to tell us something about yourself before we continue?
I like mayonnaise. I like bacon. I'm from Mississippi, but I'm also apparently from Kansas City.
Well, it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack.
Call me Smick Ritz.
I'm not a big Ritz guy. I tried it. Didn't love it. You like
Ritz
Ritz?
are great. Ritz are really good. Yeah, they're great.
The chat is guessing that it's the Marca.
No,
but a lot of people have guessed.
One person guessed Lamarca. That was it. I got two Lamarcas. Wow.
Yeah.
So much to tell Matt. How you doing, Glash? It's been a little while. How you doing?
It has. We're actually together for the next sim too.
Oh, you're on the next sim? I knew I was doing it with two, but I was didn't realize that it was you. Maybe I should call out sick or something.
No, we need to fire up the sprinkler.
Oh, that's right. Is he playing?
Yeah, football team.
Yes. Oh, I can't wait. That's gonna be great. Terrace Avery sounds like Lamarca. D-Rod, Kenny, the guy that predicts like 10 different things, and if he gets one right, he will ride that one throughout the day. 100%. Shooters shoot, man. I'm a take guy. That's what I do. I have takes. You have a take. If you have like 5 takes a day, you're bound to get some wrong. You're bound to get some right also. My job is to have the takes.
What were some of your takes on the Sweat this morning?
The Suns are actually good. I was wrong about the Bucks. I'm already abandoning the Bucks after one game. I think I need to see more out of them in game 2. And another take was that the Vikings are going to be good here. I think the Vikings are going to be good, and Kirk Cousins is going to have a great season. And I also said that Baker Mayfield's going to be bad. One of the takes I had, one of the hot takes, the other day, I didn't have a chance to talk about it on the Sweat today because we ran out of time.
Yep.
But I think Derek Carr doesn't make it through the season as the starter for the Vegas Raiders. I think that Marcus Mariota takes over.
Due to lack of performance?
Yeah. Tate K loves some Mariota. Me too. Fun fact, Marcus Mariota played in a playoff game. He played well.
Yeah,
Marcus Mariota never...
What was it? Thursday night football in December or November, he played well against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Remember that? Looked okay.
He looked great in that game. I thought that he was going to earn himself a starting job, if not with Vegas, then with another team. And no one wanted to. I mean, how about a team like the Bears? The Bears went out. They got Andy Dalton. I said, okay, well, Andy Dalton is going to be the backup to Justin Fields or whatever. And then they but I think they got Dalton before Fields, right?
Yes, they did.
So
Kamara's in for a touchdown.
Yeah, who cares? They thought that. I'm joking. I just don't like the Saints. That's the thing. But they thought that I guess Dalton would be their quarterback or whatever, and then he wound up. They're gonna start him over Justin Fields. I just don't understand why they wouldn't get Mariota and then draft Fields. Like Mariota is a way better option than Dalton, and I feel like his price probably wasn't that high. Like I feel like you could have gotten him.
Pretty sure the contracts are the same too. Mariota and Dalton. Mariota got 10. No, maybe not 10. 8 from Vegas. I'll look it up. I know Dalton got 10. Dalton got 10 guaranteed.
Tate says, as a Bears fan, that is the best take you've ever had. I hit the record button back there. I really do think that it's a solid take. I think that it would definitely it would have made a lot of sense if the Bears traded for Mariota. Again, it would not have really cost them anything. And like the other side of it is it gives you time to develop Justin Fields. Also, like again, this could have been independent of drafting Justin Fields or before drafting Justin Fields. And you just have, I don't know, there's so much. There's so much going on with the Bears. I think the Bears will be good this year. I think they have to go to Justin Fields early. But again, my whole point is, like, if you were going to have Andy Dalton be your starting quarterback, I don't get it. Like, why not? He's a better option. And frankly, there's a lot of other teams as well that could have been in the mix for Marcus Mariota. And I don't understand why he didn't get consideration.
I forgot Mariota restructured his contract. So it's a 1-year deal worth $3.5 million, and he could top out at $8 million. So he was willing to take less money to stay in Vegas. Something's going on there.
But that would point to my theory of maybe he gets the starting job.
Maybe. Or the leash is
Marcus Mariota knows that Derek Carr stinks. That's the bottom line. So everyone out there that wants to talk about Derek Carr is good. Sorry, not everyone, just Congo Cab. Wants to talk about Derek Carr is good. Well, clearly another NFL quarterback who knows football, he thinks that, Derek Carr is bad.
Hey, we're at 90 likes, 10 away from hitting the century mark. Tap that like button for us if you don't mind. 50 plus watching on Twitch, about 400, close to 400 on YouTube. Ducey has slid in for Terrell in. We're on the next sim together as well. We have producer Jordan. Tom is here. Tate from Ops.
Bears fan Tate. Yeah, it's me. Hawk refuses to think that Marcus Mariota is a good quarterback. I don't understand why Hawk hates Marcus Mariota. It doesn't make any sense to me. But he is a talented quarterback. He had a good game, his one game last year. I'm not saying like this guy's a top 10 quarterback, but he definitely deserves us. If Andy Dalton is starting a game, Marcus Mariota is better than Andy Dalton, and he should be starting. Bottom line. He was very good in that game. He had 226 passing yards, a touchdown and a pick, and then he ran for 88 yards and a touchdown in that one game he started. That's pretty good. And, some 300 rushing yard seasons. He never was that bad in Tennessee. He had the bad 2017, 2018, he was like, okay. And then he was off to a great start in 2019. He started 6 games. He had 7 touchdowns, 2 picks. And Tannehill just was better. Just came in and took his job.
So Tate says Mariota could be a trade deadline target for contending teams that lose their quarterback due to injury. When does that ever happen? That never happens. The only time I can remember a quarterback being dealt during the season was when Jimmy Garoppolo went to San Francisco.
Yeah, it doesn't normally happen because quarterback's one of those positions.
Plus, so you say the Bears, but as you pointed out, they've got Justin Fields already. So Mariota's there's no use for him there.
Well, now there's not, but I said when they got Andy Dalton, I just didn't understand why they wouldn't go out and get a guy like Mariota. That was all I was saying. I would love to know in the chat, do people think Do people think that Marcus Mariota is worse than Andy Dalton? And what's your argument for that?
The only thing worse you could argue is that Mariota's cheaper, which makes him maybe even more valuable. Andy Dalton's deal is 1 year, $10 million. He could earn up to 13 in incentives.
Hawk just keeps saying you're wrong, but he doesn't tell me. Look, this is one of my pet peeves of people who love to. I love to debate, right? But if you want to tell me I'm wrong, you got to tell me why I'm wrong. You can't just say you're wrong. I want to know why people think that he's not good.
Darnell says
Waffle
Andy's
House
there.
withdrawals. Absolutely.
Darnell says Andy's is there because he's there to. He's not a threat to the rookie. He's there to keep his mouth shut, sit back, say nothing.
Yep. Hawk says you conflate one-off performances. What was I just read you all his numbers. Look at all his career stats. The guy's played 5 years in the league. And he showed you that he had the talent in that one game. Of course it was only one game, but the point is he's still 28 years old. He's 27 still. He is still incredibly talented. It's going to be his year 28 season. And I mean, the Chargers defense, they're not great, but he showed incredible composure down the stretch of that game. Lisa Robinson, I'm taken, Lisa. I know I'm taken. So that's all. Sorry.
Nate says
Mariota. I know you love me, Lisa.
Mariota fits Chicago's offense better than the Red Rocket. As a Vikings fan, I'm good with how it's playing out. See, you're being laughed at.
So Hawk says Dalton is more stable.
It was a touchdown from McCaffrey.
Second one. Several winning seasons for Andy Dalton. Marcus Mariota, what is several winning seasons? Would 2 count? Would 2 of Marcus Mariota's 4 seasons as winning seasons? Would that count as several winning seasons? 50%? Off to a 2-4 start in 2019, but didn't get the chance to finish out the season. 9-6 in 2017, 7-6 in his games in 2018. Would that count as several winning seasons? Half of his full seasons being winning? How about Andy Dalton's winning seasons? Great start to his career, but what have you done for me lately? 6-9 in 2016, 7-9 in 2017, 5-6 in 2018, 2-11 in 2019, 4-5 in 2020. Guy hasn't had a winning season since 2015. Marcus Mariota, that's when he got in the league. I think that you see a clear picture of a guy who's declining, who couldn't handle one of the best, most talented offenses last year in the Dallas Cowboys, stepped in and stunk. And you have a guy, Marcus Mariota, complete opposite, trending perhaps upward, perhaps showing you that he does still have talent. This is generally speaking the peak, the prime window of quarterbacks from all the way up to basically age 30, 24 to 30, pretty good window. And he has the rushing ability. And he took a terrible offense and almost won a game with them. Andy Dalton winning seasons. Give me a break, man. Mariota is 6 years younger than Andy Dalton. C. Sorrell says Dalton is more accomplished, but it could be simply because he has played more. Must Be High says, Kenny, everybody agrees except for Hawk. Okay, so we're all just yelling at Hawk now. That's good.
Darnell likes his quarterback competition to be just a guy who sits there and shuts up. I guess that's fine, but at the same time, I don't know, for a young kid, wouldn't you like to see Justin Fields have to really beat out Mariota, earn it?
It would be fun. But again, the conversation was just, I think that they drafted Justin Fields because they thought, okay, we don't have an answer at quarterback. But I think that a team that was sort of in limbo, like the Bears, they could have traded for Mariota before the draft. And they could have just, it was like a Teddy Bridgewater situation while we're watching two of Teddy Bridgewater's teams play right now.
It was like a Teddy Bridgewater situation. Did the Carolina Panthers have an answer at quarterback? No. Did they have their team ready for a quarterback? No. They were in a little bit of a limbo, right? In a little bit of a holding pattern while they tried to add more pieces. So they said, let's just take a flyer on Teddy Bridgewater. He turns out to be good. Great. And he's our quarterback. He's not. We'll try another one. And eventually we'll stink enough that we can draft a quarterback in the top 5. Now they're going to try out Sam Darnold. Same thing with the Tennessee Titans when they had Mariota. They weren't ready to contend. They had a guy on a rookie deal that was about to expire, took a flyer on Tannehill. Tannehill turns out to be great. They sign him. He's their quarterback. A team could have done that with Marcus Mariota. And I felt like the Bears were in a good position where they're not like they're going to have to rebuild unless something really goes right for them this year. So like, why not just take a guy that could be good right away? So also there's no reason why Justin Fields shouldn't be starting week 1 over Andy Dalton. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Hawk says you have to give me more nuance with this great Dallas offense there. He said their names on a spreadsheet and extremely overrated. 2 words, overrated.
Giraffe King, 100% serious. I'm a GM contemplating Mariota versus Dalton. Give me the cheaper one while I build a real team.
Who's even the cheaper one, though?
Mariota.
Yeah. How much
No,
did Dalton get?
I told you, Andy Dalton got 1 year, $10 million, could earn up to 13. Mariota,
that's insane.
Dude, Mariota restructured his contract. He took less money to stay in Vegas. The question is, what is John Gruden thinking? Maybe John Gruden really believes Mariota's his guy if Derek Carr gets off to a bad start. I don't know. I'm not saying that's right.
I'm sure that he did. I'm sure that he did a Gruden's QB camp with Mariota.
But why didn't now that I look back on this was back in March, end of March, the Mariota restructure to remain in Vegas news came out. Why didn't he took less? He was scheduled to make $10.6 million in a base salary, cap hit of 15.35.
Wait, hold on. Listen to this. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to. You're teaching me. That's what he said to Marcus Mariota. This is funny to watch in retrospect. I mean, obviously he loved every quarterback coming out of college, but it is just funny. Like, maybe I think that he probably still believes that he has that talent, man. He does. You shred people with this thing, man. That's what he said. And then he goes up to the whiteboard and tells John Gruden how he runs this play. But I definitely feel like he's going to be the quarterback this year. I wish I could put my money on him. Derek Carr's not making it through the season.
Hawk, Fantasy Hawk, why do you have to keep saying I digress? Just give us your take. That's like his new thing now, I guess, today. I digress. I'm gonna stop there.
Hawk said by Ducey's insane logic, Josh Rosen is a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback because he is younger. That is absolutely not what I'm saying.
Hawk, you are literally not digressing. You keep commenting. So just keep commenting. Who cares? I love when you keep commenting. It's good for banter. I can't keep going down this road, but I'm going to keep talking. Ducey, what the hell? I didn't know you were going to come in here with hot takes about backup quarterbacks for the whole half.
It's just one of my my fan favorite, my hits. I'm playing the hits here with one of my takes, you know.
Traquan Smith has been really good in this sim.
Pongo Cap, I'm not addressing Kenny's stupidity until the season.
Congo Cab, we should make a friendly arrangement where if Marcus Mariota takes over as starter, you need to basically record a video about how great I am and how nice of a person I am and how right I was about your favorite team. If you really think that, Derek Carr is going to last the season.
Ducey, Derek Carr had a decent year last year.
Derek Carr is nothing more than an average quarterback.
It's okay. I mean, he makes a lot of money.
He also, look at his numbers.
Yeah.
He did. But if you look at his game-to-game performances, he had some really good games, and then he had some really terrible games. And that's the problem with Derek Carr, is you just never know what you're going to get out of Derek Carr. More so, like, who cares at this point with the Raiders? Who cares? They're not a good team. They have a terrible defense. So, like, why not just try out some stuff? Why not put Mariota on the field, drive up his trade value?
One sec. So Patrick G says Mariota took less, so he wouldn't be a cap cut. He wants to stay in Vegas because it's closer to Hawaii. How is Marcus Mariota in that position to have that much, like, leverage?
It also sounds like that. He makes it sound like Marcus Mariota's, like, about to retire and doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
He's 28. He's not even 28 years old yet.
He's making, his contract is for 3 and change. So you're telling me if he went to the market, he couldn't have got $8 million, Andy Dalton money, $10 million? Something's going on there. That's why Ducey might be onto something here, because why would he stay? Why would he restructure? Because the coach likes him. And you can hate that, but that might be part of it. Like you said, in the chat said this. Gruden loves Mariota. And maybe he likes Derek Carr. Maybe
Perhaps.
Gruden's making a gigantic mistake. We don't know. But you have to put, I can't help but put those two things together.
Derek Carr also 30 years old. And he's had some good seasons in this league. He still has a 47-63 quarterback record. And as he gets older, not going to get better.
So Super Bowl baby says it's a business decision. Could be, because maybe he thinks he has a chance to cash in if Gruden gives him a shot. I guess. That is, oh, what a catch.
Oh!
What a catch.
The Saints, with a loss today, the Saints would fall out of first place in the NFC Sim South. And they have potentially averted disaster there, at least for the moment, fending off a loss. Back into this game now.
Daryl, y'all act like Mariota's a top 10 quarterback, would have had tons of offers. Okay, but you're telling me he couldn't have gone on the market and gotten at least 4? Guaranteed? Just curious. Also, Daryl, as Kenny pointed out, Derek Carr's 30. I know quarterbacks are playing longer and longer, more than ever. The writing's kind of on the wall. He is what he is.
Exactly. I just think he's not going to get better.
And see, Hawk, this is my point, though. You're saying, tell me, Groot, he might not be a talent guru, but we're trying to figure out what he's thinking.
Right. No one said John Gruden was a good coach or a good talent evaluator.
There's a difference. It's between what we can think what we think of John Gruden. We could also think what he's thinking, which could be not right. Solomon's right. Andy Dalton got $10 million for being with Dallas. He went 4-3 over the final 7, 4-5 overall. His numbers, not that great. Wow. Okay, so Carolina's got the ball at the 37. 3 timeouts. Rick James is... Oh, let's go. I'm in 4th place in our contest. Well, Tara Lynn and I's contest. Tara Lynn has sent a text to me saying she's really sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm just teasing you. Hit that like button for us. Good energy in the sim to start the day. 425 of you watching. Thanks for being
Amazing
here.
energy.
60 on Twitch. McCaffrey makes the catch, squirms free, first down, hops out of bounds. Nicely done to the 46. Good finish. Good finish coming. Rick James, first place in our contest. We have a 28-way tie for first in the $250 free contest. Bridgewater is brought down. Oh, yeah, Solomon has this take. I will reiterate. My take is that all quarterbacks taken in 2021 will be a bust. Here's the other thing, too. Think of the amount of teams that have changed quarterbacks heading into this season. Think of the quarterbacks like Goff and Wentz, who got these big, meaty contracts. And now both teams that drafted them and gave them the contracts have admitted they regret it. They've moved on already. They've moved on. And then Derek Carr may very well be on that list of teams that are about to move on very soon. Kirk Cousins is on that list. We can't put Deshaun Watson there because he wants out. Houston would probably prefer to keep him for his quarterbacking ability. Jimmy Garoppolo, the draft pick of Trey Lance is proof. They're good. They're all set. So yes, teams, there are 32 teams, meaning 32 starting quarterback jobs in the NFL. Plenty of teams are still struggling to figure it out. So yeah, there would have been a market for Mariota. No question.
Gosh, I love being with you. I love talking sports with you. You enable me, and that's why I like you. Oh, here is a ridiculously long field goal attempt. It's not going to work. Now, here's the thing about this field goal attempt. The Saints can try Hail Mary here. The Saints could. I think Drew Brees can get this ball to the end zone. Let's see.
Come on, Drew. Come on, Drew.
Get it there, Drew. Get it there, Drew. Oh, it's in there. Oh, it's in there. Oh. We were all set to have like one of the quickest sims in history. And now, of course, overtime.
Hawk, I am not comparing the two as talents.
Also, I do think that Wentz is good.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to give you I'm trying to help people or remind people the business aspect. The Eagles were not willing to hold on to him. So we could also make the case that John Gruden, he could be right, he could be wrong. He might not want to hold on to Derek Carr. He got a contract for 10 years, $100 million. He's going to look more and more like an idiot. He could look like even more of an idiot if he goes to Mariota. My point is, there's a lack of patience for these coaches and executives. They want to get the quarterback thing right. A couple guys just got monster contracts and have been traded. The Rams had to give up 2 first-round picks to dump Jared Goff. Carson Wentz, the Eagles might get a, I'm trying to remember the contract now. I already forget. But anyway, the Colts are taking a risk. The Eagles had enough. Over, done. They gave up.
They did. They did give up. Boston Joe, Ken. How do you think Stafford will do this year? Very well. I think that Matt Stafford, dark horse for NBA MVP. NFL MVP. Wow, Hawk says the block button is free at Brian C. Wow. Some hostility in the chat today. Hawk is... Oh, man.
Brian C., who I appointed the mayor on Monday, going ahead and blocking Hawk. Block button popping today. Wow, there's some fighting going on here, Clash.
Man.
Oh, and speaking of Robbie Anderson, fighting hard to get there.
270 for Bridgewater.
Travis said Stafford isn't going to do poopy.
Congo
Why?
Cap says you
What-
don't know what you're talking about, Glash. You're trying to guess what's going to happen with Carr. Congo Cap, no one saw what happened to Carson Wentz. No one saw coming. The guy was an MVP candidate just a couple years ago. And then they quickly said, we're over it. We're done. And then he was like, I'm over it. I'm done. All it takes is a quick comment from the coach or the quarterback that they've had enough and don't like it. That's all I'm trying to say. It's happening more than ever. That's all I'm saying. As of right now, you're correct. Everything's fine. It's Derek Carr's job.
By the way,
But you have to leave open the possibility that it could blow up because they're not winning enough.
Yeah.
That's it. If they go 12 and 5 this year and make the playoffs, okay, he's the quarterback. Great. Woo! Everything's great in Vegas.
Nathan K says, you know who can't block? The Bears.
There's McCaffrey again to the 9.
Hilla said the O-line was trash for the Eagles. Yeah, I mean that proves your point, Clash, that it was unjust that Carson Wentz was taken out of his role as this guy's just so good. Christian
I'm not
McCaffrey.
picking sides here. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that we have to leave that possibility open because Carson Wentz felt like he got a raw deal in Philadelphia.
I do like that I'm seen as the person who's very combative and people disagree with me, but like not once has Fantasy Hawk ever been like, oh yeah, you guys maybe I'm wrong, or you guys make a good point. A lot going on in the chat today, and if you're not a part of it, if you're maybe watching on the DraftKings app, you should hop in either on Twitch or on YouTube. We've got a wonderful community of folks who play Madden DFS every single day. It is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun being here in Simland. The chat makes it worth it for us. That is why we get up in the morning, we put on our hoodies, Clash, we put on our hats, we come here to Simland because the people make it worth it. They might be fighting about Dak Prescott or, celebrating because the Saints managed to hold the Panthers to a field goal. Every day it's something new. I think I have a new mayor, by the way, today. I told Emerson that I think mayor, the position of mayor, in real life, really, I'm so over, mayors. Like, I think that we need to have a day-to-day mayor. And if the mayor has a bad day, just pull him out. New mayor steps in. Let's pick a new mayor. So my duty, self-appointed, was to pick a new mayor every day. I'm not sure if there was a mayor picked yesterday. I picked Brian C. as the mayor on Monday. Brian C. wants to ban Hawk for a year. I don't think as the mayor he can do that. But I got my eye on one chatter today that I think I might name the mayor of Simland for today. What?
I'm just laughing at your another take from you. That take.
Look, it's not easy to be me. It's not easy to have this many. I can't even keep track of all my takes. I don't remember, all my takes. Have I ever said that, Deontay Harris is good? I mean, I might have. Did I ever say Traquan Smith was bad? Probably. I don't even know. I never understood why Mike Francesa would get on the air every day and be like, I never said that. I never said that. And now I completely get it. If your job is to be on the air like 3 hours a day and just give take after take after take, you forget what your takes are. But you know what? I'll defend every single take to the death. Every single take. Until I'm proven wrong. Like Josh Allen.
Well, I mean, you only gave the Bucks one game in the NBA Finals for you to move on.
I mean, I might be back on the Bucks. You never know. You never know.
Oh, come on. You already said you're off them.
For now. Boy, Lisa Robinson lost her picture there.
There are multiple Lisas.
Oh, there's multiple Lisa Robinsons. See, I think that Lisa Robinson's in love with me. I think that's what's going on here. Solomon said, Ducey, your Clippers love made me some cash, so I can't hate on you. Yeah, me too.
Well, here's where we can all unite. We all love The Sims. We come here for The Sims. We make the contest. Let's hit the like for The Sims. Don't do it for us. Do it for the ops team in The Sims. 3rd and 1 for Breeze. Uh-oh, this is it. 4th and 1. Carolina gets a stop here. It's over. $440 of you watching. How's Twitch doing? 50 on Twitch, 54. Gotta get this here. They're gonna run the ball. They're gonna run the ball. They won't run the ball. That is caught. Enough for the first down. Jared Cook. All right. Breeze has thrown the ball 45 times. Jared Cook 7 for 77. Six-way tie for first in the $250 free contest. Yvonne is in first in our contest. Breeze completes to the 40. George here in the chat. George says, what did George say? I am so thankful for you guys doing this every day. Thankful to you in DraftKings. Well, thank you, George.
Thank you, George. I don't think that's. Someone said Lisa Robinson is Loki because there's so many. I think that's the case. Tate K, Brady isn't the GOAT. Wow, Tate from Ops. Is Tate making a run for mayor? Is Tate campaigning right now?
Tate, get lost. Go update the scores. Go update that last catch by Jared Cook. It's enough. Knock it off.
Hey, Tate. Whoa, Glash, what are you doing?
What?
I put on a hoodie and a hat to be hoodie and hat brothers with you, and you took it off. Thank you. I literally left the room. I thought the game was about to end, and I tried to match. Sheesh.
Wow, I'm in second place. Let's go.
Poppy Herb says if Ducey appoints you the mayor, it just means you kiss up to him. That is absolutely, unequivocally not. Yeah, he was not true at all. I stated when I came up with this, and I completely stand by it. It does not look. I would name Congo Cab manager or mayor. I would name Lisa Robinson mayor. Doesn't matter our history. It doesn't matter if you hate me or whatever. Like if you are being the mayor of that day, if you are having a great day in the chat, I'm going to make you mayor. Bottom line, we had Freak of Nature has just been spamming great comments about me. I love it, but it's not the best way to be appointed mayor.
Oh, that's game! Touchdown, Michael Thomas! Wow, the Saints are going to stay in first place.
All right, first and foremost, Glash, I got the hoodie and the hat on.
Same.
It feels great. I before we get into the player of the game and the Ducey's disappointment, I'm gonna have to name my mayor. The mayor of Simland today is someone who
Can we move this along? I gotta go. So let's go.
Okay, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, so I'm trying to pull up the stats as well. So this is a good way to stall. So really, the person who is the mayor today, is someone who came in the chat. They gave great takes. No one cared about their takes. Like no one really looked at their takes, responded to the takes, but great takes, great chatting, just a really, really great presence. It's the Guru 805, mayor of the day. He's the mayor, giraffe mayor. You know, I love the name. Maybe tomorrow you can be mayor. Maybe you could step it up. Look, Christian McCaffrey was Ducey's delight today. 34.5 DK fantasy points. He had the 2 touchdowns. Tremendous job from him. I know that, you know, he was expensive and chalky, but I do like Christian McCaffrey. Ducey's disappointment of the day. It really has to be probably Robbie Anderson, if I had to guess. Robbie Anderson, 7 points, 3 catches, and 42 yards. I could have expected a little bit more out of him, so that's Ducey's disappointment.
And what'd you say for player of the game?
Oh, did it go out? Did you not hear me?
No, I didn't hear
player
you.
of the game? Oh, well, Ducey's player of the game was, well, I had said Christian McCaffrey, but I think I actually want to change it to
MT?
to Traquan Smith, 25.8 points. Very well done. 7.8% captained in our contest. And Ducey's disappointment. It wasn't very hard. It wasn't very easy to pick one, but Robbie Anderson, probably 3 catches for 42 yards. Could have done a little bit better. Ducey's disappointment on the day.
Traquan Smith, 38.7 in the captain spot. Keep your eyes on the game center to see how your scores did. Coming up, a replay of the sweat. Ducey and I are back at 2 Eastern. We will have Eagles at the football team. See you in a bit.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Man, we are... Whoa, hold on. Oh, God. I am panicking. I had the audio on my computer. It's been a while since we've been here in studio. I have no idea what I'm doing, but my name is Emerson Latzia. This is The Sweat. It's really good to see everybody here on the Dream Stream. It's even better that we are starting off this show with the highest rated segment.
Oh, yeah.
In The Sweat's history.
Yep.
Punch 'em up, Cody.
Yep.
Steve Buchanan here for some put up your bukes. Oh, and Gary and Thorne here to fight back on some of Steve's top plays at the following positions. So, Steven, pitcher, who's the dude you're going with tonight?
Yeah, there's a lot of good pitching options on this slate tonight, but I'm really digging using Taijuan Walker going up against the Pirates. You look at the numbers for Walker, like, I expected them to tail off, like, back in May. They just really haven't. He just continues to post some really good numbers, only a 3.07 FIP, a 9.2 K9, and now he's going against, statistically, the worst offense in the league against righties. You look at their numbers against righties, 299 WOBA, 128 isolated power, and 86 WRC plus. Those first 2 that I mentioned, worst in the league. The WRC plus, 3rd worst in the league. Bad, and bad. Now, this team doesn't strike out a lot, so there is that there. And I know Garian's probably going to bring that up because I know Garian. Him and I are like the same person, except one's American, one's Canadian. But I like using Walker tonight. I think she has no problem mowing through this lineup, who also is without Colin Moran, who's been out on the IL, so one of their better bats. I think this is a great spot for Walker.
Is this a great spot for Walker in your eyes, my Canadian companion?
I do like this spot for Taijuan Walker. Yeah. I'll admit that. I also have to say, I was sitting in this Zoom room, like, where are you guys? And now I feel like I'm being ganged up on. You're both in studio. It's blowing my mind a little bit. Here's the thing with Walker. It's how much upside is really there. And maybe he doesn't need 35-point upside at his price point at $8,400. But I just think you can find guys with a little bit more ceiling at a lower price. And I think Alek Manoah is probably the guy that I'm circling right now at $6,800. Manoah, for whatever reason, is sub 7K tonight, despite the fact that he has basically been hovering around $8,000 for his entirety of the time he's spent in the majors. And his last 2 starts, he's thrown 13 scoreless innings, just 7 hits allowed, and 16 strikeouts in those 13 innings. He had an 18.3% swinging strike rate in his last start, 37 DraftKings points in that start. So I think you've basically got 2 very similar pitchers here and 2 very similar fantasy profiles. but one is $1,500 cheaper in a better matchup because, as Steve did foreshadow, let's talk about strikeout rate. The last 30 days, the Pirates have the third lowest strikeout rate in all of baseball. The Orioles have the fourth highest strikeout rate in all of baseball. So while I do like both these guys, I think dollar for dollar, Manoah is the better play.
Stevie Biceps, I need an infielder from you here, please.
Yeah, let's talk about Jonathan Schoop. Once upon a time, he was $2,800 on DraftKings. He's now $5,400 tonight. Why is that? Because he remembered how to hit lefties. That was always the thing about Jonathan Schoop, is that he was a left-handed pitcher slayer, and that's what he's finally turned back into here in the 2021 season. You look at those numbers across the board against lefties now, 376 WOBA against him, a 264 isolated power, and a 138 WRC plus. And he gets probably the best lefty that you'd want to face if you're a right-handed bat, and J Happ. J Happ has been so bad. Somebody who doesn't strike out anyone, relies on contact for outs. Well, that strategy doesn't work out if you're not getting outs either. Over his last 6 starts, Happ has allowed at least 4 runs in 4 of those starts. He's been getting absolutely hammered on the mound. And I know he's going against the Tigers. The Tigers are not really an offense that you fear, but Schoop has been somebody who's been mashing lefties for over a month and a half now. He gets a fantastic matchup here against Happ, who is inducing a lot more fly balls and ground balls, which has been kind of his MO. But really, at this point, if Happ is taking the mound, you're targeting against him with hitters no matter what the team is. I'd even take the Pirates at this point going up against Happ. But Schoop, who's been as hot of a hitter as he is, has a really good matchup against Happ tonight, so that's where I'm going for the infield.
Gare Bear, how can you fight back here? Put up your bukes. Come on.
Oh, I will. I will fight back. I'll admit the Tigers are probably my favorite stack on this slate, but the big reason for that is affordability. You can get essentially their leadoff hitter, their second hitter, their cleanup hitter for like $3,000. Everyone is affordable except for Schoop. He's $5,400, as Steve alluded to. And while Happ has been a dumpster fire lately, he's giving up 3.4 opponent home runs per 9 going back to the start of June. He's terrible. Schoop isn't as hot as he was 2 weeks ago. I mean, at the beginning of June, this guy was maybe the hottest hitter in all of baseball, but going back to June 24th, he's got an isolated power below 100 and a 52 WRC plus. It seems like Cinderella lost the slipper. He's pumpkining a little bit right now. He's turning back into just like a league average hitter, which is what Jonathan Schoop actually is. So if he was $4,000 tonight, cool, put him in a lineup. But at $5,400, now we're talking like, okay, do I put Jonathan Schoop in a lineup or Bo Bichette? I think I'll just go with Bo Bichette against Keegan Aiken or Marcus Semien or an all-star caliber player, because that's what Scope's being priced at. So I love this Tiger stack, but I love this Tiger stack without Jonathan Schoop.
You know, I think we should rename this segment. It's Put Up Your Bukes, why Garion just continues to be a Blue Jays homer. What do you think, Emerson?
Well, Garion gives statistics?
Yeah, yep.
You know, you can go online and look up stats, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah, that's why I have this segment. I look up a lot of stats, and that's why I give these plays.
Yep. I haven't heard a lot of numbers, just heard a lot of anger so far, but okay, continue.
That's really what this segment's about.
Garion channeling his inner Nick Fryer right now.
Where's that loser, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You scared him off, man.
Yeah.
He's sick of fighting you.
Yeah, he's probably at Savers getting another flannel.
Let's see if Garion wants to push back on your outfield selection, dude.
Yeah, let's talk about Jesse Winker, who's going up against Adrian Hauser. The biggest problem with Adrian Hauser is that he just can't get left-handed batters out. That's always been the bane of his existence since he's been in the major leagues. So far this season, 4.43 FIP, a 346 WAR, 4 of the 11 home runs that he's allowed. I know that Winky's kind of cooled off a little bit. He's not the guy that we saw earlier in the month when he was hitting a home run every other at bat, it feels like, but Winker actually has better numbers on the road than he does at home. And remember, he hits in Cincinnati, which is one of the best hitting ballparks aside from Coors Field. But his numbers on the road against righties have really been where a lot of the power has come from. 281 isolated power in that one, 448 WOBA. So his numbers on the road really is what kind of backs me up in this spot here. And then just the struggles, like I mentioned, with Hauser against lefty. So even though Winker has kind of cooled off a bit, I really like this matchup against him and Hauser tonight.
Care Bear, how we feeling about this one?
It's a good spot. You won't find me saying a good word about Adrian Hauser. I do not trust that dude at all in any capacity. He's bad. As Steve mentioned, he is consistently throughout the past 3 seasons been bad against left-handed batters. So the fact that Winker is 1 for his last 19, it's not great, but that's not like a terrible slump. Everyone's going to have ups and downs, and this guy has consistently been one of the best hitters by surface statistics or advanced statistics in baseball this season. I will say Bryce Harper might be a better play. He's a little bit cheaper in the outfield. He's just $5,100. He is red hot right now. And his numbers against right-handed pitching this season, as you would expect, are marvelous. He's got a 159 WRC plus within that split. And Alzolay, who's starting this game for the Cubs, much like Hauser, his big flaw is he cannot get out left-handed bats. A 390 WOBA to opposing left-handed hitters so far this season. He might be worse than Hauser in that regard, which is saying something. So I would lean Harper, but Winker's a fine play too.
Okay, now for value. This is big because we're going from Stevie Biceps here to Benny Biceps. Is that right?
I mean, that's totally right, and that's exactly why it's the value play here. But this is more of a pure salary play than anything. Andrew Benintendi, 3,100 tonight, most likely batting second in the Royals lineup, going up against Zach Plesac. I mean, you look at Benintendi, he's averaging 8.2 DraftKings fantasy points against righties so far this season. After that horrific month of April, where it really looked like the Red Sox made the right move by getting rid of him. Besides some injuries, Benintendi has been producing when he's been healthy in the lineup here. So getting someone batting second, 3,100 in a good hand matchup here against Plesac, I think that's the way to go in this one. You're going to need to save some salary somewhere when you're building a lineup for the slate with the amount of pitching options and the more expensive guys like Jonathan Scope that you want to pay up for. So I like the spot for Benintendi, 3,100, easy to get into your lineup.
You gonna fight back on this one?
Look, it's a fine value play. I just think there are better value plays. And one of the reasons you can't use Jonathan Scope is you're only allowed to roster 1 first baseman on your team at a time. And there's a better first baseman option on the Tigers. His name is Miguel Cabrera. He's just $3,000. Let me do a quick PSA. Miguel Cabrera is still alive. I know. It's crazy. Since the beginning of June, Cabrera is actually hitting .317, and he's got 38 plate appearances specifically against left-handed pitchers in that span of time. He's got a 404 WOBA and a 157 WRC plus within the split. So Miggy's actually tearing the cover off the ball right now. No one really cares or is noticing, but even across the last 30 days, the Tigers have the 9th best WOBA in all of baseball. So this is a pretty good offensive team going up against a terrible pitcher. So again, stack the Tigers. Just don't stack Jonathan Scope. Put Miguel Cabrera at first base.
What is wrong with you?
You two are fantastic. Fun way to open up the show. Appreciate you. We are going to look back on last night's Stanley Cup game, the Stanley Cup final, the final game of the final, and also some futures on the Sticky Puck ice.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we got a couple hockey dudes here hanging with us. DraftKings distributor Jeff Ulrich. We got RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, NHL opening face-off. Thanks for being here for it. Stanley Cup final recap right now. The Lightning, they opened the season, right, as the favorite to win the Stanley Cup, plus 650 along with Colorado. So for the second consecutive year, they get the job done, defeating the Canadiens 1-0 in Game 5 on Wednesday night. So Lightning does strike twice. What's your main takeaway from the Lightning's championship run, Jeffrey?
Just that, I mean, I think you can start to put this team in terms of like, success and just skill and everything in the same vein as some of the other teams that we've seen win multiple Stanley Cups. I mean, the Detroit Red Wings certainly come to mind when I think about the Tampa Bay Lightning. And I'm talking about the Detroit Red Wings from like the 90s, with Yzerman and Fedorov, highly skilled players up front, like with Stamkos, Nikita Kucherov, really good goaltending in the back end and a stud as well on defense. This is just a team that, it looks the part, and they finally got there. It took them a couple years, but all things considered, I definitely was guilty of discounting them this year because I just felt the injury to Kucherov and Stamkos coming back from injury was going to be too much for them to overcome. But they played this well, and I think that's the biggest thing. Tampa is the class of the league, and there's some other pretenders out there, but there's clearly only one king right now.
I mean, AJ, how much credit are you giving Tom Brady for the Lightning winning the Cup twice in 10 months?
I guess there's something in the water down there, that's right. For sure. I mean, you had the Rays nearly pull off the whole sports sweep for the city of Tampa Bay there. So I think the biggest thing is, to use a famous quote, they are who we thought they were. They're an offensive firepower up front. They've got solid defensemen, both defensive defensemen, offensive defensemen. And look, they've got the best goaltender in hockey right now in Andre Vasilevsky. I think there's no arguing that at all. So they did everything that they would be expected to do. I know, like Jeff, I had concerns about what sort of Kucherov we were going to get coming back. But at the end of the day, he was the player that he was last postseason, and they just continued to roll.
Yeah, Kucherov, too, was ribbing Montreal fans in the post-game presser. Was he like chugging beer, too, before he was talking with the media, also ranting about Andre Vasilevsky being snubbed for the Vezina Trophy. It was a legendary presser. Speaking of AV, I mean, he did take home the Conn Smythe Trophy given to the postseason MVP. He's the first goaltender to win the award since Jonathan Quick did so for the Kings back in the 2012 Cup run. Do you think he was the right pick here, AJ?
Well, I think there's a couple factors at play. First, I'll say yes, 100% he was the right pick here. You're talking about 5 shutouts in the postseason on the way to the win. The fact, that they acknowledged it last night, Gary Bettman did, that he started every single game for back-to-back titles here. I mean, that's just incredible. The Penguins, when they repeated in 16-17, used multiple netminders, so the durability factor, the every night reliability on it. I absolutely think he was the right choice for the Conn Smythe.
Could they have gone in any other direction, Jeff, or he was the no-brainer?
I mean, Kucherov had a nice postseason. It's amazing that he came back and was so productive after not playing anything in the regular season. Again, I just, that really caught me by surprise. But look, Vasilevsky won the Stanley Cup, in the bubble the year before, and then he actually improved on his numbers this year. He bumped his save percentage up 10 points, 0.10 points essentially. He had 4 shutouts, which was 5 shutouts, which was 4 more than he got last year. He had the same goals against average. Like, it's ridiculous. Like AJ said, this guy's started every game the last 2 years. I mean, you got to give him some recognition. Absolutely. This was pretty much the biggest no-brainer of the bunch. And if you'd heard us talking, we even liked, when Vasilevsky was getting into like the, minus 120 odds for the MVP, just because it seems so obvious, especially when Tampa got up. So yeah, well-deserved. Probably did get snubbed for the Vezina, but he probably doesn't care very much right now either. So
No, they're probably still up celebrating from the night before. Let's talk a little bit about the Canadiens, though. They only were able to take 1 game in the series. Also, I think this series ending in 5 games, that was the favorite on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Their run to the Cup was a little bit of a Cinderella story here, but you think this team has any staying power, Jeff? Meaning, will they be back in the Cup conversation next season?
I I mean, they have staying power. Look, this is a good young team. I mean, they've got some veterans like Gallagher, Toffoli's there. You know, obviously on the back end with Shea Weber, Jeff Petrie, but they've got a lot of up and coming young players. And that's kind of who they relied on for this playoff run. You know, we even saw Romanoff get inserted there, like a fantastic skilled defenseman there at the end. Nick Suzuki coming into his own. Now, young teams, they do go through growing pains, and certainly, like, you know, some of these guys may progress next year and some of them might regress a little bit. So I think the problem with Montreal and pegging them for like another miracle run, you don't want to say another nice run in the playoffs, is that they don't have the top end talent that Tampa does. And that was quite evident in the Stanley Cup Finals. So if Montreal added, you know, one more skilled player, that'd be very interesting. But, you know, for me right now, I think they do make for a good like sort of playoff team, just the way they're built. They're very good defensively, but you know, pegging them for another run, like to get through the Avalanche or the Golden Knights or even Toronto again, I don't really see them being there yet, but maybe they'll prove me wrong next year.
I mean, AJ, they have a lot to be proud of following this incredible and like surprising playoff run. Currently, plus 2,500 to win it all next year.
Not worth it to me. You know, as Jeff said, there's definitely some issues. They'll be in the conversation whenever you have Carey Price between the nets. You know, that's not going to change next season. But, you know, what do they do with their bottom six? Do they bring back Eric Stahl, Thomas Tatar, who didn't play at all, Yoel Armia, Corey Perry, a bunch of veteran guys that filled out their bottom six? They all need new contracts here. You know, Jesperi Kotkaniemi was benched for the final couple of games here. So what is his upside here? There's certainly reasons that they'll be in the mix. I think I would expect them to make the playoffs, and then, you know, anything can happen at that point. But I would not take them to win at this point.
All right, guys, we've actually run out of time. I know we had a couple other questions that you both prepared for. The good news is we're going to move that to tomorrow's show. So some easy homework for you. We're going to take a trip around the bases coming up after this. All right, we did the DFS side of tonight's Major League Baseball slate a little earlier with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne. Now let's take a sportsbook gander at what's cooking tonight. So we have DraftKings contributor Garion has returned. Gary and Thorne, RotoWire's Paul Bruno. Paul could not emotionally handle talking about last night's cup in the previous segment. But we're going to cover.
I can now.
Yeah, I bet you can. You love seeing the Canadians lose, don't you, bud? All right.
Absolutely.
Let's do some MLB covering the bases here. So your favorite plays in the following categories for tonight's Major League Baseball. We're talking main slate here. So first base, which favorite are you backing tonight? Go ahead, Paul.
You know, the Jays are the biggest favorite on the board in tonight's action, and I'm going to answer the question that you posed. They are the favorite that I'm backing because the O's are the punching bag in the American League, and this show is all about the Get It Right League, isn't it, guys? The contending teams in the AL can't lose a series to Baltimore, regardless of whether it's home or away. Tonight's pitching matchup underlines the disparity between the clubs. Alex Manoah is red hot, and Keegan Aiken is not, and that will go a long way toward duplicating what we saw in Camden Yards last night.
Garen, you got to love Paul taking your Bluebirds.
Yeah, it's all Toronto segment here. But look, if we're looking for value, it's tough to say the Jays or the Mets. They're just such overwhelming favorites. I guess you could parlay them together. I believe that pays out about plus 20 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So that could be something to look at if you want like the Julian Edlow special. But in terms of this slate as a whole, I don't know if it's good news or bad news. I would say it's fun, good news. this is not a slate to back favorites. This is an underdog-heavy slate. I would say in terms of just a team that's not crazy bet up, the Padres money line isn't terrible at -148, but even then you're betting against Max Scherzer. Yu Darvish has been incredible at home this season. He's got a 2.12 ERA, a 34% strikeout rate. But yeah, I would say in general, I'm more excited to bet the underdogs on this slate than I am to back a favorite.
Okay, so speaking of that, second base, that is the underdog category we're hitting on now. So go ahead, Gary, and who's your dog?
I'm going to go with the Tigers. We talked a lot about the Tigers' offense in the first segment of the show. Let's talk about the Tigers' pitching in this game. Tarik Skubal was a punching bag the first month and a half of the season, but he has been the top 50 MLB prospect you would expect him to be in his past 9 starts. He's got a 3.44 ERA that is backed up by a 3.31 xFIP. He's got a 33% strikeout rate in that span of time as well. So yes, the Twins really do hit left-handed pitching very well, but Josh Donaldson is a game-time decision for this contest. He has not played in their last 2 games, and if he's not in the lineup, this roster suddenly doesn't look so great and so menacing against left-handed pitching. And then you've got Jay Happ, who, as we talked about already, 7.45 ERA since the beginning of June. I just think the Tigers, who are actually 7-3 in their last 10 games, do not deserve to be the underdog, even on the road in this matchup.
Paul, the underdog, you are backing tonight.
The underdog pick of the night for me is the Royals over the Indians, given that the home side is favored at -135. This is a battle of teams that haven't been playing very well at all of late. The visitors are only 3-7 in their last 10, but Cleveland's on a 9-game losing streak. The pressure in that case is always greater on the struggling team when they're at home. The starting pitching matchup also favors the visitors. That's just a few of the number of factors that allow me to favor KC tonight as the underdog.
Paul, as we take a trip now to the hot corner, to third base, favorite run line bet on this slate?
I got 2 of them for you. My favorite run line bets are the Dodgers at +100 over Miami and the Jays over the Orioles at -148. Dodgers have scored 100 more runs than Miami and will put up big numbers against them again against the Marlins tonight. And the Jays will wash, rinse, and repeat over the Orioles, just like last night's game will be a replay. Consider the difference in their offenses and the aforementioned difference in the pitching matchup. It's 2 big disparities there and too much to avoid.
Care Bear, you're up.
Yeah, I'll back Paul here on the Jays run line. -148 is a much more palatable price than -225, which is what it is on the money line. And as Paul can also attest, the Jays either win by 20 or lose by 1. So it's not surprising to find out that they have the 7th best run line record in all of baseball. They can score runs, and Keegan Aiken, it's not really his fault. This guy shouldn't be in the majors. The Orioles are forcing him to be because they just need starters. But 23 earned runs his past 17 innings. I don't think he's going to have a lot of fun facing this Blue Jays lineup, so I will take them on the run line.
Give me that game total as we continue to cover the bases. We're heading home, Garian.
I'm going to take the over in Philadelphia, Chicago. I'm a little surprised this is only 7.5 runs and that the over is even money. It is +100 right now. There has been no shortage of runs so far in this series. Wrigley has been playing like Wrigley tends to in the middle of summer. And these 2 starting pitchers, I think, are a little overrated. Adzale had some nice starts to begin the season, but he's really tapered off as of late, and he struggles immensely with left-handed bats, as I talked about earlier. And then you've got Zach Eflin, who, same kind of deal, was really nice in April, was pitching okay throughout May, but has started to have some troubles in his last 5 or 6 starts. So I'm not expecting this to be like 10-9, but I think a 6-5 game is a lot more likely than a 3-2 game.
Game total, your favorite one tonight, Paul?
I got a couple for you. I go back to the KC Cleveland game and count on 2 struggling offenses to continue to flounder and hit the under 9-run total game score. And I also love the pitching matchup. I might stay up and watch this one. The Nats and the Padres, Scherzer versus Darvish. I say these 2 studs go a long way to limit both offenses and hit the under 7 game score here.
All right, as you 2 take off, Paul, do you have any closing thoughts on the Lightning winning the Cup for the 2nd straight time last night? Very quick.
They immediately became my 2nd favorite team, and if you bear with me a second, my annual tradition is to award the mini Stanley Cup to the team that eventually eliminates the Montreal Canadiens. So I'm pleased to give the Tampa Bay Lightning the 2021 Mini Stanley Cup as well.
That's
so there you go, champs.
That's incredible. So that's actually their third cup here in the past 10 months. Good stuff, Paul. Thank you so much for that. Thanks, Gary, and you two have a good rest of your day. We're going to look ahead to Game 2 of the NBA Finals, sports betting side of it, coming up right after this.
Hi, we're back. 2 p.m. Madden Sim here on this Thursday, July 8th, 2021. The football team taking on the Eagles. It's late in the season in this 2021 NFL schedule simulation. So all these division matchups, love it. Football team, though, is out of contention pretty much, Ducey.
Yeah, sad.
They're 4-11. Philadelphia atop the division at 9-7. New York and Dallas would love a loss here. They would love a loss by the Eagles to keep themselves in the hunt.
Be nice, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think the Eagles are going to run away with this one. I stacked up the Eagles in my lineup. I love the Eagles today. Fly, Eagles, fly. I wanted to ask, though, Clash, are you okay? Because it sounded like you were breathing a little heavy when we got on here.
I'm fine.
Did you run back to your chair? What's going on?
Nothing. Just kind of a busy day. So, I'm good.
That's good. It has been a busy day.
I'm good. All right. I know who you captained. It's definitely Goodwin, right?
Mm-hmm. Every Eagles sim.
I know. I'm with you on that one.
What'd you do? Did you just get like a donut or something? You're in a really good mood.
You just asked me if I was okay.
Like maybe you ran out, got a donut, had to run all the way back?
No, just had some yogurt and peanut butter. Great combination.
I have not eaten anything since I had a donut this morning.
What kind of donut?
Chocolate frosted with sprinkles and French cruller. I love me a French. I could eat like a million French crullers. The good thing about loving French crullers. Another take here. Immediately, we're going to do a donut take. The great thing about loving French crullers is they always put one. Every time, Glash, they put one in. If you get like a dozen donuts, they'll always put a French cruller in there, and no one ever eats the French cruller. So you have a guaranteed donut. It's amazing. It's an amazing life to lead, and they're delicious. I think that people don't want to eat French crullers because they look weird. They don't look like normal donuts, but you bite into one, and it's this airy, like sweet dough, and you got just frosting covering that thing. It's amazing. It really is, and I just don't understand why people hate on French crullers. And I say hate because people just simply don't eat them. They just don't eat the French crullers.
I have to interrupt the, can you fire it up? He just caught a ball.
Okay.
Come on, man. You don't have this ready to go?
Well, I was told last sim that we should try not to play recordings.
Oh.
We do it, but this is a royalty-free.
I find it necessary. Louder.
You caught one?
Yeah, he caught one for 9 yards, and the football team's at
Amazing.
27. I'm a big strawberry frosted donut guy. I loved a nice glaze.
Interesting. I do. In the strawberry frosting, I don't have it a lot, but I sort of have it as a pivot. It's like a pivot off of if I I don't normally eat donuts, or like I don't eat a lot of donuts, but like if I'm getting tired, I like the same old chocolate frosted with sprinkles. Is that another one?
Nope. There he is.
Is that another one?
Fire it up.
Oh my goodness. What a day. The sprinkler.
He's on the left side of the formation here.
This is a 10-hour lawn sprinkler sound.
Oh, that's not him. That's Sims. Ooh, touchdown.
I'm going to keep this playing. It's a 10-hour sound, Flash. 10 hours of sprinkler. I'm going to leave it on, and I'll just unmute every time he catches a ball. Very, very devastated that Sims just caught that touchdown pass.
Jordan said, "Is it white noise to fall asleep to?" I mean, yeah, I think so. I think that's just one. I don't understand who would pick out like, I need a sprinkler to fall asleep, but I'm not judging. You know, whatever floats your boat, man. Whatever gets you to sleep. So, yeah.
Do you like sprinklers on your donuts?
I love sprinklers on my donuts. You're making me really hungry. This whole discussion is.
There's a great energy in the sprinklers, says the freak of nature.
They do have great energy sprinklers. They never stop. They literally never stop going. They just keep sprinkling. They keep on sprinkling. You gotta respect the sprinkler.
It's like Christmas Vacation, when Audrey says to the grandfather, well, Clark, my dad worked really hard on those lights, Grandpa. So do washing machines. The washing machines work hard all the time. So do sprinklers in the summer, or folks that live in the South or out West. It's 7-0. Steven Sims has the touchdown. Top 5 in the contest: Sanders, Wentz, McKissick, Ertz, Goodwin. So 4 Eagles, 1 member of the football team. Tate from Ops is here, producer Jordan, and Tom on the ones and twos. Sorry?
I'm not loving right now that Sims had the touchdown. I almost feel like I'm out of the contest already.
Sims is just about 39% owned, 3.7% in the captain spot.
That's trouble. That's trouble.
Third and 7 for Carson Wentz, who we talked about last sim for a quarter or so. Alshon Jeffrey, not enough for the first. He'll probably punt. So you know something? I was talking about this with the Sim fam before you came on, and then you came on, so the whole topic of discussion changed. Did you see this Peter Schrager podcast with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan?
No.
Some good stuff in there, man.
I want to watch it because he's a Jets fan.
Some good stuff in
Did
this.
Did they talk Jets?
No.
What?
I don't think
didn't?
so. No. There was a lot of stuff in there, some storytelling. Shanahan was asked about the Atlanta Super Bowl and the fall apart against the Patriots. McVay was asked. McVay just gave his take on the whole Seattle-New England Super Bowl, but this is what I wanted to discuss on the subject of quarterbacks in the NFL. Kyle Shanahan was upset when he found out the Rams landed Matthew Stafford because he admits that he was in on him too. Shanahan was interested in bringing Matt Stafford to San Francisco. I read this to you now. Shanahan said that this is from Pro Football Talk. I'm reading this article written by Michael Smith. Ready for it? Shanahan said that on the night the Rams and the Lions agreed to the deal, someone in the know called Shanahan and told him, if you want Stafford, you need to get a hold of him right now. And then only minutes later, the news broke the deal was done. Kyle Shanahan gives you another name, another quarterback he'd rather have over Jimmy Garoppolo. Add him to the list. Kirk Cousins, Trey Lance, of course, because he drafted him, and maybe Mac Jones because of the connections on draft night, and Justin Fields. But we'll just keep it to those two. We know Cousins, we know Trey Lance, maybe even like Matt Ryan because he coached him in Atlanta, but just to add another name, Kyle Shanahan still has Jimmy Garoppolo on this roster.
I mean, I think that Kyle Shanahan is just stating what we all know, which is that Jimmy Garoppolo stinks.
So
and anyone who thinks that Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't stink
look no further than this. I mean, he's clearly it's like the discussion we had about Marcus Mariota. It's like football people know that Jimmy Garoppolo is a bad quarterback, and that is proof. It's proof. All you needed was a little proof. It makes me feel so much better too about like my anti-Garoppolo take, you know? Like I really do feel like justified in thinking that Garoppolo is bad because he is.
But why are they holding on to him?
I mean, you're not just going to cut a guy like that. I'm sure that, well, you know that quarterbacks are very valuable, and I think the thinking there is probably, well, look, we'll just hold on to him. There's going to be a team out there like, you know, maybe the Bears or something that they just get desperate during the season. They need a quarterback because theirs gets hurt, or you know, maybe the thing with the Colts doesn't work out with Carson Wentz and whatever it may be. I think the thinking there is, hey, someone's going to need a quarterback. We could trade Garoppolo. But I do wonder what they're going to get back and if it's going to be anything more than what they currently could probably get. I still don't think that they have quarterback solved. Like, I think that, you know, they hope that Trey Lance is going to be their guy, but I don't think they're going to start him right away. I think that you could probably see Garoppolo go out there. Run the wrong way, man. I think Garoppolo probably plays a lot, and they get him in there to increase his trade value, and then that's it. I would say that probably is they'd probably get rid of him during the season to a team that, like, you know, like maybe the Panthers, maybe Sam Darnold stinks and they think they might be hitting their window early, or I don't know, maybe Matt Moore or whatever, Chase Daniel, like doesn't work out or like retires or something, and then they need an insurance policy for Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. Like, I mean, I can think of so many scenarios, but I do feel like Garoppolo, while he's not good, I feel like there's probably teams that would bring him in as a backup, or, you know, maybe a speculative, you know, sixth rounder or something. Carson Wentz, by the way, has 4 passing yards. Not very good.
No. I mean, when I put Goodwin in the captain, as you can relate, I want to play the quarterback as well, and that's not looking good. Or not play the quarterback. Maybe that was the right choice through one quarter. Sims has the touchdown. Yeah, Boston Joe, I'm with you. Like, Garoppolo wins games, but Ducey, you realize if they hold on to him, they've got to pay him a lot of money, like $25 million. They've got to cut him. They can hold on to him until week 1, and then they have to pay him. They could cut him at any time. They could really, really kind of throw Jimmy Garoppolo for a loop. But they have to pay him if he's on the roster week 1.
By the way, not to give you a non sequitur, but where is the guru?
Because
I named the guru the mayor. Where is he? Has anyone heard from the guru?
Guru was in here last sim.
Yeah, but it was not here this sim. I named him the mayor.
We got time.
He's got to show up. He's got to show up.
All right. Tate here from Game Ops. We'll find out. We'll see if he pops in.
Lisa, I'm flattered. I'm flattered, but I am taken. I'm sorry.
So
Congo Cab says you're still giving dumb speculations about quarterbacks.
Congo Cab, I love you. I love that you're here every day. Did you not see the quarterback movement this offseason? The number
Also, what is speculative? What is speculative about Jimmy Garoppolo being bad? We're not speculating. We're telling you a fact that this guy's bad, and we know that he's bad from what we've seen on the field, and now we can confirm that even his coach thinks he's bad. What are we? Speculating that Derek Carr might be worse now that he's older, that is speculating, okay? Say that is this is not speculating to say that Jimmy Garoppolo is bad. He just is.
They
right? Like, what is he talking about?
They traded up to number 3 to take a quarterback. I don't get it. The whole
Brian,
league is about quarterback play.
Brian C says, if he's not back by 2:30, can I reclaim my mayoral status? If he's not back by 2:30, we will elect a new mayor. That's how the mayors work. We move quickly here. It's a what have you done for me lately government in Simland. And if the mayor is just not mayoring, then we're going to elect a new mayor. That's how it works here.
On a more serious note, because I see some of you, Terrence Peterson has chimed in about the end of last sim. The end of the last sim, it was 24-21, went to the second overtime. Saints were on a drive in response to Carolina kicking a field goal. The clock there, Terrence, and to those of you wondering, the clock doesn't matter once we hit overtime. It is continuous clock until we get a winner. In this case, the Panthers kicked a field goal on the first possession of the first overtime. The Saints were on a drive, given a chance to rebuttal. The Saints still needed to finish their drive. It did not matter that the clock reset when it hit triple zeros. As you folks know, we play 8-minute quarters in these Madden Sims. That is not the regulation time of a regular quarter or an overtime period. Understandably, there was some confusion there, but that is the explanation.
Right, and also, think about, all like in overtime, all the sims that we have, there could be no scores in 8 minutes, and we don't just end overtime and re-toss the coin. We don't end overtime and call it a tie. Normally in real life football, when the overtime period expires, that we do, and there has to be a winner. We can't have a tie. Like in the playoffs, they stop. They go back to the logo. They do another coin toss, and then they play another session. That's not what happens in Simland, and I think that's been pretty clear. But just to clarify for everybody, as you just did very beautifully, and to add some more context on it, we've never once worried about the clock in overtime. So that's why it didn't come into play in the last sim. It's not like real life rules. So that's it.
All right, the football team is punting. Sims has the touchdown. Congo Cab says, Glash, see you guys have the mic, so it's easy for you to take what I said and put your salt and pepper on it. You talking about teams who might trade for those quarterbacks. You were talking about all speculation. I think we just need to be more receptive based on this past offseason, that teams are very willing to move off their quarterback sooner rather than later. This offseason just proved that. Even if the player was given a big contract in recent seasons from that team.
Oh, the Guru! He's back!
Yeah, he's there.
Guru! The mayor is back on his throne. Yeah, Jordan also just passing along the official rules, if I may read them. In arcade mode, game follows NFL OT rules to the letter. Both teams get a possession in OT if no score or field goal on first drive, even if the clock runs out on the 6-minute quarter OT. Goes or 6-minute quarter OT goes on until both teams get that possession. Once both teams have that possession, if still tied, it goes to sudden death. That's how it is spelled out in the letter of the law.
The Guru, I understand Sim Mayor comes with great responsibility, and I'll do my best.
Thank you, Guru. You got to be here to be the mayor. That's Brian C. I mean, he shows up every day. Where the bleep do I sign? He's got the intro. In a lot of ways, I mean, he kind of is like he has been the mayor for a little while.
Chris
The Guru
Adams.
understands the sim. It comes with great responsibility. It comes with a great amount of pressure because, you know, if you're not a good mayor or you're not continuing to be the mayor, you're just going to get kicked off the next day. Not to say that Brian C. wasn't a good mayor, but I was just very impressed today with the Guru's chats in the noon sim, and that's where we're at.
Kid Raider, what's up? Hello. Hi, everybody. Good audience on Twitch, growing to about 50 folks watching. Hit the like on YouTube. Good to have you with us.
Meager says Emerson and Ducey impeached Coffin. I haven't seen Greg Coffin in here in like I don't think ever. I think that like predates me. And that's my whole point about the mayor is you got to be in here being the mayor or we're just going to find a new mayor. That's how to me mayors should work in real life. And that's why to me that's how it works in Simland because we get to make the rules. And that's you got to just be here every day. Denver Dunbar wants to be the mayor of the noon sim. You go out and you earn that. Giraffe King Brian C wants to be Brian C to be reinstated August 13th. Brian C, that's the beauty of the day-to-day mayor. Brian C could be reinstated tomorrow. Tell you who's not going to be the mayor. It's Terrence Peterson. TP, not to be confused with Tom Pike.
Terrence is just a whiny baby. Didn't get what he wanted, so now he's just going to turn against us. That's okay.
I think he's watching on mute. I think that's what's happening.
It's all right.
Brian C says, "What power does the mayor have?" Exactly. No power. No, but you just get to say you're the mayor. You know, you're the mayor. No power though. You can't kick anybody. Tom says all of the power. Actually, so I mean, and they're the people that run the broadcast. So what do I know?
I mean, he asked a question. Terrence, you asked. We literally gave you an explanation. And it's just not what you wanted to hear. So you're just going to cry about it. That's okay.
Oh, Kyle, you got a fan. Or Glash, you got a fan here. And Kyle, he said...
Kyle, yeah, 100% on the test. Nice job, Kyle.
Good job.
Attaboy. Kyle, you have a lot of tests. Is school almost over, or are you taking a humanities class throughout the summer? Chris Adams, how many career games has Garoppolo been suspended for cheating? Good question. I'll have to go and check that. If you didn't play this game in Classic, you're feeling pretty good about it right now. You had good scoring in that last sim. Boston Joe, these two offenses are really firing on all cylinders.
I hereby name Terrence the Nayer. He nays. He's the Nayer of Sunland. Greg Coffin is the mayor. Don't matter what the other Duceys say. What does that even... There's two Duceys? Do I have two personalities? Lisa Robinson says you have to be nice to Kenny to be the mayor. Absolutely not. And Lisa showing that she doesn't listen to what we say or comprehend what we say, frankly. Because I've said a million times and I'll say it again. I'll make Lisa the mayor if she wants to be a good chatter. Like
Lisa,
you can literally insult me and be the mayor. I will make Congo Cab the mayor. Doesn't matter. You know, you come in here, you can make fun of me, but if you do it in a creative way, I'm gonna respect that. I have a good sense of humor. I have a thick skin. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. It's about the quality of the chats. The Guru literally said not one nice thing about me. Just had great takes. Wanted to make him the mayor. The Freak of Nature came in here. Every message he had was Kenny's great. Kenny has great. I didn't make him the mayor because I don't like that. I don't want to be kissed up to. I don't want people to say nice things about me over and over again. I don't like that. It makes me uncomfortable. At least, look, Kenny Ducey's bad takes. At least that's creative. You know, Lisa Robinson, very uncreative with her disses. The freak of nature. Ducey's a clown, but I still respect him. See, that's what I'm talking about. What does Ogeezy mean? Oh, like Ogeezy. Okay. Got it. You enjoying your seltzer there, Glash?
I am.
Scotty Too Hottie says, I don't talk enough to be mayor. Absolutely. Look, if you hit 780, that's better than someone who fires off a million chats and, has like 2 good ones, right? Doesn't matter. You see the Guru doesn't talk a lot.
The freak of nature asking, Glash, did you buy your son's t-shirt yet to match Cough? Cough, ZT. If Tara Lynn had good Wi-Fi this morning, I have a take on this whole
Oh, you have a take?
Let's buy a t-shirt nonsense. Really interesting, it really is. Because about a year ago now, yours truly was taking closet items, not to mention my girlfriend's clothes, I've admitted that, dressing up like characters and trying to add a little color to the sim, add a little more creativity. And I got eye rolls. What is this guy doing? This guy's crazy. Maybe not you, the chat, but my comrades here at DraftKings. This guy can't just get in here and call the game. Has to put on this whole act. But no. Pardon me, Kenny. The right way to do it is I talked to a plant last sim. I'm nuts. I'm crazy. You know what I think's nuts and crazy? When your team gets knocked out of the postseason and you're like, woohoo! Let's go Suns! They're my team! Let's buy t-shirts! You should get one! You should get one! Woohoo! Let's get together! Yeah! Let's go Suns! Yeah! Woohoo!
Are we hopping on the Bucks bandwagon now?
No! Woohoo! Let's go Suns! Let's all wear the same shirt together! Woohoo! Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me. It's a long way of me saying, I want an apology. I want an apology right now. I want an apology. Everyone getting on my case for dressing up and acting.
Who's supposed to apologize to you?
What's that?
Who do you want to apologize to you?
I want an apology from Adam Kaufman, Tara Lynn, because those are the first two that would be like, what is this guy up to? What are these antics?
Why don't we get Tara Lynn on the phone right now?
Well, we don't know if she has good enough Wi-Fi. So that's all. I find that interesting. So now it's okay because we all want to, get matching T-shirts. That's fine. But there's criticism and eye rolls when someone just adds creativity to the sim. Interesting. I'm done. I wouldn't be doing this if they had just accepted who I was. They didn't accept me. They didn't accept me for being nuts and crazy and dressing up. So I think it's only fair that, I want an apology then, because you guys do a little dress up and buy a little props and, woohoo, I want to wear a Sun shirt too. Okay. Well, why was I always getting a bunch of crap then for dressing up and stuff? Because it's still kind of technically dressing up. You're all posing as Suns fans. So, just my thought. I said I was done, so I'll stop.
But they are posers. I agree.
Like, Ducey, get this wild idea. Let's pick a team to just root for, and we're going to all buy a shirt.
Yeah, I'm not buying a Sun shirt. You know that.
Grow up. You know who does that? Kaufman, your kids do that. They go, Dad, I like that player. I want that shirt. That's what they do. Not you. So, anyway. J.D. McKissick has 10 carries for 35 yards.
Sprinkler 3 for 25. Marquise Goodwin, my man, 3 for 40. Alshon Jeff 3 for 43. My lineup's looking great. I don't even look at my lineup, but I think it would be good judging by the stats. Yeah, I'm 21st in the contest out of 137. Zach Ertz has done nothing for me so far, but sorry, I'm sitting in my eye. But you know, Carson Wentz could be doing a little bit better as well. Joyner 357 leads the free showdown. The Washington football team defense and special teams in the captain spot of that lineup. I would expect that to change. Sorry, really sitting in my eye. I don't know what's going on. I would expect that to change. I would expect the Eagles to score some points very soon. They're not going to go. I don't think they're going to go scoreless in this game. Second half should be big for them. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. Did you make a lineup? We didn't even talk about our lineups. We talked about Goodwin.
Yes, we did.
Talked about Goodwin in the captain spot. That's it.
Oh, that's true. I guess that's all we talked about. I have Carson Wentz, J.D. McKissick, Zach Ertz, Alshon Jeffrey, and the Sprink Daddy. Sprinkler. Jeremy Sprinkle. I am going to go get a donut after this sim. I think I've earned one.
You're getting another one?
Yeah, you made me crave donuts.
Wow.
I'm going to get some lunch. I'm going to get real food. But then I'm also going to get a donut.
You want that donut, don't you, fat boy?
Wow, that was mean.
Just one bite.
Did not ask for that.
White Goodman, man.
I don't know who that is. Oh, look at that throw from Carson Wentz on the back foot. What a bullet. Mr. Wentz is in the building. Across his body, off the back foot. That's like a Dak Prescott throw right there. Oh, it's from dodgeball. Oh, let's see.
The artist formerly known, Brother Phil. There is some truth to what you're saying.
Oh, Brother Phil in the chat.
There is some truth to what you're saying. Some. But I was fair. I dressed up as Matt Patricia, Andy Reid, Russell Wilson, Tom Brady, Cam Newton before he was a Patriot. I was fair to the entire NFL. I didn't go, I'm going to pick that team. And I got crap for that. I was fair. I am a fair host. I let everyone do their thing.
I think my team might be the Washington football team.
I was Rex Ryan once.
I don't know about that, actually.
I was multiple personalities. I didn't put my arms and legs around this thing.
Columbia champs, I'm scratching my eye because it's in pain. I don't know what happened. He goes, we're just going to skip over the fact that he's digging in his nose and looked at the booger. I'm trying to get something out of my eye. At no point did I ever even touch my nose. Jeez. Now people are taking joy in the fact that I'm in pain. Love that.
Kenny Ducey's bad takes. That is a bad take. Aaron Rodgers. I was Aaron Rodgers once.
You never dressed. Bad take.
Whoa, you all right? You okay? Hey! There was a loud noise in the kitchen. I'll be right back.
You can mute your... Okay. He's not going to do it. Nice. 2-yard return. I don't know how many yards return that was. Washington football team. They get the ball. No, I just haven't eaten in like 5 hours. Sheesh. First and 10. Haskins hands off up the middle. Oh, breaking tackles. There goes McKissick to the 39. Brendan Glasheen. Kenny Ducey. Like Glash impersonation.
Sitting right here.
Columbia Champ says, we will replay it. Go to the video.
Alex Wilson. Yeah, we'll do a pizza deal tomorrow.
Go to the video.
Video of what?
Play the video of me scratching out my eye.
Oh, I know what video you're talking about.
The halftime.
Which halftime?
The only person who touched, this is the one that we just had. The only person that touched their nose was you.
Well, there's no video. What do you want me to play it?
I'm rewatching on YouTube.
Oh.
I was scratching my eye the whole time.
Everything okay?
I think so. Just a little irritated. He goes, I don't know. I'm being accused of looking at something from my nose. I mean, I was touching my eye the whole time. I'm wrecking my eye in this halftime. I'm watching it again.
Tim says foolproof a foolproof test to determine if an announcer is good or bad. Turn the audio up and the video off. Just listen. After the game is over, ask yourself how much of the game can you recall. Well, it's called a broadcast. Fans go to games. People watch broadcasts.
No, I have it all. I did. So I have dry skin outside my nose. So that's what I was just trying to do a little cosmetic work.
Dry skin.
Jonathan wants me to know if I would take Pennington over Marcus Mariota and Andy Dalton. Yeah, I would. Of course I would. Also, we got a comment from Crystal Ball. He said that if I put an eye patch on because my eye hurt, you would yell at me for dressing up. That's what he said. Do you have a response to that? Or no response.
I'm sorry. I have Slack open in another company.
Wow. Another company. Oh, we were the only company you needed, just me and the staff here.
Nope, gotta work. You know how it goes. You gotta work at multiple places to make a living here.
No, I mean I know. I work for other companies also.
Oh, this is what someone wanted replayed too.
What?
The positivity, the positive feedback about Dicky Ducey. Just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. But I call you buddy in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown. There's negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on, man. What about my supporters? Read about my supporters.
What is that voice that you're doing?
Read my support.
You're imitating me like I'm an 80-year-old man. What about my supporters? I have dentures in.
I don't know. It was just
how I talk. You just made irritate my eye again. Sheesh.
Thank you to.
What about my supporters?
Yeah. I don't know.
No.
You want me to redo it right now? Curling his lips.
What about my supporters? Alex says, Ducey imitating his own imitation, bro. This is too meta.
Hit that like button for us if you don't mind, everybody. We're almost at 150 likes. Love you, mean it. Thank you for being here. I know we get goofy sometimes, and I guess we can call more of the game. There's trips left. Ertz is on the right side from the 13. There's a catch. Closer and closer they get.
Chris Adams, is Barry Bonds a Hall of Famer? He wants to know our opinion. I say absolutely. What do you say?
I say.
What about my supporters?
Barry Bonds. That's what Barry Bonds says. What about my supporters?
He does say that.
What about my supporters, Barry?
Is he talking to himself?
Yeah, maybe. He's looking in the mirror. Miles Sanders, touchdown.
Oh! No! Stupid Miles Sanders.
That's what Barry Bonds yells at trying to think. Who would he yell at? The writers? Bud Selig?
Well, both, really.
Because the writers vote. What about my supporters, guys? Jordan Lindenbaum, you must have missed the first sim. First sim was fantastic. It happens. A lot of points last sim. Traquan Smith was awesome. Michael Thomas had 2 touchdowns. Kamara even kind of, maybe he didn't. I don't remember now. Alvin Kamara, did he do much? I don't think he did much.
I don't think so.
Latavius Murray scored a touchdown, but it was actually a good sim. Drew Brees threw for 370. Bridgewater neared the bonus. Also, you know, just last thought on the shirt thing. I was asked about it by the Freak of Nature, so the chat brought it up, not me. Read about my support in the chat. First time playing Fortnite. I didn't give you guys the schedule the rest of the day. The first sim was weird because of all the scheduling changes. Third quarter winding down. Bucks Jets is the 4 p.m. sim. Rossi and Zach Thompson have you covered for that one. That wraps up the early classic. Jags Patriots at 6. Kaufman and Christian. Dolphins Titans at 8 with Kaufman and LaMarca. Madden After Dark, Raiders Colts, Jeff and LaMarca. There will be, after the 4 o'clock sim, the Slate, which will cover all sport topics today, not one individual sport. We'll have Kaufman and Reed Fowler. Those of you that have thoughts on the whole Mariota thing, ask Reed. Reed's a Vegas Raiders fan, like some of you here.
And
the Raiders
is in Hawaii as well.
Okay, Kamara did play well. Thank you, chat. Yeah, he did. He played well in the second half. He didn't have a great first quarter. He did nothing in the first quarter. So yeah, Kamara played okay. And then tonight after the 8 o'clock sim, there will be NBA follow along with Kaufman and LaMarca. So Cough's really loading up this week because of the vacation. So a lot of cough coming later tonight. That's good stuff. Seriously, tune into the Slate. Tune into the NBA follow along for Game 2 of the Finals. Is it really? I must say those NBA follow alongs, because Ducey, you've done them.
Yeah,
you can not like certain people's advice or anything, but it really is a really cool feature to tune in. And if you're contemplating not DFS because the game already started and it's locked, but if you're into the whole betting thing, check it out, because you might be able to take something live. LaMarca, Kenny's done it. They give great insight on that stuff. It's good banter, but really if you want the advice and insights onto why or why not you should get involved on something, it really is a great little spot to hang. So that's my wind up in the pitch, Ducey.
And the swing. I don't know. What's the swing? They have been great. I recommend watching them. Definitely, good insights live about getting in on some live bets. Matt LaMarca, sharp guy. He'll tell you where to look during the game. Maybe the Bucks open up on a 10-2 run. Go take the Suns live like -3.5. Live betting, great thing, and that's what you get on the live follow along.
Hey, there was an update on what's his name? There's an update on N'Keal Harry.
Oh, he's so good that he demanded a trade.
Yeah, well, this is why it's kind of funny, because this is from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN in the last hour. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, talked to a league executive who estimates N'Keal Harry will be worth, as Dwayne Haskins gets sacked, N'Keal Harry will be worth a conditional 6th round pick. Teams expected to have interest. Gee, you don't say.
I mean, he stinks.
You know, at that point, the Patriots should Bill Belichick should try and muster the relationship and keep him. That's what I think. Like, what do you have to lose? Try to reel in the young player. That's what I think. There might be nothing there. It might just be, you're right, it just might be over. But I don't know if a change of scenery is going to fix it for him. That's just my opinion.
I would agree. I don't think he's good. I don't think a change of scenery would be good for him. I think that wide receiver is a position where there's just not a lot of there's so many receivers, there's not a lot of value in that position, and I feel like if you can't figure it out in a few years, like you're just going to be gone. And we've seen receivers with more promise than N'Keal Harry just get kicked to the curb. I mean, obviously, people are going to have some interest in taking a flyer on Harry, but the bottom line is just that he has really been disappointment. I'd rather have Damiere Byrd, frankly. That guy's good.
See, the guru, I don't think, the mayor has spoken. The mayor is backing up, is responding to that report by Jeremy Fowler. The guru, there's a chance Belichick doesn't just cut him. There's a chance he holds on to him and says, no, you're not. Belichick would be stubborn like that and say, no, you're staying. Now, would it waste a roster spot? It sure would, but I wouldn't put it past Belichick to do that. Wouldn't put it past him one bit. Seven. Sanders and Sims have the touchdowns in the sim. I've got a Connecticut Sun game tomorrow, Ducey. There's a player for the Atlanta Dream. Odyssey Sims.
Ooh, I love that.
So there will be plenty of mention.
What game are you doing tomorrow?
Connecticut Sun, Atlanta Dream.
All right, the Connecticut Sun. That's the team to go.
Odyssey.
I used to cover the New York Liberty, so I was just trying to see if perhaps there's anybody on the Dream, right? That's what you're doing.
Yep. Hey, there's our man.
I remembered. Yeah, see Odyssey Sims right there. No, I don't think there's anyone on the Dream that currently was on, or that was one time on the Liberty. I covered them for a year. Yeah, I don't remember any of these. I think John Paul Jones, very familiar name, but she might have played on the Liberty actually.
She's very good.
I think she, if I'm right. Oh, no, never mind. She's always played on the Connecticut Sun. Oh, I think I remember her from George Washington because I did play-by-play for Fordham women's basketball, and she was very good. I did not realize that she got picked in the top sixth here, which is surprising because usually I take a look and see if anybody from the A10 was picked in the WNBA draft, especially around that time. Because I was just curious, how to rate the A10. It's cool.
Ashley Edwards, I see you. First place by about 5 points. Looking good in the free roll. John Quells could win MVP this year.
Yeah.
Your dude Rucco thinks so. Ryan Rucco. That's his pick.
Yeah. That's a good one. Forgot. I was like, why do I know that name? That's funny.
The Sun has one game left at home in the first half, Friday. Then they play at New York, actually, on Sunday. And then they go to the All-Star break, and then it's the Olympic break. So I've got a game Friday, and then my next game is not till August 17th.
It's a long break.
Yeah.
Allie Mallet made it interesting. Apparently I didn't look hard enough. And Natasha Cloud from St. Joe's. I remember her.
Yep, she's good.
Yeah, definitely remember her.
I
remember there was someone from another Dayton. There's someone from I want to say Princeton who was like really tall and really good. And I'm trying to remember. I don't know her name. See if she got picked. She was like an NBA or WNBA prospect. So I feel like the A10 started to be like a WNBA school maybe right in 2015. Maybe that's why it was like, oh, well, shocking. Get a lot of players from there.
Tim says, I think it's great that you're doing WNBA. I think it's the tip of the iceberg for you. You should take Ducey on air with you, have him rant about backup quarterbacks for 45 minutes, and show your boss. My boss plays these Sims, Tim. Did you know that, Tim? Bet you didn't.
I don't think you knew that, Tim, when you said that, Tim.
Yeah, they're watching right now.
Come on, Tim. I bet you she got picked. I'm gonna try to. I forget her name, but I'm trying to. I did like a whole night of studying on this team. I was like, wow, she's really good. Don't remember her name. It's crazy.
Brother Phil has a thought on N'Keal Harry. Watched his film, or watched him closely last year. Hard time getting separation. That was his major issue. Didn't run bad routes. Decent catch radius. Well, and just the other thing, too, is now when you draft receivers in the NFL, you really can't mess it up. And Bill Belichick did.
He did. It's hard to mess it up.
Tim, I was just kidding. My boss is not watching.
Come on, Tim. Fell for that, Tim? How'd you do that, Tim?
Tim Schreiber, that is. Not Tim Green. Sorry, Tim Green. Maybe I should tell my boss to watch.
Just 5 yards for the bonus for Mr. Goodwin.
4th and 15 for your life, Twain.
Oh! He caught that! The In-Man!
In-Man! Wow!
The freaking man!
Whoa! Here we go, 35. Yeah,
oh, he broke the tackle!
Wow. How about the football team? I mean, they're not making the playoffs, but making things interesting.
See, I was right. I was absolutely right.
What were you right about now?
Bella Alari. She was the 5th pick in the 2020 draft. That's who it was, from Princeton.
Oh!
Oh!
Is it our guy? It's the Sprinkler!
Oh!
Now let that rage.
Oh! Unbelievable scenes. It's scenes, Brendan Glasheen. Scenes. The Sprink Daddy, the Sprinkler, gives the football team the late lead. Now, can Philly respond with 3 timeouts and 41 seconds?
Now that was awesome.
Wow, that was great. Yeah, but back to that though. Bella Alari, that was it. I wonder how she's doing.
She's good. She played she plays for Chicago. I saw we had their game about a week and a half ago.
You know, she was really bad when she played Fordham. Fordham did a good job we have a very good defense, so they locked her down.
Wow.
But I mean, you could tell, very long, very, very skilled offensive player. Yeah, she's a bench player, I guess, a role player here.
Ashley Edwards lost the lead. There's Ertz. The chat wondering, is that his first catch? It might be.
It was.
First catch, 5 yards. Where are you in the free roll? So I came in second in the nooner. I am in 8th right now. Let's go.
I'm in 14th. I'm watch your back, man. 12th now.
I see you.
Better be watching your back. Brendan Glasheen, I am 1.9 points away from you. Come on, Carson, give me something, baby. Oh, that's not what I needed. Do you have Deshaun?
Nope.
Okay. Well, officially, it's me versus you right now.
See, we both have the same captain.
Yeah.
We both played Wentz. You did not play Sanders.
Mm-hmm. Did not play Sanders.
Hey, DK Sim fam, please hit that like. Let's get to 150.
Okay.
Then we'll leave you alone. We love you. We appreciate you. Good back and forth.
Come on, Carson. Please do it. Carson. Come on, Carson. Come on, Carson. Yes. Do you have Alshon?
No.
Yes. That might have done it.
We might have done it.
That might have elevated me past my DraftKings rival that I typed in. It says find a rival. Brendan Glasheen. That should vault me up past you. It has. Now you are 16th and I am 7th. Imagine I win this thing. Go ahead, Zach. Go ahead and catch that ball. Come on, baby. I'm going to do this. I'm going to win this contest. Zach Ertz coming alive. Here he comes. I'm rising up the leaderboard, man.
What about my supporters?
I forgot. I didn't realize I didn't have another timeout left. Oh. Finished 6th place. All right. I finished 6th. That's pretty good.
It's fantastic. I'm reading the positivity, the positive feedback about Dickie Ducey. And that just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. But
the positivity.
Touchdown.
What about my supporters?
What about my supporters? Read about my support in the chat, Clash.
Player of the game, Alshon Jeffrey, 16.6 DraftKings fantasy points. Absolute unit today. Absolute monster. Absolute machine. Absolutely Ducey's delight. Ducey's disappointment. You got to go down here all the way to the bottoms. The fourth worst player in this sim, Mr. Zach Ertz, the man who held me back from winning this contest. 3.3 DraftKings fantasy points, 2 catches for 13 yards. He was catchless until that final drive. Unbelievably terrible from Zach Ertz. Ducey's disappointment, Mr. Zach Ertz. UFC 264 preview show. I cannot wait, Clash.
Fantastic. Do you feel enough support for us to sign off?
Yeah. No, I don't.
You don't? All right. Well, you're going to have to find it elsewhere because it's time for us to go.
Let's get Bella Olari on the next sim.
That'd be enjoyable.
Yeah.
Enjoyable, not enjoyful.
Enjoyable. You watching Loki?
I heard it's good.
It's great. You should watch it.
Okay. All right.
We love you too, Lisa Robinson.
Thank you to Ducey.
Mean person.
Ducey was huge in that first sim when Tara Lynn lost everything at the coffee shop. Just her internet.
She was at the coffee shop, really?
Because there was an outage in her area, so she was trying to salvage the sim.
Wow. You know, back in the day, if something like that happened to me, Madison wouldn't even give me a chance. She'd be like, oh, you're out. Take it, getting someone else.
All right, we got to go. Thanks to producer Jordan, Tom, technical director Tate from Ops. Thank you all very much. Keep your eyes on the Game Center. We have a UFC 264 preview show coming up, as Ducey just mentioned. Next sim will be Jets hosting the Bucks. Tom Brady in New York. Woohoo! Rossi and Zach with the call. Thanks, Ducey. Have a great day. See you all tomorrow at noon. Bye.
Well, how festive is this? How good is this? A good day to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm John Anik. Welcome to the UFC 264 betting preview presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And man, have we got all hands on deck today, as I am joined by the veteran mixed martial arts journalist from The Ringer, Chuck Mendenhall, and a man who really needs no introduction around these parts or any other, from the 305, Jorge Gamebred Masvidal. And we got a lot to get into today, boys, so let us get right to it. As many of you know, the trilogy is upon us. UFC 264, Poirier versus McGregor 3. So where are the betting odds right now as we come to you here during the middle of fight week? Dustin Poirier holding as the favorite, minus 130. The comeback on Conor McGregor at plus 108. Chuck, we will begin with you. DraftKings Sportsbook opened this as a pick'em. Some money has come in on Dustin Poirier. Why do you think he's the betting favorite, at least right now?
I think that it's just that he, we saw in January, the last fight, we saw what he was able to do. I think a lot of that has to do with an esoteric stake. So when he fought in 2014, when they first met, it was the Conor McGregor show. It was all downhill momentum for that guy. I felt like everything was a part of the Conor McGregor bubble. This was kind of the perfect setup for him, for Dustin Poirier to go into a situation where there's a couple thousand fans at Fight Island to really focus in, put all that aside, and do what he did. And I felt like, I'm sure you guys will agree to an extent, I felt like he had a lot of options to him on how he might want to take that fight. And he had McGregor kind of dancing to his tune a little bit. It really comes down to the adjustments that McGregor's going to make. But I think the line is actually just about there. To me, it feels like a coin flip. So,
well, Jorge, Dustin Poirier is your longtime teammate and friend. What can you tell us about his training camp and ultimately the position that he comes in to this trilogy?
I can tell he's in phenomenal shape, man. I've been in there since the start of the camp, and he came in shape, He wasn't messing around. He knew that third fight was going to happen at some point, so it's not like he went home and gave himself any slack. He came back full six-packed out, in shape. Right. He was doing 5 rounds since he got back. I usually see him progress, and he gets in better shape every week. I mean, he came in fight shape already on week 1, and it's just... he's looking phenomenal, man. He's going to hurt somebody. All
right, well, the series is 1-1, and the trilogy, of course, is going to be completed here in a matter of days, and we want to welcome in the 4th member of our broadcast team. He is the Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations for DraftKings, Johnny Avello, certainly a legend around these parts, and I know for me and Chuck, it's been great to get to know you and chop it up with you a little bit. What can you tell us about the handle and the action that has come in on this main event thus far?
Well, first of all, guys, I love the element I'm in. I'm in a sports book where people bet money and win money. It couldn't feel any better. The money that's being bet on this so far is actually coming on McGregor. Although the line move has gone from a pick to minus 30. That's because most of the money has come in as of late. But as far as bets are concerned, about 55% of the bets are on McGregor, 45% on Poirier. Now, this is one interesting fact, guy, is will the fight end in the first 60 seconds of the first round? I have never seen this since I've been bookmaking. 100% on the money says yes.
Yeah, I believe that. So, Johnny, when you're setting a line for this trilogy fight, obviously Conor McGregor was a much more prohibitive favorite for that second meeting. You opened this a pick'em. Any insight as to why you opened at that number?
Well, let's go back to the first fight back in 14. We opened McGregor minus 280. He wins that fight easily. Now we go to the 6 months ago. We opened him up, I think it was 280, went up to 330 at close. He loses that fight. So bookmakers have to make adjustments. So we thought a pick'em was the right adjustment for this one. The bettors have told us that the adjustment wasn't enough. So pick him up to 130 so far, Poirier. But I think there's going to be plenty of McGregor money. This fight may even come back.
In my next lifetime, I want to come back as Johnny Avello, but I just got to be John Anik for today. Gamebred, I want to go to you on Dustin Poirier here. What do you think he needs to do to win this fight? I know you have a healthy amount of respect for Conor McGregor, especially early in the fight. What does Dustin have to do to make sure he gets the job done?
I think Conor gets his timing better than anybody, faster than anybody. So if he can't get his timing on the feet right away, he has to do things, move, chop his legs, grapple, wrestle with him. Just take Conor away from that because he's one of the best sprinters. When we're coming off the blocks, man, this guy's a 100-yard sprinter right away. He's in your face right away, landing big shots. I think Dustin's going to be more than ready for it, though. He's faced him twice. They got a lot of strategies going into it. And I think stand-up anyways, since he's dealt with it on those 2 occasions, he knows how quickly he can find his timing. I don't think he's going to catch him by surprise, even on the feet. But I think that is Conor's best strength is how quickly he could get to where he's good at and stay there.
There is no overstating Poirier's confidence based upon everything he's done in his UFC career with 19 wins, but also the win over Conor McGregor about 6 months or so ago. A lot of people have talked about Conor McGregor in terms of the adjustments. A lot of people feel like he's got to get it done early. What are your thoughts on Conor and ultimately how he chooses to attack in this one?
It's kind of funny how this has happened because it's almost a juxtaposition from the first fight 6 years ago in terms of the psychology here. Conor controlled the narrative. Conor had the psychology behind him, the collective rooting interest, I think. This has gotten strange because I think of the way Poirier showed himself in this last fight. I feel like now the mental side falls to Conor McGregor to react, right? Because he has more to think about. Those calf kicks that were landing and taking his legs out of the action. He also got taken down pretty immediately in that last fight. There's more things for him to do. You can even see it in the gamesmanship going on Twitter a little bit with the first to shoot. Yeah, that whole thing. I feel like there's some mental play, but this time I feel like the mental edge actually goes to Poirier. That stuff fascinates me. And then you look at a trilogy fight and it becomes the broader picture, right? That becomes maybe Poirier's story the whole way. Like it's one of those type of things. So the stakes are pretty crazy in this one. I feel like the legacies, there's going to be a fork in the road one way or another. I think that Poirier has probably established himself somewhere pretty high anyway, but this would just make him, I know you were talking about him being a Hall of Famer at some point. I think that this would just solidify something like that.
All right, so there's only one member of the panel who's required to make a pick today. Game Bread, it's not you, so that's a good thing. Chuck, who do you have in this main event?
You know who I was going to pick.
I think it goes without saying. We confer. I went back and forth on this. This is a tough one, but I think that ultimately, when I look at it, you look at the evidence from 2014 and you look at it in 2020 in January, I see such a difference. And realistically, Conor McGregor's had what? He's had a couple of fights at lightweight. He's had one victory.
Right.
I think these things really matter. Dustin Poirier has been at it. He's been doing this for so long. You can tell that the aura of this fight doesn't affect him in the way that it might have when he was younger. I just can't pick against him. I'm going Dustin Poirier with this one.
All right, looks like Dustin Poirier is the pick to click for Chuck Mendenhall. All right, co-main event, a healthy appetizer for McGregor and Poirier, of course. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, the fourth-ranked welterweight contender, taking on second-ranked Gilbert Durinho Burns. Johnny Avello, I want to open with you here, at least as we look at the number on DraftKings right now. Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, minus 155. Gilbert Durinho Burns, plus 125. What can you tell us about those numbers relative to the opening number and where some of the early action is on the co-main event?
A little bit of movement here. We opened the fight a little bit higher. We had this fight at 165 down to 155. 51% of the handle right now on Burns, 49% of the handle on Thompson. So it's my kind of fight. I love it. I love equal action like that, guys. It's a great fight. We got a jiu-jitsu guy against an outstanding striker. Don't sell this one short either. This looks like it could be a main event any other day.
Bookmakers love that two-way action. Jorge, you have shared the octagon with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. I'd imagine he's a difficult guy to fight, to prepare for. You had some success in that fight, obviously, but what makes him such a significant challenge?
He's amazing at keeping it in his distance where not everybody is used to competing in that distance. And he's not fighting the outside. He's fighting like an outside. And, man, he's great at keeping it there the whole time, landing strikes. And a lot of his strikes look like the last strike that he threw, but it's not,
Right.
His side kick blends in really well with his high kick, and his straight punches are followed by kicks. I think he does a really, really good job of just keeping the fight on the outside and never letting you get to your game. I think at 170, Durinho hasn't shown a lot of his grappling skills at 170. He hasn't been able to take guys down and control them. I think he's a little bit undersized. I don't see him having success after the first round. If he was to catch Thompson the first round and submit him,
right,
I think he could win it. But that's the only way I give him. I'm leaning towards Thompson, heavy landslide, just outworking him every round, stuffing takedowns, and keeping him on the feet and just lighting him up.
Yeah, I mean, Burns definitely has knockout power. You think he needs a floor fight, though, to win? Or
I think on the feet they're, and, crazier things have happened, but I think on the feet they're worlds apart.
Yeah.
As in Thompson understands striking. Durinho just realized that he has a little bit of hand power and he can knock guys down, but he doesn't understand the game completely. He doesn't understand setups or when he's getting set up himself. Thompson has a very firm understanding of that, and to get to his legs, it's not easy, man. The guy is just a nightmare, I think, for wrestlers. That distance that he imposes the whole freaking time, amazing.
Chuck, how do you handicap this co-main event? Gilbert Burns, plus 125. He's the underdog. Despite having the higher ranking, he gets the red corner. How do you handicap this fight?
I agree with Jorge 100%. I think that his best chance of getting it done is early, because if evidence has told us anything, it's that Wonderboy Thompson never gets blown out, right? Like with maybe the outlier being obviously that Pettis fight where he was caught in that, but he doesn't get blown out. And he kind of forces you very subtly to fight his fight. I know Masvidal knows a lot about this because you'll see him, his offense in Corpus retreating. Retreating is part of his offense. He weaponizes his retreat. It's kind of it's a very difficult type of thing when he's blading and he's throwing those kicks and everything. I think the longer the fight goes on, the more that the other, Burns might have to ratchet up his pressure and want to come back in this fight. But that's kind of playing right into Wonderboy's what he wants to do because he's so good at countering. So I see this being early for Burns if he can get it done, but the later it goes, I see it for Thompson.
All right, it sounds like the iconic Jorge Masvidal is picking Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, but he is not contractually obligated to make a selection today. You are.
Yep.
So, Chuck, who's the pick to click in the co-main event?
So I'm definitely going to go Wonderboy Thompson. I think this is actually a great fight for him. He's also, was he 38 years old? He's right around 38 years old. I think he's at the last moment, right, where he's really going for his title run. Stays out of harm's way. He knows how to keep guys at distance, as he was mentioned. I just think that he's going to outpoint him. He's okay outpointing him. You know what I mean? I think, and that's some people don't like that type of fight, but it's masterful stuff that he does in there. And I think that that's how he's going to get it done, a decision.
I saw you lean in. You got a final thought on Burns Masvidal, or excuse me, Burns Thompson? Are you good?
Yeah, I'd like to fight any of those winners.
I know.
Oh yeah,
definitely like to fight the winner. Final thoughts. If Gilbert, I think, gets overcommitted, I think I can see Thompson with a stoppage, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. And, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook has all of the propositions that you're looking for, if indeed that is your cup of tea. All right, Johnny Avello, I want to get to you on one final topic today before we put a bow on things. Sugar Sean O'Malley was to face Louis Smolka on pay-per-view this Saturday night. Louis Smolka has been infected by staph. So in steps the New Englander Chris Motino on short notice to make his UFC debut. He's won 2 in a row on the regional scene in New England. Not a lot of film on this guy. So for you as the bookmaker, how do you even go about setting a price when you have a guy in Sean O'Malley who's on the cusp of bantamweight title contention taking on the far lesser known Chris Motino?
Yeah, he's fought some soft competition, so I had 2 darts, John. One of the darts was minus 835, and the other one was minus 1100. So I threw the one, it landed 835. That's the price we landed on. I don't think anybody wants to lay 835, but it sure looks like an easy price for easy money, doesn't it?
So, yeah, I mean, if you don't know, $835 on a straight wager on Sean O'Malley returns you $100. So risk-reward, not a great situation there. What are your thoughts, Chuck, on O'Malley and Motino here in a few days?
If there's a moment of hesitation to take that type of bet, it would obviously be the durability, right, of O'Malley, because we've seen him hurt to the point where on one fight he was able to finish it. He does his post-fight interview on the ground, but he's hurt. And the next one against Chito Vera, he couldn't continue, and it hurt him, and he loses the fight. The durability thing is what always makes you a little bit hesitant on that sort of thing. But take that side of it away. I just think that O'Malley's at a place right now. I don't know a ton about his opponent. Like you said, it's not easy to him. But I think that O'Malley's at a place right now, especially off that last fight, getting his confidence back, everything. He looks really good to me. So I feel like that should be easy money.
Jorge, Sean O'Malley feels like right now his mindset and his skill set are good enough to challenge for the Bantamweight Championship. I don't know where you fall on O'Malley and how high you think his ceiling is, but he's putting a lot on the line here, fighting a newcomer that could take a lot of what he has worked for away. What are your thoughts on what we might see this week?
Athletically, I think the kid is beyond gifted. You know, his timing, his distance, reflexes, his technique, and the little bit of time that he's been in the sport and how he's put it together, I think he's phenomenal there. Like you say, though, durability and dogness in a fighter is like, man, everything, though, especially in longevity and especially in the UFC where, you know, maybe you might fight a newcomer now, but then after that, you're going to be in the gauntlet. You're going to fight number 4, number 3, number 2, and you have to be durable. But I don't think he's going to have to be too durable against this guy. You know, I think, you know, I don't know anything about the other guy.
Yeah.
I'm guessing O'Malley walks over him.
You're
Something
right,
like
though.
that,
You're
you
right,
know?
though, in terms of O'Malley's durability. It's been called into question, and obviously there are a lot of examples of it failing him in the past. And Motino is a dog, right? If you're looking for the dog, I mean, he is a dog, but he is a decided underdog.
And me usually, because I don't believe that nobody's in a fight, that nobody's 10-1 over a guy or something like that.
Right.
So I usually will bet on the underdog for these,
Right.
even if it's like $100 I'm throwing away. Just, you know.
Yeah.
Why not?
All right, good stuff. Well, McGregor versus Poirier 3, of course, is coming up this weekend, and we want to get you in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. And how about this knockout offer for this weekend? 264 to 1 odds on a knockout in the first round during Saturday's main event. If this rubber match ends in a first round knockout, one way or the other, and you're on the right side, your $1 bet will pay you $264. You get the same odds if you back Dustin Poirier or Conor McGregor, but the rub, of course, is you got to get that right. You also have to be a new customer on DraftKings Sportsbook. I can assure you, though, DraftKings safe, secure, and reliable, so you can deposit and withdraw your funds at your convenience. And, of course, if mixed martial arts betting is not for you, why? But of course, we have other options as well. Great odds and promotions on basketball, hockey, baseball, and so much more. So download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code VEGAS when you sign up to turn $1 into $264 when you bet on a main event fighter to win by first-round knockout. Place your bet and watch the fist fly this weekend. That's code VEGAS to turn $1 into $264 large only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, thank you all for indulging us for this UFC 264 betting preview presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. For Chuck Mindenhall, Jorge Gamebred Masvidal, and Johnny Avello, John Anik saying so long for now. We'll see you next month in advance of UFC 265.
I see it up in the top left. We're good. All right. Gonna count us down and good to go. In 3, 2, 1. What is going on, everybody? And welcome into another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast presented by DraftKings. A special episode today for numerous reasons. As you may see if you are watching behind me, I'm actually in the podcast studio that we normally record in for the first time in like 16 months. So that is cool. The world is bouncing back. The thing is, the reason Steve Buchanan is not sitting side by side with me, my co-host, is because it's not up and running yet. But it will be soon. He's literally on like the other side of this wall in our other studio. And we are on Zoom as we have been for the past 16 months or whatever it's been. So we're moving in the right direction. The other reason we have a special episode today is courtesy of our good friends over at VSiN, our guest, the host of Follow the Money, one of the elite gambling shows, sports betting shows in the industry, I will say. Big fan. Mitch Moss is with us today. How you doing, man?
Well, you're too nice, guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
No problem, of course.
Big game around the association tonight. It's game 2 of the NBA Finals. We've got a 3-headed, handsome monster here to talk about it. DraftKings contributors, Julian Edlow. He is here in studio, like 3 feet from me.
You're right there.
Yes, I am, buddy. Kenny Ducey is here, RotoWire NBA editor, Nick Whalen. Best bets for tonight, everybody. So you all really liked the Suns yesterday and didn't mind the minus 220 odds on the money line for Phoenix. But do you think the Suns can cover the 5.5 point spread in game 2, Jules?
I do, and it's down to 5. Good news. Some money's coming in Milwaukee. Expected it a little bit. And here we are. But, I mean, we covered all the reasons on, the morning after Game 1. I think why a lot of us do prefer the Suns in Game 2. I think, as many things that could go better for the Bucks. Middleton still shot almost 50% on those 26 shots. Brook Lopez, despite getting benched, hit 3 of 5 threes. Forbes, 2 of 4 from 3 off the bench. Pat Connaughton, 2 of 4 from 3 off the bench. Like, they hit their shots and they played decent. I just think Crowder going 0 for, Booker going 1 of 8. I think that the Suns have even more room for improvement. Ayton having a dominant matchup, whether he's being covered by Lopez or they have to go small and, he's going right over somebody else. It's a tall order for the Bucks. I think that the Suns go up 2-0 here and get this cover.
Kenny, who covers tonight?
Yeah, I think the Suns do cover. We hit the nail on the head, especially Julian did yesterday and today. I mean, like, when you're talking about the Bucks in the second half of Game 1, they shot 50% from 3. The non-Bucks in that game shot 4 free throws. I mean, Giannis is obviously a bad free throw shooter, but they just need to do a better job of getting to the line. But even if they do, I don't think that they're going to be able to sustain this level of three-point shooting, not at least on the road where statistically they don't shoot as well. Chris Middleton has been dreadful away from home all season long and all postseason long. I don't think you can count on another great shooting performance. And on the other hand, I mean, Devin Booker really has not looked good since the nose injury, but we know he has the talent. He's still putting up shots. He could have a very good game here. And the bottom line for me is the Bucks just cannot defend DeAndre Ayton down low. I thought perhaps they'd have a better chance at it than the Clippers would, but Ayton has just been an absolute monster down there. And they've shown that they're not afraid to put Ayton on Giannis. They did that at the start of game one, and I think that it's going to prove to be a very, very good tactic to defend Giannis Antetokounmpo. They were able to limit him to 20 points. So I just think everything is working against the Bucks here, and plenty more can go right for the Suns. I think they cover.
Waylon, who covers?
Suns cover. We're going 3 for 3. I think it's reasonable to expect a little bit more out of Giannis. I think he probably plays more minutes. He probably takes more shots in this game, but I think he played about as well as he could have in game one. And the Bucks shot the three as well as they have virtually the entire postseason. And they still lose that game by double digits. They're trailing by double digits for almost the entire second half. And even though they made a couple runs, they got it down to 9, they got it down to 7 at one point. Anyone who was watching that game never really felt like Milwaukee had the momentum to crawl back into it. It felt like they were just scratching and clawing their way just to get it down to those margins. So to me, it felt like both teams played like their B-plus game in game one, and the Suns' B-plus game was just way better than the Milwaukee Bucks. So like Julian said, I think you can expect a shooting regression for Milwaukee. I think maybe that's offset by better shooting at the rim. They were terrible at the rim, especially in the first half. They probably progressed toward the mean there, but they're not hitting 16 threes again. And even if Phoenix has another off shooting night, it's still probably enough to beat this team. And like both these guys said, there's a good chance Phoenix shoots the ball better than it did in game one.
Kenny, the total for tonight set at 219.5. In fact, I think that just went up. Yeah, so 220.5 now on the DK Sportsbook. You leaning over or under?
I'm going to take the under here. You know, I was kind of surprised to see as many points as we saw in game one. And when you look at the efficiency ratings for both teams, the Milwaukee Bucks came in with a 113 defensive efficiency rating in game one, 104 on offense. And the thing about it is that's just a continuation of what we've seen all postseason long. The Milwaukee Bucks, not only has that fast-paced offense gone away, but they've played pretty good defense against even some of the toughest offenses in the league. Even in game one against the Nets, when they lost that game and the Nets were healthy, quote unquote, they still managed to hold them at bay. The problem for Milwaukee has always been on the offensive end, and they were dreadful on that end despite the fact they hit so many threes. And now that we're talking about shooting regression, talking about a Suns team that has been really good on defense all season long, I just think that this is another defensive battle here. And Chris Paul continues to slow things down to a painful pace as he has all season long. I think this is more of like a 100 to 94 type of game.
Nick, this total, you feeling the over or under?
Man, that was a convincing argument, but I'm going to go over. I think you look at the pace from game one, and like Kenny said, there is a point to be made that maybe Chris Paul tries to assert himself a little more and bring that pace down, but they were almost at 99 possessions per 100. And, you know, that's quite a bit faster than the Suns played in the West Finals against the Clippers. It's quite a bit faster even than Milwaukee played against Atlanta in the Eastern Conference Finals. So we'll see if that sustains. But, you know, watching that game, how many times did we see a rebound and then a three-quarters court pass down to Brook Lopez for a layup, or the same thing down to DeAndre Ayton? It felt like both of these teams were making a point to push the pace, and it felt like it kind of worked for both teams. You know, Milwaukee, I felt like got maybe a little reckless with some of those passes, Drew Holiday being the main offender on those. But either way, they were getting some easy baskets, and I don't really see either team shying away from that. And even if, you know, we really can't count on Milwaukee to hit that many threes, like I said before, I think they shoot better from 2-point range. They're better in the restricted area, and I think Phoenix is better from three. So I think we see, you know, kind of a similar score combined to game one, where it pushes just over that 220 number.
So Jules, how do you feel about the total?
Yeah, there's good arguments to be made for both sides. We talked about Milwaukee's hot shooting. That can regress. That obviously points to the under. What Nick's talking about, though, the extra possessions for Phoenix is real, and Chris Paul confirmed that to us after the game. He said, you know, we're going to have to speed things up to win this series, and his teammates have been pushing that on him to keep the pace going and not slow the game down like he can do in the past, and like we saw in some of those Lakers games. So I'm pretty torn. I mean, I kind of lean to the first half over because I think Phoenix is going to come out with that game plan to keep running. And then we can maybe see the possessions tighten up a little bit as the game goes on, or if one of these teams is up big, they try and slow it down. So I kind of think let's see these game plans kind of play out in the first half. I think we'll see some points out of the gate, but then it gets a little concerning. So first half over, if anything, for me, I think this is a game that we need to kind of learn a little bit from in terms of what the pace of this series is going to be.
Nick, favorite Bucks player prop?
I'll throw out a couple real quickly. Giannis over 26.5 points. I think he confirmed to us in game one that he looks really good physically. And like I said at the top, I think he could play 8 to 10 more minutes in this game and probably take 10 plus more shots. I believe he only had 11 field goal attempts in game one. So 26.5, I think, is a favorable number. And then Drew Holiday over 8.5 assists. It didn't feel like a great Drew Holiday game in game one. Obviously struggled scoring, but he's been passing the ball, distributing really, really well. He has at least 9 assists in 5 straight games now, dating back to the last series, at least 9 in 6 of his last 7. So even if he's struggling, the numbers point to him still being the Bucks' primary distributor.
Jules?
Give me Brook Lopez under 13.5 points. I played this under 15.5 in game one. As soon as Giannis got ruled in, it dropped to 13.5, got the number. What happens? Brook Lopez is getting burned on defense. He gets benched, only plays 23 minutes in that game with Milwaukee going small. Everything sounds perfect for a win, except Brook Lopez went 3 of 5 from downtown and scored 17 points before he went to the bench. Bad beat, bad loss. I'm not afraid. I'll go right back to it. Brook Lopez is minus 225 to hit less than 1.5 3-pointers in this game. It's not going to happen again. I'm sticking to it. The matchup with Ayton is horrible. He might get benched again for small ball. Brook Lopez is going under 13.5 points.
Kenny, what do you like here?
I actually do like that over for the threes for Brook Lopez. I mean, I just feel like we look at the last few postseasons for the Bucks, and he has been a guy that they've just, first of all, they've given him the freedom to shoot threes. But so I think that could hit. I don't know what Julian's talking about there. I do agree with maybe he gets bumped off the court, but I think he can hit a couple threes. I like the points, rebounds, and assists for Drew Holiday here. Over 33.5. You get minus 106 here on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Nick pointed to it. And Drew Holiday, really, for the last 3 games, even with Giannis returning in game one, has flirted with a triple-double. He's stuffed the stat sheet in points, rebounds and assists. Even with Giannis back on the floor, he still managed to push towards 10 rebounds. I think that he scores a lot more points here. I think that he tries to get to the line. I think that's a concerted effort here for the Bucks, who hardly got to the line in game one. And I think that I expect Drew Holiday to bounce back here and score more points. Another one that I'm looking at as well, just in the spirit of doing a few, I like Chris Middleton under 25.5 points. I think that this is one of those stinker Chris Middleton games. 36% three-point shooter on the road. I'm willing to back that trend here. We have a large sample of the whole season, and we've seen him this postseason just completely go missing on the road. I think he bricks a lot of shots here. Disappointing game for Chris Middleton, and a guy like Drew Holiday is who they look to step up in the scoring department. So those are my 2 favorites on the Bucks side.
All right, let's go to the other side here. How about favorite Suns player prop, Jules?
Yeah, the guy opposite Brook Lopez. We're going over 29.5 points, rebounds, and assists for DeAndre Ayton. He was 1 board shy of the 2020 game in game one. I don't see how Milwaukee stops him. Lopez isn't a good matchup. Lopez isn't going to stop him. If Lopez gets knocked off the court again, you're going small ball. You're going a lot of pick and rolls where the Suns are trying to get the bigs out on the guards on Chris Paul and Devin Booker. That led to a lot of lobs for Ayton. He's making his shots. He's getting on the glass. I expect pretty similar type of repeat performance to game one. So, yeah, I like, any combo that you want to play of Ayton overs. I think that's strong in game 2.
Kenny, what do you like on the Phoenix side?
Yeah, I'm looking at the loss of Dario Saric as actually this is something that's going to benefit the Suns. I think that the Suns are going to play better. It's also going to benefit a young man by the name of Mikal Bridges, one of the best young players in the league, one of my favorite players. Over 10.5 points is kind of ridiculous. Guy took 14 shots in game one, and of course most of that game was played almost all but like 3 minutes. Played without Dario Saric. I think that he sees a little bit of a boost here in minutes. He saw 6 more minutes in game one, more shots and more points. And the fact that he shot just 5 of 13 and still managed to hit 14 points, I think that we could see a 20-point night out of Mikal Bridges. The injury, big for the Suns, bigger for Bridges. I love taking all his overs, really.
All right, Nick, bring us home on this one.
I like Chris Paul to have a double-double in this game, and I particularly like it at this plus 135 number on the DK Sportsbook. He missed a double-double by 1 assist in Game 1 against the Bucks. He missed it by 2 assists in each of the final 2 games against the Clippers. He's been right there virtually every game. He had at one point in this playoffs, counting the end of round 1 and the beginning of round 2, he had 3 straight double-doubles with double-digit assists in each of those games. I think we all like the Suns to roll tonight. I think we like the Suns to shoot the ball better. That's the easiest way for a point guard to pick up assists is just, flip it to the corner and have somebody hit an open 3. I think better shooting all around can push Chris Paul over that 10 assist mark. And obviously the points are pretty much a guarantee for him.
Hey, Kenny, if you were going to play this game in DFS, who would you put into your captain spot?
Yeah, I think I would go with Drew Holiday, Emerson. You get him in the captain spot at 13.2K. I think it's a really good price on a guy that is probably not going to be too popular after a stinker in Game 1 and, of course, a changing series. I think the narrative here, or at least the thought with a lot of people will go, okay, well, Chris Paul, good defender. Phoenix Suns, good defensive team. Maybe this is just not the Hawks. Maybe Drew Holiday has a rough go of it in the finals. I think that he bounces back in a huge way here. I think he's going to be a big focal point. Again, he's going to get to the line more than 2 times here. He's going to hit more than 4 shots. When you look at the 7 rebounds and 9 assists, this guy has just been incredibly involved for the Milwaukee Bucks, probably their most important player outside of Giannis. And the best part about it is that you get him at 13.2K, you can fit Giannis, Chris Paul, and DeAndre Ayton in your lineup, and you still have $5,800 to work with your last 2 options. I really, really like the value here. I think that Drew Holiday can easily have a 60-point game and be one of the top 3 guys on the slate. So the fact that he's 13.2K and the captain, kind of ridiculous. That's my captain's pick.
Jules, who is behind the wheel as your showdown captain?
Yeah, so I don't mind Kenny's, game script here where we go contrarian and play Drew Holiday. You fade Chris Middleton. I'll be doing that in flex spots, though. I'm going to play it safe at captain. It's got to be Chris Paul or DeAndre Ayton for me. Lean to Chris Paul, but I think you can make either work. I think those are the 2 guys that have the best matchups. Those are the 2 guys that, are the closest to guarantees to have big games here. And then we can differentiate elsewhere, whether that's going with, Holiday for the bounce back game and fading Middleton, trying to find out what the Dario Saric minutes means. Maybe that's some Torrey Craig runs, some different guys that you want to fit in there. But yeah, I'm playing it safe at captain.
Nick, 1.5 times the salary, but 1.5 times the points.
Julian's right. I think if you want to play it safe, it's Chris Paul. That's where I'll be leaning tonight. But Kenny's also right. I mean, the biggest thing, it's not even about Drew Holiday for me captaining him. It's the fact that you can get those other 3 guys, Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, into your lineup. And even more importantly, I love the other 2 guys who you can slot in to those final utility spots, Cameron Payne and Bryn Forbes. Bryn Forbes especially is going to be pretty risky. It's kind of a Hail Mary type of play, but we saw him make an impact. He was part of that crew that was on the court when Milwaukee made that run and cut the lead down to 7 in the 4th quarter. We keep saying we don't expect Milwaukee to shoot the 3 as well as they did in Game 1. I still think that's the case, but if they have a chance to do so, it's going to be because Bryn Forbes plays more minutes. He's really their only true knockdown shooting threat. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more Bryn Forbes in Game 2.
Jules and Nick, adios. Kenny, hang out. You're going to be joined by Jeff Ulrich for some NFL futures gossip coming up. Our final block of the show. We are bringing you guys and gals home here with some NFL futures discussion. And our panel is Jeff Ulrich, also Kenny Ducey. So we're looking at these season passing totals here, guys. for the following quarterbacks for the 2021 season. Let's start with Baker Mayfield in Cleveland. His total is set at 38.50.5. Can he get there, Ulrich? Yay or nay, and why?
Yeah, I'll take the over on this one. I mean, first of all, it's a really low prop. I mean, for quarterbacks in this day and age, a decent season, you're seeing a lot of mid-range QBs, hit the 4,000-yard mark. I mean, Baker Mayfield bounced back nicely last year. He improved his completion percentage again, and I think there's a lot more room where he can improve on that even more. I mean, 63% is fine, but it's not really elite, and I think Baker Mayfield has it in him to kind of improve on that. It's a second year in a Kevin Stefanski offense. And yeah, the Browns want to run the ball. That's fine, but they also want to be balanced. Odell Beckham being back, and I know the rapport with him and Beckham wasn't good, but I just really feel like Baker Mayfield is in a situation where he's going to be able to take a step up next year. And last thing, he's playing for a contract. I mean, the Browns have said they're going to wait and see what Baker does this year. He's got a lot of motivation. And as we learned with Aaron Rodgers last year, Emerson, QBs with motivation in this league, I just don't think you want to fade them. So I'm going to take the over on Baker props this year.
Kenny, he threw 30 or fewer passes in 10 of 16 games and only topped 300 yards passing twice last year.
Yeah, he only topped 300 yards twice. He also went under 200 yards 7 times. No, I am not taking the over on Baker Mayfield. We talked about this with the Nick Chubb rushing over. This is a team that just loves to run the ball. Baker Mayfield, he is a talented quarterback, but something is wrong there. Odell Beckham and Baker Mayfield have only hooked up on about half of their targets. He just hasn't been a factor with Mayfield. I don't know if it's Mayfield not being as good as we think he is or Beckham not being as good, but one of those two guys is just not doing their job right now. And then you combine that with the fact that he doesn't even throw the ball a lot, the fact that, we really are just looking at a couple of guys. I mean, Rashad Higgins is not a guy that I'm really focused on. And you look at Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, there's just no reason for them not to run the ball all the time. No, I'm not taking the over on Baker Mayfield. I just don't think that the passing attack is really just going to be there for them. And we saw that last year. Even down the stretch, it seemed like Baker Mayfield was gaining some momentum, throwing for more yards, and it just didn't happen. I can't take this over in good faith. I can't.
All right, let's head to Minnesota, gentlemen. Look at Kirk Cousins. So he had north of 4,200 yards in 2020, has a player prop of 4,100.5 for 2021. Do you like him to go over that number, Kenny?
I do. I think that the Vikings are going to be good this year. I think that it was a tough season for them, but they showed a little bit of potential. And I think that Kirk Cousins is a guy that you give him an extra game now, and that's the biggest thing with the 4,200 yards last season, or over 4,200 yards. And now you give him an extra game. I think that the game script here would fit the Vikings trying to come from behind. I think that defense had some question marks last year. And when you talk about, the talent on this team, he has Dalvin Cook as a passing option. He has been throwing the ball to Dalvin Cook. They've been getting him the ball a lot as a pass catching back. That's why that his fantasy stock has risen up. And I think that ultimately he can help Kirk Cousins get over this total. I know that there's been a little bit of turnover there with the receivers, but I still think that as long as Thielen's there, as long as Cook's there, this offense is going to be good. This team's going to win games, and Kirk Cousins is going to continue to put up 4,000-yard seasons. The guy's just done it pretty consistently now. 5 of the last 6 have gone over 4,000. So I'm willing to take this over here.
I mean, Jeff, my only thing is the Vikings have morphed into one of the most run-heavy offenses in football.
Yeah, it's interesting to note, like the only year that the Vikings got to 10 wins was the only year that Kirk Cousins failed to get to over 4,000 yards. So it does kind of feel like if their defense bounces back, that it might actually negatively affect Kirk Cousins' yardage totals for the year. Now you look at this yardage number that they're giving us for 17 games, and it feels like it's just an automatic over. So unfortunately, I am going to have to agree with Kenny because there's really no argument here. I mean, this is a quarterback who's hit over 4,100 yards in 4 of his last 6 seasons. And one of those seasons that he didn't hit it, he was within 7 yards of it. So, trending wise, I mean, Kirk Cousins has proven that, if you give him even just like a few pass attempts, he's probably going to get there. He's got an elite down the field pass catcher and Justin Jefferson to work with now. I think that's going to be enough to push him over. I'm not super bullish on it. Never really super bullish on any over props for Kirk Cousins, but I think this one, it's just too low. It just feels a little bit too low. So.
All right, let's head to the Pacific Northwest. Take a look at Russell Wilson. His 2021 total is set at 4,250.5. Is that too high, Jeff?
Again, this one is like the exact opposite. You look at what Russell Wilson has produced, and I mean, he's gone over 4,200 yards, into the last 5 years. But obviously now he's got the extra game to work with. And Russ is an Ironman. I mean, he's never missed a start in the NFL, so I think you can pretty safely peg him for 17 games started here. I would lean over here. I like the fact that they brought in Shane Waldron, a guy who was the passing coordinator for the Rams. The Rams were top 10 in passing yards, in 3 of the 4 years that Waldron was there. Like, I do think that this offense is going to be more efficient passing the ball. Doesn't mean they're going to morph into the greatest show on turf or something, but I think you're going to see a little bit more efficiency. And I do feel like, with the extra game, Russ probably would have gone over this number. Not probably, he would have gone over this number the last 2 years if they had had 17 games. So, well, you look at the numbers and what he's produced, and you're like, it's kind of on the fence. I'm just not taking the under on Russell Wilson props. I think this guy's got something to prove as well, and I like the moves that Seattle made with their coaching staff.
All right, we have under 90 seconds to go in the show. Take it away, Kenny, here on this Russell Wilson prop.
I can't do it. I can't take the over. I love Russell Wilson more than anybody. I think he's the best quarterback in the league. But no, I can't do it. When you look at Russell Wilson's last season, he had 400 of his yards were accounted for in that Bills game, 380 in the Cardinals game. The second time he played the Cardinals, he had 100 yards. 3 last games of the season, under 250. I just feel like the number last year was a little bit inflated, which makes this number inflated. And if you're talking about sheer value, it's got to be the under here. There's also that conflict with Pete Carroll trying to run the ball too much. They're not letting Russell Wilson cook like they said they were going to. Can't do it. Can't take the Russell Wilson over. I'm taking the under.
Yeah, that was such a disappointing second half to his season last year, and then the DK Metcalf disappearing act, that didn't help. Guys, thank you. That's a show, everybody. Appreciate everyone who was hanging out with us on YouTube and over on Twitch on the Dream Stream. 6 Madden slates coming up today on this edition of Thirsty Thursday. So it's Panthers at the Saints next with Glash Daddy and Tara Lynn. So you guys have a great rest of your day.
Welcome into your 4 o'clock happy hour dream stream here on the DraftKings YouTube, Twitch, Game Center, wherever you're finding us. We got some simulated football, Madden style, Madden 21, playing through. We're in the waning weeks here of our playthrough of the 2021 schedule. Oddly enough, last time me and this guy right here, this handsome son of a gun, the CEO of Madden Simland, the man, the myth, the legend. No, he is. He writes about him. He tells you all the underrated players, the guys that are popping up from the minors and MLB and so much more, and just a hell of a guy. He is Zach Thompson. ZT, what's up?
Hey, it is good to be here with you. I'm excited for this one. Like you said, just a couple weeks left in the Madden simulated season. Fun to watch all these races coming down to the wire. And specifically on the Bucs side of things in this one, a very important matchup for them if they want to stay in this playoff hunt.
It's very true. We saw them the other day take a tight one. It was a good game against, oh my God, my mind. Was it the Bills? Who were they playing the other day?
Yes, it was the Bills.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, it was a we did it literally 48 hours ago.
No, that would be the Panthers. They lost 24-17.
You said it. Yes, nailed it.
We did do the Bucs and Bills though. I think the week before or something. We've done that game recently too. You and I just get all these Brady sims sometimes.
Seriously, Brady again, and Brady.
I wonder how that works.
It's weird. We shout out to our crew here. First off, TP bringing back the Orange Crush, which you'll see not this coming season.
Oh yeah,
the following seasons. Brady will start here with the ball. ZT, what'd you do here with your old lineup?
All right. So I went a little bit off the board here, and I am actually pretty excited about it because I have
Chris Godwin?
I have no. I'm talking way off the board. You ready?
Yep.
You could guess 8 players before you got to this guy. Maybe not 10.
Okay, then Tyler Johnson. You went Tyler Johnson.
Nope. See, you're guessing still. Maybe you could get to 10. Brashad Perryman. It's the Brashad Perryman revenge game. It's the
call.
Jets throwing deep over the top of the Bucs secondary, which isn't great on deep passes. And I think Perryman gets a couple of big catches. He's had some big games in their previous matchups. Not every single one, but he has had a couple big games, including one where he had well over 100 yards. So that's where I went with my captain. He is really cheap in the captain spot, only 7,800. So I went Perryman captain. Brady and Darnold both fit, no problem that way. I have both tight ends, Gronk and Herndon, and then Scotty Miller rounds things out. Who do you have?
Ooh, speaking of him, Johnny on the
there
spot.
There he is. Thanks,
making the catch.
Scotty.
Godden had the first one. So I also went a receiver for the Jets in my captain. I went Hogs, Chris Hogan. Just always a favorite target, have Le'Veon Bell, and I went Crowder over Perriman, so it should be fun to see who finishes on top for us to wrap up my Jets. I went kind of, I don't want to call it the big three because Gronk's not there or Brady, but we'll call it the sim big three. I went Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, who had the catch to start the game. Evans has a catch already, and LaShawn McCoy. Only literally based on what we saw the other day. There's no,
right.
We barely saw
you and I called that game with McCoy, and he did all the work against the Panthers. And that's typically what happens when the Bucs are playing from behind in a lot of shotgun formations or even in a close game. Fournette gets the clock-killing work.
Yes.
Remember Corey Dillon back with the Patriots. Clock-killing Corey Dillon was the guy who just got all those carries late in the games and ran out the clock. But that wasn't the case, obviously, against the Panthers. They were playing from behind. That is Brady to
Gronkowski.
First down.
Very different looking there. Just to give you guys a little aspect of both divisions represented here. By the way, shout out to everybody. How's everybody doing on a Thursday, Friday Eve? For those moviegoers, again, Black Widow released on Disney Plus. Plenty of entertainment outside of the Sims here. But in the AFC East, the New England Patriots are running away with this division. 10-3. Buffalo, along with these Jets, are 7-8, and the Miami Dolphins are 6-9 as we get a tackle in the backfield. There, no, he got a couple yards. And then for the South in the NFC, it is the New Orleans. I was about to call them Pelicans. What is wrong with me? New Orleans Saints, who've been on a little bit of a tear.
Whoa.
They're up to 10-6. Atlanta is 9-6, yet to play this week. Tampa 8-7, as we're seeing here. And the Panthers, who just beat the Bucs, are 7-9. So big game for the Buccaneers.
Big game for the Buccaneers. They are, in the middle of that wild card race, which is just a whole lot of people, right, or a whole lot of teams right in that wild card race, right around 500. But a loss here would be really tough for them. So we'll see if they can pull out the win. Is there a name for the dude on their hat? Like, I know we have Pat Patriot, right? That we're excited that we'll get to see Pat Patriot on the helmet again for the Patriots now that they lighten the restrictions on that. Is there a name for the Buccaneer dude?
Yeah, it's Bucky the Buccaneer.
It is not. You're making that up.
If you say things with conviction, it's true. Mike Evans with the catch. No, we can take a peek at that. That's a good question, though, CT.
I'm trying to find it, and I can't find it. Maybe there's no name. Maybe he doesn't have a name.
It's funny because earlier in this conversation we can get into, as last night the Tampa Bay Lightning were crowned back-to-back Stanley Cup champions, which just goes on to show Tom Brady's, where he resides, just bringing titles. We can go over that in a little bit. But I was looking up, I forgot the name of some of the trophies because I put out a tweet earlier ranking the professional.
You forgot the name of the Stanley Cup?
No.
Okay.
Like the Larry O'Brien is the NBA Finals trophy.
Right.
Like I know that, but it's not something that like pops to mind. Like Lombardi, Stanley Cup, you write it, then like the Commissioner's Trophy in baseball.
Yeah.
Like I literally did not know that was the name of the trophy.
It's called the World Series Trophy. The only person who calls it the Commissioner's Trophy is the Commissioner because he thinks it sounds cool.
Is Wikipedia.
Yeah. And speaking of so the Tampa Bay mascot, thank you for our crack research staff here, Captain Fear.
Ooh, kind of like that.
It's pretty cool.
Touchdown from Captain Fear to
Scotty!
Beam me up, baby. Scotty Miller on the board. Opening drive over 4 minutes, 5 seconds. Brady, Scotty Miller, one of the fastest receivers in the league that nobody talks about. But there he is, not needing to sit there. Sits in there. Number 10 for 6.
Was the biggest play of the Buccaneers playoff run the touchdown to Scotty Miller right before halftime against the Packers?
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, that is their defining moment. We were talking about this. I was on with Koff. I think it was yesterday. It might have been last week. I don't know. All the days we were saying. We were talking about how the Valley-Oop is the defining moment for the Suns, even though it happened in a game that was, not the finals and not one that finished up.
Yeah, but it's a game-winning or buzzer-beating alley-oop. Yeah, it's absolutely a defining moment thus far in the run.
Right, for sure. So I think that is that, even though it didn't win them the game, it definitely is the defining moment, I think. Because, you could, maybe it's but even in the Super Bowl, was there one play that stood out more than that one? You had the Gronk touchdowns.
Yeah, but it was more the defense, but there wasn't a single play. It was the one play that actually stands out to me was the Mahomes running for his life, scrambling 30 yards, throwing that pass sidearm, looked like he's like a diving third baseman, and it hit, I forget who it was, almost in the numbers, and they dropped the pass. But
right, I think it was Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill, yes, I believe you're right. So that play is I don't know if it's defining, but that stands out to me at least. But that has nothing to do, again, with the Buccaneers offense, or even they really made a great play. They just put so much heat on him because the offensive line was a turnstile that game. What the heck do I know?
It was, I'm trying to think of another one. The Gronk touchdown, the deuces, right? The deuces to Tyreek Hill after they picked off but yeah. I can't think of one. I think it's Scotty Miller's.
It is, because that play should have never happened. All of it should not happen. It was just such a weird turn of events, and then they just let one loose, and there you go.
Yeah, and it was one of those where didn't the Packers take a timeout that ended up setting up Brady to take the long shot touchdown, and everybody assumed that was not going to happen, and then Scotty Miller kind of snuck behind everybody and turned that game around. And as it turned out, that was the better game. That was the tougher win to get, because by the time they faced the Chiefs had no offensive line.
Yeah, me and you were playing tackle, I think. There's Lev Bell, I believe, on the catch here. As for their
game check was working.
It was, absolutely was. By the way, I was telling our crew, we have TP technically directing us. We have Jordan, our astute producer, and Tate and Ops. Great crew. They've been crushing it all day long. They'll be wrapping up with us to give you a little heads up what the roadmap ahead looks like. After us, you're going to get the Slate talking sports talk. I guess they're not just talking NBA, they're talking all sports. It's Koff and Reed. And then you have Koff for the rest.
I'm sure they'll talk about PGA. Reed's got to hit the PGA. Right?
Of course. Then you got Koff and Christian, Koff and LaMarca for the 6 and the 8, respectively. Koff will be sticking with LaMarca to do the NBA follow-along, which I'm sure producer Michael is just going to be ecstatic about. He's a big fan of that. Big pusher of that stuff. We love to see it. And then Moose and LaMarca will wrap it all up. Raiders Colts for your Madden After Dark. 1st and 10 here. Darnold. Ooh, complete pass. So, yeah, and then also just in this contest, for all of y'all that are wondering, highest owned Brady. No surprise there. He kind of stunk the other day, but over 75%. Lev Bell, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and Jamison Crowder wrapping up your top 5. But a big discrepancy from that 4 to 5.
What a drop-off, for sure.
Big time.
It's time for Brashad Perryman, I think, to get involved. I'm going to be thinking that all game, just so we know. Like, I knew when I picked him that it was going to be it's high risk. It's high risk, but also very low ownership in the captain spot. In our smaller free roll, 5.7%. So there's 123 of us. I'm pretty sure that means about 6 people have him as their captain.
Well,
which
hey,
is kind of more than I expected.
It's good for you, though.
More than have Sam Darnold as the captain, as we see him throw into traffic to Jamison Crowder, and that one knocked away. He is captained in 0.8% of lineups.
Jeez. Not a lot of love there.
That's, I think, one. I think that's one in 123.
Yikes. Sam Darnold. Nice try.
This is a 50-yard Ficken field goal. What
Not even going to be close. No. Oh, wait a minute. Wait just a
Maybe.
minute.
He got
it. Get some. A Ficken just inside. So it looks like that's going to actually be a 49-yarder.
That's close.
Baby. Love that. Give it up for the kick. You know what? I've been so upset recently. I don't even bring it up anymore. You know I love kickers.
I do,
feel like
yes.
The game is just completely poo-pooed the kickers recently and deep field goals. But, yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of misses from deep. And that time, Ficken saying, not on my watch here in NYC. Well, actually, it's in New Jersey, but nonetheless.
Close.
What's good, everybody? But yeah, let's get excited. Smash that thumbs up for kickers. Let's get to 200 likes. Let's keep the positivity rolling. I'm a 1 in Dunsky today, along with my co-pilot, ZT. So we're coming in, going to dominate, going to bring some good vibes, and then we out.
Ficken only 10% owned in the flex in the free showdown. So if you've got him, that is a huge start for you.
Got a Ficken love it. By the way, speaking about innuendo-based things I can say without getting myself in too much trouble. Tomorrow, we're going to have the Big Disc Energy is back. We got a little bean toss, little bag toss, and you got a little Big Disc Energy. It's going to be good stuff on the Dream Stream. So there'll be 4 sims tomorrow, no 6, no 8, but get involved in those free showdowns or the contests that are out there. CT, you going to be writing up about them?
No, I do not write the disc yet, but I enjoy watching it.
What about the cornhole? Didn't you write about cornhole last week?
Yeah, I did last weekend. Last weekend was cornhole weekend.
Oh, is it just Big Disc Energy? I can't remember anymore.
I believe so. I don't think there is any cornhole this weekend. That was last weekend.
Gotcha. Oh yeah. So yeah, we got Philadelphia, NY for the Big Disc Energy tomorrow. So I apologize for teasing the bean bags, but when they're back, CT will have you covered.
Yeah, for sure. Could you name those 2 teams?
The New York Disc Embarkers and the Philadelphia Freedom.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
very nice.
I'm very, very up to date with the Big Disc.
You are. It is the Philadelphia Phoenix, so you were close.
Close.
And the New York Empire, of course.
I like that name, by the way.
It is nice.
I'm surprised that wasn't one of the many names of the New York, football, basketball, hockey. There's just so many, I don't know the origins of the Rangers. Strike me dead, I know. But I feel like that would be a kick-butt hockey name. The New York Empire.
It's pretty nice.
I like it. Nice. I like it a lot. Good for you, Disc.
Empire State, I like it. It's not bad. There's some fun names in it.
Yeah, again, without knowing the history, and I'm not Googling it, I know the history of the Knickerbockers. That one as well, though. Throw it in the trash. Imagine a basketball team name, the New York Empire. Ooh, they bet you'd be winning some playoff games. Just saying.
Trae Young can't beat them.
Ain't that the truth? No one's beating the Empire. If you're just catching us right now.
The Empire strikes back.
Yeah, man. There's
so many things you could do with that.
We got to talk to David Stern, even though he's no longer involved with the league and may have passed away for all I know. I'm brain dead today. All right. Anyways, if you're just catching up with us, 7-3, Tampa Bay's got the touchdown pass from Brady to Scotty Miller, and it was a 49-yard fickin' field goal. Again, he's ZT. I'm Jason Ross. You can follow him for good information over on Twitter at ZT_sports. You can follow me for wrestling jargon, ranking of the American U.S. championships, trophies, and other such nonsense at Jason D. Rossi. Also, a little plug for the podcast this week with the release of Space Jam: A New Legacy next week being released on HBO Max and in theaters. Me and Babysitter Billy reviewed Space Jam 1996. Kind of broke down the history of the movie, where it came from, why.
Tease it. Like, what am I?
Oh, you want me to So here's what it is. You're going to find out which one of us loves the movie, does it still stand up to this day, and where did Space Jam, the idea, come from, and why was it in 1996 released instead of years earlier? Get more info and just a breakdown of the film itself and where people like to rank it from 1 to 11, called The Podcaster's Dozen. Again, pop culture, pile driver. Last plug, 5-star review. We are donating $10 in your name to the One Mission Buzz Off for Kids with Cancer via Frank Says Hi, because that's why my head is shaved. Well, used to be a little more.
It was. I've seen
buzzed. It's buzzed.
Yep, true. It's true. By the way, while you were teasing that, we were talking logos a little bit.
Yeah.
That Philadelphia Phoenix logo in the Slack chat, we dropped it, so you can go check it out. It is
amazing.
nice. It is really nice.
Which one is that? That's Philadelphia?
That's Philadelphia Phoenix. So you can see it's kind of a little bit of the letter P, and it's the flames and the Phoenix. It's very nice.
Dude, rising from
Check out the Philadelphia Phoenix logo. It is outstanding.
Dude, I want a hat with that.
There's some nice ones.
I love this logo so much. I want a hat because then people ask me what it is.
Me too, right? I would wear it. I would wear it on the stream. It would match well with the Valley shirt, which has become quite a thing, which I did never expect to become quite a thing. You all right there?
Oh my! Well, I gotta.
Aussie's under attack. That was a nice big game.
What is wrong with? No, you have to. No, hold on. Hold on 1 second, everybody. My cat just broke a snow globe.
Oh, so Rossi is not under attack. His cat is breaking snow globes. That's a problem. But I will actually get right back to the logo discussion, because there is a really nice, maybe not quite as good as Philadelphia Phoenix, but you see the Indianapolis Alley Cats logo? That's a nice one too.
Meow.
It works with the cat, ties right in with your cat breaking snow globes.
What a
There's some nice touchdown.
That Evans? I'm sorry, no, that is Godwin.
That is Godwin. Touchdown in the creamsicle. It's a little hard to see the number from that far away, but that was Godwin with the score. Bucks up 14-3.
Yeah, that is. By the way,
nice snag.
Yeah, and there's similar touchdown pass they threw on the other side of the field in the first quarter there, ZT. So very interesting. Yes. Brady's kind of just picking apart this offense. 2 drives, 2 touchdown passes. Scotty Miller with the first, and there's Chris Godwin, again, one of the top 5 owned in this contest, coming in with that. Oh my God, look at these logos. Sorry. Coming in with that.
Right, there's some good logos there.
This is the thing about leagues. When you're going to create a league like this is, I don't want to say this and sound in any way rude or belittling, but this is like college sport-esque logos. And I actually mean that as a huge compliment, because usually these other pro leagues and other sports try too hard. These are like really cool. Dallas Roughnecks, kind of like that one.
Those
too.
Are nice.
Yeah, the Alley Cats.
I like the Alley Cats. That's a kind of cool one.
If they took the word indie out of it, I may even like it more. This is more.
True.
What is this?
I think one of my favorite team names, because I went to school in a neighboring state, Minnesota Wind Chill. I mean, how cool is that, right? And they've got a decent logo. But Minnesota Wind Chill, I love that name. That is very cool.
Yeah. First of all, Congo Cat says, who and what are these logos for? This is for the big. What is they actually called? The Disc League?
American Ultimate Disc League. AUDL. You can visit online. You go www.theaudl.com. And then you'll see all the team logos. Everything's there. It's the league that is on every Friday night right here on the Dream Stream. You can catch tomorrow night. It is Philadelphia at New York, the game of the week, 7 o'clock right here on the Dream Stream. Make sure you watch that. And while we are looking forward to that, I'm not going to give you any kind of in-depth preview or anything like that. But you can go check out the logos because those are pretty cool. The Phoenix, I can tell you, are 2-3. And they're playing the Empire, right? Isn't that what we said?
Yes.
The Empire are 3-1.
So without looking at the teams, our guy TP says, anybody else feeling, was it the LA team he said?
The LA Aviators? Yeah, it's kind of a cool one.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
I like
Very
the
old
stash.
school, like 50s, yeah, with the curled up stash. Looks like an old pilot. Very cool look.
San Jose Spiders isn't bad. That I feel like could be the future Cleveland baseball team name.
The Cleveland Spiders? Is that what they're saying?
It's one of the there used to be a baseball team called the Cleveland Spiders, and
that's
they're
right.
talking about that being one of the options as they look to rename the team. I really like the Detroit Mechanics logo too. I feel like that's kind of a cool one that would definitely get a what is that? And I love the fact that they spell mechanics MECHANIX, like not
put 2 more X's on it, triple X.
That's right. No, that's too extreme. That's too extreme.
True.
This is ultimate, not extreme.
Catch across the middle by my captain, Chris Hogan. Kind of a sleeper sometimes here.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Jordan Lindenbaum? See you, bud. See you all in here. See Brian C. Joe. Cry Tears in a Bucket says, see everybody. How we all doing over there? CH, everybody, Kid Raiders. Love to see everybody here. Smash that thumbs up. Appreciate y'all being here. Meager, see you in there as well. And scanning through the chat. Appreciate everyone being here on a Friday Eve. Hope you're all doing real well. And always appreciate you being here with us. Me, ZT, in the back.
That was a deep pass for Perryman, and he didn't catch it.
It was a nice idea, though, right?
It's exactly the idea I wanted to see. It would have been a touchdown, but no.
I'm going to catch
Not
22 here. I'm in a little bit of a pickle.
Is that because of the snow globe issue? If you need to take care of your snow globe issue, that's fine.
I think I got to clean up some glass for like a minute or two.
Yeah, I think you better do that. Can't be leaving glass on the floor.
Oh,
It'll be fine.
Everywhere.
Snow globes have a remarkable amount of water inside them. Like when they break, there's a lot of water that ends up all over the place.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, it wasn't me. It was your cat. But Rossi's fat cat. Are you in the chat? And
No, he's scratching the door trying to get back in here.
oh yeah, he wants to eat the snow, man. He wants to eat the snow.
Snow. Spoiler, everybody. No snow in a snow globe. Just a bunch of water and glass.
And a lot of water. For those of you just joining us midstream, Rossi's cat destroyed a snow globe. Knocked it over, shattered, glass, water everywhere. Please don't cut yourself. He's taking a quick break here from the virtual booth to clean that up. That is a first down completion for the Jets while he is away. Maybe that's what the Jets needed, was Rossi to step away. Now their offense is moving just fine.
I'll leave.
Le'Veon Bell up the middle, not much there. We talked in our last sim about this Bucs defense and how they're pretty solid against the run. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, they bring back basically the exact same unit. That defense looked so good on their playoff run. We'll see if they can continue that into a new season, if they'll continue to be that good, if they can keep up that pass rush that ultimately, I mean, Brady obviously was a huge part of it too, but that was what ended up winning them the game, beating Patrick Mahomes. Le'Veon Bell beating the Bucs defense to the corner there, getting the first down. And the Jets continue to close in, looking to get a touchdown here, close to within one score before halftime. This is by far their best possession.
The snow is so
point.
gross.
So is it like paper? It's not like paper, right? What is the snow?
It's like sparkles. I don't even know how to explain it, ZT. It's like these little... you know what it is? It's fake snow. That's what it is.
Fake snow. All right. Crowder with another catch there for another first down. I have to give play-by-play now because Rossi's not looking at the screen, so I got to keep him up to date with what's happening. And so that was Jamison Crowder, his third catch of the day, a first down. We've got Darnold in the shotgun, trips to the bottom of the screen. Pass rush almost gets there. He eludes it, tries to get it to Crowder, but it is knocked away, incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up for the Jets.
Everywhere.
Yeah. Don't cut yourself. Just be careful. Take your time.
I promise you I'm being careful.
It's a lot of glass.
Oh, it's so little, too.
Yeah, those things shatter. What was it? A snow globe of? Foxborough?
No, it was one I bought when I was in Texas. It was like a big Texas Dallas star. It looked cool.
Gotcha. A Texas snow globe. That's why it's fake snow, because they don't have real snow in Texas. Actually, that has nothing to do with it. Crowder with another catch, so he's got 4 catches now. It sets up a 3rd and 1 from the 9. The Jets doing a good job here of draining the clock, which is important. You don't want to give Brady time. We've seen what he can do with that, as we talked about earlier. There's a 1st down completion, and to the goal line. I think that was my guy, Perryman. Stopped at the 1-foot line.
That's been your curse all week.
It has, and it is too. So yeah, my lineups have done fine, but could do a lot better if Perryman would get that last yard. Yep. Ian Thomas, similarly against these Bucks, stopped at the goal line a couple times. Look at this, trips to the top. Yeah, Rossi, welcome back.
Kind of. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Oh, LaBelle stopped again. This defensive line, I know you just mentioned it, but man.
I did.
Ferocious. Especially, but here's my issue. Don't run out of the shotgun.
No.
Especially on a 1st down. Like, I know you're trying to throw him off. That's like a nice 2nd down play, maybe. All right, you bet.
And on the 1-yard line, you let the cat back in?
Well, I had to. He was scratching, and his bathroom's technically in there, so I didn't know. But if he doesn't go to the bathroom in the next 30 seconds, I'm throwing him out again because I'm scared that there could be glass. Hey, no. Oh, he's going to lose a ton of yards.
Again,
all right, you just want to – you're out, dude. You are
4 yards. Going the wrong direction here. Sue with the tackle there in the backfield. Brings up 3rd and goal. The upside for the Jets here is this drive is taking all the time that is left in the quarter. So they don't have to worry about Brady doing much when he gets the ball back, although they do have all their timeouts. Tampa Bay does. The Jets still have 1. This should wind it down, though, to pretty much the end of the half. You run this play with a few seconds left in order to shoot the field goal if you need to.
Across the middle. Oh, he's triple covered. I just throws it away.
Yeah, so we'll get another Ficken field goal here, I would think, on 4th and goal from the 4. That still technically does make it a 1-touchdown game because it's 8 points. They would need a 2-point conversion to tie it up. But a 1-possession game headed into halftime if Ficken can connect on this chip shot. The Jets are looking to move to 500. You mentioned that earlier. If they get this win, they will move to 500 and technically still be very much in the hunt for a playoff spot at 8-8. This will be the first time in a very long time that we will have no teams in the NFL that finish 500 because you can't do it anymore.
Oh, yeah.
There's a number of games.
I was about to say, wait a second. How did you come up with that?
It's a bold prediction, but I predict that no teams in the NFL will come up with a 500 record. The only way they could is an 8-1 record, which, I mean, that is technically a 500 record, so.
Oh, yeah. Well, technically it's not a 500 record, but I guess the wins and losses would be 500, right? Because doesn't a tie factor? No, you're right.
I think it counts as a half, so it would be 8.5 out of 17. But whatever. It would not be, yeah, whatever. There will be no teams that are exactly 500 with no ties involved. What is your feeling on the NFL tie rule? Like, some people just hate it. I really don't care. I'm pretty indifferent.
About the 17th game?
No, about the tie. Like,
sorry,
if there's a tie after 1 overtime. Oh. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's the snow globe talking.
So I would say overall I'm okay with the tie. But I think now that they've made the quarter shorter, you might as well let it ride. But I'd rather just play to see the winner at this point. I think you play it out. I think you don't even time it. I would just say, hey, you get a drive. I don't know. There's many ways, I guess, just for the double overtime, just for the look of it. You could just keep going. But for me, I think it would be cool if they just said, untimed, if the first team scores a field goal, you have to score or whatever, then just keep going. I used to like the tie a little bit more, but now I'm like, no, because it's happening more than you think, hasn't it? There's been I think it's been 5 ties in the last 6 seasons.
Yeah, there's been more recently, for sure.
And as Tate says in our ops team, he says, why play the game if there isn't going to be a winner? And I agree. Like, look, even, hockey was famously for ties for years, and they eliminated that. Yeah, I'm out. Out on ties.
Okay.
I'm not going to cry that they keep them, but I think let's figure out a way to have a team win. And I don't mean 25-yard battle, stuff like that. I just think untime it until a team wins.
I don't have strong feelings either way.
Yeah.
I really don't. I'm fine with it the way it is. If it was up to me, I would not have ties. But I'm not somebody who's going to be out here.
You're not dying on that hill?
No. There are lots of hills that I will die on. That is not one of them.
Speaking about dying on hills, Brady going to try to bomb through over a hill here. Like
8 seconds, yeah. And no timeouts. So it's got to be a touchdown or else.
Intercepted!
Or else that.
Big or else. Brady's been perfect. He had been perfect.
And now there's just 2 seconds left.
Are we going to see the Sam Darnold bomb?
I think we are. But they have a timeout. Although there's only 2 seconds, so I don't think that'll matter. Because, yeah, time's up. But, hey, we've seen it before. Untimed downs can make things weird.
And penalties. That's a catch by my captain, but we're going to go to half here. So
garbage points for you.
Yep, halfway through the hour.
What's all those snow glove points?
Nothing but the snow. I have to get a vacuum after this. I have to get a wet mop. It's brutal. A little glass, dude. You never know. Kid goes in a cap.
Is it right behind you on screen, or is it like kind of off to the side?
You can. I don't think they're going to be able to see it, but you can kind of see in my window. There's I put paper towels down.
Yeah.
Not a snow globe, but the broken snow globe, man, threw me way off. Just while we were talking about overtime, a couple people making comments as we get here in the half. Brady again has the 2 touchdowns, but does throw the interception, one of his 2 incomplete passes, and Sam Darnold, 14-6, 2 Ficken field goals. Godwin and Scotty Miller with your 2 touchdowns, but. A couple people, Liz saying that this ain't soccer, no ties. Robbie Noble likes the college OT rules. I just think for the NFL, the stats will just go through the roof if they did that, and they're already going to.
I think you'd have to do that and not have it count.
Kind of like a 2-point conversion kind of thing. Maybe the touchdown counts, but not, or maybe nothing. Yeah, because there could be you could throw 10 touchdowns potentially in a game.
Exactly, and I think that I don't know if you know this, but fantasy football is kind of a thing around here. We talk about it a lot.
A little bit.
And that would totally skew. Like, let's say Mahomes and the Chiefs go into 4 overtimes and he throws 4 touchdowns in those 4 overtimes. That's one of the big things with college sports that you've got to figure out if you're going to do college fantasy sports is what are you doing with all those overtime yards and touchdowns? Because it can go on and on unless you have it where maybe you have to go for 2 every time. But even then, I feel like you still could have the potential of getting 2 or 3 overtimes and really skewing stats as a result. 100%. And stats kind of important to what we're doing around here.
Oh, it's the lifeblood. Stats be the lifeblood of DraftKings. Spoiler. Yeah, I completely agree with you there. CEH and Desmond acting up again. Yeah, dude. And then who was it? Longstrokes asking how to get out of the painting. He's like Vigor in the second Ghostbusters. Just came to life. But yeah, my cat knocked over a snow globe. I was cleaning it up. ZT doing 2-man. He's going to have to put in double time for this one. It's unbelievable.
I just told you what was happening. It was easy.
For those catch up, it looks like Queenie jumps in. She says, my favorite 2 hosts, Rossi, ZT. Well, thanks for that.
What's up?
Is just able to get online. What did I miss? What, parents have the dial-up going or something? Someone on the phone? No, all jokes aside, we do know there's some storms all around. So
that's true.
ZT and I are probably going to be dealing with it at some point today. Our producer, Jordan, is excellent, has been in and out just due to it with the internet connection. So do understand that anybody has issues. We'll consistently try to keep you up to date. Brady has thrown an interception, 2 touchdown passes, 1 to Miller, 1 to Chris Godwin, both about 5 yards out and to the right side of the end zone on curl routes. So that for what it's worth into the second half. For the Jets, they've stalled twice. Once in the red zone. The other time was actually a deep. Sam Ficken has, and actually, yeah, he did. They gave him credit for 50.
They gave him the 50, yeah.
And he also has a shorter field goal, and they stopped inside the 10. So
yeah, they had 1st and goal from the 1, ran it a couple times, lost yards with Le'Veon Bell, who's usually very good at punching those in, but not today. Sam Ficken with the 2 field goals. That is the scoring for the Jets. Brady's 2 touchdowns for the Bucs. It's 14-6, 1 touchdown game. Who gets the ball first? Is it the Jets? I think
It
the
will be
Jets
the
get the ball first,
The
right?
Jets get it. Yep. Again, Jordan's our producer. Tate Knops, TP, our technical director. Rossi, ZT, Chat. We see you both. See the River Rat. We see Lee, Germ. We got the great crew over there that are chatting it up over on Twitch. We also see all of you fine folks over on the YouTube chat. And I also want to let you all know, even for those that are just silent watchers, we appreciate you. If you could smash that thumbs up, we'd love to see it get over to that 200 number. So we get the Jets here.
Thanks for hanging out with us as we finish up the early classic. The late classic gets underway at 6 o'clock. If you want more info on some of the matchups that you should attack for that one, playbook.draftkings.com. Click on the T.Y. Hilton picture. That should give you at least one pick right there. It's the first time that he has ever been the feature athlete in any of my playbook articles on Madden 21.
By the way, also shout out to Tate in the chat, breaking down the numbers for people. So love that. Love ZT, what you're writing about. Click on the articles, bookmark it. Get good stuff going on here.
You can also find the standings there. I know people have asked us about that, and we've given that out a few times. But just in case you're wondering, as we do come to the end of the regular season, the standings are there. They're updated every morning. Playbook.draftkings.com. Just look for the overhead view of the Super Bowl there. Right at the top of the page, it says Madden Simulated Season Results and Standings. And you can see all the updated standings there. You can see all the playoff races, who's in, who's out, and what you can expect the playoffs will be next week. End of next week-ish is when they start.
Yeah, and just again, very quickly, for these divisions, New England 10-5, Buffalo 7-8, New York currently playing and losing. They're also 7-8. Miami is 6-9, and for the NFC South, New Orleans 10-6. The Atlanta yet to play this week, technically, is 9-6. Tampa Bay 8-7, and 7-8 is Carolina. So really a big game for both teams. Just looking at both sides, actually no, equally important. This game is very big. AFC has a lot of 7-8 teams and 8-8 teams with the playoffs.
Yeah, there's actually both sides of both conferences have a ton of those teams right around 500. That's kind of what we've seen as a trend throughout Madden 21 is, especially in arcade mode, these games tend to be very close and teams tend to be very near 500. You've got a few standouts in this season. In the NFC, Seattle has 11 wins, Green Bay has 11 wins, and New Orleans has 10. So those three teams all with double digits, but nobody else has been able to get there. And then in the AFC, you mentioned the Patriots, they have 10 wins, and the Titans have 10 wins. Other than that, there is no 10-win team in the AFC. So pretty balanced records overall, and that's creating a lot of drama coming into these last few games. Aside from a few teams that are eliminated, like the Bengals and the Broncos, the Raiders who play later, the Colts who play later, they're 3-12. They've been the worst team in these sims this season. They've been bad. Yeah, Washington though, who is only 5-11. Didn't they get a win earlier today? I think they ended up holding on to beat the Eagles, who were first in their division. So you never know; it can go either way. The Colts tonight are playing the Raiders. So kind of a matchup of two teams with lower records, but that sometimes can lead to a ton of fantasy points, especially indoors, which is where they'll be playing, since both teams actually play indoors in domed stadiums. And we'll see if they can put up some points. I think there's going to be a lot of points in that game.
Love it. ZT breaking it all down. You can follow him at ZT_sports. I can be found at Jason D. Rossi. And again, appreciate all of you guys being here with us. Cena saying, "What's up, ZT Rossi? What's up with you?"
What's up?
Also, there was a good question here. I think it was Donald. Let me find it again. I want to find the exact question because I thought it was an interesting little talk. By the way, is there two Lisa Robinsons in the chat? I see like Lisa Robinson that I see like looks like a photo of potentially the actual Lisa Robinson, and then there's another one with Justin L. Is that somebody trying to? Is there a split personality? What's happening there? I'm not going to find who wrote it. I remember the question. Just repost it. I apologize, man, or woman, or peoples. Somebody basically asked, give me two sleeper, I think this is what the term was. Give me two sleeper quarterbacks for this year. I guess obviously in our opinion. While you think about it, let me see if I can. Oh, here it is. It's Donald Donald says, Rossi and Zach, who will be your surprise quarterbacks this year? Just give me 2 of them. I like how he says, who will be your, just give me 2. So who will be 2 of your quote-unquote surprise quarterbacks this year?
Okay.
I got 1.
All right.
I'm ready for it because I'm starting to get a little hot under the collar for this.
Really? You want to go first then?
We'll go back and forth. So that's an
Okay.
incomplete pass on a first.
So what are we defining as sleeper first of all?
Well, it's not sleeper. He basically just said surprise. So take that for whatever you can absolutely put it in your own terms, I guess. So for me, my first quote unquote surprise, whether you're talking fantasy or reality, it's always kind of mixes in both in some ways, is Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones is going to have a Josh Allen-esque jump. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Josh Allen as we get a touchdown.
Hogan.
Wait, is it Hogan? Oh, no, it is. Hogan, my captain, baby. Get in there. Knew it was going to happen. So Chris Hogan into the end zone to get you first touchdown for the Jets in this. So in this game, should I say. So it'll be going for 2. I'll get back to it in a moment.
Yep, going for 2.
And a pass here. Darnold looks around, scrambles, has him in. He's caught.
Crowder.
Yeah, Jamison Crowder, also in my lineup.
Also in your lineup.
All tied up at 14s. So for me, Daniel Jones, I think will take a Josh Allen-esque jump. I do not think he will be as good. I don't think he'll be an MVP candidate, but I think his running ability mixing in with, I think, having receivers that he can get the ball out quick to. And Tony, who they drafted, they got John Ross. I understand you could be like, well, John Ross never did anything. Still like that they may be able to use him. Kenny Galladay's been a difference maker in this league. You still have, Sterling Shepard. I just think he and Evan Ingram, I just think they're going to have a really solid year. Like I said, early pick right now. I'll lock it in later for my biggest turnaround of the year. But yeah, I like Daniel Jones to have a surprise performance this year.
For fantasy, my first selection will be Jalen Hurts. I think he is a top 6 quarterback by the end of this season, fantasy-wise, because I think they're playing from behind a lot. I think they'll let him air it out a lot. I think he's going to run a lot. I think while I don't like the Eagles to do anything, I think from a fantasy perspective, Jalen Hurts will be an excellent option as a dual threat. I think the Eagles are going to be awful, but I think that's only going to help him have more chances to produce. And he looked really good in some. I mean, he was inconsistent, and I'm sure he'll have some down games. But he's somebody that I like a lot for DraftKings purposes. I think he will always bring that high ceiling. He'll have down games, sure, but he will also have the high ceiling if their receivers do anything. And it will be interesting to see, like the Zach Ertz situation. Who does he have to throw the ball to is very important. I understand that. I'm not discounting that. But if they do work that out, I think he could be, top 5 is pushing it for the season, but I think he has the upside to be top 5, and you can get him much later than that in drafts right now.
That's a great call. Trying to think now. I'm toying between. Some people are throwing out Mariota. Obviously, our guy Tate.
So that would be a big surprise. Okay,
that's a bigger surprise. Like not currently a starter, but Tate saying it. Marcus Mariota, our guy TP, also agreeing, also saying Fitzmagic. For me,
that was my second one, Fitzmagic. But go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I won't go there.
It's not like we didn't say
that's
that.
already been said. I'll go somewhere else.
So I'm going to go with, just for surprise purposes, and I'm looking across the teams now. One is, a part of me wants to say Drew Lock, but I'm not going to. But a part of me a little bit like, maybe Drew Lock gets it this year. Like something happens. So I'm toying between these.
Yeah, maybe he gets benched.
Yeah, and Teddy Bridgewater takes over. I'm toying between.
Or Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, well, that's sight unseen. We'll see.
I said maybe.
I know. Dalton's another one I thought of, but I don't think he'll last the full season. And I'm working through, since you already told me kind of yours. I also have a weird thing about Kirk Cousins.
I've got one more though.
But okay, so I feel like you might have the same guy, but I'm gonna go with it. I'm going with Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow, again, what we saw in the time we saw last year with him, he can throw. He has the confidence in himself to throw that ball. If the offensive line can protect, I just feel like they're gonna find ways.
Wait, did you say the offensive line can protect?
Can't.
Or if?
If they can't, they could not protect last year. But I think they'll find a way. He's too much of an investment. I think whether it's getting the ball out quicker, more running, I just think he's going to have a very solid year if healthy. So he will be a guy I look at. You know,
Okay.
I was thinking about Tua as well, but I think Joe Burrow showed me a little bit more, and I think he believes in himself as well, which is a big part of playing that quarterback.
All right, so let's do name game here a little bit. Okay, if you like Joe Burrow, right now, Joe Burrow is the 13th quarterback being drafted based on average draft position.
Wow, 13th?
13th.
That seems
Would you
high.
take? It seems very high to me.
That's
That's
way
why I
too
wanted.
high.
Okay, I wanted because I feel like he's being overdrafted, especially coming off the injury. He has lots of energy, but he's coming off an injury. So, just to give you an idea, would you take Burrow or Matthew Stafford?
Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, Stafford's 12, Burrow's 13. Would you take Burrow or Matt Ryan?
Matt Ryan.
And Matt Ryan's 14. Would you take Burrow or Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, this is interesting. I'm actually.
That's close, right?
I think for the sake of like knowing what will happen in a draft, I would probably take Trevor Lawrence. But I know Trevor Lawrence will go higher. I think, but I would.
No,
probably
Trevor Lawrence is 15.
No,
Burrow
I'm
is
just
13.
I'm just thinking in my head the way things would go because Trevor
Okay.
Lawrence. You think, oh,
Yep.
it's the unknown, right? Where I think Burrow. I would probably take Burrow over Lawrence, to be honest.
Okay, what about this one?
Okay.
Burrow or Baker Mayfield?
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield is the 18th quarterback going off the board, according
Good.
to ADP.
Keep dropping, baby. That's what you want. There's a guy you definitely want to be your second quarterback in your league.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's a nice. Looking at the ADP list, which I have pulled up, that is a great deal. If you can get Baker at the 18th quarterback off the board, I love that value. But my surprise here, my last surprise pick is, and I thought I was pretty safe you were going to take this one because it is a boomer bust pick for sure, but it's one that I think could end up being, if you want high upside, Taysom Hill, New Orleans Saints. I think there's at least a chance that you don't think that Sean Payton could just go to him and be like, Jameis who, we're going Hill all the time.
Nope. I don't, but I love the moxie. I love the moxie.
Last year, Breeze went down. Everybody assumed Winston's starting. It's Winston's team. It's his chance. That's not what happened. Taysom Hill started. Taysom Hill played almost every snap. Was it great? Well, no. But he had a lot of rushing production. He had the trust of the head coach. They gave him a ton of money. I know it's kind of a weird contract, the way it's structured, and it's really more salary cap, whatever. I think there's at least a scenario where he has a decently impressive camp and they say, Jameis who, we're giving this guy the keys to the offense and his rushing production could be excellent. If you're at the end of your draft, right now, Taysom Hill is going after Jameis Winston, after Trey Lance, after Zach Wilson, after Derek Carr, after Big Ben. He's going after all those guys. So I'm talking end of your draft, grab him, stash him on your bench. And if he starts for a couple weeks, if Jameis gets hurt, he could be huge. He could be huge. As an end of the draft sleeper, I think Taysom Hill will surprise people.
I'll give you that. We're at the end of 3, and we're all knotted up at 14. The lone score there was a Chris Hogan touchdown, a 2-point conversion to Jamison Crowder, both from the arm of Sam Darnold. First half, Tom Brady threw 2 touchdowns. By the way, Tom Brady threw 1 pass in that quarter, and it was incomplete. It is Tom Brady to Chris Godwin, Tom Brady to Scotty Miller, and we had 2 fickin' field goals. That's where we're at, 14, y'all. But here, I think what we saw last, what you're bringing up with I think it was a little bit of a dress rehearsal last year. I don't know if Peyton believed enough to put Winston out there. Also, maybe conspiracy theory, which I know it's weird to do that because it's the NFL, you want to win. But maybe they also didn't want to put Winston out there because if he was, let's say, Teddy Bridgewater good and held the team afloat, they could have lost him. Where now, look at the contract he has, pretty manageable, pretty earn it, in my opinion. Again, but Taysom Hill to me, I like where you're going with it. I will definitely say that is a surprise. And he's going to factor into the offense because even though he's not going to get the 140 over the next 3 years, he's going to factor into the team this year. But he's going to get the money this year that he is earning. And they're going to find a way to get him involved. So I do.
Yeah,
it is
I'm
fascinating.
not saying you take him as your QB1. Okay,
No,
people, that is not at all what I said. I said end of the draft as a stash play. I like his upside. I think he's got more upside than any of those other guys that are second quarterbacks going off the board. I mean, except for the very top tier 2 or the QB2s, right? That you're looking at, like your boy Daniel Jones, I would put in that group. Fitzpatrick, Mayfield. I think Burrow's probably a QB2, right? I mean,
Burrow's.
I wouldn't take him as a QB1.
Okay, if you can, while we get into the fourth quarter, I think this is a fascinating thing for people because we are starting to get the itch. Fantasy's coming. If you could, so I said Joe Burrow is a sleeper. So if you could, from where you have now, can you run through, we'll go everything off a 12 team. So who are the top 12? I know you said Stafford was 12. Who's 11?
Let me see. Let me make sure I am.
Yeah, I apologize for just throwing it back.
This is good. This is good. This will be fun. We'll go default rosters, standard scoring, 12 team, you said?
Yeah, we'll go 12 team just because I think that's a good way to get a balance.
All right, here we go. Quarterbacks. This is don't hurt yourself with this one. Ready? Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. So let's just
I'm gonna run through. I'll just read straight down. Top 12. Going off right now. Mahomes, Allen, Kyler, Prescott, Jackson, Wilson, Rodgers. Herbert, all the way up at QB 8. Tannehill, Brady, Stafford, and then Jameis Winston at QB 12, which is insane, but okay.
So, and then, wait, where was Stafford there?
Stafford's 11.
Okay, and then where's Burrow in this one?
14.
And then who's 13? Then who's right? Because I just want to see where.
Hurts, Burrow, Lawrence, Watson, Ryan.
Watson is that low? No, I understand. But okay, we'll pass on that one because he would be a top probably. I'm guessing 3.
Oh yeah.
So we'll push everybody back.
We're just gonna stop, yeah.
But what I'm wondering is, so you got Burrow and where's Baker Mayfield? So keep going down this. I'm trying to think of who they have.
Mayfield's at 20.
20.
Yep. This is on Fantasy Pros, which they compile a bunch of stuff from across the internet.
That's fine. That's wild, man. That is wild. See everybody chatting about their top 5 tight ends now. We're having that conversation. Donald says Brady needs to be in the top 3 for picking. I'm surprised with this Burrow thing. I thought he'd be way down. So where do they
I'm looking at their composite rankings now.
Yep.
Their composite rankings have Burrow at 13 as well. So their composite rankings, I think that ADP seems a little skewed just in general.
Well, yeah, where's Garoppolo?
There's some weird stuff going on there. Garoppolo's at 32.
32?
Yep.
Woo! 32. I'm telling you. Where's Kirk Cousins? Because they're similar.
16.
Weapons obviously better for Cousins. I get it, but man, the Garoppolo being that low, there's almost a guy I was going to put in my surprise category because people think he stinks,
and people think he's going to lose the job.
Yeah, and it's a foregone conclusion that he's not. I think he is going to hold it down.
I think he could start most of the year, if not all the year. They've said that they want to hold Lance out. Yeah. So the top 12 in their ranking, just to run these down, I think this is actually probably a little bit closer to what people will find when we get to actual draft time. Mahomes, Allen, Kyler, Jackson. That's kind of your top 4. Not really much debate there. Then you've got Prescott, Wilson, Herbert, Rodgers, which is kind of their second tier. And then tier 3 is Brady, Tannehill, Hurts, Stafford, Burrow, Ryan, and Lawrence.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I see Kane saying Jimmy G is terrible in fantasy. I don't disagree, but a lot of the hype around this year is around this team could be a playoff team, this team could be good. And obviously, I'm not saying he's an everyday starter. When I hear 32 and a guy like Joe Burrow is 13, that blows my mind. Where's Derek Carr? Where did you have
23?
Okay, that's
not my rankings. Just
no. No one's blaming you. I'm just curious.
23.
Wow.
These are composite rankings, so this isn't even any one person's ratings. This is just all the experts that Fantasy Pros pulls together and puts them together in this one composite ranking.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Daniel Jones at 21, just in case you were curious.
Good. The reason I was breaking it down, and I appreciate the way you did it, this is really good conversation, people, as you got to prepare for your drafts, and hopefully a lot of the conversations we'll be having over basically the next 3 months.
Hey, whenever you and I are on, we can count on it. Let's do it.
Because I love this because you got to do your research and you need to know where the experts have things kind of going, or just in general, whatever site you're using, or if you're going to even be playing daily here with DraftKings, like you need to be up on, okay, here's a couple of trends here, stuff. Just curious if you still have it. One last guy I'm really curious about. Where's Drew Lock right now?
He's way down there, man. Let's find out.
34. See that? Okay. He's lower than Jimmy G with maybe some of the best weapons in the league. That's very surprising.
Teddy Bridgewater is at 33. So you've got
Denver
Garoppolo, Bridgewater, Lock, 32, 3, and 4. And
So
they
now-
have removed Watson. He's down at like 40.
Okay, that's fair. And that's
we're
very
not going to
fair.
mess with that.
Yeah, until things change. And I would even say, like, if they did that with Aaron Rodgers to a degree, I wouldn't even argue it at this point.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you're taking Rodgers now, you are definitely taking a risk that he's not playing, right? Like, I'm not saying that is what will happen. I hope that is not what will happen because I enjoy watching him play. But if you draft him in a league right now, you're taking that risk, right? You're at least taking that risk that's going to happen.
Yep. Chris Adams, I see you, man. I don't know exactly if we're on different pages, but we've absolutely, by the way, my middle name is Professional, as we get a big sack there. But yeah, we're just going over some rankings. He says, can you please notify he's saying whoever's scoring that the Jets scored about 20. Well, listen, Chris, you're actually doing it the right way. I've always asked that you do it respectfully. You didn't raise your hand, but everything else is good, Chris Adams. So yeah, absolutely. Tate is the GOAT. He will absolutely take care of it. I promise you. So we'll get everything updated.
Oh, boy.
Pointing it out. Oh, Ficken. Can he hit a 52-yarder?
No,
If he hits it,
but
I don't
I
care.
didn't think he was saying the 50-yarder. He's getting Krusty Cop Player of the Game if he makes this.
No. Nice try, though. He can still get it.
Instead, they're just going to give the Bucs a really good field position because why not give the greatest quarterback of all time the ball at midfield? What could go wrong?
I love it. But yeah, so we'll see. Brady hasn't thrown a touchdown pass since the second quarter. We'll see what he does here. A lot of people giving shout outs. J.E., what's up, Enjoy your day. We'll catch you a little later on. Sam Darnold is 25, says Super Bowl baby. Darnold, yeah, I love it, though. This is the great part of this
But
conversation.
see, Darnold is an interesting one to me, too, and I don't pick him as my surprise, but I do think he's going to get a very long leash in Carolina. He's going to play a ton.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to let him play the whole season. And, I mean, the weapons there are not bad. DJ Moore.
No, they're not
We
great.
talked about it before.
Not
No,
bad.
DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, Christian McCaffrey's not bad.
No. Again, coming off the injury, I agree. He's in a good position for himself.
The only thing they don't have is an impact tight end. They could really use one.
They may have the worst tight end situation in the history of the league, and I'm not joking.
Maybe Zach Ertz.
Ooh, that would be a nice move.
I mean, I don't know what you'd have to give up to get him at this point, but that would be one team that definitely could use an upgrade there.
Got it. And Chris, we will make sure everything gets taken care of, man. If you want to apply, please do. I think you can check out DraftKings jobs. Just Google that, I believe. But yeah, with all this, it is fascinating. By the way, the Buccaneers on the opportunity here at the 2-minute warning, 40-yard line, trying to march to get this game knotted in their direction.
Doesn't it feel like this is inevitable? Brady against the Jets at the end of the game. Haven't we seen this a few times?
Think
He
about
almost
what
threw a pick right there, though.
Yeah, which he did in the end of the first half, too. So big 3rd and 3.
This is a big down.
Yep, a little bit before 5, we're going to get the slate with Reed and Koff. They're going to be talking sports.
All the sports, all the time.
But the one thing that's fascinating, the reason I say 12th team, because when I see somebody that's like the 25th rank, I think that's where Donald was again, that means he's not worth being in a 2, like if you draft 2 quarterbacks in a 12 team. Brady, what are you doing? Going for it all. Oh, man.
Knocked away.
Different writing on the wall, I see.
57?
Not even, no. They're punting the ball in let's go Jets. But with this, like, that's the way I look.
We have turned Rossi on Brady. Wow.
Of course, because, listen, these Sims, man, I know what you're doing. I smell your
You see
overtime.
what's happening?
I smell your overtime candles.
Sorry, I'll put those out. My bad.
Yeah, everyone blow out the overtime candles. Please.
Reed needs to talk about the John Deere Classic, people.
I love the name of these things. Rocket Mortgage Classic, John Deere. What else we got?
Scottish Open. That's not nearly as cool, but
No, but at least that's an open. Somebody, I want, you know what? If Reed for the whole hour could just tell me, explain what a classic actually means, that's what I'm here for. It could probably only take 30 seconds, but I want 60 minutes on it. As we get a first down pass there, so Darnold's going to try to bring them to victory. But you know what I'm saying with these fantasy quarterbacks? Like, once you're reaching that, like, 24, 25, that means they're not valued to be drafted. Like,
right, they're going undrafted. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't know, some of those names to me, I'm like, okay. And I know some people's strategy.
So in those rankings, Taysom Hill's 31, which is why I brought him up, because he's out there at the very end of your draft, your last round. Like, if your league allows you to not draft a kicker or a defense, and you grab them before week 1, stash Taysom Hill. I mean, there is a lot of. Again, I'm not locking anything in, but there is scenarios where he takes over and gets a ton of both rushing and passing responsibilities. In an offense that everybody loved before last year, it looked bad with Drew Brees.
Bro, we have big 3rd and 8 here. Darnold in the shotgun. One-step drop here, searching, throws it. Ooh, can he make a move? Oh, Le'Veon Bell, don't know.
I'm not even sure where he's going.
Nope, but
just going to run horizontal.
Just light those overtime candles right back up. Just go for it. Let them ring. But
4th and 8.
Yeah, they're going to punt the ball over Brady with 2 timeouts.
We get a punt block or something. I don't know.
We saw an onside kick recovery, so things could happen.
We did. It's true.
Kane saying he loves Dak. I believe he'll have a big year. I saw our guy Lamarck actually the other day tweeting saying how CeeDee Lamb's going over Amari Cooper in average draft positions for fantasy, and I think
that's a little crazy.
Here's the reason I say it isn't, because if you go back and look at the numbers together, CeeDee Lamb with Dak Prescott, they had a magical connection before his ankle went the wrong way. But
yeah, that was less magical for his ankle.
No, and for CeeDee Lamb's second half of the year.
Also true.
But here we are. Okay, let's see what Brady can do here. 2nd and 5. They're not even going to try.
They're not even going to. Nope. They're going to just.
I appreciate
extra time for everyone.
Kane's trying to. A healthy Blake Jarwin could be a Super Bowl tight end sleeper in fantasy. We've already talked about it, Kane. I've been talking to the bosses. We need to delete Blake Jarwin from Madden 22, and we're trying to get him kicked out.
Oh, no.
We're trying to get him booted out of the league.
Rossi has a Blake Jarwin vendetta now.
Yeah, he dropped 2 wide open passes in a sim like 2 weeks ago. I'm never gonna forget it.
Never, ever. And I'm gonna tweet at you every time Blake Jarwin does anything.
I advise everyone to do so, because you're not gonna see much, because my man Schultze's coming back and he's gonna dominate that tight end position.
All right, cool.
Here we go. Jets will get.
They also have Jeremy Sprinkle. Just saying.
Wait, Sprinkler's on Dallas now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check that, but I'm fairly certain.
We need the sprinkler in this weather out here. It's starting to rain in my area. Raining in 60. Yesterday was 90 in Boston. Gotta love that New England weather, baby.
Yep. Jeremy Sprinkle, a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. Don't know if he's really any good in the NFL, but we'll find out. I'll have a chance.
Not for fantasy. Not yet. Not with those guys in front of him, for sure.
He is only a thing because of one Brendan Glasheen. So, Crowder, 22 yards from the bonus. Jordan letting us also know it's the 2nd overtime of the day. As soon as this thing goes final, by the way, just line up your players of the game. Just have them ready.
Right. Well, Crowder with that catch and closing in on the bonus. 2-point conversion. He's definitely in the running. Kind of depends on who scores the walk-off touchdown or field goal as well.
Love it. So we'll see. I will. Sure. Koff jumps in our own chat and just says, "Play forever." Koff, you won't get paid. I'm gonna make sure of it. Just so you know, bosses, at 5:03 on July 8th, Kaufman said, "There's a first down here." So Jets continue to march on. Yes, Kaufman, Reed, they got the slate. They're talking all sorts of sports. We got the NBA Finals Game 2.
Every sport.
Every sport. Going to heavily cover the NHL offseason. I think it's going to be a lot of NHL offseason talk.
No, this is not Jeff. He's not there for this one.
Oh, he isn't?
No.
Miss him already. But here we go. First down, a run. Because the Jets are just saying, the way we're going to score literally yard by yard. 2nd and 9.
What could go wrong?
Nothing. I love when like people like Sprinkler. He is the tight end 1 in Dallas. Super Bowl baby. I appreciate you, but I don't think I don't think anybody has the number 1 positioning at this point in the year. As Le'Veon Bell literally runs into a brick wall, bounces off of it, gets himself a few yards. So 6.5 left here in overtime. Germ says, "Sorry, Rossi, we're getting 6 OTs. This is the time we're going to break the record today. This is the one.
Do it. Let's go.
Could be." Oh, here we go. Godwin touchdown, says Koff, for the hashtag Madden Sims Overtime Prediction Challenge. It's trending worldwide as we speak. Le'Veon Bell almost. So we've set up a 4th and inches at the 50 here, ZT. This is where they could be impressive.
No, they're gonna punt. Sorry.
Okay.
I would go for it, but they're not going to. No.
Go for it. Gone fishing. We
Not
will
at the
let you
50.
know. As soon as the Madden 22 switch over, once the higher ups let the people that need to know, then they'll probably let ZT know, and then like Koff or Emerson will come on and say they have breaking news, and then we'll tell you. When that will be, I don't know. I guarantee I will be one of the last.
You just stay tuned. Don't tune away until that happens.
There you go. Here's Brady in overtime.
Godwin.
Yeah, another catch here. He's been very quiet since that touchdown.
Yeah, the touchdown. The whole Bucks offense has been very quiet since the 2 touchdowns early on. Went up 14-3.
Clint says, "Please God, 7 OTs." Why would you even want that? Why would you?
There would be a lot of yards. I think we need some missed field goals.
Oh,
or Fournette could just finish it.
just trucking dudes. He gets his way.
81 yards for Fournette, so a solid performance from him. Nice bounce back after his invisible game against the Panthers.
Getting text messages of my nieces riding bikes and everybody congratulating them. What is life? After this, we're going to get Koff and Reed, and I'm going to clean up glass on my floor from a snow globe. Because my cat stinks.
Fun time.
It is almost as fun as that Brady pass right there, just heaving it out of bounds. We see you all in the
He's
chat.
aiming for your snow globe.
I like this. Ashley Edwards. When y'all switch over in Madden's, Cook will be my captain every time he plays. Why would that change from now? Ashley, you never know. This guy is as hot as he's ever been. He's probably one of the most must-roster players. Dalvin Cook. Here is Brady and the creamsicle.
Oh, I thought we were still talking about Jeremy Sprinkle.
He's just...
Oh, there we go.
Look at this. Catch.
Mike Evans.
Evans back on the stat sheet, so 4 minutes to play here in overtime.
It's like the Bucks just took 3 quarters off. Scored the touchdowns the first 2 times.
I'm telling you, they're going to kick the field goal to win
First
the game.
down, just finish it up, huh?
Yeah, it's a ball game right here. So you might as well
Well,
just
that's because they need to know, like I need to know, what happened to Siwoo Kim? What happened?
What happened to my entire lineup that I put together for last week, the Rocket Mortgage?
I don't know what did happen. There we go.
Touchdown!
Walk off.
Is it?
Touchdown.
Sorry, Koff. That's Mike
Evans.
Does help my lineup. So who will be your player of the game there? You big studly son of a gun.
That is a good question. I was hoping that we'd get a walk-off touchdown that would, decide it, but not really. Mike Evans, not a huge game. I think, man, everybody is so even across the top. I guess it's Brady, 3 touchdowns.
Threw an interception to the Jets.
He did. What was the final numbers on Evans?
Evans has 20.7. 20.7. He's good. He's the player of the game.
All right, we'll go with him. Player of the game, sure.
Highest receiver in the game.
Yep. 31 points in the captain spot. Yep. Mike Evans, player of the game, walk-off touchdown. He gets it.
And who's going to be your Not My Kid award?
Not My Kid award goes to my captain, Brashad Perryman, 2 catches, 16 yards. Didn't show up even against his former team.
Nope. Not at all. Shout out to our crew here. Amazing performance, battling some internet issues and more. Producer Jordan, Tate in Ops was amazing. TP, chat, you guys were electric. Let's not slow it down now, because now ZT, you can follow him over at ZT_sports. Please do follow him. Get it up. You can check me out at the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Check out the pod. Appreciate y'all. We reviewed Space Jam. 1996. Not looking forward to the new one, but you can great see all the info there. But now we hand it over to two astute men that are going to talk about sports, as I was told. Sports. One of these guys is with you for the next 5 hours. The other one's like a sweet, sweet dessert. Don't have too much of it because you'll get a cavity. That man's name is Reed. The other guy's name is going to be here for 19 hours as cough. We know them both really well. Take it away, my good men.
We don't want to overexpose Reed. Me, whatever. Run me into the ground. But when Reed's here, it's a special treat. Thank you, Rossi. Thank you, Zach. CT. You will notice I am rocking the Valley shirt, and I do so, one, because I get to see you, which is just wonderful. Two, there's a big game tonight. And three, Reed, we're going to talk a little NBA Finals, and I am just an unapologetically huge Phoenix Suns fan.
Is it because they're winning, Kaufman, or is it because you were actually a fan of Chris Paul, of the Phoenix organ? Tell me, actually, here's a good exercise.
Yes.
Sans Dan Marley and sans the old school Suns, name 3 other players that were Phoenix Suns, and not the Johnson either, not the mayor of Phoenix.
I can't believe you said sans Dan
Marley.
Why was it not sans Charles Barkley?
Well, Charles, he played a lot of places. I want old school Phoenix Suns.
I'm going to share my screen, by the way, for the people that don't know the behind the scenes drama. I'm sharing my screen just so that everybody knows I am sharing my screen. I want the world to know that, Reed. And I'm starting deliberately. You may be looking at it and saying, cool, guy has no idea what he's doing. Why are we looking at baseball? I'm doing that deliberately because this is the hashtag sports show here for the Slate for the next half hour, 40 minutes, whatever it is. And there's sports happening right now, Reed, and it is on the diamond. And no, we're not going to talk a lot of baseball, or probably any baseball, other than maybe excitement about the home run derby next week. But I want to show you, I want the people to see right now that, of course, the A's beat the Astros. The Rockies narrowly on top of the Diamondbacks halfway through. The Yankees, those poor, underachieving, overpaid Yankees, are down in Seattle right now. And you can get live odds on the run line, the total, the money line. It's all available to you, my friend.
So, Kaufman, I hate to burst your bubble because you were very excited to be sharing your screen for this. And this is a little bit behind the scene. And we'll get to sports in a little bit. But I want to sort of to teach everyone and tell everyone how the sausage is made here at DraftKings. Kaufman decided, and you guys see, right, when we do the 2-up, you guys see the DK Sportsbook, you guys see or the DraftKings app up or the website up. Kaufman was so excited to be in control because it's usually myself. It's usually myself that's doing it. It's not that hard, right? It's really not that hard. But Kaufman has completely screwed it up because he's sharing his screen, but he's not supposed to be in control of it. It's supposed to be our producers. So again, it is something that Kaufman is still yet to worry about. For 6 or 7 Slack messages, Kaufman says, I have eyes, I have vision. This is going to be very easy to do. And what does he do? He screws it up.
How?
So you're going to see, because what you're supposed to do in Zoom is just,
what did I do wrong?
You're supposed to share just your Google Chrome website. And then these guys 2-up. If you're sharing the screen, they can't control anything.
I didn't know
they can't control anything.
Control it. I thought I was supposed to control it.
You can control what site we use, but they got to control what the viewers see, not you.
Like the actual tab-to-tab.
Like the actual show. So Kaufman, here, I'll show you how to do it. Because again, this is very important stuff.
Look, anytime I've done the screen share on our NBA follow along with Moose doing the match follow along, I've always done it one way, and I have never before been told I was doing it wrong.
Well,
I was so wildly offended when you were all suggesting I did not know how to screen share. I came in hot.
I don't make the rules here.
Screen sharing.
I don't make the rules here, Kaufman. I just follow them.
So should I stop my share?
No, you know what? Let's just leave it up. And let producers run like chickens without their heads behind the scenes because Kaufman has screwed it up. Anyway, getting back to sports, Kaufman, you're right. The NBA Finals, like the John Deere Classic, we'll get to a little bit. Right? Like the John Deere Classic is the John Deere Classic. I want to talk NBA Finals because you mentioned it. Chris Paul in his 16th year. I mean, we've heard it at every sort of, every sports show, fathomable. on this God green earth is that this is his 16th year. He's, finally has made it. From an objective standpoint, Koff.
Yes.
And sans the Suns and 4 guy, because boy, capitalism is running rampant with that guy.
Has a cameo page now.
And he's signing basketballs and like jerseys. The last thing, and look, this is fun, but the last thing I want is a signed jersey from that guy. Like, I could care less.
Guy, did you see on social media? And we had nothing to do with this. This was our friend Smash Lana. The Suns and 4 guy chirped me on social media, on Twitter, because he paid him $40 or whatever it was, Smash Lana, on his cameo page to say that like Glash was the beacon.
Yeah, I saw that.
NBA.
That's funny.
Yeah, I didn't even know that that was the Suns and 4 guy.
Look, more power. Like
it's not like he's overly recognizable.
More power to that guy, right? Because why not capitalize?
I guess
that is not my issue. Okay. But like it's like again, why? Like for me personally, if I'm consuming goods, why would I want a jersey signed from that guy?
Never. Like,
what value does it have except for this literally 5 seconds where he's beating someone up? Like, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't even see it as a story starter. Right? Like, this is a
advantage of your 15 seconds of fame.
Right. But again, that's what, like, more power to him. But anyway, getting back to the actual basketball.
Yes.
What in your mind, and I'm sure you talked about it nauseum on the streams here, but I haven't heard it yet. What is your do you believe, I guess, the segue the Suns in 4, or do we have Notre Dame, where that guy predicted on Twitter that the Bucks are going to win in 7, like back in 2016? He predicted this finals. Yeah, and then he said Bucks
is like
in Game 7.
Astros on the cover of Sports Illustrated kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
is real life Biff correct? Is it going to be Bucks in 7, or is Suns in 4 guy right?
First off, what year did the Gray Sports Almanac in that movie expire? Wasn't it like 2020 or whatever year? I think we're beyond it.
I thought it was. Yeah, I think it was earlier than that. Yeah, I think it was way earlier than that.
Might be. Sadly, I think we've outlasted the expiration date.
It's like 2012, I think. Don't quote me on that.
But no, I'm not a Bucks and 7 guy. I'm not a Suns and 4 guy either, although I might be more inclined to go that way after what we saw in Game 1, where Giannis managed to play and actually played well after a lot of the day we were thinking there was no way he was going to be out there after hyperextending his knee. But, I had Suns and 6 coming in. I could see it ending in 5 or 6. I just don't see Milwaukee winning. I think that both teams are ever so slightly, I don't want to say thin, but in the way that, excuse me, you are, they've, as we know, playoff basketball, you're going to tighten your rotations more so as the series go on. And so it's not any surprise that both these teams, run 8 guys deep, but it's not even that. Really, they run like 6 deep. With Dario Saric now out with the torn ACL for Phoenix. On the other side, obviously, we for Milwaukee, Pat Connaughton is having to do everything off the bench for that team, basically, because like you've got. I'm just looking at the box score from last game. You got Bryn Forbes playing 12 minutes. Zach Thompson and I were talking about this a lot yesterday. Forbes going 12 minutes. Jeff Teague cut loose by the Celtics, 10 minutes. Bobby Portis giving you very little in his 14. I mean, Connaughton is really had to be the guy in terms of the 6th man. And I even hesitate to call him a 6th man because he played more than Brook Lopez, who obviously is part of the starting lineup. But that is a team that is, is really, it's going 6 deep with injuries that it has off the bench right now. DiVincenzo not playing. So you look at the other side for Phoenix and like, God forbid something should happen to DeAndre Ayton for a variety of reasons. As Chris Paul has said, he's arguably their MVP, but God forbid something should happen to him. Because if he goes down, you don't have a center. Dario Saric is out. You're going to have Frank Kaminsky, who played 4 minutes last game, which is 4 more than he probably should have been playing, coming in and playing like 30 minutes if something were to happen to Ayton. So there is no depth at the big man position there for that team with Saric going out. That is a low-key big injury for that Phoenix team. Cam Johnson, you got Payne as well, these 2 guys, but there's just not there's not a lot of balance. I mean, it's we talk about the NBA as a sport that's talent heavy, that's star heavy, and a lot of the time this time of year, look at Miami last year, and I know they didn't win, but you need to rely on your depth pieces. These two teams, I mean, it is going to be determined not only largely, like almost solely for Milwaukee, a nowhere near 100%, despite how well he played in game one, a nowhere near completely healthy Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, who has to be considerably better in this series than he was in game one. He was terrible. And on the other side, it's Chris Paul, who you mentioned, who was long overdue for that first elusive championship and 3 wins away. And you have Devin Booker and you have Ayton. And I mean, you need more, obviously, out of like Jay Crowder, who gave you 1 point last time out. He needs to give you in that 8 to 12 range. You need a little bit more balance in general, but it's not going to be Jay Crowder that determines a series. It's not going to be Jay Crowder in all likelihood that determines a game. I don't see him going for 25 or 30 in one of these games. I know he's capable, but I don't see it. It is going to be Paul, Booker, Ayton, Giannis, Middleton, Holiday, and that's it. Like, may as well make it the big three, man. May as well make it 3-on-3, because that's how this series is going to be determined. I don't see Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, Brook Lopez has all stepped up in certain spots, right? Like he's been able to extend, and that's really the thing, right? Is it's not so much scoring for Phoenix as it is defending against Giannis, defending against these guys, even Brook Lopez to that extent, right? I think that he's like better than his brother, has really transformed his game to be the big man that extends the court. And if that's the case, then like you mentioned, I think Jay Crowder, Frank Kaminsky looks like he's running in cement. Crowder's got to play huge, like at both literally and figuratively. If that's the case, if Ayton were to go down, right? Even if he doesn't, Mikal Bridges, like some of these guys, like they're clearly role players. But you're right. These guys, it's like the 3 versus 3. It's like it might as well be 3-on-3. Ice Cube, bring Ice Cube out. It might as well be 3v3.
Let's go.
Yeah, it might as well be that, right? And that's exciting to see. And right, everybody's pulling for Chris Paul. But if you look at that line, Phil Koff, you had it up.
You're a Bucks fan.
unless you're a Bucks fan. But those who aren't Bucks fans, everyone wants to see a guy like Chris Paul get a ring. Right, everyone wanted Charles Barkley. Everybody wanted these guys to get a ring. Dan Marino, Stockton Malone. That's what Chris Paul is. You don't want to see him go down without a ring because of how great he is, how much of a Hall of Famer he is, and every team that he's played on in the last 5 years, he's affected positively, even when that team was absolute garbage. But if you take a look at the line, Koff, I believe it was what Suns.
At his contract.
Oh,
that a few years back.
Yeah, it was. Remember how many people said this is such a garbage signing.
Yeah,
right. Like
wildly overpaid. Chris Paul, not unlike Jay Crowder, by the way, but Chris Paul is obviously a much better player. Winning follows these guys. These guys make your teams better. And now Paul's finally, at a point where he's on the cusp of that next level. I mean, he was a Hall of Famer regardless, but he can really cement things with a ring.
Are you taking Suns -4.5? I think that was a line if you go back to it.
Yeah,
right?
I could go back to it. Just was looking at some of the player props here. I wanted to show you how the screen share works. It's no big deal.
Oh, thanks.
Let me take you back. -4.5 for Phoenix at home. Boy.
-110. It's not bad. I think what you have to look at too is as you're kind of gesticulating. Is that a proper use of the word? Probably not.
I mean, it sounds a little dirty.
Well, hey, it's what happens when you really get down dirty with Webster's. But vacillating might have been a better word. Anyway, -110. This is what you got to look at too. And we'll get to NFL in a little bit. We'll get to the PGA Tour, but more so with NFL and NBA is maybe not so much the line, right? The -4.5 plus obviously you want to play those, but also look at what you have to pay out, right? Sometimes a line like this that let's say in the NFL, it's -3.5, but you're getting a way better payout, right? It's -115. It's -105 instead of 110. That little bit of an edge can be the difference, right? As opposed to looking at specifically the line, especially when you get in the middle of a season where these lines and these books, not just DK Sportsbook, but all books in general, have so much more data to go off of. So don't just look at the lines, look at also what the payouts can be, because that's also something that you can play leverage and arbitrage in certain books. If you don't, obviously we want you guys to use DK Sportsbook, but if you're not able to, that's also something to take a look at, right? Is that some lines, some payouts, it can give you more information than just the line itself. But -110, I mean, clearly it's the same for both, but are you looking at, because Ron Artest was he's a partner at DK Sportsbook with us doing some stuff on the socials. He was very adamant about taking Meta World Peace. Oh yeah, Ron Artest for all of you 2000s kids. He was very adamant about taking Bucks money line game one. I think he's maybe changed his tune a little bit, but where are you leaning here?
I think I like Milwaukee plus 4.5. As much as I like the Suns in the series, what we saw to Giannis, this is something I said to Zach yesterday, and taking the betting out of it, but just overall feeling. Watching that game, if I'm the Bucks, I came out of that game actually feeling all right. I mean, yeah, it wasn't a total blowout, and they kept it close at the end. They lost. But Giannis, for a guy that went from presumed out to doubtful to questionable to pregame warmups to playing, and not only playing, but having a hell of a game and a great, fantasy performance at that. He emerged from that game looking good, feeling as good as he can be. Again, nowhere near 100%. Middleton's not going to shoot with that same volume, I wouldn't think. I don't expect him to take another, whatever it was, 26 shots tonight. Drew Holiday is going to play better. I just believe he's going to. I think this is a good bounce back spot for Milwaukee. I mean, Bucks know, and they've been down 0-2 already, obviously, and came back and beat the Nets, but they know what is at stake. They know they don't want to fall behind 0-2 in Phoenix having to go home. Is it the end of the world? No, because you're going home. You're not, losing both at home and then going on the road, but you still don't want to endure that. And so plus 4.5, that's an appealing number to me. But how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'd probably stay away just because both those numbers, like 4.5 doesn't really entice me which way or the other. I actually like the under at minus 105, 220. If you take a look at a lot of game twos, both of these teams have played in the playoffs. They either have been under or very close to the 220 line, 220 and a half. That's something that I'm taking a look at as opposed to betting the spread or the money line either which way. Just because, the motivation is all there, right? How are you supposed to dictate which team is going to come out flat and which team isn't, right? Like, of course, Chris Paul is riding a high, Devin Booker riding a high. These guys are all-time players, great scorers of the ball. But if you take a look at game twos in the entire playoffs, both of the Bucks and the Suns, most of their game twos have gone under this 220 and a half. So that's what I'm taking a look at.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I could see it. Where were we at with game one? Let me see. I can't remember what the total points was. So it was,
I think it was 213 or 223, excuse me. Yeah.
223. So obviously, the line makes sense. It's right in that general neighborhood. Yeah.
And look, again, you're paying out less, right? Minus 105, you're laying less juice in the over. I think a lot of people take a look at game one, right? Take a look at maybe Giannis wasn't 100% in his first game back. But I just think when you look at the game twos and how these teams have played in the playoffs in their game twos, right? Especially Phoenix, if they're up one, maybe they come out just blazing, pun intended. I just think you're going to get more defensive if you're the Bucks. You're really going to try and lock down one of these guys, whether it be Booker or Paul. And that leaves guys like Ayton and Crowder to beat you. And I don't think they can.
How would you feel? I don't know how much you like to dive into player props for the NBA, but Giannis went for 20 and 17. He had 4 assists as well last game, couple of steals. His points, rebounds, and assist number, the over-under is 44.5 for this game here tonight. So he went for 41 total last time out in a game that minutes were managed. He was only out there for 35 out of the 48. A lot of people were expecting he wasn't going to play. Like I said, it's possible. I still don't see him playing 40 plus minutes, but it's possible he'll get a little more run here tonight, coming off the game, the performance that he had last time out where he was efficient. I certainly think, I don't expect him to have 17 rebounds again, but that being said, I think he's going to score more than 20 points. So that stuff, kind of evens out a little bit, but 44.5, I guess for me, it's probably a stay away number because it feels about right.
Yeah.
But if I had, I guess I would take the under on it ever so barely, but I would take the under on it.
Yeah. Take a look at his field goal attempts too. Last game, what were they? 11.
Yeah. Just
again, minutes managed. If you take a look at his playoff average, right, it's 20. It's like essentially 20 and a half. And his free throw attempts, right? I think he was above. I think his average is like 4.5 in the playoffs this year. Or no, excuse me, 8. And I think where was he at? A dozen. Yeah. So again, that's a great number, right? This is why These guys are
These guys know what they're
job
doing.
security. They know what they're doing. The algo knows what it's doing.
Yeah.
But I think those field goal attempts come up. Now, does he make them? Well, that remains to be seen, right? That remains to be seen.
I do think he's going to take more than 11 shots.
Yeah. So I do think I'm in your camp that the numbers, and again, that's what you have to decide, right? Does the point average or the point total points go up, and do the rebounds come down? But how much does the rebounds come down? Right? Is he a little bit more timid with that need to go up and potentially get undercut? Who knows? Who knows? You're not going to get into Giannis's head. There's no way. So I'd stay away at 44.5. That's a lot for Giannis, but again, right? He's the freak, so he could easily do that. I don't like it.
A really interesting number, and as I sit here and look at it and talk to you, I'm in the moment. I'm trying to figure out how I feel about it because I'm conflicted. And that is Chris Paul over under 21.5 points. Now, your initial instinct might be smash the over. What are you kidding me? He had 32 last time out. He had 41 the game before that. To his last time against the Clippers, and he's gone over that number his last 3 games. But before that, we see him in the teens a lot. He defers a lot because he's out there racking up assists as well. So. What do you think about 21.5? I'm still inclined to go with the over, but it's close.
Yeah, that one's really close because he's been way more aggressive, right? Than I think we've usually seen Chris Paul. Like maybe early in his career, he was more aggressive in terms of getting to his spot. But he's got, arguably people, because this is not true yet, the next Kobe Bryant and Devin Booker, right? So arguably, and that's why I said not there yet. But there are shades. There are shades of someone like Devin Booker being one of the top 5 players in the NBA, right? You can see it. You can definitely see that the guy has the talent. He has that first step. He can create his own shot, and he's able to distribute. And he's a lot bigger than I usually anticipate. Like I see him like, oh, Devin Booker doesn't look that big, but he plays big. And so I do think that the guy like Chris Paul is going to try and get that to a Devin Booker, but when you've seen him during the playoffs, you've seen him score a ton of points. So I actually like this a lot better than Giannis total.
Why I like the over, actually? I've changed my mind. You know why I like the over as opposed to kind of liking the over? Here's why I like the over. This is the number that I was looking for, that I needed to convince me. His last 6 games going back to the Nuggets series, he has taken at least 19 shots in each of those games. Each game. Now, he had a few duds where he only shot, 20-something%. It's a make-miss league, as people like to say. But man, you get half those shots to fall, you're easily over this over. So 21.5,
Well, look what he did too, and he's converting on those attempts, right? 21.5. He's 4 out of the last 7. He's hit over that. So that's, and he's getting to the line. He's a guy that he's amazing at getting to. He's not getting to the line like the LeBrons of the world, but he gets there and he converts. Look, he's only missed 2 free throws in his last 4 games. So that's 5 games, 6 games, 7 games. He's been perfect other than his the finals against the Clippers. And what was it? He missed 1 against I think game 4 or 5 against the Clippers.
Right.
So the guy's been amazing at the line as well. So I like this a lot better than Giannis' number.
So I this is not super important, so I don't want to spend long on it. I thought it was really interesting, if nothing else. I don't know, my personal bias probably, but I just found it interesting. Somebody sent me on Twitter last night after everyone we won't get into a lot of hockey because there's no DK Sportsbook stuff to get into because the series is behind us. Tampa won. But, everyone wants to race into the whole, Tampa, City of Champions. And look, in the moment, can't argue it, right? I mean, in the last calendar year, you've had the Lightning win 2 Stanley Cups. They did so in the span of 282 days, which is nuts. Tom Brady and the Buccaneers obviously won the Super Bowl. The Rays, they didn't win, but they got to the World Series. So, sports, it goes through Tampa at the moment. But what somebody sent me was, is it a Tampa thing or is it a Tom Brady thing? And here's what they meant. Here's what they meant, Reed. I just, again, Like, obviously there's no actual correlation. I want to make it abundantly clear in saying this. There is no actual correlation in the sense that, like, what Tom Brady does in his life impacts the Tampa Bay Lightning. Tom Brady, like, moving to Tampa doesn't lead a hockey team to overspend on the cap. But here's what is interesting. Someone sent me this, that this is winning during Tom Brady's lifetime, where he lives. Did you see this tweet?
No, I haven't seen it.
So he was born in 1977, spent the first 18 years of his life in the Bay Area. As we know, he's from, San Francisco area. So, I'll skip over some of the, like, well, Joe Montana was drafted, like, whatever. Let's just talk about winning, and not even the runners up, because, like I said, the Rays lost the World Series. Let's just worry about the winners. In the 18 years that Brady was in the Bay Area, the Niners won 5 Super Bowls. The Raiders, your Raiders, won a Super Bowl, and the Oakland A's won the World Series. Brady then, from 95 to 01-ish, he goes to Ann Arbor, Detroit. He goes to Michigan. His Wolverines win a national championship. The Detroit Red Wings hoist 3 Stanley Cups. He goes to Boston from 01 to 20, 20 years, to the true city of champions, title town. A dozen championships across the Patriots, Red Sox, Bruins, and Celtics in 20 years. And he signs in Tampa in March 2020, and all of a sudden can't lose. It's ridiculous. The man is superhuman. He's an oracle.
So when Coffin, and this again, we're taking you guys behind the curtain a little bit, Wizard of Oz style. Another little producing another little show note that I want to tell you guys on is whenever Koff says, I don't want to spend a lot of time on something.
That was like 2 minutes.
He'll spend a lot of time on it.
That was like 2 minutes. I'm not
talking about Tom Brady, who just lost in the match to Aaron Rodgers and Bryson. Lost. So he didn't lead with Tom Brady just lost.
That's true. He can't win at the match.
Yeah, right. He can't win at the match, which is the most important thing.
Was that his third? That was his third time at the match, right? Or
second.
So he's lost both times.
Right. Yeah, because Phil played with Charles.
Yeah,
against Peyton and Curry.
It's basically Phil's event. Phil's been there for all 4.
Hey, let it be Phil's event for the end of time. Like he could do no wrong in my eyes when it comes to that stuff.
Although it would have been more enjoyable if Phil wasn't there and Brooks was there.
No, I don't think so. Because Brooks doesn't say anything. Because Brooks doesn't say anything, and Bryson is a little rigid. He's still a little rigid on like the trash talk. He needs more experience with that. But Brooks doesn't talk. I've been around Brooks, not to no. I've been at arm's length, or I've seen Brooks with the media. I don't know Brooks Koepka. I've never talked to him in my life, but I've observed. That's a better word. I've observed Brooks, and he doesn't fraternize. He does not talk to a ton of people. Let alone random people.
Personable, that's for sure.
So is Bryson. Bryson is way more personable than I would argue that the guys that at a tournament
outgoing.
Yeah, Bryson is very he talks to the fans quite a bit. He responds to the fans, and so does Phil.
Yeah, Phil had some good Rodgers digs too.
Yeah,
credit.
Yeah. So again, we spent a ton of time talking about how Tom Brady has affected nothing other than the wins that he's attributed to with the with the Patriots and with the Buccaneers. But yet here we are spending close to 10 minutes on Tom Brady.
10 minutes. Get the heck
what
out
I will
of here.
Uh,
say, what I will say about what Koftish just said was it's a good segue. It's a good segue to the NFL.
Thank you.
And starting to look at projections, starting to look at fantasy football. Like the John Deere Classic. What I will say about that, because I'm watching it right now, is Chez Reavie, not to be mistaken with Chez Ravine, but Chez Reavie now is leading. And if you guys caught the get the green with myself and Ulrich, Chez was one of my guys that I liked. I believe he was in the $7,000 range. Hopefully that sticks. Hopefully you guys listened. I didn't listen to myself, so hopefully you guys listened, and you have a lot of shares of Chez because he's leading right now. The guy that I thought would have done better today and is probably out of it is Aaron Wise. He's at +1.
Did you, if I may, did you, get involved to whatever degree you got involved? Did you get involved DFS for this tournament, or were you heavier on sports betting?
Heavier on sports betting. Like DFS actually is probably.
I guess what I'm drilling down to is, do you have a lineup? Like, do you have a contest that you're following?
Not for this tournament. I tried to stay away from this, but I will say, like, this tournament specifically, or these type of tournaments, because I was also coming back from vacation, so I didn't have a lot of time to do a ton of research. So I just did more sportsbook stuff. But these type of tournaments,
much of your time?
Hey, I mean, what would you rather be doing? Hammering lineups or being on the beach? Yeah, enough said.
So, quick segue. How I think, because I think the people, they saw that photo and they wanted to know, how did, like, was Reed T. Fowler on vacation with Kenyon Drake? Did he just see him on the beach and recognize him? Did Kenyon see your DraftKings t-shirt and say, I got to talk to this guy? How did this come to be?
Oh, okay, I forgot about that. Like when new Raiders come into the Raider Nation, the Raiders organization, they say, hey, go see Reed T. Fowler. He'll kind of give you the rope. No, a friend of mine, a really good friend of mine, the company that she works for, I think, knew his agent.
Nice.
And they were showing him around. He came here by himself. And they were showing him around, and, I caught up with them for dinner. Not Kenyon, but my friend and her fiance for dinner. And she was mentioning, hey, like, I know you're a huge Raiders fan. Guess who's in town? And so we went canoe surfing with Kenyon. I got a chance to talk to him, eat lunch with him. Super nice guy, really down to earth. Was actually legitimate. Like, and when anybody meets athletes, right, in our minds, we're bothering them. They have so much going on in their lives, right? Yeah. Like we just think that they're at a different stratosphere than we are. Mm-hmm. But one thing I will say about Kenyon Drake is he was genuinely interested in, like, what you were saying, what you were talking about, and for us specifically, like, what it's like living or being from Hawaii. So when you see that, especially with an athlete, because they have so much going on, everything has been about them for their entire lives. Yeah. That's really refreshing. And he's a super, super nice guy. He's jacked. I mean, this guy is jacked, right?
As most, professional football players are.
Right. So Bridget, right? There was a 4-man. We were in a 4-man canoe, and my buddy was steering, and Bridget was behind Kenyon Drake, and I was in the front. Kenyon was in the 2 spot. And, like, he was paddling, and Bridget says to me after, she's like, I saw muscles in his back that I didn't even think existed.
Muscles on
like what? Like, I'm like, oh, A, thanks, appreciate that. B, like, yeah, he needs those. He's getting tackled by the biggest, fastest, strongest guys in this country. So yeah, he's gonna need those little striations in his back, but he's a really nice guy. I hope for success. I had him. I didn't say that I had him on my fantasy team last year, but I think maybe, like, in the 7th, 6th round, maybe I'll do a little Kenyon Drake, put him on the team.
Did you tell him that he is maybe the first and only player in our Madden? He probably didn't even mention our Madden Sims, but if you
didn't come up.
You are the first guy to ever go from hashtag team always fade to team always play in the Madden 20 to 21 transition. It was really
I forgot to slip that in, asking him about being a Raider, asking him about the Cardinals, his time in Alabama, some of his stories in college, and, like, his excursions and what he was doing in Hawaii.
You didn't mix.
So I'm sorry, I forgot to. Yeah, I forgot to really, to slide that in there. Next time that I'll say, hey, do you know who Glass Sheen is?
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that.
With Raheem to the stream, can you get Meowstert on our? Had he ever been to Hawaii, or was that the first time?
I think he's been here before, but this was his first time by himself, which I thought, again, is, like, very, admirable. It's like you're traveling somewhere, by yourself, and Hawaii is very different than any other place in the world. Mm-hmm. So, he was just cruising. He was just loving life, man. He loves Hawaii. He, like, met up with some people. They took him out to the east side of the island, where there's this huge sandbar in the middle of the ocean. It's the biggest one in the world. And he just met some random people, and they, just hung out. I was like, that's awesome, man.
Robbie Noble, by the way, in the chat says, what say you, Reed Superfly Fowler? Do a sim, bro. He misses you in Simland.
Yeah, man. It's been a while since I've done a sim. Mm-hmm. It's been a hot minute. I'll say this. The sim that I come back for, it'll be a monumental sim. Either big news is going to come down the pike.
Okay.
Either it's like, it's the start of the NFL season. It's like the inaugural 2022 Madden, like, that's what I'm like. That's a sim that I'm going to want to come back at. And whoever's doing the
You're not coming
scheduling,
back for like a month and a half or something like that.
pretty much. It's gotta be a prime time sim.
Raiders debut.
Exactly. There it is. And then maybe he'll like, hey, like maybe I'll hit him up on Twitter, be like, hey, you want to do a sim with me? And be like, what the hell is a sim?
You're gonna tell me you had lunch with the guy and you didn't even exchange numbers?
No, Kaufman. You don't just ask for somene's number just
No,
because you're there with them.
Yours.
No, numbers were not exchanged. Okay,
Well.
this is just like enjoy your time, man. I don't want to bother you more than we already are.
We'll follow on Twitter after the fact or anything like that.
No. But he's a cool guy.
Good. No, I'm glad to hear that. Real quick before we, I know we're kind of going back and forth. We can do NFL in a moment. I just on our screen share, our wonderful screen share. I did want to. You were talking about some of these golfers at the John Deere Classic. I at least wanted to show you some of the live betting odds with Henley at plus 650, the favorite at the moment. Reevy, your guy, is plus 1200. Actually, no, he is. Well, yes, he is, but he is now in a tie with. I don't get every golfer's name right. Who's Hank? Hank
Lebioda. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just like it sounds. Oh, looks all right. Good. Daniel Berger plus 2,000. So is Ryan Moore. The list obviously goes on from there. If you were so inclined as to place a bet right now based on these odds, who jumps out at you?
This tournament cost 23 first-time winners at this tournament, meaning like this is their first one on the PGA Tour, not the first time they've won the John Deere Classic. And juxtapose that, we've seen guys like Steve Stricker, Jordan Spieth win. Steve Stricker won this 3 years in a row. So when you look at that, right, there's some guys out here on the leaderboard that you kind of want to you kind of want to stay away from these top guys, I think, right now, and go a little bit further down, right? Luke List right now at -5. He's T4. He's someone that has yet to win on the PGA Tour. He gained a ton of strokes putting, lost around the greens, didn't do so hot strokes getting off the tee and approach, some ball striking. But again, that's someone that you want to take a look at. Like Patton Kizzire, to me, was one of the guys that I liked a lot coming into this. He's won, obviously, a couple times on tour right now. He's at -2. I think you're getting that at a more favorable number now, plus 5,000 than he was. Yeah, I think he was coming in at plus 3,500. So again, I would take a look and save some bullets for later on, because this tournament is birdies, 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 and more birdies. Like if you're not I would stay away from the guys that, are, and again, some like an Aaron Watts come out and shoot 62 tomorrow and be right back in it. But at the same time, you're going to have to keep pace with these top guys. So I'd kind of stay in the top 25 right now and take a look at some of the guys that didn't gain strokes putting. We all know that, right? Who gained a ton of strokes ball striking, missed on putting. And right now, the leading guys like Camilo Villegas lost strokes putting. And he's up there, obviously. JJ Spawn lost strokes putting. Chesson Hadley lost strokes putting. Munoz has lost strokes putting. So there's some guys, and all those guys have gained in ball striking pretty much. So take a look at those guys as opposed to the ones that right now are the leaders in the clubhouse. But I like Ches to win, obviously, but his number right now, he was at 75.
He's jumped to the best number now. These odds, changing before our eyes. Obviously, Henley has gone from plus 650 to plus 1,200 just since we started talking about this. Reevy is at plus 1,100. So final few minutes anyway. You were wanting to mix in some NFL. What's on your mind?
Yeah, right now, all the stuff that we're doing, I think over at DK Sportsbook, I haven't done it yet, but we're going to get our rankings up and running soon. I'm just excited. I'm excited to look at rankings. I'm excited to break them down. I know I've done it with Glash, and he's yelled at me time and time again because of my rankings, because I had Josh Allen as a top 3 quarterback last year, and he yelled at me heading into it. But what I will say is, this year, because of COVID last year, and a lot of guys getting hurt, it's going to be a lot different. Right, McCaffrey number 1 still. Kamara, what's he going to look like? Derrick Henry might be the safest option. What does that look like? And one guy that I think, Hoff, if you guys are drafting now, Zeke Elliott. Guy's going in the second round. He shouldn't be going in the second round.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And Tyreek Hill.
In how many team leagues?
12 team. Your standard.
He's going to the second round.
Yeah, and look at Tyreek Hill right now is wide receiver 1 because Devontae Adams. Right, we don't know whose quarterback's going to be.
Right.
So a couple of things that are shaping up. Steph Diggs is still up there. But yeah, take a look at, we'll do rankings soon enough. It's coming up.
What's your belief? You mentioned Devontae Adams and not knowing the quarterback situation in Green Bay, and all it is prognosticating your thoughts. What do you think? How is this going to unfold? Because obviously Aaron Rodgers going back to the match wasn't giving us anything, and
good.
No one expected him to. So how does this unfold? Other than knowing that he's not. I don't think anyone believes, especially since we passed the deadline, but even beforehand, I don't think anyone believes he's going to be a holdout. But what are we looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, Derek Carr is lobbying for Devontae Adams to go to the Raiders, and believe me, I am on that wagon as much as anybody. Oh, because we need it. Clearly, everybody needs Devontae Adams, but therein lies,
man, you're fine.
Therein lies the issue, right? How much of Adams is Rodgers, and how much of Rodgers is Adams and the receivers that he's played with? I would argue that it's the former. That Rodgers is an elite quarterback. I don't think there's any arguing that. And I think the leader in the clubhouse is still the Packers, right? I mean, that's what it is on the DK Sportsbook. I believe that's what it is everywhere and where he's going to land. Just because it makes the most sense, right? No one's going to acquire something like at his age and that contract. No one's going to acquire it. So, and if they do, right, it's going to be mid-season, right? Because the quarterback gets hurt. Rodgers is still clamoring to get out of there. Maybe he does a Lev Bell and he holds out, but he won't, like you mentioned. I don't think he does. But even if that's the case, maybe someone loses like Dak Prescott and the Cowboys come calling and they do something stupid. That's what I think happens more so than him being somewhere else at the beginning of the season.
Let me throw this hypothetical at you. Let's say you are a staunch, this is all stupid. It's going to get worked out. Rodgers is a Packer. He's not going anywhere. You feel strongly about that. There is no hesitation in your mind. And obviously, if you do believe that, you believe they're going to be a contender because back-to-back years in the NFC Championship game, albeit losses. Right now, the Packers on the DK Sportsbook are plus 2,000 to win the Super Bowl. How much does that number improve with clarity on the Rodgers situation? If we find out that he is staying, is this a good time to hop on that number?
Well, the NFC is the NFC is tough. It goes through Tampa, right? Like it's like, I hate to say it, but it goes through Titletown.
Got everybody back.
It goes to Titletown 2021. So, I still wouldn't like that. But to your point, Koff, again, arbitrage, right? You're seeing that number now. If you believe value is getting stuff like buy the rumor, sell the news, then this is what you do, right? This is what you want to do this. And a lot of things can happen. Injuries, we've seen it time and time again. If Tampa loses some key players, we know how hard it is to repeat Super Bowls. Look what happened to Kansas City. So if that's the case,
Tom Brady is going to be 44 next month. And I'm not saying he's going to be bad next year. It seems like the guy can do this forever, but eventually he's going to stop, whether he stops or it's an injury or he does hit that, Kellerman cliff, but he is going to be 44 next month. So it's not like it's out of the question that Tampa is slowed down by Brady, at some point.
Right. Look, every play, like Breeze hit an absolute wall. And he had arguably the same amount of talent on both sides of the ball, less than Tampa Bay right now, but still, right? Like you could say that it was pretty dang close. But the NFC, you still take a look at the NFC. I mean, Seattle, I think, is still strong. I think that, obviously Tampa, the Rams with Stafford, they're going to look a lot better. The Cardinals probably, like the 49ers had a ton of injuries last year. If not, they're still one of the top teams, I think, in the NFC. I will argue, though, that the NFC is getting a little bit weaker because of the quarterback changes that we've seen and the potential that we've seen that we're going to potentially see if Rodgers leaves. The NFC is getting a little bit weaker, but if he stays, then I think they have a good chance of making the playoffs again, winning the Super Bowl. That still goes through Tampa.
All right. Well, we've got another sim coming up in just a matter of minutes, about a handful of minutes away from pregame, and I will be back with you with Christian DeAndrea. We will have the Patriots, just a whole lot of N'Keal Harry talk. Patriots and Jaguars coming up at 6 Eastern to kick off the late classic, and then me and LaMarca for Dolphins Titans at 8. After that, the Game 2 NBA watch along, follow along, whatever we want to call that. LaMarca and I will just be sticking around. We'll roll the sim right into that and get back to my screen sharing prowess as we follow the live betting odds between the Suns and Bucks. And then Madden After Dark tonight Moose Ulrich and LaMarcus. And LaMarcus is going to be very busy starting at 8 on through the rest of the night. Raiders, Colts, your Raiders, the not yet Kenyon Drake led Raiders
There we
at 10 o'clock Eastern. But Reed, you know, this was a pleasure. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got to spend time together, and I look forward to doing it again.
Actually, Koff, I gotta call a spade here. I think your screen share is right, and my whole dialogue, my whole diatribe was unwarranted and incorrect. I gotta call a spade. I think I was wrong, and you're right.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I've recorded that, and I will use it as motivation every night when I go to sleep.
Your
All
ringtone.
right, thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Undercover Boss Tom. I guess those guys are probably done for the day, but we got Sims on the way in a handful of minutes. Get your lineups in if you haven't yet. You're running out of time, and we will talk to you again for this show, same time next week. I think it's the two of us back together again. Should be fun. Reed, see you, buddy.
All right, bud.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Good to have a 3-second break between, obviously, the follow along, the sports is what we call it, the Slate Sports. Reed T. Fowler and I. But now it is time to kick off the late classic. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, with all of you. Jags. He's excited about them. The Jags. They're Emerson's Jags. They're Christian's Jags. They're Bert's Jags. They're everybody's Jags and my Patriots. Coming up here for this happy hour sim, let's just talk about N'Keal Harry all day. Free roll. Hopefully everybody got their lineups in because lineups have locked. CDA, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. Like I said, I'm better now that we get a little Gardner Minshew in our lives, a little Chris Thompson, a little Chris Conley, all the heavy hitters that we know and love from that championship Jaguars offense coming into our lives, making us a little bit better from the inside out.
These sims would be a lot more entertaining if could we talk to Madden about an alternate, in the same way that you can have alternate uniforms and throwbacks and that sort of thing. Can there be a mode? This seems like something that would have existed back when we were kids, like in the late 90s. A mode, a code, a cheat code that you can put in that Gardner Minshew runs out onto the field just in jorts, a cutoff, belly shirt and bandana. And he's not in uniform. Everybody else can be in their uniform.
That sounds great.
It'd be perfect.
Like NBA Jam style.
NBA Jam style. That would be, who do we talk to over at EA about that?
I feel like we have the swing, we have the sway at DraftKings to make this happen. Not only Minshew, but maybe bring big head mode back, maybe bobblehead, maybe mascot versus mascot showdowns, which I know is an NCAA basketball thing, but still, I feel like EA has the code in there that we can get a team of 11 Pat Patriots taking on 11 Eric the Red Vikings or whatever. We can make it. Fireman Ed goes out onto the field, just gets ruined by Pat Patriot. Who says no to that? Even Jets fans, I think, at this point would be like, oh, I don't know. That sounds great to me.
Yeah, I think everyone's got to do it. What's your lineup? You mentioned all those heavy hitters. Is it possible you put all of them in your build?
I did not, but I did make a little bit of a swing here. It's a bad Jags defense, so I stacked up Patriots, Ozzie and the captain, Cam Newton, Sony Michel, James White, just because I'm buying the dip on him. He dirt cheap at like 3,800, maybe even 3K. Either way, it was too low to pass up. Had DJ Chark in there, and then I had enough money for N'Keal Harry, and then I was like, you know what? No. D.D. Westbrook today. D.D. Westbrook over N'Keal Harry. Let's see how much I regret that choice as this game wears on, because we all know D.D. Westbrook here in Simland and in the real world fails to live up to expectations 90% of the time. Just kind of like, great call.
So I did not roster James White, but I hope I didn't miss out on that value, because you're right. 8 points a sim, $3,400, and I'm sure he's going to have some relative popularity today. But we can look at 17% in a moment.
17%.
That's pretty low, actually. That's pretty. I would have thought people would be a little bit more excited about James White at that rate. And that's in our contest or the larger free roll.
The larger free roll.
Okay, we'll have to look at ours, see if the more astute, this is what I say, the more astute SimFam members in our contest, if they opted to go with James White, a little bit more popular than that 17%. Let's see. Let's get into the happy hour contest here.
I love it. I mean, the Jags still so.
He's about 20% in our contest, so a little bit more highly owned. Not dramatically. So I decided to go with, as did Brian Anderson, N'Keal Harry. N'Keal Harry in the captain spot, because he has been such a topic lately in his desire to be traded from New England, and this is actually a sim where that's relevant to talk about, so we can do a little bit of that. In the flex, I have DJ Chark, cousin Chris Thompson, Zach's cousin Chris, more specifically, future Hall of Famer Julian Edelman, D.D. Westbrook, who you mentioned, and Chris Conley. By the way, Pat's rocking the 90s throwbacks, and God love you, technical director Daniel, because those are my favorite Patriots uniforms. Those are the ones I grew up with. I love the red. I love the red of the 70s and Pat Patriot and all that, but these right here, these are the ones. Love these unis. And for anyone that noticed, it is not a typo in the contest. It is the happy hour. Let's just talk about N'Keal Harry all sim. I did that on purpose, because for you Patriots fans, you may remember when he was taken 32nd overall, first round draft pick a few years back. He was brought to Foxborough from the draft, as is customary for teams to do with their first-round picks, and introduced to the media. And Robert Kraft accidentally, obviously, introduced Harry as Keneal Harry as opposed to N'Keal Harry. Hard to fault him. It's a unique name, and he just mixed up two of the letters. But it's always stuck with me, so I did it for our contest here. Keneal Harry.
It pretty much stayed true to that. That was this tone setter right there, and N'Keal has lived up to that standard ever since. Just two awful years in New England. Like we said before, just can't get that kind of separation. Can't be the kind of guy he was with Arizona State. As I don't know, something about these unis, like the numbers just look a little bit too small with these very, very 90s jerseys. And I love them too. I had a Ted Johnson somewhere, lost it.
Nice.
Slate.
Not a Drew Bledsoe?
Not a Drew Bledsoe, unfortunately. I mean, a little too on the nose for me. I'm a bit of
Curtis Martin.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a football jersey hipster. Like, I'm not going to go out and get the popular guy. I'm going to get the Vincent Brisby.
Okay.
Right? I'm going to go get the Ray Crittenden. I am going to go get the Max Lane, just so I can properly memorialize the man who decided it was a good idea to stage dive at an Everclear concert despite weighing 350 pounds.
Curtis Martin was always my favorite player on those teams. It was painful for young kid Kaufman when he went to the Jets.
Yeah. I don't understand why they let him go. I mean, I understand they may have been ahead of their time in the don't pay running backs crowd, but Curtis Martin was a running back you paid, and it really gave the impression that this was going to be a same old Patriots kind of offense. Remember, they were off. This was a terrible team to watch in the early 90s. When we were growing up, Koff, unless you were lucky enough to watch Tony Eason fart away a Super Bowl, that was the high point of Patriot fandom until like 1996 when Drew Bledsoe got a little bit lucky. These Jags knocked the Broncos out of the playoffs, and the Patriots got to slide into a Super Bowl in which they were soundly defeated by the Packers. For the most part, you came into Patriots games with very few expectations, and them allowing Curtis Martin just to leave and sign with a division rival was definitely one of those things that just seemed like an extension of the misery this franchise was forged in.
I mean, he was only a Patriot the first 3 years of his career. Curtis Martin, he had back-to-back 14 touchdown seasons, and that's rushing, never mind receiving scores. So he had at least 15 touchdowns 2 years of his 3 in New England. That third year, he was a little bit injured. He was limited to 13 games, still crossed over 1,100 rushing yards. He had at least 1,400 yards from scrimmage, all 3 of his years in New England. A Pro Bowler, an All-Pro, all that good stuff. And they were like, cool, see ya. And then he went to the Jets and went for 1,000 yards every year for like a decade and a half. Not really, it was like 7 years. But it felt like a decade and a half.
Last season as a pro. Like, dude was just a workhorse. And the thing is, like, he was, even though he was hurt that third year, it was his most efficient year as a Patriot. He averaged his yards per carry were a career high at that point, and he was contributing in the receiving game. Like, he was doing everything they wanted him to do. And I think the problem was that he ran afoul of a team in flux that didn't really know what it was. And, you had Pete Carroll on the sideline, and I don't know. Do you think Parcells would have let that guy go? No, obviously not, because then who goes ahead and scoops him up? The New York Jets.
John Horn, 2 guys who don't take a breath. LOL. Good luck, Sim fam. It's true. Not wrong.
But credit where it's due, Parcells absolutely right about spending money on Curtis Martin, because that dude was a bright spot in the middle of a real tough Jets. The Jets were pretty good that first year with Martin too. 12-4, 5th-ranked offense, 2nd-ranked defense, and because they're the Jets, they of course got stomped out in the conference championship. Because that's about as much as you can hope for if you're a Jets fan these days, as I'm sure Kenny Ducey will confirm. Life is pain when you root for the New York Jets.
Well, speaking of Kenny Ducey, boy, I mean, that's a professional transition right there, as the Jaguars still scoreless a little more than midway through this first quarter, looking for their first points. 3rd and 11 from the 11, inside the 20 with the pass, and that is completed. And did he drop it out of bounds? He did. He dropped it. Didn't work. 4th and 11, so going to be a 28-yard field goal on the way. Shouldn't be a problem. Justin Cravens, a.k.a. the Batman, hanging out on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there, folks. Says, made a bat for you and Ducey, Train Island. Exciting to get those finishing touches complete.
That's
So
not awesome.
welcome to the Bat Club, man.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I finally made it. I'm finally a full-fledged member. Although, to be fair, when the Kilgores not only sent me the sign, but also the vintage
cards
sealed. Yeah, we did a little cleanup here, and I got to figure out where they went. I'm pretty sure they're in the basement in like a store. Like I gotta take them out and bring them back up, make sure they're at the ready for a bad sim, so we can go and properly mock all the ugliest baseball players of the late 80s.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, and he is a Jets fan, I want to point this out.
Yeah.
He says it's going to be hilarious when the Jets are better than the Pats this season. Jordan, I'm not even going to pick a fight with you. I'm asking you this question. Truth serum, my friend. Do you genuinely believe that? Do you genuinely believe that the Jets are going to be better than the Pats this season?
This isn't can the Jets beat the Patriots? This is
No, we're not talking about like their 2 division meetings. Do you believe the Jets will have a better record at the end of 17 games than the Patriots will? Does anyone other than Kenny Ducey believe that? Lindenbaum, are you on this list? I want to know. Big time ownership for Cam Newton today. 18% captain, 3/4 of the lineups. That's in the larger contest.
Yeah, just a game without a ton of reliable contributors. So I guess you got to go with the best thing out there. It's not like
you know what? The overall ownership of 74% is almost, I mean, it's identical to what it is in our small contest with 136, more apt Sim fan members who are around, obviously. But the discrepancy is the captain spot. 8% captain Cam Newton among the people that are here all the time, here every day, here, 6 sims a day, versus the public going with 18%. I mean, I think that's noteworthy. I think that, those of you out there, looking at Devin Asiasi and cousin Chris Thompson and guys like that, you might be a little more in the know. Although Sony Michel at 11% feels like a high number.
It does. I got him in there along with Jimmy Jams. Sony has been decent. He's on a touchdown streak as of late, and I know obviously that doesn't mean anything here in Simland, but I feel like he's heating up. He's building to something maybe. 4 touchdowns his last 3 games, at least 8 points in each of those. Granted, not exactly justifying that $7,000 salary, but I got him in my lineup, so here we are.
Mad Monk Exclusives LLC copyright. Pats are done for a good century. Zovan is smashing that like button for his favorite duo, Koff and Christian. Good evening, my brothers. Zovan, thank you very much. Lindenbaum says, truth serum, I genuinely believe it is a legit possibility, and I am not a delusional fan. So let me ask you, Christian.
Yes or no, do you think it will happen? Yes or no? Like, not legit possibility.
I feel like
Can you do your way through this one? Yes.
Yeah, I feel like, and Lindenbaum, look, I mean, defend yourself, obviously, but I feel like by just him writing, I think it's a legit possibility. It's him saying no. It's him leaving the door open that it could happen, but it's him saying no. And I also say no. I mean, truly, like, what? Without going and doing playing the game of win-loss, going down the schedules, because we've all done that before. What do you think the win totals are going to be for the Pats and for the Jets this year?
I think the Jets can reasonably expect 5 to 6 wins. It's an improvement on last year. They did up their talent level, but there's still a lot of deficiencies that they need to address. And I think the Patriots, I think Cam Newton will be better. One of the things that I've been going through on the post route is the added value of wide receivers and tight ends. And surprise, surprise, the Patriots got basically nothing from that group, which is why they spent hundreds of millions of dollars to fix that this offseason. So I think that if it is Cam Newton, if it is Mac Jones, they will have a better passing situation than last year, where they won 7 games, even though they had a more difficult schedule than the one they have this year. So I think anywhere 7 to 9 wins for the Patriots is realistic. I think you can go upper bounds, and maybe they get into double digits, but I'm not sold on that idea right now. I think in a typical year, you play the season 100 times. most of those simulations would have the Patriots 2 wins above the New York Jets.
Lindenbaum says, far from a lock, don't get me wrong. I don't think they win 10-plus games. I'm thinking 8-ish wins, which is a few more, obviously, than you've got them at. Did your dog just like eat something? It sounds like your dog was on the attack for a second.
He was very sad that someone was walking outside nearby and that he could not go be in front of me. He's on high alert right now. The rat
stopping by to say hello.
Yeah, he's just kind of like tweaking out because there are bunnies in our backyard, and they keep leaving like little tiny bunny poops out there.
Sure.
And like he's like, oh, he wants to go thank them for all the delicious treats he keeps eating, and he never gets the opportunity to. So this is really him being very sad that he can't be as polite as he would like to be.
Some up for M&Ms.
Yeah.
Hershey Kisses. Not your dog.
No, he's more
bunny treats.
Yeah, to him they just look like Cocoa Puffs. So.
3-0 Jaguars so far through one quarter, but the Pats are threatening. We'll have 1st and 10 from the 12 when we come back for quarter number 2. Keneal Harry, 2 for 24 in that opening quarter. My captain, and also the case for some of you out there, our contest, I'm sitting 20th right now out of 136. I won one of these yesterday, Christian.
I was here.
Yeah, I just want to bring that up at every opportunity I have. Although BK, my friend, he won one yesterday. Technically, it was a tie, but win's a win. He won one yesterday. And he had 2 third-place finishes.
Oh, damn!
So I mean, yeah. Well, I haven't had a day like that. I can promise you that.
And that is the dude you got to listen to right there. Why would you ever not listen to BK? Man knows what he's talking about. No, I'm the guy you don't want to listen to because I'm currently in 112th place, right behind our guy Ziwa in the free contest. And speaking of Twitch, folks, first time playing Fortnite, would like to know, who is your favorite captain for tonight? He's saying he can't get an answer from you, so he's asking me to ask you nicely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me dive. I haven't made a lineup yet, so let me dive into some of the numbers as we chat right now. I will say, for anyone that was here the other day when we played this game for game 1, I don't think I was working with you, was I? I've worked with you a lot this week, so I could have been working with you. But I was asked that question about game 1, and I looked at the numbers, and I said, man, it looks like the public is largely going based on projections with Giannis at captain. And this was, at that point in time, we didn't even know he was definitively going to play. Said it just looks like as we got a Julian Edelman touchdown. Drew Bledsoe sticks on the jersey for the 90s throwbacks. Edelman, the future Hall of Famer, with the score. First of the day for New England. It looked like the public was going with Giannis in the captain spot, and we talked about it. We sort of, I don't want to say laughed at it, but we were sort of like, really? Like, again, we don't know if he's going to play. If he does play, he's not close to 100%. Does it really make sense? And I said, I don't think I'll do it. I'll leave open the possibility, but I don't think I'll do it. And push came to shove a few minutes before lock. Obviously, we knew at that point he was going to play. I made Giannis my captain, and I won our contest. Because he had an awesome night. I put him in there thinking it was going to be a contrarian play. It was. He was only like 30% owned in our contest. And he had a great night. So I say that to say that Giannis probably going to be popular again in the captain spot. In fact, what I'm looking at right now, it looks like he is the overwhelming favorite at captain tonight.
Really?
Yeah. Next in line and not even close would be Drew Holiday, who is coming off a pretty terrible game 1. So you'd be banking on him not having back-to-back bad games, obviously. But yeah, and then you have a real drop-off to the likes of, Booker and Ayton and guys like that. But Giannis is the overwhelming captain favorite. Again, I'm not saying I'm going to do it. I don't know. I got to look at it. I got to think about it. But just looking at some of the projections, Giannis is the guy. Now, if you go with that, and I imagine a lot more people are going to go with it tonight than went with it, obviously, for game 1, given the way he played. Right. If you go with that, you got to nail the flex. That goes without saying.
Yeah.
So, you're really spending up to put Giannis there. And at that point, how are you feeling about...
Ooh, balls on the turf. Adam Butler is on it.
Yeah, you got to be thinking about, you're looking at guys like Craig and Forbes and, bench guys to fill out your lineup. As opposed to maybe a balanced lineup where you're going all starters. So just something to throw out there, something to consider.
feel like this one's going to get reviewed and overturned. I feel like, yeah, it seemed like Thompson was down. So if you're worried about getting that -1 point for Chris Thompson, almost certainly going to stay with the Jags here for a minimal gain. Butts down, balls in his hands. Yeah, I do respect the McCourty hustle, though.
See you guys in the DraftKings conference room. Hit that like, by the way. A few hundred people watching along, pardon me, on YouTube. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow. If you're watching anywhere else, thank you, but get the heck in the chat. Interact with us. We want you to be part of it. Kyle, our man Kyle, says, Koff, CDA, got a 100% on my humanities test today. There's a fumble.
Wow, I think that one's going to stand.
Yeah, didn't work last time. Why not this time? Bentley with the recovery.
Another back-to-back fumble recoveries for him. This one's going to hold up because I believe Dante Hightower put the hit stick on that poor young man there. Now the Patriots taking over in plus territory in those beautiful dark blue nightmares.
Congrats to Kyle on that 100.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yeah. He was also asking about the scheduled rest of the day. You will have me and LaMarca at 8 o'clock for the primetime sim. We will hang out, the two of us, to follow along, the NBA follow along, watch along for Game 2, Suns-Bucks, for a little while anyway after that sim. And then come 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark, in a few hours, you will have Jeff Ulrich and LaMarca. So enjoy your evening. There's a first down pickup. Cam up to 82 passing now. 1st and 10 from the 26 coming. It's your guy, James White, 2 for 17 in the air.
Yeah, already delivering value on that $3,400 salary.
Cry 2 tears in the bucket. Allergies, to answer your question. Annoying allergies. Probably annoys you guys more than it annoys me, but it's hard to say. Annoys me a lot. Bert Hood.
Oh, no.
Bobo. I'm not doing it, Bobo. I've done it so many times. Bobo and Op says, Edelman's not a Hall of Famer, by the way. You'll see. It's going to take a while. We'll have to readdress in about 20 years, but you'll see. And you guys are going to think of me, all of you out there, provided, God willing, we're all on this planet still. You guys will go, well, I guess so. I guess you got it right. And then you'll come into the chat and talk about it.
Yeah. They'll put him in the Patriot Hall of Fame. They'll probably put the ball or his gloves from that amazing Super Bowl catch in the Hall of Fame.
I know, those are already there. I'm talking about a bust. A Julian Edelman Hall of Fame bust.
No, absolutely not. The Hall of Fame is going to have to get real cool about a whole bunch of borderline receivers before Julian Edelman gets a look. Ooh, is this going to be a Jimmy Graham touchdown?
Whoa!
Look at that. Big time value from a dirt cheap option. James White up over into double digits with his 3rd catch of the day. That one goes for a touchdown. Well executed screen there. And Koff, this may not surprise you, but James White was the biggest value-added target in the Patriots lineup last season. The only guy who really had a significant positive impact when it came to elevating his quarterbacks, whether that was Cam Newton or Jarrett Stidham or, God bless, Brian Hoyer. That dude was able to make everything a little bit better.
What's he going to do this year now that he has re-signed with the team, though?
The same thing he's been doing, you got to imagine. I mean, it's going to be a
crowded backfield. I mean, it was last year too, but it's a crowded backfield.
Yeah, and I'm a little curious to see what happens with Sony Michel last year of his rookie deal. If he's going to get anything more than just a rotational role there. I love Ramondre Stevenson in that LeGarrette Blount pile pusher kind of role. I think he makes a ton of sense. Not a lot of miles on him either. He obviously played JUCO ball before getting to Oklahoma, but even at Oklahoma, he's a little bit of a situational type guy there instead of a pound it kind of back. So he should be able to contribute for quite a while down there. Brandon Bolden might steal a few carries because that's what he does. You know, he's going to be there mostly for special teams. It looks like might even be a roster casualty towards the end, but you know Bill Belichick loves him. And of course, I'm going to buy into the Damian Harris hype. I still don't think he's going to be a viable fantasy option because he is a Patriots running back, but he could have some early Maroney or rookie year Sony Michel type vibes to him because he does seem to be the kind of guy who can produce if he given the opportunity. Last season, 5 even per carry, 691 yards in 10 games. So extrapolate that over the course of a full season, you got yourself a 1,000-yard rusher. Not much in the passing game, so it does suggest James White will go back to his regular James White role. 5 to 7 targets per game, big plays on third down. But first and second down, you got to think they're going to mosely belong to Damian Harris. It's DJ Chark with a big first down reception there. More importantly, holds on to the ball because that was Jacksonville's downfall.
14-3 New England, about halfway through this second quarter. Pats leading in virtual Foxborough against the visiting Jacksonville Jaguars. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew. Haven't worked with him in a while. Daniel, our technical director, and Bert, Bobo, and Ops. Jags with the ball, trying to narrow the gap, getting it to midfield. Minshew, or as we like to affectionately say around here, Minshew. 83 passing. Second and 2, pardon me, on the way after the 8-yard pickup by Tyler Eifert. Kenny Ducey's bad takes. This would apply. Says, today is a Teague day.
Oh.
I mean, he could get you 10-plus minutes. That's true.
I mean, Teague against the Hawks had his moments. He looked valuable. Not like, I trust you valuable, but like, oh, okay, interesting. Oh, he's exceeding expectations. Maybe he doesn't.
Motivated playing against the old team?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe if you need a punt play, you could do worse, but I don't know if I'm Teague. And again, maybe you just need someone dirt cheap to fill out that roster. There are guys with lower ceilings out there.
Yeah, he would have to be cheap. Let's see. Projected ownership from Jeff Teague tonight. I mean, I don't even think he's on the list. That's not true, actually. It looks like he's at about 15%. So people will have him. He'll be a flyer for some. Not in my lineup. I don't know what I'm going to do at captain, but I cannot fathom having Jeff Teague in my lineup.
Like something has to go very wrong in your life to throw Jeff Teague in there.
I'm still just pained by his brief tenure as a Celtic, where anytime I did play him, it was almost automatically a letdown.
Fair.
And now he's even less important.
A shame, too, because at one point he was a tidy little starter. I mean, at least for fantasy purposes, he was pretty useful. Oh, my. Is Dede going to break this one free? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Putting that speed to use, Dede Westbrook, making me feel good about rostering him over N'Keal Harry and making this a one-possession game. Once again, the rack on that one. Breaking tackles and sprinting his way to the end zone. That is a 40-plus yard touchdown after Jason McCourty biffed the tackle there.
Don't have to worry about that anymore. Jason McCourty no longer a Patriot. Dede Westbrook, about 37% owned, 4.4% in the captain spot in our smaller contest. Up to 13 points in the flex, 60 in the air on 2 catches, and he's got that touchdown. Dede Westbrook, good for you. 27th touchdown in Simland. Not that there's any correlation in these things, as I say, every sim is a snowflake, but Dede Westbrook does have double figures in fantasy points in 6 of his last 7 sims.
Wow.
Yeah. That is not a cheaper, well, I mean, he's in mid-range, I guess. That is not a play you want to ignore.
Yeah. I mean, 66, that's like low-end tight end money right there. I mean, cheaper than Sony Michel, way cheaper than Devin Asiasi, way cheaper than sorry, my mouse just cut out of me.
Forgiven.
All right.
So it's 14-10 as we approach the 2-minute warning. Edelman with a 21-yard return. Get that cheddar, sitting in front by about 5 points right now. If you're wondering what a leading lineup looks like, Edelman in the captain spot, Newton, Thompson, Harry, Westbrook, and White. Double figures for all those guys currently, with the exception of Cousin Chris, who's been a real letdown, and N'Keal Harry as well.
Ozzy also currently wearing the 00 goggles.
What's his ownership? Thompson's at about 68%, 13 captain. Oh, Ozzy pretty comparable, 61% and 16 captain. And yeah, like you said, milk carton.
Yeah.
Here's a nice run for a first and more. We hit the 2-minute warning.
So didn't get a good look at the jersey. Again, tiny little numbers on these Patriots throwbacks.
15-yard pickup. That's the most important thing. But I agree, it looked like Sony. To the extent that, any artificially intelligent game design can really look like anyone, right? Although the Madden graphics are pretty incredible, especially when you get in close like that, you look at guys' facial features. I mean, that looked like Cam Newton.
Man, they've done good work. I remember just being blown away, like playing one of the Madden games, or maybe it was 2K. It was way back in the original Xbox, and just being blown away that like they animated the guys like breath in cold weather, so you could see the steam coming off them. I was like, oh my god, this is incredible! What a great time to be alive! And then I found the NCAA football suite of games, and I was like, oh my god, I can play at Brown University Stadium. I can invite Alabama to come here and promptly get walloped by 95 points. So realistic.
If there's anything on your guys' minds, don't hesitate to throw it out in the chat, by the way. Oh, let me get into the dark chat. I was in the top chat. Let me go live chat. I always forget to do that. Hit us up, DraftKings conference room, and hit that like. We're almost at 200. Just a couple away. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Here we go. Zovan, right on cue. Hey, Koff, any new movies you're looking forward to seeing?
Ooh.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Black Widow, but I'm not going to pay for it, so I'll wait. I'm not going to go to the theater for that one. Fast 9 was the big one. It was a real letdown, but that was the big one in terms of looking forward to new movies. I just watched a couple newly released movies, not in theaters. I watched The Tomorrow War on Amazon, the Chris Pratt time loop movie, which was fun and really good. I watched on HBO Max No Sudden Move with Don Cheadle and Del Toro, and really good movie, based on a true story too. Recommend people check that out. As far as what's up and coming that I'm looking forward to, I don't know. I guess I gotta think about that. Had the opportunity to watch a bunch of movies while on vacation, so that was a good time, as well as the vacation. All caught up on Loki though.
I only
one
know
more to go.
Yeah. One of my former co-workers, now the managing editor over at USA Today, is for the win, and I think she has published a Loki article for every day she's worked there so far. So 3 for 3. So good for you, Alex. Says Ozzy getting on the board after a nothing first 10 minutes of the sim, up to 2 for 43. Pat's get a first and goal coming up. They're gonna have to move here. One timeout, about 30 seconds left on the clock. 2, maybe 3 plays in their future. Just don't throw anything short. Oh, didn't have to worry about that. It's Ozzy.
Finish the job.
Damn.
Off the milk carton and into your hearts.
There. Oh, you love to see it. My captain vaulting me up the standings, I'm sure. Let's see where that one leaves me. 6th already. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. So Mike Bauer is talking. We talked about this last night with Glash. He was upset that you only offered him M&M's one time during the entire movie, and he said he offered you popcorn 4 or 5 times. And that led to a discussion that it feels like a handful of popcorn is equal to about 3 M&M's. Like there's a difference in scale there. There's an exchange rate. The M&M's are obviously worth more than the popcorn. And
so this is
Turned into a whole thing.
Wow, this is an offensive conversation, and I mean, you guys can't see me, but I'm rubbing my eyes. Listen, here, let me paint the picture for you, okay? Glash and I sat side by side. Yeah, we did. Yep. There was no seat in between us. We were side by side because you know what? We're in big giant recliners. We don't need a seat in between us. But here's where maybe it would have helped. He put the popcorn. He went and bought a popcorn. He said, "You want anything from the concession?" I said, "No, I'm good. I brought M&Ms." So he went and bought a popcorn. He opted, through his own generosity, to get one that was big enough for the both of us. Probably was the smallest size. They're just huge. Yeah. And he puts it on the armrest or whatever, you know, between us. I guess sort of like the shared, each side. Those chairs are so big, they sort of both have armrests. But he sits it on the armrest between us and just said, you know, like, I mean, I'm not going to finish this thing, so go ahead, like, have some popcorn. So when I opened up the M&Ms, he puts out his hand for me to, as if I'm a parent dictating how many M&Ms he's allowed to eat, you know, after his dinner. And I said, no, like, I'm not gonna take that upon myself to decide how many M&Ms you're capable of eating. I handed him the box. I said, just pour into your hand what you want. I handed him, he had all the power. So he took I didn't even look. He took however many he took, and he gave it back to me. The popcorn continued to sit there for the duration of the movie. I occasionally reached in to grab some after spilling some on my lap, and offered him, I want to say probably one more time, I offered him M&Ms, and he declined.
Okay, so there were two offers. So he just didn't take full advantage.
And he declined. So once you decline the second offer, I don't really feel like I need to then offer again like 30 minutes later, nor am I really even thinking about it. Also, we're close enough friends that if you want M&Ms, give me a little nudge.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm getting an M&M. I'm getting an M&M.
Guy, grab an M&M. Like, this doesn't have to be a thing.
Fair. If anything, reasonable. I don't know.
Yeah. And also, if we're getting into the M&M to popcorn proportion conversation, like I said, I handed him the box. Take however many you want.
What he should have done was
not out there counting M&Ms
in the popcorn. That way you have you get a handful. All of a sudden you get a chocolatey treat in between your salt. You get sweet salt. It's the best of both worlds. I feel like you guys both missed an opportunity there.
Yeah. No. Really, he would make this a thing. Daniel says, all I'll say is Glash told a very different story. He would, after almost missing the movie. Guy shows up late. We have to rush in there in the first place. We see no previews. None. Not a one. I mean, we were.
Did that hurt your heart deep down inside?
Like, thank God for trailers, by the way, because we were 20 minutes late for this movie and managed to not miss any of the movie. We walked in just as the trailers were ending. 20 minutes late.
That's excessive. That's too much. That's too many trailers. What are the trailers even for? I don't know.
I enjoy trailers. I like that part of my movie experience.
5 minutes trailers. That's all.
5 minutes? That's a trailer and a half. The way they're made now.
In 6 minutes. Give me 2 trailers. That's all you need before a movie. What do you watch? 8 trailers before?
Right.
Fast 9? Yeah, that's too many. That's too many. I don't want to. There's no way I'm going to want to see even half of those 8 movies that they're putting out there. Like, even if they throw their best moments up on screen for me, like, oh, okay, John Cena's in that one. I know. Okay, I got it. I understand it. This doesn't need to go on for another 3 minutes. Like, I get it. It's a John Cena buddy comedy. Like, cool. He's going to be big, and his partner's going to be small, and they're probably going to get along. Oh, here comes Kevin Hart. Of course he does. You know what you're getting.
Drew says Koff never would have allowed Glash back to the DVD cave if he had missed 20 minutes of the movie. Drew, that wasn't ever on the table. I looked at the times. There was another one starting at 11:30, and I said to Glash, if we have missed even 1 minute of this movie, we're going to the 11:30. Well, I'm not missing a second of this film.
Right, because it's got such a complex and
really tough to follow. Really insanely difficult. Yeah. It challenges you, is what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like that.
Because if you walk in and a movie is underway, we've all been there. If you walk in and the movie's underway, you don't know how much you've missed. You could have missed 5 or 10 minutes. You could have missed 30 seconds. I mean, you can maybe get an indication based on whether there are still credits rolling, but you don't really know. And so we were going to go to the next one. Now we're going to be rushed.
I mean,
where do you go from there?
Sure.
Drew says, I heard they didn't even play trailers before the movie. It was just a Skip Perkins newsreel. No. And Wild Weather Wednesday are both dead.
Wild Weather Wednesday might come back to life, just like Skip Perkins does occasionally, or Chip Perkins, or Flip Perkins, or whatever. Whenever God has forsaken us, we will see. That's like one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Perkins' family member comes back, and then immediately the sky turns blood red, and the oceans boil, and he live commentates the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse riding over us. Oh dear, there goes pestilence. Hey.
Queenie, let's see. I mean, this is good. Let's just catch up with you guys in the chat for a moment because I love all of you and you entertain me. Robbie Noble, Adam had a lap of popcorn. I did. Yeah. Queenie says I got to see a doctor about the cough. I know what it is. I just don't get enough rest. I sleep more, cough less, and I think there might be mold and mildew in the walls, and that doesn't help. It's an allergy thing. I'm telling you. Lisa says Madden Sims ain't real. Patriots are no good. Lisa, talk to me when they're in the playoffs next year. You'll see. Lisa also says, cough, Doofy is rubbing off on Glash. They're starting to act like brother and sister. What else? Cough, the trailers for F9 I saw were Old by M. Night Shyamalan, Prodigy with Samuel L. Jackson, which I think I've seen the entire movie from the trailer. That's the Mac Lion. So I've seen Old, which plays with me every time I see it. Not the movie,
You've seen
the trailer. The trailer.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the Prodigy trailer. I'll have to check that one out, or maybe I shouldn't if it gives everything away. Bad Boys of Pop says, cough, it's such a treasure, Fast 9. You couldn't even imagine missing 1 minute of it. You're right. You're absolutely right. And Daniel says in our chat that he is all caught up on Loki. He's watched the first 5. And Daniel, I want your thoughts. I don't mind spoilers, but I won't speak for everybody in our Slack. I don't want you to screw anything up for anybody else. So you can chat me privately if you'd like, but I want your thoughts.
You can drop in there. I have not been watching. I probably won't be. I'm so far behind the MCU that eventually I'm going to get them all at once, kind of like I did with Lost, and kind of like I did with like the early seasons of Breaking Bad. Like I wait a while, then I catch up on everything all at once because I'm an impatient man. Patriots opening drive here goes nowhere. Cam Newton's streak of scoring drives will end at 3. Punt team about to come out.
There is there's a positive and a negative. You know, there's a push and pull when it comes to binging shows. We all know because we've all done it. Getting it all at once and being able to blow through it and that feeling of completion and not even having to sit on a cliffhanger and all that stuff, like that's great. That's fun. You know, I'm all in. I like that I can watch Cobra Kai in a day when it drops. But there is it's relatively old school now, I guess, in this streaming binging era. But there is a nice thing about the week in between and being able to really dissect, maybe watch a show a couple of times to see if you missed anything and just think and where they going next and all that stuff. I enjoy that. You know, I'd love to have Loki all at once or any of those shows all at once, but I can appreciate sitting and waiting. Loki, by the way, says Daniel is the best Marvel Disney Plus show so far. I totally agree, mostly because of an A-list cast and fantastic cinematography, production design, also true. Better character development than most Marvel content, he adds. And I will agree with that as well.
I mean, I'm intrigued by it. I mean, obviously everyone's going nuts for it, but it's the same thing with like The Mandalorian and what was the other one?
For Marvel or in general?
WandaVision. Like all those the Plus universe shows. Yeah, I mean, everyone loves them and goes nuts for them, and it's like they just seem a little bit impenetrable to me, which I know they're not. Like, obviously, you don't make a franchise this popular by making it tough to get into. It's not like I'm dropping into a late season episode of Firefly or something. I'm sure you can pick it up in a minute, but I'm a lazy man. I want to find things on my own. I want to start from the beginning on something that I can just binge through and a week and a half or more. I would just want to watch The Sopranos again. That's like half of what I want in life. Like,
well, Lindenbaum says you should be watching the trailer for the Sopranos prequel.
That is out. I did see that online today.
I haven't watched the trailer yet.
Yeah.
I also didn't watch the series, but I haven't watched the trailer yet.
Many Saints of Newark. Apparently, there's some Easter eggs in there for Sopranos fans out there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Lindenbaum says he doesn't mind a week between episodes. Queenie's saying, "Did you see the Thor variant, Cuff?" I didn't. Was there a Thor variant in the latest episode? I might need to rewatch it. But I did not see that. What I thought was, for anyone that that watched the latest episode, this does not give anything important away. They just had such a great line. I really appreciate it. At one point, like they're going over their plan, and the guys kept going, "Don't die, don't die." And Loki goes, "Don't die isn't a plan. It's a general demand of living." I thought that was just such a well-written line. I don't know why I enjoyed it so much. 21-10 New England. Bert says he shows up for 2 seconds in a little bottle. Oh, all right. We'll have to revisit.
Yeah. Sure.
It is one of those shows, and this is true of anything and everything Marvel. It's one of those shows that, I mean, you look away, you're going to miss something.
Yeah. Yeah, they do a good job of really packing mythology so everyone can deconstruct them. And I think that's a big part of what builds the hype is that people can go online and then the next day post something and it'll go viral because it's so, the fandom is there, you know? Like they are willing to parse through some nonsense just to get to those. Chris Conley has a couple of catches here. Jags starting to go to the outer reaches of their depth chart. Conley, and before that, Chris Thompson getting a lot of calls. Not that he's outer reaches, he's RB1, but still doing work.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. You like Loki more than Falcon and Winter Soldier, Koff? Oh, it's not even close. Loki, then WandaVision, then Falcon and Winter Soldier. I thought Falcon and Winter Soldier was just okay. It was good, it was enjoyable, but it wasn't anything that I would be in a hurry to rewatch. Loki, I know I'm going to rewatch. Mid-third quarter. CDA, AK, Drew, Daniel, Bert, Bobo. I don't know why I always use two names for Bert, but I do. I can't say one without the other when I'm shouting them out in our crew.
And reasonable. You have to throw them both in there. Make sure he feels appreciated. Just because you're a good host.
Well, and because we used to have two people in ops, and more often than not, now it's one. So I'm making him feel like he's two people.
Ooh, big third down stop there. So Jags probably going to settle for the 39-yard field goal here. It would make it a two-possession game. They could go for it, 4th and 3, right on the brink of that 50-50 coin flip kind of odds. So the expected points added here, you get a little bit of an edge with the field goal. They are going to take it. It's going to be the Lambo from 39 yards. Kicks up and good.
It's good. 8-point game. And Daniel brings up, I like the Lady Sif cameo. Welcome surprise. That was good. I'm with you. And again, that gives nothing away in terms of, I mean, it gives the cameo away, but like plot point, it gives nothing away.
Twitch, thrilled you are acknowledging them. Big day for Twitch, and we see all over there. CJ, Fort, Rajay, Justin, Wes.
Guys, I love Twitch. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm always in the Twitch chat, but don't think I don't love you. I'm not always great at multitasking. So I don't want you to celebrate when I read a comment from Twitch.
I mean, can they just celebrate because they like being heard? They like being acknowledged by their favorite broadcaster?
You stop that. I'm going to blush. You used to see, CJ and first time playing Fortnite and Reed Tees and, Batman's over there today. Like, I know what's what over at Twitch. We got about 45 people watching over there. It's good to see. Appreciate you. River Rat, Drain Island, you, of course, is Twitch ambassador, which is true. I would say you and Rossi among our group spend the most time in Twitch.
Yeah, Glash is there quite a bit too. I mean, I'm a
Glash is just there to promote himself. It's because he can't put.
He's dropping his TikToks in there. But to be fair, I do the same. To be fair, I do the same thing. You can put links in the Twitch chat, and if you don't abuse it, you don't get banned. And I can throw the news post route there, and I can. They have the whispers and the DM, so we can go ahead and make fun of Kenny Ducey behind his back, and he's never the wiser. Things like that, the important things in life, Goff.
Tampa John says Wonder Woman over Captain Marvel. Are you talking about the character or the movie? Because I will agree on the character. I think the Wonder Woman character, and I don't mean like in the comics, I'm talking about just the movies. Well, yeah, all right. I guess I'm just so, like Daniel says, I would say both. I guess I'm just so scarred by what a bad movie the Wonder Woman sequel was that I'm allowing it to take away from the first one, which was pretty good. I don't think it's as good as everyone felt it was at the time. Like there was a lot of over-the-top hype over Wonder Woman to me, but it was really good. It was a strong movie. Captain Marvel was just okay. But Wonder Woman 2 was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Period.
Yeah, I'd heard the same. Like, it's one of those where it's like, oh, okay, there's nothing really on. Why not throw in, Wonder Woman 84 or whatever? And it was like, oh, what if other people say, oh, it's bad? Okay, all right, time out now. I'll hold on.
But don't worry, they're making a third.
Sure.
Because it was still a cash cow.
Yeah. When you're butchering the pig, you don't waste the squeal, right?
What a way to put it. 21-13, that's the end of 3.
All right. A pretty solid run here from the Patriots. Another touchdown here, make it two-possession game again. Does seem like they are on the brink there, at the very least within Nick Folk field goal range. Newton 203, 3 touchdowns through the air, one more. Bundy himself could get there pretty easily. Probably won't get the bonus. Neither will Minshew, who's at 176 and 1 tutty through the air. That was to D.D. Westbrook.
All the Pats points coming in the second quarter. Nothing first, nothing third. Cousin Chris, 38 rushing, that's it. Sony Michel, 23. James White has been quiet on the ground, just 16, but better day in the air, obviously. So let's see. Eifert, 5 for 48. Touchdowns for Asiasi, Edelman, White, and Westbrook. DD, 3 for 71, 4 for 38 for White. Edelman, 4 for 64. Asiasi, who went from, nothing at the half to 4 for 57 in the score.
Yeah, he and Edelman currently are leading point producers at the wide-out position. White having himself a decent day as well. Of course, D.D. Westbrook quite a ways up there too. In fact, he's actually the leading point producer. He's got he's having a pretty solid day for a guy who is currently looking for a job. I don't think he's signed with anyone. Let's take a look. Yeah, D.D. Westbrook, according to Spot Rack, remains unsigned, and it'll be interesting to see if anyone takes a flyer on him. A guy who has a lot of speed, but not a lot of great change of direction. Not a guy who was a great route runner, spent most of last season injured. And he's no longer a spring chicken for a guy that you would think would be a little bit younger. No, he's going to be 28 this upcoming year. This is a guy who's never had more than 66 catches in the season and could be useful in the right situation, but I mean, you got to think he got a ton of reps in Jacksonville because they didn't really have anyone else, and he still wasn't able to turn that into much, at least in terms of efficiency and big plays. So maybe he latches on somewhere late in the preseason process and surprises us, but I do not have high hopes.
If I may, because I learned something new today, Christian. You learn something new every day if things are going well. And you reminded me of it when you just said something you said. So that wonderful website, one of my favorites, with so much great contract information. I've been going to it for years. I interviewed someone who, for my Celtics podcast today, who does some work for that website. I keep calling it that website for a reason. I said, I don't know. I love the website. I love it. I say it different ways every time. I never know how to pronounce it. Is it Spot Rack, as you just said? Is it Spot Track? Is it something else that I'm not even thinking about? And he said, it is Spot Track.
All right, perfect.
So now we know. Now we all know.
What does that stand for? What's the origin?
I have no idea. Drew says Spot Track. I'm told it is Spot Track. That is what I am told by someone who works there. That's all I know. And maybe he's a part-timer. Maybe he's wrong. I don't know. But for some reason that has played with me for I don't know how long.
Ooh, jumbo formation here, so it could be Dalton Keene time. Instead, it's a fullback handoff, and Sally stopped just shy. A heartbreaker there. The Vultures were circling, Koff. Fullback in, tight end 2 in, tight end 3 in. Vitale gets the call and lands just shy, but does pick up the first. So Patriots, pretty useful outcome here. They get to burn a little more clock. Can't tell who that is in the backfield. Gotta assume it's Michelle. Handoff, touchdown.
Easy, too. There's a guy, James White.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it was Sony. That 6 and the 8 on that uniform, man. It's so close. Almost impossible to distinguish.
Well, Sony Michel only had 23 rush yards up until that point, but now it turned his day into a solid. This is his 5th touchdown in the past 4 games, so he remains outperforming the touches he's getting at the very least, because he has been able to get the call in the red zone and make things happen. Patriots on the verge of pulling away in this one. One defensive stop should pretty much do it as they take a 15-point lead here in the 4th quarter.
Well, one thing we do know is if you played the Patriots running backs today, like Train Island, for instance, it leads to success because Christian is leading the free roll, baby. He's in first right now with about 6 minutes left in regulation.
Yes. I am enjoying it.
Yesterday we worked together, maybe today. If all goes well, it's yours.
Oh, he's still my heart. I've taken it down once in the past year plus, Koff. Should make it 2. I've had a few top 5 finishes before. We'll have to wait and see if we can get there. For me on this drive, I need DD and DJ. If anyone's going to come through on that Jag side of the ball, so we'll see.
As David writes, Christian the worst at Madden Sims. Seems odd timing.
Yeah, not wrong, but right now we're okay. Won't last. Yeah, you're probably right.
CJ says, Comp, tell me happy birthday like you did last year. It made me start chatting after you did that. CJ, happy birthday.
To a valued SimFam regular, as we get a little bit of GJ Chark. He's up into double digits on the day. The wide receiver 1, who gets a little bit of help in this Jags lineup going forward. Not only did Jacksonville go out and add Marvin Jones in free agency, they got Philip Dorsett in there as well. LaVisca Chenault coming back from what should be a pretty strong sophomore season. But the Jags might also throw Travis Etienne into the mix at wideout. Urban Meyer, kind of confusing, kind of overmatched, does appear in his first year as an NFL head coach. Drafting Etienne in the 1st round when he didn't really need a running back. James Robinson was so much better than anyone could have expected. And then taking his prize running back from Clemson, perhaps shifting him to slot receiver under Trevor Lawrence. We're waiting to see if it works out, but I am skeptical that Urban Meyer is in fact punching at or above his weight class right now.
(28-13), about 5 minutes left. See if Christian can hang on. I hope so. Drew says, our producer Drew, going at the end of the Dynasty League in the second round if he's there. He likes the wide receiver upside.
Yeah, I mean, Etienne is a very talented player. I don't know what the fit is going to be in Jacksonville. They have a lot of talented pieces that need to be put in the right places. And if you were talking college ball, of course Urban Meyer can be that guy. But talking about pro ball, he just seems a little bit overmatched for the job, especially when he basically admitted to being underwhelmed and unsupported in his free agency choices. You know, he didn't do that well. And maybe that's just learning experience, or maybe that's a sign of things to come, as the Jags no choice but to go for it here. 4th and 4. Blitz coming. Oh, no. John Simon gets it done. Huge stop there for the Patriots. They take over the Jags 42. For me, though, I mean, Urban Meyer did have the good sense to show up in AEW's Stadium Stampede 2, so maybe he's got a better head on his shoulders than we ever thought. As we're going to get a handful of carries here from that New England Patriot offense, trying to grind down some clock.
2nd and 9 from the 41 coming. Clock running as we are halfway through the fourth quarter. CDA, AK, Drew, Daniel, Bert, Bobo. Drew saying that was so random. He just handed the laptop to the wrestler.
Ooh, and this time it's Souls. Is that Sweet Feet there coming out of the shotgun? It is.
Yeah, another 6'8". I mean, they were so close. But yes, I mean, definitively that is Sweet Feet.
Yeah. So a very nice carry there. Going to set up another fresh set of downs for these Patriots. We won't get any timeouts taken until the 2-minute warning, as is tradition. But Pat's got a shot to ice this one. They score. They let the Jags back into it, kind of. They give the ball back to the Jags at the very least, which means nothing at this point. And another nice carry there. That time it is Sony, 31 yards and a touchdown for him.
You want some basketball news independent of Game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight? The Orlando Magic, per Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, are closing in on the Dallas Mavericks assistant, Jamal Mosley. He has emerged as a strong front-runner to become the franchise's next head coach, sources tell ESPN. Not a shock after he didn't get the job in Dallas that was open, that he'd be open to leaving and looking for a head coaching job elsewhere. They landed on Jay Kidd, who they're really looking to help take Luka to yet another level. But Luka has quite the bond with Mosley too, so be interesting to see him leave.
Yeah, dude, I don't get the Jay Kidd love affair. I mean, we saw what he could do with a talented unicorn in Milwaukee, and it was mostly a failure there. And I get it, you're bringing back a guy who wore the colors, who is a local hero. But
that's the biggest part of it right there.
I think it's going to flame out for him. Is this going to be another first down? It is. So a new set of downs for the Pats. One more of those that can effectively kneel this one out. We'll see if that's where they wind up. As my Patriots running back stack, just slowly grinding my way to the top with these two guys.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Can the Pats get more points for Christian? Better be Sony or White. There's White. Picks up 4.
Productive first down there. Keeps the playbook open. Not like a ton, but still. I'm probably just going to run it again and then run it again, because why wouldn't you? Jags down to their final timeout. Just don't make a negative play here and you'll be fine.
2nd and 6 on the way. Another handoff.
Yeah.
Clock killing mode here and gets to the 5 this time. I think it was Sony.
I think it was. It was a big formation up front, so you'd have your power back in for that one. We'll see if they start kneeling down from here, because they will have the latitude to grind the clock down, or if they will run it 1 or 2 more times. 1st and goal from the 5, so there could still be garbage points to play, but it looks like instead Cam's going to kneel this one out. At least go kneel down, and then maybe we get the carry on second down. We have seen that before. Maybe he's just throwing an extra yard out there for Sony Michel to cover as he careens into the end zone with a minute left.
Not quite sure why, but I see some disdain from Fuzzy for Fort Wayne, Indiana in the chat. I've been to Fort Wayne multiple times. Liked it. A lot of really nice people there, actually, I found. Fuzzy.
Sony very nearly made it a 2-touchdown day. Stopped at the 1. Let's see if the Patriots try to score again or if they go back to the kneel down. Again, they don't have to run another play here.
Christian, what are the emotions? Are you tasting victory right now? You're up by about 4 points. Clock killing mode, 3rd and goal from the 1.
I mean, it feels great.
Oh, they're not going to run it in.
They're not going to run it in, but you know what? You can't get any better than first, so
nope.
I'm happy about it. I'm going to take that negative -0.1 from Cam Newton. He's going to slip under the 22-point barrier, but I'm going to enjoy the nearly 6-point victory over the 136 of you in. Oh wait, are they gonna? They won't. There it is, and there it is. Sweet victory for your boy, Train Island, sliding into first place. 2nd ever free roll win. My heart is so full today. Just so.
What a streak! What a streak the two of us have. Maybe next time, like, producer Drew will win, or Daniel.
It's
Pablo. I like it.
We're just out here taking the SimFams theoretical money.
You want to talk about discrepancy? You won. I finished 2nd to last.
Wow. That's a wide net there. Amazing.
I know. I kind of, just for the purposes of, of really making it a better story, I kind of wish I'd finished last.
Yeah. We would have been the alpha and the omega.
That's right.
Unfortunate to have missed that.
Dean Murray says, congrats, Christian. I'm in 2nd. There you go. Right. You know what? You're still on the podium, though.
Yeah. You know, anytime you finish in the money, it's a good feeling. So if you took down a top 3 finish in the free roll, if you won a dime or more in the free contest, that's awesome. We love to hear it when you guys do it. And let's talk about that crusty cough player of the game. We got to give it. I think it's got to go to White there. 3,400, 20% owned, and he gave you 17-2 in the flex. That's a bargain pickup. A gotta have kind of guy. So even though there were a lot of good producers today, Jimmy Jams at 3,400 gotta be my guy, my pick for player of the game. And
has anyone ever called him Jimmy Jams? Ever in his life? Or is that just you?
I mean, more people should say it for sure.
It's like me calling, Marvin Jones Jr. MJJ.
Yeah.
No one does it, but they should.
You know what? I'll next time I see him, I'll ask him. Let's tweet at him. What's up, Jimmy Jams? See if he responds.
I like it.
Let's go ahead and babysitter Billy. N'Keal Harry, who was 42% owned and gave you 2 catches for 24 yards. Not quite the zero goggles, but not a good day by any means for him.
No, it was awful. Yeah. Absolutely awful. Like you said, 2 for 24. And my captain, so that contributed highly to me having the day that I had. All right. Drew, Jimmy Jams, you just got jammed. See, it could be a thing. You can put it on a t-shirt and we can sell it in the DK store.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get that going, and let's make sure I get my cut. It's got to be net, not profit.
All right, next sim, I will be back. Matt LaMarca will join. Dolphins, Titans, prime time, a little less than an hour from now. 50 minutes until pregame. And then we'll stick around, roll that right into our NBA follow for Game 2, Suns and Bucks. Should be fun. See if Phoenix Valley can go up 2-0. And then, of course, Jeff Ulrich and LaMarca, Raiders, Colts, Madden After Dark, 10 o'clock tonight. So from here on out, my friend, you're just looking into next week. You are done. Are you not? Or no, you have a sim tomorrow with Tara Lynn. You have a sim tomorrow. I take it back. I'm sorry. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, Madden Matinee, you and TL Chiefs Bengals.
Yeah. Bengals sim with TL. Oh, she's gonna have it. She's gonna call me Bozo at some point. It's gonna be tough.
That's gonna happen more than once. Thanks to Drew. to Daniel, to Bert, Bobo, and Ops, and of course CDA. AK here, back with you in a little bit. Enjoy our, wonderful in-between programming. For instance, this time around, the Unreasonable Odds podcast, right here for you now.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome into another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast presented by DraftKings. A special episode today for numerous reasons. As you may see if you are watching behind me, I'm actually in the podcast studio that we normally record in for the first time in like 16 months. So that is cool. The world is bouncing back. The thing is, the reason Steve Buchanan is not sitting side by side with me, my co-host, is because it's not up and running yet. But it will be soon. He's literally on like the other side of this wall in our other studio. And we are on Zoom as we have been for the past 16 months or whatever it's been. So we're moving in the right direction. The other reason we have a special episode today is courtesy of our good friends over at VSiN, our guest, the host of Follow the Money, one of the elite gambling shows, sports betting shows in the industry, I will say. Big fan. Mitch Moss is with us today. How you doing, man?
Well, you're too nice, guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Of course. We get it out here in Boston on Nesson. So, I'm always doing some work in the morning, throw you guys on and really enjoy it. I think it's, a very unique show of its kind to be able to go that long on sports betting and cover so many topics on a daily basis.
Oh, thank you. It's a fun show. Obviously, it's we like to have fun on the show as well. So we spend plenty of time, obviously, talking about sports betting, sprinkling in, some off humor kind of like topics once in a while as well. But I think you kind of need that to stay sane, like 3 hours every single day,
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll try and continue the trend of having a little bit of fun here to start off and play a game that we've been playing with our guests recently, called Know You Better. So obviously you are, an experienced sports bettor, a guy out in Vegas with some experience here. So we'll start off on a high note. I don't care if this is your biggest money win or something that you hit at plus 10,000 that you had $2 on. What is just your favorite win in your sports betting career?
It has to be, this is coming up on, it is actually the 15-year anniversary of, I won a football contest out here with my betting partner at the time in 2006. It was called The Last Man Standing. And, we have so many contests now out here in Las Vegas. Obviously, DraftKings has incredible contests during the football season as well. So they're becoming more popular now that obviously legalized sports betting is in so many states, which is great. Back then, really didn't have too many. That was one of them. And it was a unique contest. And so you pick one game every week against the spread. And every game comes with the hook. So there are no pushes whatsoever. Either you win and you advance or you lose, and then that's it. And the way it works is you can get up to 5 entries. If you buy 4 of them, they give you the 5th one for free. Or you can buy 1, 2, 3, whatever, how many you want, up to 5. And so in 2006, I think I want to say it was fewer than 1,000 people were in it. And my buddy and I actually won that in week 9. And so and it was we split like, a little bit more than 17,000. Back then it was, really, really cool. Hell, I'd take that today, obviously.
Yeah.
But just to kind of have that's going to, and that's by far the most success I've ever had in a betting contest before. But to actually say that we won one of those out here in Las Vegas is something that I can, kind of like have on the resume, so to speak, forever. And that's a pretty cool thing.
For sure. That's awesome. And no, 17 grand today, that is still something. So yes, I would.
It is for sure. Yeah.
I would very much like to win one of those as well.
Me too.
All right. We got to flip the script here. Sports bettors, we can come up with these every morning. We can tell you our worst bad beat from the night before. But what is the one that is just etched into your brain that you will never get over?
It was actually a bad push. And this was in 2004, and many people know the game, right? It was Final Four, UConn and Duke. It was the Chris Duhon three-pointer at the buzzer. But so leading up to that, I had probably still to this day my best March Madness ever. I mean, the first couple of weeks where everything was going my way. I mean, I was getting lucky bounces and shots at the buzzer to go in to maybe go over a halftime total by a half a point or whatever. So I was really, really fortunate that year. And going into that game, like immediately, as soon as we knew that was going to be the matchup, I thought that Duke was going to have an impossible time slowing down Emeka Okafor. I thought he was going to destroy that team down low. The only thing that could hurt my chances, I thought, was if Okafor got into foul trouble. So anyway, I'll get to that in a second. But I basically, I didn't put all of my winnings in the first couple of weeks, but I took a large chunk and I put it on, and I made the mistake. It was UConn 1.5 for the game. I bought it down to 1. I should have just done UConn money line. But instead of that, because I told myself at the time, I'm like, what are the chances it's going to really land on 1? So I'll be safe is what I said. And I'll buy it down from 1.5 to 1 instead of doing the money line. And I think it was at the time I only had to pay 10 cents for it. So it was $1.20 is what I laid. But the money line was like minus 130 or right in that neighborhood, obviously. So I could have just paid the extra 10 cents and done money line. Well, and then for those who don't remember, the game starts off where Okafor gets into foul trouble, like right out of the gates. And so Duke dominates like 30 minutes, the middle portion of the game. And they're incredible, right? And they had to lead the entire time. Then Okafor, like Calhoun sat Okafor for a lot of that game. He comes back in the second half, and the game goes exactly how I thought it was going to go in my head. He comes back. He punishes Duke down low. He's phenomenal. They come roaring back. They take the lead. He goes to the free throw line late, hits some free throws. They go up by 4, and I'm celebrating like this is incredible. Like, there's not enough time on the clock. Like they're not going to get hit a 3 at the buzzer and push this game. And I honestly, at this point, after 2 hours of this, I had a migraine because of the pressure and the stress. And I'm young. I was like 25, 26 or whatever. And I had the biggest bet of my life at the time on this game, right? And so I'm kind of like finally exhaling at this point, like, hey, I have a winner. This is really cool. And then, 2 seconds left. They get it to Duhan. He crosses half court. And so he goes up. It's off 1 foot, by the way. Off 1 foot. There's a defender coming at him. He like ducks like this, goes up and under, kind of a double pump, puts it up with one hand from 35 feet off the glass and in. And so I'm sitting there just like, what just happened? And my mouth is on the floor. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And I let out some other words than that, obviously. And I'm just like, I was speechless after that for 5 minutes, like, how, what, why? And so, but I didn't lose, but I pushed on a dumb bet that I made. I could have done money line. It would have been safer, obviously. But that to me it's now been 17 plus years. I'll never forget about that.
A push can be worse than a loss. By far. And this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah. That definitely qualifies.
I mean, judging by your description there, yes, you will not forget this one because you still remember it all.
Yeah.
But I don't. If there's a silver lining, I guess maybe as a young bettor, there's your moment that you're realizing if you're betting the 1.5 spreads, maybe just to look at the money line.
Look at the money line. Take a peek next time. Give that more of a consideration, or you can split up bets. I mean, if you want betting baseball, you can maybe bet half a unit on the first 5 innings for the full game, because if you don't want to take a chance with the bullpen, that kind of thing. So, learn plenty over the years since then.
All right. So getting into, I know you guys on Follow the Money cover all types of trends throughout all kinds of sports. What is your favorite trend to kind of either keep track of or to just kind of, I don't want to say blindly tail because you're researching it, you're betting on a trend, but what's your favorite trend to bet on, I guess?
Well, it goes back to and here's to your point, right? You can't just blindly bet this stuff year after year after year. A couple of years ago, kind of caught on to this totals in the first period in the NHL, where some teams in the league were, at the time, if you were betting a blind, you were killing it because the Blackhawks, but when I caught wind of it, the Blackhawks went over 1.5 goals for 15 consecutive games. And that turned into like a 17-game streak. And then later on that year, Tampa Bay hit it 18 consecutive games where they went over 1.5 goals. And so eventually we were calling it, the name of our show was Follow the Money. As you said, we were calling it the Follow the Money 5 because there were 5 teams that were hitting at well above 70% into the 80% range. And books didn't catch on to this yet. It wasn't really a popular thing because the total, the juice was still certainly manageable and not where it worked out to the percentages, right? So it was you're laying $1.15 or $1.20 or $1.25. It didn't really matter who was playing. But eventually, as we talked about it more and they kept coming in and 5 or 6 teams got up to that level. And especially, by the way, when those 5 or 6 teams played each other, it was going over at 90+% on the season, which was just silly. So eventually it caught on to the point of where these teams, they would open up, like, let's say day of, over a goal and a half in the Tampa Bay game might be $1.45 or $1.60. Within 2 hours, it would go to -230 or -245, or books eventually moved it to 2 goals in the first period. And so, at the time when these game totals were priced at 6 juice to the over or 6.5, like the math was not really making much sense, because if you're going to go over 6.5 with a juice or 6.5, yet the period bets are 1.5, like over $1.20, $1.25. And they kept coming in over and over and over again. 3 periods. If you do that breakdown by each period, that's 4.5 with some juice, obviously. And so anyway, back then it was just like, it was a treasure trove because they kept coming in. But that was 2019. Last year during the pandemic, it cooled off a little bit. Certainly this year, it never really took off to where it was. But that was in the last couple of years, that was definitely the best trendy bet that made a lot of sense.
All right. Flip side again on this one. What is a trend that people will point to and say that's why I'm backing it, that you just say this doesn't make sense? I don't know why people use this.
There's a lot of stuff, I think, in the football world. You'll hear primetime games a lot, but actually, certain guys have been really good in primetime spots. I think the Seahawks come to mind. Like their Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll have been unbelievable in primetime games, so you got to back them. Well, does that really make that much sense? I mean, they're on national TV and they're on the spotlight, so they're covering all these games. They've been great at it, but I don't think that really has anything to do with much. When you hear about there's one in baseball right now to start the season where I think it was the final game of a series. The Nationals, I think, to the under were amazing, but what does that really mean? You'll hear people will break down like this team is so good, like on Thursdays or on Sundays, getaway day. To me, I'm not a big, I'm not going to go that far and say that really means much. You know what I'm saying, guys?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The day of the week thing, the Thursday night football. Well, I'll say like a short week in football, that's different. But like the day, the time, I don't know if I'm into all that.
The same thing, real quick, same thing too with like, this pitcher has done well against the Astros in the past. I don't care what he did against them against the past, because it's not the same team. Like, to me, that's so irrelevant. Just because he did well against the Jersey, which is basically what it is, I cannot back stats that are like 2-3 years old against former teams. I'm totally with you.
No, that's really a great one. It really is, because guys who've been around the league for a long time, maybe they dominated like a rival, or somebody in a certain league 5, 6, 7 years ago, but the current roster is made up of players who were never on those teams. So it's like, what kind of stock do you really have to put into that thing?
Right. Yep. Totally.
All right. We're going to end on this one for Know You Better. This is a more overarching one. Just your best advice for, new sports bettors getting into this.
Well, there's a lot, certainly. I would say money management obviously comes to mind. Don't force bets. If you're having a bad day at the office on a Saturday or whatever, don't double down on a game that you don't really have a strong opinion on or a good edge. Don't just because you're losing. It's like blackjack, right? All of a sudden, if you're down big, you want to start betting. Let's say you're betting $25 a hand and you're losing, over and over and over again. You just want to start playing $200, $300 a hand. You could get absolutely killed that way. I would say though, have as many outs as possible, if that's okay for me to say on this podcast. But I mean, it's that's a big one. In my opinion, you got to have a lot of spots where you can check out and examine different numbers.
All right, so let's talk about some of the current stuff that's going on here. Let's move over to the NBA Finals. Obviously, we're looking at Game 2 tonight. The Suns took a 1-0 lead in the series in that one. The biggest news about that one, of course, was Giannis moving from doubtful, probably not going to play, to ends up playing 35 minutes, records a double-double. Pretty typical of Giannis here. And I believe, Julian, you can back me up on this. I believe once the news that Giannis came out, we saw about a 2-point spread movement on that in the Bucks' favor once that Giannis was confirmed to play in this game. Obviously, the Bucks didn't end up covering. They lost 118 to 105. So, Mitch, what are your thoughts here about tonight and even kind of the rest of the series here. The Suns have been one of the best home teams in the league, even during the regular season. This has been a spot where they've dominated. But obviously, with Giannis in here, it changes the landscape of the Bucks. So Suns are favored by 4.5 tonight. What are your thoughts on tonight, and then kind of moving forward?
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if the Bucks come out in the first quarter, the first half, and make the proper adjustments that killed them in the first game.
Yeah,
and they have the lead, or they're very close to the Suns at the end of the first quarter in the first half. Certainly, I think we can all agree that the team has to have Giannis to win the series, right? I mean, if Giannis would go down with an injury, or that he would be, something would come up again with the knee. I don't like the Bucks' chances, and in fact, it might be a 4-game sweep or a 5-game series that way. But I think. I don't love Budenholzer. Monty Williams had a hell of a season this year. Arguably was the coach of the year. He didn't win. He had a great argument for it, though, obviously. So I think Monty Williams has the coaching edge. I will give Budenholzer the benefit of the doubt coming out of the gates tonight to make those adjustments. But then how will the game play out after that? I thought Giannis, and this probably is based on the expectations that I had for him. I did not expect him to look great or look normal, I should say. And he kind of did. And so that was pretty promising. That defensive block that he had kind of tells you all you need to know about where he's at, I think, percentage-wise. But my biggest question is, if the big three don't step up for this team at the same time, and they really, like Giannis, Holiday, and Middleton, it's not like they have great games all at the same time or at the same night, which is they just can't all put it together. So if 2 of the 3 can play really well tonight and have big games, I still think they're going to need somebody off the bench to have a big game. And look, I thought Bobby Portis, it was all about matchups, right? I thought Bobby Portis, I was like screaming on the air for him to get more minutes early on in that series. I thought there was a spot for him against the Hawks, and he played really well. Not so sure if there's a great spot for him against the Suns with matchups, but I would if he doesn't give the Bucks much off the bench, then where is it going to be coming from? Because I don't really trust anybody other than Portis in terms of overall depth. And PJ Tucker's not going to give you many points. He's out there to defend. And, Lopez had great moments against the Hawks. What does he look like? I have big questions about him. And on the flip side, I think we can rely on the backcourt for the Suns to show up every single night. I mean, Booker scored a ton of points in game 1, and he didn't shoot well. And I Paul's having an unbelievable run. I think Ayton can play, he can have, 19 rebounds is a big ask every single game, obviously. But I think Ayton can look really good for the most part in every game of this series. And then, I trust the Suns others more, like the guys off the bench, Payne and Johnson. I just trust them more than I do the guys for the Bucks. So I think early on, Bucks, maybe first quarter, first half would be worth a feel. Full game, I can't quite get there. And then I would actually be on the Bucks if they got back, down 0-2, game 3 and beyond them probably in that game to come back, maybe win that game if Giannis looks really good tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you on most everything you said. The Bucks depth thing is what gets me, because so if they want to play smaller and they transition to, Lopez was getting burned in those pick and rolls with Chris Paul and Devin Booker.
Yep.
He winds up playing only 23 minutes, and you're going to go smaller, and that wound up the Bucks played well in game 1. Holiday didn't. Giannis was fair, but like you said, I point to they started the play running that alley-oop for him, and you look at the chase down block. His health is much higher than we see, Anthony Davis come back and get hurt. We watched Harden limping around. We watched Trae Young limping around. I thought that was going to be the case here, and it wasn't. So, a lot is going for the Bucks. Bryn Forbes, 2 of 4 from 3 off the bench. Pat Connaughton, 2 of 4 from 3 off the bench. And they lose that game by 13 with Jay Crowder not making a shot. Devin Booker, 1 of 8 from deep. I keep looking at this and being could the Bucks bounce back? Sure, but they played pretty well, and I think the Suns can even play better than they played in game 1. The Ayton matchup is real. There's nobody to cover there. So I'm having a hard time getting off the Suns in game 2. And just some of the matchups you talked about, point to player props for me, like the Ayton 29.5 points, rebounds, assists. It feels like he's going to be in a good spot again. Lopez, I bet the Brook Lopez points under 15.5 in game 1 when Giannis was ruled in.
Yeah.
It dropped down to 13.5, and he only played 23 minutes. If you told me all those things, I would be like, this is a multi-unit bet.
Yeah.
And he goes 3 of 5 from 3 and scores 17 points in his 23 minutes. I still think Lopez unders on the 13.5 number for points or 19.5 points, rebounds, assists, however you want to do it. I think his role is going to diminish in this series.
Yep, I'm with you on that. I think Lopez under is a good angle on that for sure. But what you were talking about too, I mean, if Holiday doesn't go over his like point proper, his points and assists, whatever tonight, I don't think the Bucks. He's got to play better than this. They gave up a lot for him, a lot of depth, and that's what they're hurting on the bench, obviously. And so, in terms of the overall adjustments, I would not rush out to bet Chris Paul's points over tonight. Guy's been awesome. He scored a ton of points in game 1, but I think that's where the adjustments come from. And I think the Bucks will neutralize him scoring, but I think where he picks up tonight will be dishing out assists. So I think earlier this morning when I was taking a peek at it at DraftKings, that the assist prop was 8.5 juice to the over. I won't be surprised if he dishes out 10, 11, 12 assists tonight. And I think his double-double number was plus 130. I think he'll get to 15, 16 points, but I think he's going to be more of the facilitator role tonight. And that's what's going to burn the Bucks.
So this is maybe real quick, like we were just talking, splitting up bets. Maybe you want to go some on the over 8.5 assists. Maybe you want to go some on the double-double to be safe there. Because if he's going to get the 10 assists, you're probably going to bet the plus 130, plus 135 double-double there and just say he's going to get there with points.
Yep, that's the way I would approach it for sure. Yeah. By the way, I'm with you on that. I mean, what you said about maybe liking this, you have a tough time getting off the Suns in game 2. That's I can't find myself. I'm looking right now. I don't imagine myself being on the Bucks for the full game. That's why I was telling you I'd look at the Bucks only for the first quarter or first half.
So real quick, I just want to talk about the series line in this one too. Obviously, the Suns are huge favorites here, minus 295, but you can get the Bucks at plus 235 for the series. Now, I think it's a pretty big consensus that we all think the Suns are going to win this year. But if the Bucks can even up this series, then they head home. They played very well at home. The Suns have been a very good road team too as well. But with how well Giannis looked in game 1, if we can continue to see that, is there still value here in taking the Bucks at plus 235?
I don't think it's a bad number. I mean, and I think if you were going to bet the Bucks going into the series, right, you had to wait until game 1 was over with because of the unknown with Giannis and how he was going to look, knowing that, hey, they can use. And by the way, the Bucks history, like if you go back to not only last year during the bubble, but the year before that, they've been awful in game 1s. I think people forget that like 3 years ago when they were one of the biggest first round favorites I can ever recall. That was against Orlando, not last year in the bubble, but I think they lost by 12 at home in game 1. The series against the Celtics in 2019, they got blown out. I think they lost by 22, if I recall correctly, in game 1. They came back and won the next 4 games of that series. So they have typically been a bad game 1 team. The Nets series, the Hawks series at home, they lost. So it's like a thing for this team. They come back and they bounce back to win these series. So I'm not freaking out quite yet. In fact, I do like the Suns in the series, but even if they win tonight, I'm not going to tell you that the Bucks are completely out of it, because what happened? Well, the Suns, they did their job at home. And, as we know, going back many years now in the NBA, things get a little bit different when the series shifts and it moves from one location to the next. I wonder what that number would be if the Suns win tonight for the Bucks to come back and win the series then. Because I'm not going to, even though, the Bucks did play well and they outscored the Suns by 15 points from downtown in that game and they lost by 13. I'm not going to rule them out yet, especially with how Giannis looked in game 1.
Milwaukee, we'll remember, Milwaukee was down 2-0 to Brooklyn and won that series. Now, the Kyrie ankle injury played a big role, but, who's to say Devin Booker doesn't roll an ankle and the same thing can happen? So It's been that kind of postseason for sure. Last thing real quick on NBA. This has been a really popular bet recently that I've seen everywhere on Twitter, on all types of shows, the Chris Paul MVP bet. This is one I will pump myself up for 1 second. My June 14th DraftKings playbook article, I said at the time, DraftKings had Devin Booker priced above Chris Paul in the NBA Finals MVP. Booker was plus 750. Chris Paul was plus 1,200. I wrote up, that is ridiculous. Chris Paul was 5th in the NBA in MVP voting. If you think the Suns are going to get there, you're taking Chris Paul plus 1,200. And now here we are, and we finally get to the finals, and Chris Paul becomes. Thank you, Steve. I deserve that clap. we get here and Chris Paul becomes the favorite. Plus 160-ish, 170-ish before game one. Now they get a win. Chris Paul, probably the best player on the floor. Maybe it was Ayton, but I think the narrative-wise, people will go Chris Paul there. Now we're looking at like minus 143 on Chris Paul. And I'm still sitting here telling people it's not too late. If you like the Suns at over minus 300, it's going to be Chris Paul's award. You can, do you feel good about the kind of value you're getting now? No. But is it a better bet than the Suns to win the series at all that juice? Probably. Your thoughts on the Chris Paul MVP situation or the overall MVP situation? If you got
I would think certainly that if you're looking to, if you love the Suns to win the series, that's one way to approach it, is to lay, what would you say, $1.43 updated?
I think it's $1.43 right now on DraftKings.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's the way, rather than laying more than $3 to win the series. Sure, that was because it's all, I try to tell people this all the time, right? And by the way, the Booker, again, he didn't shoot well, but he had, 28 points in game one? Ayton had awesome numbers and he played an exceedingly well game. I tell people all the time, forget about what you think about the awards, right? It doesn't matter if you think, I'll give you an example, the National League MVP, to tie it in. It doesn't matter if you think a pitcher should never win the award. You have to think what voters will think about that, right? And that's the way it breaks down with the MVP vote here. If you like the Suns win this series in 5 or 6 games, and Paul still, if he plays at this level, forget about it. Nobody else has a chance. But even if he dials it back a little bit and other guys step up, this is his first finals appearance ever. Like the media, they vote on this stuff, not bettors or fans. So the media, they love narratives and storylines. Booker and Ayton could play out of their minds, and I still have a tough time thinking that voters will give it to anybody else other than Chris Paul. You know, right? That's the way it works with this stuff. Another example would have been the Coach of the Year in the NBA. I thought it was a great race between Thibodeau and Monty Williams. But the whole thought was, well, the Knicks have been terrible for a long time. That it's such a huge team and a popular team in that city. And by the way, a lot of the media is based back in New York and around that area. They love that whole storyline. They couldn't get enough of it. And Thibodeau won the award over Monty Williams. So that'd be my advice when it comes to betting awards.
All right, let's switch over to MLB. It's been the hot topic for quite a few weeks now. And, unfortunately, the DraftKings Sportsbook doesn't have any home run derby markets up yet, so we won't get too much into that. I want to get into this whole thing with the pitchers, Mitch. And obviously, this has been the story now for a couple of weeks. Garrett Cole has unfortunately been the cover boy of this because of how drastically his numbers have dropped. His strikeout numbers have been down. He's been giving up a lot of hard contact. Tyler Glasnow was very adamant about talking about how since the sticky stuff is gone, that's how he got hurt. That's how he injured his UCL, which is unfortunate because he could have been a legitimate Cy Young contender if everything was going right. I want to get your opinion on the overs hitting a lot more often now since kind of this has been implemented, because I feel like it's kind of a bit of odd timing too, because we're getting into like the dog day of summer now. A lot more humidity, which is obviously more ideal for hitting. But if you look at the numbers from the past few weeks, which is really when they started implementing this whole new rule, which is on June 21st, as of last week, the over has been hitting almost 4% more over the season total. It's been about a 50-50 split all season long. But the past couple of weeks, we've been seeing the over hit 54% of the time, 53% of the time. Do you think that the timing is just convenient, or do you really think that this whole substance thing is really hitting, allowing the overs to hit more, and we should be looking at the overs more?
It's a great question. I think it's all tied in together. You brought up the heat across the country. I think that absolutely. Typically that happens in baseball during the summertime when it's warmer outside, high humidity in a lot of these spots. Well, you see a little bit, an uptick in higher scoring games. That tied in with the timing. I think certainly the timing of the sticky stuff has something to do with this. You can't, changing the rules halfway through the season for one specific position, that's a little bizarre to me. And now all of a sudden you tell these guys that they've gotten so used to it, and all of a sudden I can't. The Glasnow thing's a perfect example. And I have him on multiple tickets to win the Cy Young, and I bet him at 35-1. I have him at 35-1 to have the most strikeouts this year. And he was right in the mix for all of that stuff, right? And I thought his press conference was great when he's just like, look how big my hands are. His hands are like up to here. I can't grip the baseball. And all of a sudden my muscles hurt in places I didn't even know where muscles existed, that kind of thing. So I mean, Garrett Cole is a great example. Trevor Bauer's numbers until recently with what happened to him. I mean, the numbers, the spin rates were way down. Now, Corbin Burns was awesome yesterday against the Mets. Didn't get the win, but he was very good. It's also the Mets lineup, but he wasn't the same pitcher that he was, that we saw in the first, 5-6 weeks of the season.
Right.
So I think it's a combination of all of this stuff where all of a sudden the velocity can still be there, but if the spin rate's down, some of these pitchers who were linked to it, their numbers, you can't lie. Numbers won't lie, right? So there's definitely an impact here.
And it also kind of ties into the futures market for MLB too, because on DraftKings Sportsbook, for whatever reason, Garrett Cole is still the favorite to win the Cy Young. I don't know how that is still possible, but it is. But I think it's a great opportunity to look at this market. But because Garrett Cole is a -130 favorite, you are getting an incredible number on the rest of the field. Second in line, Carlos Rodon, +250. Lance Lynn, second, +55. And then Shane Bieber is really when it expands at 20-1. Is there anybody on the board that you see right now and you're like, if there's an opportunity to pounce on somebody, it's going to be this? Because I can't say for sure, but if Cole goes out and has another bad start, he can't be the favorite anymore. He's got to move to plus money soon. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. I know he was -170 before his last start. Now he was -130. So obviously that number is falling. But right now, because he's one of the favorites, you have to get somebody else at a better number, because this market, especially after the All-Star break, in my opinion, is going to start shifting dramatically.
Yep. No, I totally agree. I wake up every day, I check the numbers, and still I look at my phone and I'm like, what am I missing with Garrett Cole?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I also think that, voters are going to hold this against him. I don't think they're going to forget about this month stretch. And if it continues, he has no chance to win the award. But even if he kind of corrects it and he starts to get back to, somewhere in the ballpark of what he used to be, I think this stretch has really dinged his chances a lot. I certainly would not bet Garrett Cole right now. And I don't have I have no shares of him whatsoever in any of this stuff. Rodon and Lance Lynn can certainly win the award.
Yeah.
I would try, and I've done this week, I would try to look a little bit further down the board than that, because in theory, it should be kind of wide open with Cole struggles. You brought up Bieber, Glasnow, their injuries. I mean, but here's the thing. I made the case earlier in the week at Chris Bassett, and I recently grabbed him at 200-1. But then, and since then, he had a really good start, but then he came out against the Astros, and we saw what happened.
Yep.
And there's no shame in having a bad start or getting lit up once in a while. But, that's something that you don't, as soon as you talk about it, all of a sudden he has a bad outing. You're like, oh, yeah, it kind of takes the wind out of the sails. Another guy was Nathan Eovaldi for the Red Sox.
Yep.
His WAR was, I think tied with Rodon for the best in the American League. His overall, peripherals, like the strikeouts per 9, I think overall Ks, I might come back to ding him a little bit, but he was coming on until his last start when he got dinged up a little bit as well. So I would look a little bit further down the board than that, but you're right, guys. I mean, I think that this race is completely wide open at the top, and I quite frankly want nothing to do with Garrett Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Go ahead, Julian.
Real quick, Steve. I think, because we were just talking about betting awards before this in NBA, and I'm a super casual baseball bettor, Mitch. Steve's our MLB guy. I'm the NBA guy. I dabble in baseball casually. But what you just said, because that's all I can think about, is that if I'm a Cy Young voter and Garrett Cole starts to not be dominant, but gets better the rest of the way, am I still going to use my vote on the guy that's the face of this whole sticky stuff movement and change? It's just not a good look. I don't think baseball wants him winning the award this year. So it just feels like no matter what, not no matter what, that's a little extreme, but it feels like going in another direction with somebody who had a cleaner season would be the direction to go. And I mean, I looked at the board. I've seen, everybody saying, how is Garrett Cole still laying juice here on the Cy Young? And I looked at the board and I was like, wow, these are the next guys, the two, White Sox guys. So that to me, I'm not going to pretend I have a name, but like you said, you just made a 200-1 play. I think that's how you're betting the Cy Young this year. Somebody that's going to finish strong that is out of it right now.
I would, I look down the board, find somebody in between 30 and 100-1, whatever. And if they're on a good stretch right now and come up with other reasons, I don't think playing on a first place team matters anymore to voters. I mean, King Felix had that 13-12 season 8 or 9 years ago, where they finally realized that, look, his numbers are too good to ignore. We got to give him the award.
Right.
So I think that also goes for the MVP. I mean, like, how are people going to deny Ohtani? Are they going to look at the Angels and say, well, they're a third place team? I don't think that matters to voters anymore. I think Ohtani, what he's doing is something that nobody alive has ever seen before. So I think it's going to be too much to ignore. As long as he doesn't get hurt, like, that's going to be his award. I don't think you got to be best player or best pitcher on the best team.
All right, real quick before we move to NFL, we're talking Ohtani, and yeah, what he's doing right now, like, I don't even know. What is he, Steve, right now to win the MVP? Has he gotten over minus 200?
It's minus 190. He's right there.
Minus 190. Like, I feel like I would still take that. I would the 30-1 or whatever he was before the season. There is no comp for Ohtani, who, here's my best Ohtani comparison. He's Patrick Mahomes. If Patrick Mahomes also was playing like shutdown corner on defense in the same game, like, there's no comp. So like minus 190 if MVP for Ohtani, you're betting on him not getting hurt, in my opinion. After
that's right.
Right.
That's
after
the
what
whole
we're
gamble,
seeing.
right? That's the entire gamble right now. Is that okay? If you bet him, even though Vlad is, I love watching Vlad, and his numbers are incredible. I mean, Vlad, now that Ohtani surpassed him in home runs by like 4, but I'm not going to, the home run title's not over with, obviously. A lot of baseball left. But if Vlad wins the Triple Crown, that doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything when it comes to the MVP. Even if the Blue Jays, finish in second place, or they somehow come back and win the American League East, I read baseball voters and guys who write about this stuff all the time, and they're speechless about Ohtani. I mean, there's people think that that's a shot against Vlad. It's not a shot. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is having an incredible, and he's a blast, and he should be one of the faces of baseball with Ohtani and guys like Tatis. I love your analogy. Imagine if Mahomes went out there and had 7 interceptions playing cornerback or something like that.
That's it. That's
Right?
the comparison.
If Mahomes, let's say it's like week 11, and Mahomes had 28 touchdown passes and 4 INTs and 3 sacks, it would be Mahomes against the field to win the MVP, Yep.
Mahomes minus 2,000 against the field.
I just want to make one real quick point too. Because Ohtani and DeGrom are like the 2 favorites here, you're getting such good numbers on the rest of the field. So if you do think that the injury is a possibility, which it is, because Ohtani is doing something that nobody else has done, again, you're getting incredible numbers on some of these guys like Xander Bogaerts at 40-1. Jose Ramirez, who probably isn't in contention, but 50-1 for him, somebody having a good year. It's just something to look at too as well.
Yeah, the Red Sox players are certainly, I mean, then you got to think about it, though, which Red Sox player do I bet on? Is it Devers? Right. Is it, is it exact Bogart, somebody else? Martinez, I know got dinged up a little bit, but he was putting up great numbers. So in theory, there is, some value down the board if they get hurt. But again, that's what the gamble is, right?
Yep. We're recording this on Thursday afternoon. We don't have home run derby odds. I promise I'm moving to NFL now. But Ohtani at Coors, putting on a show. Baseball wants it. I want Ohtani. He'll probably be the favorite, but give me him.
But the field's so good. I mean, you can make the case for Gallo. You can make the case for Soto.
Soto,
Soto. I mean, Soto at Coors in a home run derby. Geez.
Please.
Crazy.
All right, I'm looking forward to Tuesday night. Okay, real quick, NFL or college football talk before we get out of here. We're getting towards it. I know it's weird, like, Stanley Cup just finished this week. We're in the middle of NBA Finals. Usually we're more into the football grind than this new sports calendar that's been laid out in front of us. But we're getting there. So it can be college football, it can be NFL, any future that's just really standing out to you, in early July here?
I made my biggest win total bet ever my entire life on the Raiders under 8.
Oh, I have that. I have that.
Oh, you have under 8?
I do.
Okay. I laid minus 130 on it out here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Raiders had a nice season last year. They were in the mix for the playoffs a little bit. I look up and down that roster. I've done this for weeks. Like, how do they get to 9 wins? Am I betting against, like, if Mahomes gets hurt, if Herbert gets hurt, and, the Chargers, like, I don't like their personnel at all. And I think Derek Carr, I think he gets I like Derek Carr. I think he is. I think calling him serviceable is kind of that's actually a criticism on him. I don't mind him at all. He doesn't have a lot of weapons outside of Waller. The offensive line, a lot of guys left. I didn't mind the draft this year, but it's the other drafts from 2020, 2019, 2018, where they whiffed on so many of their picks. And right now in 2021 is where you look at the second, third, fourth year guys and you're thinking, okay, you need to step up and be like an all-league player or a guy that we can rely on or somebody that we look at with the numbers on Pro Football Focus and some of the metrics. And we're like, yeah, you don't stink. But in reality, a lot of them do. And so I don't think that they're a 9-win team. And I'm more than willing to pay the price on it. Again, laying $1.30. So I like that one. I took some flyers in the Rookie of the Year market. Trey Sermon for the Niners. I think with Mostert there, I like him, by the way, but if he gets hurt, which he has an injury history, I think Sermon steps right into that, and they have a great offensive line. But I fully admit that I'm super high in the 49ers this year. I expect them to have a major bounce back. So I actually have 3 guys now. I have him at 60-1. I have Carter with the Jets at 90 or 100-1 to win the Rookie of the Year. And I'll be honest, I took Davis Mills, quarterback with the Texans. That could be, obviously everybody expects him to be the worst team in football, but I grabbed him at 300-1. And the thought process there is there's going to be no Watson, obviously, the way it looks. Yeah. And if something happens again to Tyrod Taylor, like there's a path for him, for Mills, to start a lot of games this year. And maybe, they're high on him. Other teams are high on him. If he's better than anybody expects, and he's a starting quarterback in the league for a lot of the season, I'll take a shot on that at 300-1. So I don't mind that bet at all.
I like that you brought up the Raiders thing about that offensive line too. He was so well protected last year. It is not going to be like that this year. And that is going to make, I think, such a big difference. And no, I don't think it's being talked about enough. So when you say that this is a team that might struggle to win 8 games, I am totally with you here because, that was such a strength of the Raiders. And I don't think that people really realize that enough. And I think that's going to come into play with the lack of receivers anyways. That is going to make such a big difference for them. That's huge, huge difference.
Yep, you're right. I think no,
go ahead, Mitch. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think you're right, because when I hear people talking about the Raiders, and now I obviously live in a Raiders town, it's never like people all of a sudden have forgotten about the offensive line, how many guys left. Like that's kind of a big deal. I mean, you need that protection. And I actually, now that we're getting closer to the whole fantasy world, I am learning that a lot of fantasy guys I respect, they are way down on Josh Jacobs this year. Like they don't like him going into 2021 at all. And so, if he, and I know they addressed it, they brought in Kenyon Drake, but the receivers, I did not like the draft pick of Henry Ruggs. I think you're expecting him to have a major leap this year. I don't really see that. Yeah, he's super fast, but other than that, not in love with him. It's just, now Waller is he's a matchup nightmare. And how do you not love Darren Waller, obviously, but if you can somehow, figure out a way to slow him down or neutralize him, I don't like the offense at all.
Jacobs wasn't
I'm
catching
just
enough.
glad.
Sorry, Jacob wasn't catching enough with a good offensive line. He's not going to be catching with a bad offensive line.
No.
Yep.
I'm just thrilled that you guys are just, making some sense here on the Raiders under. I got the under 8 at -135, so I laid a little bit more juice than you. It must have been you that moved it down to 7. Biggest win total bet that you've put in. It's sitting at 7 now on DraftKings Sportsbook. I thought I was going crazy. I was on Sports Map Radio co-hosting the Diehards last night on behalf of DraftKings, a little special guest appearance, and we had Ken Thompson on out in Vegas.
Okay. Yep.
Great guy, respectable guy. I'm sure you know him out there.
Yep.
And he was telling me how he had the Raiders over 6.5 and over 7. And I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was missing something. I brought up the offensive line. I was like, the offensive line. So I'm set on it. I'm already in. I'm not changing my mind. I'm glad that you guys, that's weird. That happened to me just last night. And I was like, did I missed something?
It's come full circle now.
It has.
Right. Exactly.
All right. Well, I'm glad I can go back to feeling normal and feeling good about this bet after hearing why the Raiders are going to be so good last night.
And by the way, what we need to have happen is the Broncos to make a big move for Aaron Rodgers and for Green Bay to say,
people forget about that too.
I know small angle that could potentially, I don't think it's going to happen at this point, but I think if the Packers were smart, they would actually be open to, some deals. And I'll pick up the phone. I'll listen to what you have to offer. Because if the Broncos would offer, I don't even know what the package would be. Judy, another player, draft picks. I think the Packers are out of their minds to not at least have that conversation,
I hear you. That's definitely something that you don't want to bet it because of that, but that's something
Right.
in the back of your mind that say, hey, this bet could get easier if that happened. All right. Well, we went through essentially everything here. I'm trying to think. I think we got it all in, right, Steve?
We're good. Yep.
No complaints.
No complaints.
For Steve Buchanan, for Julian Edlow, for the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Thank you, Mitch Moss, the host of Follow the Money, with our friend Veasan out there in Vegas. Thank you for coming on with us, man.
You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for having me. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks, man.
Anytime.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on back. You have reached a tandem that you're going to be stuck with for a little while. This is the 8 o'clock primetime game. We have got the Dolphins and the Titans coming your way, and then the NBA follow-along for Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Phoenix looking for a 2-0 lead on Milwaukee in Arizona. He's Matt LaMarca. I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, big guy?
Yeah. Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go. I thought that was so Brady, by the way. Hey, can you pick that up for me there, big guy? Just the
How many
worst.
times did he call Phil Mickelson big guy?
He called everybody on the course big guy nonstop. And it was just another reason for me to not like Tom Brady. Anyway.
Yeah, you tweeted about it for anyone that didn't see. LaMarca, the sax man, not a big guy. But here's my question. Do you not like big guy as a big guy? Or do you just not like the big guy name?
Obviously, I think that it's just a little bit like, I know I'm big. You know what I'm saying? I don't need you to tell me I'm a big guy. I'd much rather be called Buddy. Somebody on my timeline said it's equivalent to being called Buddy, and it made me think of Kenny Ducey. First of all,
what's wrong with other than Kenny Ducey? What's wrong with
which
being
made me
Buddy?
chuckle. I can see how it can be interpreted as a little bit
condescending. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, but I would much rather be a buddy. It's all of those. Drew says chief.
Okay,
again.
Chief. What do you say? Whatever you say, pal. Sure thing, guy. Would you prefer intended irony? Like if I came onto the Sims like, "Hey, Slim, how are you?"
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Okay. It's good. This is get to know your commentators here today across the Madden Sims on the Dream Stream. The Guru. Partner was the word clearly. Read the room, Tom. Hey, how are you, partner?
That was Phil, I think, more than Tom. Hey, sorry there, partner. Man, what do we have to do to get Brady out of these primetime golf events? I mean, it is an embarrassment to watch this man play golf.
He was better, wasn't he? I mean, I watched a lot of it, but I didn't watch all of it. Wasn't he better this time around than he was last year?
Marginally. He still hit just numerous balls out of play. And I get it.
Yeah, I mean, he was
tough.
a Super Bowl
They're
ball
tough
for
courses.
living in the woods, man.
They're tough courses, but for a guy who's super competitive, you would expect him to play better than he's been playing. What do we have to do to get Steph in one of these?
Was he even better than the pros?
Rodgers was. There was a 4 or 5 hole stretch where Rodgers kind of carried DeChambeau. He was very impressive as a golfer, which is not surprising. He's a great golfer. He's always.
Oh, his handicap is 4.
Well, Brady is supposedly a 5 or an 8.
I think he was an 8. Yeah, 8.
Single digits. And if he was playing that course by himself, he would have. I don't know if he breaks 100.
Not an easy course.
Sure. I respect that.
The Guru says Rodgers kept saying partner too. That's true. Rodgers is a big partner guy.
Rodgers
is as much a partner guy as Brady is a big guy.
I'm okay with Aaron.
Your pal, buddy.
As a member of the long-haired contingent.
Yeah, I was doing the watch along, the follow along, like we'll be doing for the NBA after this sim. I was doing that for golf for a couple hours with Moose, and I made that comparison watching Rodgers. I compared his hair to yours.
I've never been so flattered.
I mean, in fairness, I said it was a bad look for both of you.
Well, we all know how you feel about my hair, Cough.
It's just, I just can't believe, for months it was when the world gets back to normal and I could leave. And
I will say,
I'd
like to make an announcement.
Okay, we've had our fair share of announcements on the Dream Stream, some better than others. What do you got?
I have an appointment at the barber tomorrow.
Oh, this is a big deal. How short are you going? How low will he go?
Not that low. I mean, certainly it'll be a significant change from what I have now, as Derrick Henry gets stuffed there on 3rd and 1. Gonna bring up 4th and 1. I'll probably do about like an 8 on the top. And maybe like a 3 on the sides, a little fade action.
I'm sorry, an 8 exists? That's a
yeah.
Don't you just use scissors at that point?
There is an 8.
Why wouldn't they just use scissors? Why?
I think it's easier for the barber.
It's not the same cut though.
How low do you take it?
Oh, I mean, I'm always a 1.5 or 2 on the sides.
On the sides.
On the sides and back. Yeah, on the top, I don't use one. On the top, I say, I want you to go as short as you can with the scissors. So like fingernail length, basically.
All right.
Yeah.
You go to like a salon?
No, I go to a barber shop.
Yeah, you're a salon guy.
It's a barber shop.
I know you're a salon.
I'll give you the address. You can look it up.
They probably give you cucumber waters.
Drew says 2 on the sides, 1.5 on the top.
2 on the sides, 1.5. So what do you make the barber break out a ruler? How can they just gauge an 1.5?
Yeah, if you go by, well, yeah, these are professionals. You gonna tell a handyman how to use his tools? They know what an 1.5 is. They can eyeball it.
All right.
Yeah, 2 fingers, he says. It's like you could go to the bar, get 2 fingers, and go to the barber shop and get 2 fingers. Give me the 2 fingers on top.
And then I'll be on the sim. I have 1 sim that I just committed to for Saturday evening, and then that's it. I'm gone. Kaiser Soze.
For how long?
Roughly a week.
Oh, good. As you may have noticed, Lamarca.
I probably haven't.
This particular contest, we haven't given our lineups yet, but the contest where Derrick Henry is owned in a ridiculous 39% in the captain spot, 87% owned overall. It's called the Primetime, the When's Lamarca Coming to Visit free roll. So
I did notice that.
So is that this trip? You're gone for a week? You coming to my house? I don't need any
Absolutely
heads up.
not.
You can just show up.
I'm going in the opposite direction.
Is this the Vegas Baby Vegas trip?
No, that's in like November. This is I'm going down to
Pool House
Jersey
is always
Shore.
open.
Down to the show.
The show. So what's your lineup look like since I harassed you into building one?
Yeah, let's take a look at this year team. I got Matty Breeds in the captain spot. Breeds, however you want to go with it. I did put Derrick Henry in there. Ryan Tannehill. A.J. Brown. 6,200 for him felt real cheap. I know he's not as good in these sims as he is in real life, but how can I pass up A.J. Brown at that price tag? Come on now.
I get it.
I went with Big Al Wilson. Always play him when the Dolphins are on the slate. And Jason Sanders.
Okay, little kicker action.
Yeah, little kicker.
Well, maybe he'll get some work on this drive. 3.5 to go. First quarter, no score. 1st and 10 from the 31. This is field goal range. Virtual Nash. Bill. So you bring up A.J. Brown and just how favorable that salary was. You're right. You know what's just as enticing?
Him and the captain?
As $6,100 in the flex. That's right. 93 in the captain. That's what I did, along with 12% of other people. 48% owned overall. AJB is my captain. And then I've got Derrick Henry, like everybody else. Matt Breida, like most people. Jonnu Smith, new Patriot. I'm contractually obligated to tell you that. Mike Gesicki and Jeremy Grant. 2nd and 10. Tua, the southpaw. Over the middle, completes it to the 12. Tua's up to 66 passing. And there's a guy I always liked to roster, but didn't today, Devontae Parker.
So I know you're not necessarily a fantasy analyst by trade, but
oh, how dare you?
What do you think of these ADPs right now? A.J. Brown is going as the number 7 wide receiver. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is standard leagues. Let's switch over to PPR where the real men live. A.J. Brown, number 6 wide receiver in PPR leagues. Julio, number 15. Who would you rather have at those price tags? And do you think that they're both fair?
I'm thinking that's the reason for the pregnant pause.
I did. I hit you with this on the spot. So
you did, and excuse me. I don't want to give you a.
As if we prepare for any of our segments, but this one was particularly off the cuff.
Yeah, I mean, we can tell you all you want about Madden and these teams and their performances. If you want real life preparation in terms of commentary, we can't offer you that because we fly by the seats of our pants, folks. AJ Brown. Let me see. Let me look at where. So the site that I'm looking at, Tyreek Hill, Stephon.
I'll drop the link here.
No, it's fine. We can look at different ones. That's okay. It might be the same one. I don't know.
Well, this one is an aggregator.
Yeah, so's mine.
Okay, so maybe we are looking at the same thing.
So let's see. Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, DK Metcalf, then AJ Brown at wide receiver 7 on the site that I am looking at, which has him 24th overall, which obviously in a 12-team league puts him at the very end of the second round. So the way I tend to look at it, maybe just a different, there you go, Jason Sanders field goal, just a different way of framing it. Would you rather have AJ Brown in round 2 or Julio Jones in round 4?
Early round 4, yeah.
That's kind of another way to look at it. And I would rather have Julio Jones in round 4 than AJ Brown in round 2. What about you?
I think I'd rather go with AJ. I do agree that I mean, like, wide receiver is kind of jam-packed at the top this year. Like, I could talk myself for sure Calvin Ridley should be ranked over him. I think that's already happening at a lot of places, and the ADP just kind of needs to catch up because this is all, since the start
goes back months.
Drafts.
Right.
But yeah, like, AJ Brown's just special. He's a grown man, some would say. And I know that Julio could also be characterized as a grown man, but on the downside of his career a bit.
I don't even worry about the downside stuff because in 9 games last year, he had like 800 yards. Wasn't that what it was? So I don't even worry about the downside of his career thing. I worry about the other part of the equation that I just brought up, which is can he stay on the field? If you could tell me right now, you could have AJ Brown doing what he does. Like, he's going to be healthy. He's going to be AJ Brown. You can have him in round 2. Or you can have Julio Jones healthy in round 4. I can promise you he will be on the field next year. It's really not much of a question for me at all. The hesitation, I think the hesitation in the minds of the aggregators or, the people that draft, the reason that he's going 15 versus 6 on the thing that you were looking at and 14 versus 7 on mine is uncertainty as to whether he can stay healthy after last year. If you can tell me we got a healthy Julio, it's easy for me.
Yeah, I mean, Julio was, it looks like 14th in points per game last season, so that's a little bit of a decline. I get it. He's a monster. Maybe he can defy age, but
9 games, 771 yards. He only had 3 touchdowns, but again, 9 games.
Yeah, so it's close. I just think like AJ Brown has the potential to be like, if anybody can, like, he can crack into that top tier. I don't know if Julio is that guy anymore.
Well, anyway. How about as we're through one, obviously, and not much is going on. 3-0 Miami, just Jason Sanders field goal. We see you guys in the chat. Smash that like, up over 200. Appreciate you. Boss Man, which is, a compelling point, says AJ Brown, Julio Jones, Henry all on the same team. No, thank you. I'll go elsewhere. I get it. But at the same time, what's really changed from last year? Like, AJ Brown was there. Derrick Henry was there. Now Julio's in, but they've lost Jonnu Smith. They've lost Curtis Samuel. Like, there's,
Corey Davis.
Corey Davis, pardon me. That and who else? Adam Humphries, right? He's gone as well. So that production's got to go somewhere. So even if Julio is making up for, like, if he's healthy again, which again, if But if he's healthy, he's making up for, let's say, 1.5 of those guys. Even though didn't Davis have
a good
almost
year.
1,000 yards? I don't think he had 1,000, but didn't he have almost 1,000?
It was like just under, but he also had like 8 or 9 touchdowns, I want to say. I'm pulling it up right now.
So I just think, boss man, there's not going to be a big difference right there if you've got all 3 of those guys available to you and on the field. I don't. If nothing else, and I said this at the time that Julio was traded, I think Derrick Henry's going to be the one that takes a step back. Not because of inability or anything. I just think usage. I don't think they're going to, as he gets a little bit older here, they've got him under contract a few more years. I don't think they're going to continue. I don't think Vrabel is going to continue to run him into the ground the way they have been.
Yeah, so not 984 yards, 5 touchdowns for Corey Davis last year.
Yeah, so he was right there. And again, 771 yards, in 9 games last year for Julio Jones. He is an easy 1,000-yard guy if he's on the field for 13 games. It's just a question of, will he be?
Yeah, okay.
But I was going to frame it a little differently for the sake of our question here. So let's say, I don't think if you were drafting, let's say you were doing your draft right now, maybe this was Boss Man's point to some degree, as we got a 4th and inches. We'll see if they go for it from the 35. I'm guessing you, Matt LaMarca, would not draft A.J. Brown and Julio Jones. If that were available to you in round 2 and round 4, you probably wouldn't do that because you'd be looking to just mix it up a little bit, not take 2 guys that are going to be theoretically pulling away from one another a little bit. But let's just say you were. Let's just say you were going to go, if you had it, if you had the ability to go Julio and AJ, went for it and got it. So 1st and 10 from the 33. You could also, you might be able to get, say, DK Metcalf and Mike Evans. You could do that. That could be available to you. You might be able to do Justin Jefferson and CD Lamb. You could do that. So it just kind of comes down to what types of pairings are most enticing to you.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think about the team stuff like that. If I think that Julio is the best pick, it wouldn't stop me from drafting him if I already had A.J. Brown. And we're talking about in seasonal leagues. Like, things are different in best ball, right? Like, in best ball, you want to stack teams up because you want that high weekly upside. But, like, in a seasonal league, it wouldn't push me away from rostering 2 players just because they were on the same team. Like, if you had Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen last year, you're probably pretty happy. So I think, just draft the best players. Easy game.
Tannehill, easy slide. Down to the 4, 29 on the ground. 1st and goal on the way for Tennessee, setting up Derrick Henry, you would think, but they are just far enough out that maybe they'll pass. We'll find out. Jake Williams, dude, Julio, Brown, Henry, it's sick. Throw me and Koff out there. We go into the playoffs. Might be right.
I think Kaufman could take 1 hit before being hospitalized.
Less. I take the under. I could take 1 scary look in my direction. Turtles. Lamb, the wide receiver 3. Dude, stick with the daily. I'm just telling you, ADP, Lamb is considered better than some of those guys I mentioned before. Well, how about that? I did not see a Ryan Tannehill rushing touchdown coming out of that.
Tannehill, elusive athlete. Played wide receiver in college, Koff. Did you know that?
Fun facts. I'm just saying, like, looking at, and like you said, it goes back a while. It goes back to the start of people drafting the aggregate. So, you might be on a site that you can update the since X versus going way back, and you can do that as you get closer to your drafts. You can do like since the start of August versus since the start of, May or whatever the heck. But at the moment, your wide receiver ranking, after Brown at 7, Jefferson at 8, Keenan Allen at 9, Michael Thomas at 10, Terry McLaurin at 11, Allen Robinson at 12, CeeDee Lamb 13, Julio 14, Mike Evans 15, Amari Cooper 16, Bob Trees 17.
Tree man. Yeah,
Rob
I think
Forrest.
Lamb is like just exciting to want. He's a fun player to want to roster, right? He was good last year. The Cowboys offense should put up 1 million points. I probably would rather have Amari, right? Like, I still think he's kind of the Cowboys wide receiver 1, but I got into a debate with some, quote unquote fantasy analysts about this on Twitter, and they all tell me that.
Was it Julian and Steve?
No, non-DraftKings folk actually.
Okay.
But they told me that CeeDee Lamb, if you #watch the tape, he's a guy that's always open. So we'll see what happens.
Speaking of #always open, wasn't it Chris Hogan was 7-11, right? Wasn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was just traded in his lacrosse league. He was. I'm serious. He was traded. His team got off to a 1-5 start or 1-4 start. He only played in 1 game because you can only dress X number of guys, and he's new coming back to the sport. He was on the Boston team, and they traded him away. New club, Chris Hogan. He's on the move already.
All right. Well, best of luck to him.
The best part was I was reading this article on ESPN about just him coming back to lacrosse and his, everyone knows the story, his background, but why he left football and decided to give this a go, and family reasons came into play and different things. But Mike Reese wrote the article, and he talked to his head coach with the Boston team and then the head coach of where he's at now. And I don't remember the terms of the trade or anything like that, but he played against the lone game that he played for the Cannons lacrosse club was against the team that he was traded to, like the whip snakes or whatever they're called. I'm not sure. And so the coach on the other team, he was asked about it and what Hogan potentially brings to the table and whatnot. And I'm paraphrasing, but the quote was more or less, yeah, I mean, he was out there on the field against us when we played them, and I mean, we, and the we being the coaches, we didn't really see it, but our players on the field thought he was pretty good and advocated for us picking him up. The coach was like, yeah, the players liked him. We weren't impressed. Didn't stand out to us. But even Hogan was like, dude, I haven't played this game in lacrosse a lot faster than it was when I played in college. And there have been rule changes. Guys are out there whipping the ball around at 100 miles an hour. It's a different game. So it's taken him a little bit to get up to speed, unsurprisingly. (7-3) Tennessee, 2-minute warning, and let's see what Tua can do. Lefty goes to Parker. Down to 14. 103 passing for Tua.
Ryan Tannehill.
Good. I just want to make sure you were still here. If you like all that knowledge, join us for the follow along. Little Suns Bucks. Game starts in about 35 minutes. TV time, so we'll see.
Hopefully we get a better game tonight.
Yeah, that would be nice.
You don't sound very optimistic.
No, I am.
No, baby. All right, we'll save it for the show.
Look, it wouldn't take much for it to be a better game. It wasn't a very good game. You're right. But at least the Bucks made it close by the end to make it kind of interesting. I mean, it felt like there was a blowout waiting to happen for.
Yeah, they did get it to like
most of that
7
thing.
or so
Right.
in the fourth quarter, but overall, yeah, not a great game. I thought it was a very tough whistle for Minnesota, for Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it felt like every time Booker and Paul drove, they got to the foul line, and Milwaukee didn't at all get to the free throw line. Like only
Giannis
two
got there,
players
what, a
besides
dozen
Giannis
times?
took free throws in that
I
game.
think, yeah.
So, Boss Man says Holiday needs to step it up tonight. 100% he does.
He was awful.
Yeah, he just I don't know.
I mean, you need
it seems
Giannis
like when
to
he's
be
playing
more-
with Giannis, he's too hesitant.
Yeah. Touchdown.
Is that Ricky Williams? Got the visor and everything.
Jordan Howard, very rarely involved in Simland, but came up with the caw, I'm a vulture. Touchdown right there. I just popped on ABC, and Jaylen Brown of your Boston Celtics is on the Jimmy Kimmel Show right now.
Oh, I love Jalen.
I don't know what he's doing. He's with Anthony Anderson, who's not Jimmy Kimmel. But he's on doing something with the basketball.
Anderson's filling in for Kimmel this week.
Oh, where's Kimmel? He on vacation during the
Yeah, a little
finals?
vacay.
They allow that?
Down in the Jersey Shore. He's coming to hang out with me and my family, actually.
I can't believe that Jimmy Kimmel's allowed to vacation during the NBA Finals. They make such a big deal out of his pre-show leading into games.
Yes, as Drew says, the Kimmels and LaMarcus always vacation together.
Well, sure. Since 97, he says. LaMarca was a little guy back then.
Yeah. It's true.
And Kimmel was on a
bigger
TV show with Adam Carolla. Holding. So it looks like Jaylen Brown has to take shots with a moving backboard and a whole bunch of those wacky, wild, inflatable arm guys moving around in front of him. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, lots of room here for Big Henry. For the big guy.
15th touchdown, by the way, for Howard of Madden 21. Litzow writes, I have the perfect lineup. I haven't even built mine yet. I haven't even made a contest yet. So I got the perfect lineup. Ayton, Paul, Craig, Portis, Giannis, Holiday. That's Litzow's build. It sounds nice on paper.
I've been fading Ayton pretty much all playoffs.
It's been a mistake more often than not, probably.
Nah, honestly, his upside is kind of limited for what you have to pay for him. You know, like a good game for him is 45 DraftKings points or so.
Sure.
More often than not, he's not going to get to 40. Maybe that changes now with Saric out of the lineup. You know, I'm sure that they probably don't want to put Kaminsky on the floor for.
No, I mean, as it was, they played him for 4 minutes last game, and even that felt too much.
Yeah. So, but like that's the problem. He's a 2-category guy, right? He's going to get you the points and the rebounds. He's going to score efficiently. He had a great game in game 1. Don't get me wrong, but like he had 22 points and 19 rebounds. Both of those are on the high end of what you can expect for him. And he didn't even crack 50. So I think, you know, putting him in the captain spot over a guy like Chris Paul, over a guy like Giannis, even Devin Booker, like you're kind of capping the ceiling of your lineup a little bit. That's just my 2 cents on the situation.
Well, save some more change for later because as we get a little bit closer to lock, I do want to get your thoughts on lineup building for this showdown tonight. We'll let the people hear what you have to say, let you explore some of the numbers. Meager says, I like this question.
It's a good question.
Yeah, it says half serious question. He put that so he doesn't get laughed at. He's like, in case this is ridiculous, don't laugh at me. Half serious question. Does anyone look at the winning lineups from the prior game from a big GPP pool and try to play those same lineups the next game? And then, just to emphasize the half-serious part, he included a ha-ha at the end. What do you think? Do you do it? Because Sean Callahan says, yeah, Meager, never works.
I don't necessarily look at it to then play it, but I think that it's always good to look at the optimal and see, sort of what kind of trends you can take away, if there's anything. So the optimal from game 1 was Chris Paul in the captain spot with Middleton, Giannis, Bryn Forbes, Cam Johnson, and Ayton. And I think that that's kind of like the thought process. Like, you want the stars and scrubs in the showdown. Always stars and scrubs. So like Bryn Forbes had 7 3/4 DraftKings points. He's in the optimal lineup.
Right.
Like, you need to get that stud production in there, even if it means going with some guys that you're not overly comfortable playing, like a Bryn Forbes. So that would be my takeaway from looking at the optimal from game 1.
So, well, we'll review some stats first. 10-7 Miami on top in Tennessee. Matt Lamarck, Adam Kaufman, producer Drew Daniel, our technical director, Bert Bobo in ops. Tua, 117 passing, 68 for Tannehill, but not to worry, he's 6 of 9. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. What's up?
Ryan Tannehill.
Tannehill, 7 for 25 by Derrick Henry, who is just coasting toward the babysitter Billy. 7 for 40 for Breida. Touchdowns on the ground for Tannehill and Howard. It make no sense. Henry, Breida, those two, yeah. Henry, 2 for 19 in the air. Wilson! Mr. Wilson! Hey, Mr. Wilson! 3 for 61, far and away your leading receiver right now. Parker, 2 for 34, 2 for 25 for Davis, 2 for 24 for Brown. So, give me the optimal one more time. Was Giannis in the captain spot?
CP3.
CP3. How do you feel? Some of what I was looking at earlier, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't made my build yet, like I said. But some of what I was looking at earlier during the last sim when it came up was captain percentages heavily, I mean more than double, favored Giannis, especially in the wake of what he did in game 1. It was not necessarily in the optimal lineup. In fact, I don't even think that was in a top 10 lineup. But, when you look at those lineups, for anyone that doesn't know, you project out optimal lineups. Your number 1 from like number 25, especially in a showdown, could be it could be 2 points apart. So it doesn't really mean anything in terms of the projection beyond just taking them at surface value. How do you feel at Giannis at captain, knowing or at least expecting that while the production might be great, it will be in limited time? He only played 35 minutes last time out.
I don't expect him to be all that limited. If he played 35 in his first game back, which was, kind of not that competitive, I think he could get to 38, upside of 40 minutes tonight. I think when you look at the price tags, you just kind of have to put Giannis in the captain spot, right? Like, he is if this was a regular slate, right? Like, try and take this not so much as a single game slate, but just a regular full slate. If Giannis was 12,000 and Chris Paul was 10,500, like, it wouldn't even be a question which one you're going to play. It would be Giannis easily. So I just think that the gap between him and the next tier is not indicative from a price perspective of how much higher his ceiling is. Like, if Giannis has a Giannis game, he can get us 70 DraftKings points tonight. Like, Paul can get you 60.
I had him in the captain spot for game 1. I went bold, and I had him in the captain spot for game 1. I think he had almost 90 points, if I remember right.
Yeah, he was in the 50s. He had 53 and 53.75 in game 1.
Yeah, so that makes sense because he was like 88 or something in the captain spot.
Right. So yeah, I'm locking in Giannis as my captain. I just think it's too, like, he should be He should be 20K in the captain spot, and Chris Paul should be like 15.
Sounds like maybe we should do a head-to-head Z.
If you're willing to play me in a head-to-head and you will not use Giannis in the captain spot, I'll play for whatever stakes you want.
I didn't say I wasn't going to use Giannis in the captain spot.
Oh, well, that's what you indicated.
But if Drew says for 200K. But if we, if we both did, obviously, that's a wash. It just comes down to the flex.
Yeah, which is not as fun.
No, but it is what it is. I don't know what my lineup's going to be. Like I said, I haven't done it yet. Play for whatever stakes you want. Some medium steaks.
Medium rare?
Yeah, some filet steaks. James says Cam Johnson, game 1, 2,800. Tonight, 6K. Nope.
Yeah, no thank you.
That's the Dario Saric effect right there, in part at least. But
I saw somebody mentioned Torrey Craig earlier. I think that's a pretty nice.
Craig.
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 I think that's a nice value option.
Yeah.
Campaign 3,800. I'm cool with that too.
Man, listen to you leading the campaign.
Got it. Hey, I'm in second place, but I'm tied for first in the free roll.
Man, I hope you win it, and I mean that because Christian just took the last one. He took the 6 o'clock. So if you can win this one, let's keep the momentum going.
I'm tied with the Beltway boy.
My lineup is trash. I am 112 out of 131 currently. It's bad if you didn't know that. So I'm watching, I got NBA Countdown on. It says Dario Saric, they're talking about the injury, obviously, out indefinitely, torn ACL and right knee.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you even say out indefinitely? Why wouldn't you just say done for playoffs?
I think it's more like, will he be back for the start of next season? I think that's what
No, he won't be. No, he won't be. Because that is, what are we in, July?
Yeah.
That's like 4 months away. No, he will not be back for the start of next season.
Yeah, so I think that's what indefinitely means.
I don't care about his future. I care about the now.
Well,
and the now
as you
is
just said, he has a torn ACL.
The now is he ain't
that he's not
playing
going to
this
play
round.
again in the playoffs.
He's done. Sarge is sitting. Drew says, "What if he never gets surgery?" And he's done for a lot longer.
You're a meat.
Dario Saric, torn ACL, may never come back because he's never having surgery. He's just really afraid of going under the knife. I'm good here. It's been real, NBA. Yeah, like Drew says, let nature heal it. Bert, would you rather have Sarge on one leg or Frank the Tank?
That's a rough one.
You remember when Frank the Tank was a prospect?
Remember when Michael Jordan turned down 4 first-round draft picks from the Boston Celtics
to draft
Frank Kaminsky? Here's what you need to know about Frank Kaminsky. As we get a map right up. That's
all
rough
the
stuff.
Celtics wanted was Justice Winslow.
Yeah,
and they would have paid any price. And Jordan said, No.
We want Frank Kaminsky. I'm telling you right now.
We need to have Frank the Tank fill it up again.
Anybody who signs an endorsement deal with J.C. Penney during the draft, immediately cross off my draft board. Immediately. Tannehill putting the legs on display in this one.
This is blessing in disguise. It's true. It was.
That's the funniest
There
part
have
of
been
it.
a few of those
Neither
moments in recent-
neither player ended up being good.
Yeah. Drew says he was all in on Winslow too. I was definitely not all in on Winslow. I didn't like sort of the middle of that round in general, the late lottery into the, a little bit later. Like I wasn't a big fan of the Terry Rozier pick, who obviously turned out to be a much better player than either of the guys we just talked about.
I think the easiest, I think like the biggest mistake that teams make in the draft is going, oh, you know what? The guy is a great athlete. He can play defense. He can do everything but shoot. If we teach him how to shoot the ball, he'll be a great player. Meanwhile, like, how many guys do we have to see come into the league? And it's like, oh, if he ever learns how to shoot, he'll be great. And learning how to shoot, not easy.
It's
if
not
they couldn't,
easy, but guys have done it though. Like Jason,
but like so few of them.
Kyle Lowry couldn't shoot. He figured it out. Marcus Smart could.
He still can't.
Oh,
For every one Kawhi Leonard,
there?
for every one Kawhi Leonard, there's 17 Justice Winslows.
More.
Probably more. So we'll see it again. There'll be some guy who goes and it's like, oh, he's great. He can do this. Well, his shooting's a big question mark, but if he learns how to shoot, watch out. I would just draft guys that could shoot. Seems like that seems to work pretty well for most of these teams these days.
$10-7, less than a minute, third quarter. Going at a decent pace here. And got it. Out of the 9. 25-yard pickup for not Julio Jones. Jordan says, MJ's got a lot of yes men who are afraid to tell him when he's about to do something stupid.
Well, for sure. That's a problem with a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Sacramento.
A lot of teams across sports. That's not an NBA league.
Vivek just does whatever he wants. And then, that's how you end up trading, drafting Nick Stauskas and then trading away 2 first-round picks to get rid of Nick Stauskas.
Well put. 10-7 after a scoreless third quarter. That's why we're going at the pace that we are. Stats have not changed dramatically, but we'll give you some anyway. The rushing touchdowns still belong to Ryan Tannehill and Jordan Howard. Caw-caw, caw-caw. 158 for Tua. It's a perfect passer rating, except it's not. It's the number of yards he has. 104 for Tannehill. That's in the air, on the ground, a little bit more active. A lot more active, actually. 4 for 54. Almost makes him the leading rusher. 59 for Breida, 51 for Henry, who has just been awful. Howard, with the vulture touchdown, has just the 1 yard on his only carry. Pass catchers, as J.E. says, second place, Kaufman. Go get it. Go get it, J.E. Wilson, 5 for 84. 3 for 49 for Brown. 2 for 34 for Parker. Where are you, Mr. Flirting with the top?
I've dropped to.
You're tied for second.
I've dropped to second.
Wait. Are you and J.E.? Is J.E. Beltway boy?
I don't know. Maybe J.E. is the ghost machine and he's now moved into first.
I want answers. I want answers to these questions. J.E., tell us. Educate us. Hit that like. A few hundred people watching along. Appreciate that. Stick around. After the sim, we're going to do a little NBA follow-along for the contest.
Might be a lot of NBA follow-along.
Yeah, we're going to do a lot. Yeah, we'll be on for a while. About 45 or so, probably. Maybe longer.
Drew,
E3, by the way. Thank you, Bert Bobo.
Drew says J.E. on YouTube, Nationals avatar. Beltway boy.
Look at you.
All right, so me and you, J.E., we got the same team. I'm a Mets fan. I hope that's okay with you. We can share the virtual first place, maybe.
I'm rooting for the both of you. It's more fun to root for 2 than 1.
Yeah. You got to pay extra for that usually, Cotton.
Ain't that the truth? Touchdown! Derrick Henry.
That's probably not good for my teams.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. I mean, at least you had Henry, but yeah, you didn't captain him. Ghost Machine. 4-point lead. All right, let's create a contest. Let's make a little contest. DK Sometime Friends League. Create a contest. NBA. Showdown. One game. Multiplayer. We'll just do 20. Let's go crazy. Let's go 2 bones. 2 bones. Top 5.
200?
2 bones.
Oh, $2. Okay.
$2. Last minute. Bucks Suns. Should we do 2 bones or 3 bones?
Whatever you want. I'm gonna try to get in there.
All right, we'll do 2 bones because it's game 2. We'll maybe do 3 bones tomorrow or next game, whatever it is. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
You get ready? All right, it's coming out. 3, 2, 1. Sent. Look for the notification, or just refresh your page or go to the league page. But honestly, anyone that wants to get in shouldn't have any trouble with 20 spots. If you're quick, you probably excuse me, a minute, maybe less. Just reserve your spot. Worry about building the lineup after. Reserve your spot. $14-10. Brewski, Bert, Bobo, Daniel. Everybody get in. Starters are out. At least for Milwaukee. Bert says he's in.
The Burt Man.
The Burt Man.
Making copies.
Hey, Bert. Steve-O. Stevenator. T Breezy says, I'm in. It's already 12. Turtles full. Good. Thanks for coming, everybody. Let's see who's in. There's Bert. There's Greg. There's LaMarca. There's Meager. Good to see the mayor in there. Poppy, CJ, Monster. Monster. When I think of hashtag
Okay, Monster Man.
When I think of hashtag Team O is here. Monster 01 goes back to the very beginning.
You sound like you're from London.
Drew's in there. All right, Drew. So Daniel was the holdout, huh? Our whole crew other than Daniel. Drew says Sarah Marshall is criminally underrated. I'll tell you what, Drew. I was looking for a movie to watch with my wife the other night, and I suggested Sarah Marshall, and she said, she's like, I've already seen that. I was like, so? It's great. We wound up watching Plus One for anyone looking for a rom-com with Jack Quaid. Bert, it's Forgetting Sarah Marshall. That's the movie we're talking about. It's insanely rewatchable and quotable.
I think he got that.
Oh, he's being
he was
facetious?
making a joke.
Oh, because he forgot? I get it. Now I gotta make a lineup. That's the hard part.
That is a quality movie. I just watched Accepted for the first time in probably 10 years. Good film.
Oh, I love Accepted. The Jonah Hill screaming scene.
Yeah, that's early Jonah, man. Oof. He is not a handsome guy in that movie.
Jonah Hill has really gone through quite the physical transformation over the years.
It's amazing what a little money will do for you, you know?
He's all over the map. Jordan says, missed the cut. Good luck, everyone. Congo Cab, I'm in there. Cough.
Is
Monster.
that Jordan Howard again?
15
I think this really is Ricky Williams.
T Breezy, Cough, you don't remember me from last summer from Alabama? I see you, T Breezy. Oh, Brian calling out waiting. Drew says, make another last minute. All right, you want to do another one? Let's do another one. Who wants in? But can I know I have no control over this. Excuse me. I got choked up. I got emotional. I'm asking nicely, okay? I'm asking nicely before I even make it. Can I ask that if you're in the first one, you don't enter the second one? Give the people a chance who didn't get into the first one to do the second one. Okay? Honor system. I can't stop you. I will know, though, if you do it, because I can look at who's playing.
I will respect the rules.
So I am asking kindly that if you would like to play and you did not get into the first one, that you join. And if you did get into the first one, that you do not join. All right, here we go. Multi-entry. 20 entrants. We're going to make this one for one single doll hair. Still a top 5. Get there! Your captain, Matt Breida. Touchdown.
Oh, that was big.
Huge. Last minute. Bucks. Suns again. All right. Here it comes. 3 and 2 and 1. It's out. It's out of my hands. CJ says, I won't enter the second one. I only donate once a day.
Other than that, I've been watching Manifest. I'm sure that that's something that folks have been checking out. It seems to be popular in the Netflix streets at the moment.
I've watched it. I'm fully caught up on Netflix, which, as you probably know, was just canceled, which is really depressing. But they're going to finish it. They're the writers, the showrunners are talking about maybe
somebody else is going to pick it up.
Well, either someone else will pick it up or they'll just do a movie and try and wrap it all up in a couple hours. But either, like, they don't want it to end the way it ended. And I will say nothing about the way it ended because a lot of people are watching it. But
yeah,
it ended,
I think I just started season 2.
Yeah,
so.
It ended on all I'll say is that it ended on a significant cliffhanger, which you would not like because it was end of season and they weren't banking on getting canceled. So, they did that by design. Drew says, was that the NBC one? Did it move to Netflix? So, Drew, all of the seasons, and what are there, 3 that there have been so far? Or just 2? Just 2, yeah. So just 2 seasons, and they put those on Netflix, Drew. But then NBC canceled the show, and Netflix, which is kind of nuts, I didn't see this coming, despite the popularity, because as LaMarcus said, it's number 1 in the top 10 on Netflix. Everybody's watching it right now since it got to Netflix. But Netflix has already come out and said, yeah, we're not making anymore. We're putting your show here, but it's not going to pull the Designated Survivor got canceled, went to Netflix, and Netflix said, yeah, we'll make your 3rd season.
Yeah, we'll make 19 seasons of that.
Yeah. No, they just did the 3rd season and then they were done. They said, yeah, we're not making any more Manifest. So you can put it here, but we're not making any more. So maybe Peacock will pick it up, or maybe another channel altogether.
Someone will do it.
I hope
if people keep watching it, Netflix will run with it. I feel pretty good about that. They will give money for any. I mean, freaking Glash has something that appeared on Netflix. We can do another season of Manifest.
Daniel says nobody's picking it up. It's dead. Move on. Daniel is coming in hot.
Wow. Yeah, Daniel.
The cast moved. What do you mean the cast moved on already? Where'd everybody go?
I will say. That's probably my biggest issue with the show.
Dead. Yeah, it turns out the plane crashed.
I don't think that anybody on that show is a particularly good actor. It's particularly the main actor
the
who
dude
plays
or
Michaela.
His sister.
His sister. Not a fan.
No?
No, I think she's she's not the greatest actor in the world.
I think she's fine. I don't watch scenes and think like she's murdering this scene right now.
Anyway, I've oscillated back and forth between if I like it, if I'm hate watching it, if I'm really intrigued, if I'm kind of bored.
If you don't like season 1, you won't like season 2.
Well,
because there are a
here's the
couple
thing.
characters in season 2 that are, I hate them.
I've established, and again, I'm not going to throw any spoilers out there, but I've talked about how my favorite show of all time is Lost. Love Lost.
Yeah. It is.
I
no
wanted
Lost.
this.
That is
I
for
wanted
sure.
this to be my next Lost. Where some stuff going on. And I wanted to dive in, and I just don't find myself being nearly as hooked by, what happened to them and what it all means. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm still watching, so clearly it's done a decent enough job of hooking me, but.
Daniel says, I'll be honest, I like Manifest, but I just really don't think the producers knew where they were going with it. They were just kind of figuring it out, pun intended, on the fly.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of television shows, unfortunately. You have a good first season, it's successful, and you're like, okay, well, now what do we do?
Right.
And apparently there is a third season. It's just not on Netflix at the moment, according to Daniel.
Of what?
Of Manifest. He says it's on Hulu.
Oh, okay, yeah, so I thought they went 3. So, all right. Go with your gut, Cough.
Well, there's only 2 on Netflix.
It'll get there. It's probably because it just ended and there's a waiting period.
Finished airing a month ago, says Daniel.
All right. You know what, Lamarca? I'm going to go against my better judgment. Because everything inside of me is saying, don't do it, Cough. Just don't do it. But
You're not going to use Giannis and captain.
Yeah.
Yep. Huh? Do what you got to do.
Yeah. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I feel good about it. I think that's what I'm doing. 17-14, final 30 seconds of the fourth. Possible overtime on the way.
We've got a potential overtime contest here. Beat on Walk says, talk about the iCarly reboot. Haven't seen the original, won't watch the reboot. My television standards, I'm a little bit of a TV snob.
Okay. Go on.
I like well-made television. Good acting, good stories. There's not a whole lot of Netflix, network television that I've gotten into throughout my life. Outside of comedies, it's different with a comedy. Like for my dramas, for the most part, I'm sticking with the premium cable channels.
Drew says he's excited for the Gossip Girl remake. He's all
That's
in.
the one with Kristen Bell? No, that's Veronica Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't watched any of Gossip Girl.
I don't know about the remake, but it's the one with the lady who's now in the new Mighty Ducks. What's her name?
Certainly haven't watched the Mighty Ducks.
Well, you are missing out. Gossip.
Here comes the field goal attempt.
Gossip Girl. Cast.
Blake Lively, Drew says.
That's not who I was thinking of. What show am I thinking of? I know Blake Lively is and Leighton Meester, and it's not.
Sex in the City? Question mark, says Daniel.
No, you jerk. Hang on. Hang on.
Hanging on.
Hang on. Hang on. Oh, Lauren Graham.
Lauren Graham.
Gilmore Girls. I was close. Yeah, she was Gilmore Girls.
The mom or the other one?
No, I think she was the mom, wasn't she?
Yeah, the mom.
Yeah, and there was a remake of that. Get your lineups in. Goes live in 16 seconds. All right, I'm going to look. Let's see if anyone was a jerk and jump in both contests.
I'm setting the over-under at 3.5 people. And that could be an easy over. Actually, the line just came off the board. It's now listed at 5.5.
You think it's going to be 5.5? I'm gonna say people. I'm gonna put it at 2.5.
Okay, I'm smashing the over.
Okay. Let's see. Hang on. I'm gonna. This.
Yep, hanging on still.
And I don't count, right? Because I'm in both. Because I made it.
That's one.
Does that count? Then it's 3.5.
You won't count it.
Hang on. You see it? You hear me taking those screenshots? Hear that click, click? Little click, click. See? I'm gonna send this in. This is. I can't do both these things at once. We're going to overtime. This is me giving Drew work. Drew, do we have any overlap? Says I knew it. I knew it. I haven't worked with Drew in forever. We give him something to do. That's what Rossi would say. Probably be right.
Looking at it, I don't see a ton, if any.
Well, I hope people respected the rules.
Nope. Viper's in twice.
Viper! Come on, Viper. You're even in the chat.
Peter Griffin's in here.
Peter Griffin.
Just once, though. That might be the only one.
Well, that would be great. That would make me happy, especially in a 20-person contest. We've done it for 10s before. Oh, Viper says, I doubled up, Cough. I thought something went wrong in number 1, and I tried to back out of number 2 for someone else, but it wouldn't let me. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Viper.
You'll just have to win them both.
Viper, yeah, you better take them both down.
You'll just have to win them both and say, thanks for the money, fools.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, idiots.
All right, here's a quick BST. We'll keep it quick.
Ooh.
Since we're in overtime
Ooh,
here.
We'll done a little buy stream trash in a bit. Here we go.
Mandalorian, Game of Thrones, Three's Company.
2 shows that I never watched, and the one that I did was Three's Company.
Get out of here. Really?
Yeah.
I'm buying Game of Thrones, obviously. I don't love that show as much as everybody else, but I think it's still clearly the best here. I will stream The Mandalorian, and I will trash Three's Company.
I guess I would buy Game of Thrones just because I would like to watch it at some point. I've just never gotten around to it or made the time for it, is maybe a better way to put it. Mandalorian, I have no interest. I'm not. Star Wars isn't for me, so that's in the trash. And I'm sure it's very good if that's your scene. It's just not mine. And then Three's Company, I'll put right there in the stream. Hey, Robbie Noble's been calling for this. Let me get in close to the mic for you, Robbie. Regulators. We regulate any stealing of his property, and we damn good too. But you can't be any geek off the street, Marca. Gotta be handy with steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. Regulators! Now up. It was a clear black night.
Gotta be handy with the steel.
Know what I mean?
I do. I do know what you mean. That immediately rules me out.
You know what I mean, Lamarca? Viper says, here you go. So Viper says I faded Giannis, so accept my donation. That's true. We should have put another rule on it that Viper inadvertently followed. I'll tell you what, you guys are allowed to play both contests, but if you do, you can't use Giannis. You gotta outright fade Giannis. That's the rule.
Speaking of, I gotta turn on my old television.
Herb Dog says needs work, Cough. Yeah, instead of I like that freak of nature. Robbie, that's for the next one. Instead of regulators, I think I need to simulators. Maybe we're at a point in time, we've been doing this for so long that we need to rewrite the lyrics.
You won't.
You won't. Let's see, simulators. No, I can't do it on the fly. I'd have to actually put time into it to make it decent. But I'd leave that, and we damn good, too.
Ooh. Almost a one-handed pick right there.
You guys have been around long enough to know the rules, but if you don't, as you know, touchdown wins this thing. 2nd and 10 from the 44. Frida. Turtles. Jordan can't catch. It's fair. Turtle. Where are you at in the contest? How's it going for you now?
I'm T1.
T1! Oh, I hope it happens. I do. Rooting for you. Rooting for you and Beltway boy. You and J.E. Tua from the 39. Completed to Parker.
I'm just seeing this now, but your boy Bert in Ops says Ayton has at least 25 and 18 tonight.
Okay.
At least.
I actually faded Ayton. What's your lineup?
That's locked, right?
Yeah, it's locked. What's your lineup?
I went Giannis captain, Chris Paul, Drew Holiday, Mikal Bridges, Pat Connaughton, Torrey Craig.
Craig. So I made the bold, maybe stupid decision to captain Drew Holiday. I'm looking for a bounce back.
I agree.
Captain Holiday. You agree that it was stupid or that it's a bounce back?
No, I agree he's going to bounce back. I don't know if I would have captained him, but...
Well, obviously you wouldn't have because you didn't.
Well, that just because I didn't doesn't mean I wouldn't. Just because you wouldn't doesn't mean you didn't.
So he's my captain in the flex. Giannis, Middleton, Booker, Portis, and Craig.
So you have no CP3 and
you have no marbles. I have no CP3. That is correct.
Jordan Howard again.
No!
For the win.
Oh, no! Oh, the best day in Simland history for Jordan Howard. As Drew says, woof.
Did I just lose to Jordan Howard? I don't really see any Jordan Howard teams up here, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I should say. Also, Al Wilson got over 100. That guy always comes through for me.
Second multi-touchdown game for Howard. What? You know what Gwen Stefani would say? That bleep is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Yeah.
How you guys feel about a Jordan Howard walk-off touchdown? That bleep is bananas. Caw-caw, caw-caw. Just for Rossi. My, oh my. Well, that was something. Hey, I mean, barring any stat adjustments, you and J.E., Matt LaMarca. Shouts to Christian last sim, LaMarca now. I hope Moose steps up his game for Madden After Dark in a little while.
Me and the Moose don't make contests.
Oh. You know what? You're just I don't care about you guys. You're just doing the fam a disservice.
I know. You could make it.
Yeah, I could, but you're not going to follow along with it.
So just make it.
You going to join it?
I'll join it and I'll follow along with it. Me and Jeff both do it. We just don't make them.
All right. I'm going to do it right now. Why don't you come up while you give out your awards for this one? I'm going to make that contest.
All right. I will give out my awards.
Good.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah.
Wooden nickel, roast beef guy. That's what I'm going to start calling the MVP, by the way. The roast beef man.
That hurts.
Jordan Howard, 2 touchdowns, 22 rushing yards. Nobody had him, I don't think, in our free roll. Otherwise, they would have won. But yeah, big game. Shout out, special acknowledgement to Al Wilson as well. But I'm giving it to Joe-Ho because 2 touchdowns from a guy who was like 5% owned in the big contest.
Mm-hmm.
As for the other end, the not my kid, the babysitter Billy.
Yes, sir.
We are going to go with Jonnu Smith. 2 catches for 14 yards. He was roughly 40% owned. He was about 8% owned in the captain spot. So he's not getting the job done. That's my pick.
All right. Well, good. He's your babysitter, Billy. I made a lineup for Madden After Dark because I made the contest. Figured why make a contest and not make a lineup? You can join it. It's in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby, and it's called Madden After Dark contest for Moose and Saxman because they smell. Or something like that. Something along those lines. Okay, so here's the deal. We told you, we hope you don't go anywhere. If you like listening to us talk NBA, there's going to be a lot more of it here right now and for the next 40 or so minutes because this game has tipped off. It's scoreless very early, and the two of us were going to do a little watch along. So that does it for the Madden Sim. Thank you for enjoying the Madden Sim for the primetime contest, and obviously congrats to Miami and Jordan Howard.
If you didn't enjoy it, that's okay too.
No, it's not. Everyone has to have fun. That's the only rule that I come by. I'm paid to be here, but at the same time, I feel like I'm donating my time to us having fun. I am looking for fun, and if people didn't enjoy it, boo on you. Come back for Madden After Dark later. So there is one more sim. It's like I said, in about 45 minutes or so pregame, but it is time to transition into it's kind of the slate. I don't know if we're actually calling it the slate, but it's the NBA watch along. Matt Lamarck, Adam Kaufman, thank you for being here with us, and go nowhere because we are going to, as Herb Dog says, talk hoops. Lamarca, Koff, I'm in. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're even going to dive into all things DK Sportsbook a little bit and show you what's going on that front. Let me just get things ready on my screen for you so that you guys have the opportunity to see, obviously, what I'm looking at. All right, here we go. Get this ready on my end. Our guy Daniel will show it to you. We'll be good to go. And by all means, just as you would during the Sims, keep the commentary coming because the chat is a big part of it. YouTube and Twitch. Anything that you guys want to talk about involving this game as we all watch along, that's exactly what we're doing. We can talk about it. So, throw out your lineups for DFS. We'll follow along with our contests. Obviously, the ones that I created, the much larger one is one we'll be keeping a close eye on, the $1 million finals shoot-around special.
$1 million.
$1 million. 47,058 entries in that contest. $1 million in total prizes. And obviously, it'll be changing quite frequently. So in that contest, Lamarca, probably shouldn't surprise you. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 78% owned among the 47,000 plus, 24% very nearly in the captain slot, and he is on fire. He's got 12
I think both
points.
of those numbers are lower than I would have predicted.
12 points at captain, though. He has got the fire emoji early. 4 points, a steal, and a block, as it's 8-6, Milwaukee in front. How are you feeling betting-wise, DK Sportsbook, about this game coming in? Obviously, it's live betting now, but where the lines were before the game, how were you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I it's hard for me to fully be impartial. I've just been a big Bucks supporter, financially, and I don't know with my heart,
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, there's just something about that team that I enjoy. I like watching them play. So I want them to win this game. That said, like, I do think that there were some real issues that the Suns exposed in that first game of this series, right? Like the way that the Bucks were playing the defense in the pick and roll was just a huge problem. And it felt like the Bucks didn't have an answer for it. You know, they tried taking Lopez off the court and playing small, but then whoever they put in, be it, you know, Bryn Forbes or Pat Connaughton, like that guy then just got exposed in the pick and roll. So I do think that this matchup could just be a bad one for the Bucks. I'm taking them with the points in this game because I do think we've seen them make adjustments, and I think that we're going to get some better play from guys like Holiday, and you know, Middleton got red hot in the fourth quarter, but other than that, he was kind of disappointing. So I'm not ready to give up on the Bucks, but I'm certainly would not surprise me if the Suns, you know, won this one comfortably again. But the Bucks are my play for the time being.
I'm curious about some of your pre-game player props, which way you would have gone with this, because it's something Reed T and I on the Slate earlier, our hashtag sports show that we did after the 4 o'clock sim. We dove into this a little bit, DK Sportsbook, obviously, and there were a couple that we focused in on for no real reason other than we were doing this. We were just looking at props and they jumped out at me and we went with it. We can look at some game props here on our screen share, some live props, you know, next team to score, pardon me, things like that. But player props, one of them was, and it was kind of a stay away line. I thought it was a really good line, which was Giannis with the points, rebounds, and assists was 44.5. Now, as I recall, I think he was 41 in game one in, as we know, limited minutes, 35 minutes. And so taking, if you can remove where he's at right now off to a good start from your brain and just think about how you would have thought about it pregame, what do you think of that?
Yeah, 44.5 or 45.5 I'm seeing, I think is what the line may have closed at. I think is pretty much spot on. I don't see a ton of value one way or the other, but if I was to take it, I would have taken the over. Just because we know Giannis has the potential for the monster eye-popping, you know, 30 plus points, 15 plus rebounds type of a game. So I would have sided with the over, but ultimately not a line that I thought was presenting a ton of value.
If you're curious, by the way, because I gave you the ownership numbers for Giannis on the larger $1 million prize pool contest, but our smaller one, the contest that we created after talking so much about Giannis, and obviously the people that were with us, and we know that, you know, they may or may not have been, you know, thought the same way or been influenced by what we were talking about or whatever, but I just think it's more reflective of our conversation. Giannis, and these are 20-person contests, mind you. In one of them, 85% own 30% in the captain spot. In the other one, 90% own 40% in the captain spot. If that was a little more in line with what you were thinking.
Yes, that's the one that I'm in. Yeah, I mean, again, to me, like, this is why I like showdown slates, because I think that you're going to see a lot of people who are like, I don't want to put Bryn Forbes or, you know, Torrey Craig or Frank Kaminsky in my lineup. But like, history has shown us that is how you win these things.
Mm-hmm.
You just need the one random reserve guy who is kind of being overlooked. You need him to get that, you know, extra couple of points that he wasn't expected to, because we know what the studs are going to do. You know, like the studs are going to have the huge games, and you need as many of them in your lineup as possible.
We can look right now at some live player props. So
love it.
Which is good for multiple reasons. One, because I can get into what I wanted to get into just before I brought up the Giannis ownership, but also it's evolved. Chris Paul, this is the only one that Reed and I looked at. His over-under for points coming into the game, I don't know if it closed at this number, but it's what it was, you know, a few hours ago, 21.5. Right now it's 18.5, so it's actually dropped. My thought initially in talking to Reed was I was hesitant. I was thinking, I think the over, but I'm not totally sure. And then I dove a little deeper into the numbers, and one category jumped out at me in particular, which is this. His last 6 games, going back to the Nuggets series, the last 6 games that he has played in, he has taken at least 19 shots every single game. So that landed me without question on the over. It was pound the over. 21.5 coming in, 18.5 right now. To me, that is still an over bet. What about you?
Yeah, I would side with the over as well. I do worry about some efficiency drops. I mean, 2 games ago, he was 16 for 24 from the field, 7 of 8 from 3-point range. And then in game 1, he shot 63% from the field, 57% from 3-point range. So like he is a great shooter, very efficient shooter, one of the best mid-range shooters in the league. But like, you're just not going to shoot that way for a full series. So that said, like, he doesn't need to hit the over on 21.5 or now 18.5, right? He scored 32 and 41 points in his last 2 games. So he can have some shooting regression and still hit the over on this current number. And we know how the Suns want to play. They want to try and exploit pick and rolls. Paul's a huge part of that. So yes, I agree. I think he can still get us into the 20s here.
What about what we're looking at on our screen right here? Giannis is at 30.5. The number wasn't nearly that high going into the game, but obviously he's performing very well early, has 6 points midway through the first quarter. 30.5. That to me is a stay away number. What about you?
Yeah, feels about right to me. Again, if anything, I would probably lean with the over because Giannis is just incredibly good at basketball and scoring the basketball. Like, especially if they're going to play with that more spaced out lineup that we saw them use a lot down the stretch when they tried to make things competitive. You know, they took Brook Lopez off the court, and it gave him some more freedom to drive to the rim. I thought that he could have gotten some more foul opportunities. Not that Giannis necessarily is going to make all of his foul shots, but he can get us a few more points than he got us from the line in the last game. I would have sided with the over on 30.5, but I think that one's close to where I would have it.
Just to let you know, let the people know. And it's 18-12 Milwaukee. You know what I didn't do? I didn't really get your thoughts. I know you're a Bucks guy, so I feel like I know what the answer is, but I didn't ask you the question, at least pregame. LaMarca Kaufman, if you're just joining us, NBA watch along, talking all things basketball, and in particular, this game for another about half hour. Were you assuming, not assuming, that's the wrong word for it, going into the game, was your money on Milwaukee to win this game? Are you looking on the Bucks to take this one, game 2, sending it back home?
I'm rooting for them, and I do think that I was expecting a better performance. I was taking them on the spread, not necessarily on the money line.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a close game one way or the other. But after that first game, I've kind of switched now where I think that the Suns will ultimately win the series. You know, my official prediction that I made when I was on the show or on Monday, talking a little hoops during the Madden Sim, I said Bucks in 7. Now I think I've landed in Suns in 7.
Okay. I was Suns in 6 going into the series.
Okay.
And honestly, after game 1, I might even be inclined to go Suns in 5. But that being said, I you know, a lot can happen. DFS wise right now, by the way, and we have a huge tie for first in the large contest, as you would expect. Jay Crowder, really good early. He has 18 points in the captain spot. He's in a quarter of lineups, has 6 points, few rebounds, a couple of 3-pointers and an assist. Giannis still has the flame emoji. He is 12.5 in the flex. But lower ownership guys, like you said, are the ones that make the difference. PJ Tucker, 11.5. 16% owned. And Mikal Bridges, he had the fire emoji, he just lost it. He's sitting just below 8 points right now, and he's only in about 12% of lineups.
Yep. I mean, that sounds about right to me. We'll see. That's the thing you have to worry about is, will Jay Crowder keep this pace up? Probably not. He's already on his way to a good game, though. But yeah, stars and scrubs. You know, get as many of the top core of guys into your lineup as possible. even if that means not necessarily using Giannis at captain. I mean, I sided that in direction, and I still think he's going to be the highest scoring player in this game. But I think ultimately you want 3 of, the big 4 or 5 guys minimum.
Producer Drew sent us some really cool stuff. I really like the DK Sportsbook, Lamarca, and I don't just say that as a company man. I say it because it's true. Because there are a lot of really cool offerings, including, and this is obviously pregame, cross sport specials.
Ooh.
Okay, you could get an Arizona double for today, July 8th. Arizona double, a whole bunch of different ones.
That involves the Diamondbacks winning?
Well, you could look at teams specifically, or you could look at players. For instance,
okay,
Giannis 30+ points and Christian Yelich a home run. You get plus 1,200 odds on that. You could look at DeAndre Ayton 15+ rebounds and David Peralta 3+ total bases.
Okay,
that's plus 750. Your best one, at least based on the odds pregame, Devin Booker, at least 4 3-pointers made.
Ooh.
And Jake Faria, 4+ strikeouts. That was plus 550.
How many strikeouts?
4+. Very
Okay.
attainable number.
He got there
already.
I mean, I'm pretty positive I'm looking at the correct game.
I just don't know.
The Diamondbacks must have played an afternoon game today.
So let me see. Let me pull it up. Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Yep.
So according to Drew, the only one that's still alive is the Faria one because he got 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, he had and right on the nose, 4 strikeouts.
Right on the nose.
Van Meter was the only home run.
Right, and Yelich has only had 1 plate appearance so far. He has not homered, but that one still has time on the Milwaukee side.
Yeah. I mean, I just love it. Arizona and Milwaukee, cross sport specials. A lot of any of these. I mean, you've got the same information I have, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Any of these in that first graphic that Drew sent us that you really like, knowing I know only a couple are still alive, but in general.
I know. See, I'm bad with these because I never think that the payout is enticing enough. Like, I probably would have looked at the Giannis ones, right? Like 30+ points and a Yelich homer at 12-1, or 15+ rebounds and Garcia 3 total bases at 13-1. I think those would have been the most appealing to me on here, given the odds. Like Chris Middleton 5+ threes and Adrian Hauser 5+ strikeouts. That's a lot of threes. 5+ threes for Middleton. I want better than that. So, the Giannis ones, those ones I think are interesting.
Drew notes Hausler 4 Ks could hit plus 1,100 with Middleton hitting 5 threes.
All right. All we need is 5+ threes from Chris Middleton, which, by the way, it's not like that's impossible,
no,
right?
So far, he hasn't even shot. Here's the shock. So far, he hasn't even attempted one.
I'm looking at his playoff game log right now. He did have 5 threes in his last game, and he's had 5+ in 2 other playoff games so far this season. So I would say it's a low proposition that that's going to happen, but he has done it a couple times.
The way these work, for anyone curious, because I'm sure, well, I guess I shouldn't say I'm sure. I don't want to take that for granted. You know what you say about people who assume, but it's possible the company will do this again. The way it works, odds for game 2 of the NBA Finals go over 220.5 points, boosted from -105 to plus 150. This was on the site earlier. You had obviously Bucks Suns with the odds boosted to, like I said, plus 150, max bet $50. A lot of information in there, obviously, but just something to keep an eye on if that appeals to you. DK Sportsbook is constantly offering a lot.
There's usually some good boosts that you can find, because that's a great boost. But then they also had some player prop boosts.
Well, I was just going to say Giannis was plus 25+ points was boosted from plus 320 to plus 380.
And the Bucks to win, for the record. 25 plus points
yes,
and the Bucks.
Sorry. Yeah. Chris Paul with a Suns win, 30 combined points and assists was boosted from plus 130 to plus 150. Jay Crowder, maybe. He's already got 2 threes, maybe 3 by now. 2 last I looked at it. And this is just a 3-pointer here. No win coming along with it. The splash bet. Crowder, 3+ made threes was boosted from minus 110 to plus 110.
I like these. Honestly, I might have taken the Chris Paul one and the Giannis one. Because if one of them hits, you are going to profit.
Right.
And you would think that if the Suns win, it's going to be from a good game from Chris Paul. And if the Bucks win, it's going to come from a good game from Giannis. So I like those sort of correlated parlay type bets.
I'm just looking at some of the other ones that Drew sent us. So some other props on the DK Sportsbook. All right, so these are the most bet on props, at least at some point today. Brooke Lopez, under 13.5 points. And
Love that.
He right now has 0.
Yeah, he's not going to play a ton
points.
tonight. I love that bet.
Minus 134. Chris Paul over 22.5. That's what I'm saying. Plus 113. He has just 2 right now in 9 minutes.
Okay.
Near the end of the first quarter. DeAndre Ayton over 12.5 rebounds after the monster effort last time out. Only has a couple in 10 minutes. Minus 118. Brooke Lopez under 19.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Minus 136. Lopez at the moment has 3 rebounds. And Giannis under 26.5 points. Under 26.
What?
Plus 112. So some people looking at Giannis last time out and saying, nah, he's not going to be much better than he was, when obviously he didn't take many shots and he only had 20 points. Fools, you say?
Of all of those, though, like the Lopez unders were, I thought, some of the best props of the day, because his lines are kind of juiced from, he's been playing some great basketball. I mean, before game 1, I was on here talking about how great he's been for this team. And I still think that's
really good against the Nets. Did you?
Oh, he was great.
Overall?
Yes. Offensively, defensively, he's working hard, but this is just a bad matchup for him.
Very unimpressive.
Well, you're a fool. You're a fool too, Kaufman.
Fools everywhere.
I'm pulling up his numbers from that series, by the way.
Good, do it.
Oh, I will.
Do it.
So
minus 4.5 on the Suns right now, which was the line coming into the game. That's your live betting line as well. The over-under, very close to what it was pregame. Very close. It was, as I recall, 220.5. It's 219.5 right now. So this thing is pacing right where everyone expected. Money line, Phoenix minus 170. That's just moved to minus 185. Bucks are plus 150. But you're not so inclined to jump on in-game money line, are you?
Not at these numbers. I mean, the Bucks plus 175, I guess, is somewhat tempting. I'd rather have the points. I think this is a game that's going to go down to the wire. That's my prediction.
Mm-hmm.
So I would rather have the points in my back pocket if I like the Bucks. And if I wanted to take the Suns, I would wait, hope that the Bucks grab the lead, and get the money line at a better price tag. Ideally minus 150 or less is what I would be looking for the Suns. If they fell behind by a point here or there,
Jay Crowder, still captain in the leading lineup, has 20 plus points in that slot. Giannis at up over 16 in the flex, obviously has been very good. Booker at 14, and Tucker is at 11.5. And then you have good contributions right now out of Holiday and Bridges. But neither one has the fire or the ice, the snowflake. Anything jumping out at you as you watch this game and talk to me?
Yeah, I haven't really had a huge eye on it. Unfortunately, just the way my setup is that the TV and the computer and camera are kind of, You know, so if you ever see my head,
I'm right there
turn-
with you. Like all the numbers and stuff that I'm looking at are over here. The camera is right here, and the game is over here. You may notice I've not looked over here hardly at all. So I get it. And he won $29-26, by the way.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of taking a look at the box score and what I've seen. I think that the Bucks are playing better on the defensive end. I haven't seen, you know, the easy looks for Chris Paul and Devin Booker that they were getting in game one necessarily. They still, it seemed like, shot the ball really well from three. Yeah, they're 18 for 14 from three. Crowder's made two. Miles Bridges has made two. Torrey Craig and Cam Johnson each have one off the bench. But the Bucks have kind of answered it in their own right. It seems like they're playing better. So I'm sticking with my original prediction. I think that the Bucks are going to win this game, and I think that this is going 7. I'm sticking with it. I know game one was ugly, but Milwaukee has had a tendency to look ugly from time to time. You know, it happens in every series against the Nets, against the Hawks. When their offense isn't looking good, things tend to look ugly for them. But they're still a very, very good basketball team.
What do you think about, because you were just kind of hitting on this a little bit. Through one quarter, there are really no surprises in terms of the way that the coaches have used their rotations.
Yep.
Portis, Teague, Connaughton, the only guys off the bench. So the only guy we haven't seen was Forbes. And then on the other side for Phoenix, Craig, Johnson, and Payne. And that's it. No Kaminsky, who probably won't play unless it's really dire straits.
Yep.
So these two teams more than likely are going to go 8 deep. I don't think that's I don't think that's going to change.
And it's really more like 7.5. I don't think Jeff Teague's playing more than.
I think it's really more like 6.5.
Yeah.
quite frankly.
Jeff Teague's going to play about 10 minutes, if that.
Portis really shouldn't get much of an opportunity either. It's really Connaughton. And then the other side, it'll be Payne and Johnson and not as much Craig, unless, of course, he gets hot or something.
I like Torrey Craig, and I'm happy he's going to get a ring no matter who wins this series, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. He's like, who was it last year in the bubble? There was a guy who was with both the Lakers and the Heat. He barely played for both. It wasn't like Craig.
Oh, Dion Waiters.
Dion Waiters. Yes, thank you. Yeah, same thing. Torrey Craig, the Dion Waiters of this year's postseason, but more involved. As you can see on the screen share and on my screen, I have the alternative point spreads up right now. Anything here that you like?
Yeah, I might take the way that the game is set up now, unfortunately, like I would be looking to take the Bucks as smaller dogs, but the way that the line is set up at the moment with them winning, it's not really conducive for that. So maybe we look at the other side. Maybe we look at the Suns as small favorites, but you're not getting a 1.5 or a 2.5 there. So no. How about that? No, I would not take any of these.
Okay. That's fine. Don't. Any player props in the moment that you see in front of you here? There aren't many, obviously, in game, but anything that appeals to you?
I might go. I mean, I still think of these numbers we've got over on 19.5 for Chris Paul would be my favorite. I think we're going to, he tends to ease into the game a little bit. He gets going a little bit more as the game gets deeper. So that would be the way I would be leaning there. 12.5 just seems really low for Ayton. I was down on Ayton. We talked about that before the show started, but that's literally like 7 shots for him, the way he's been making it. So I'll stick with the Paul over. That would be my bet.
Okay. Let's see if we got anything else. There's a lot. DK Sportsbook offers a lot, which is great. Great for live in-game betting, pre-game, obviously. I'm looking to see if we have anything that might be overly appealing here in this moment.
Oh, so go back to that one. I like that one.
Game props.
If you think it's going to be a 1-3, like a 3-6. Oh no, I'm sorry. You have to go team by team, but you could do that on both sides. Like, let's say you want to take the Bucks by 3-6 and the Suns by 3-6. You could take both of those. And then you have, if one of those happens, you cash.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're kind of in the same boat as me where you're thinking it's going to be a close game, that's kind of an interesting way to play things.
Robbie Noble and Mike Bizzle actively going back and forth in the chat. We see you both. Thanks for hanging with us. You are not ignored.
Yeah, Queenie says both teams playing a little D tonight.
You could do winning margin.
Either team by 5 or less, plus 180.
Mm.
Yeah. I like that number.
Yeah.
I like that number. I do.
Early second quarter, 29-28 the Bucks. So offense been a little hard to come by. Leading lineup in the larger contest has Giannis in the captain spot now with 26 plus points. Crowder and Tucker, both with the fire emoji. Booker, Holiday, and Portis, part of those lineups as well. Shout out to Monster and Matt Nelson leading our respective contests that we created.
Okay, Monster Man. Oh, Bryn Forbes did check in, by the way. So.
Okay, so there you go. We're following the pattern of game one, minus Frank Kaminsky.
Minus Mr. J.C. Penney himself.
Unsurprisingly. When it comes to in-game betting in general, regardless of whether there are any numbers that jump out at you here and now, whether it's a prop, whether it's, win by X number of points, whether it's looking at a team, a series future, the series will end in X number of games, any number of different things that you could bet on right now in the DK Sportsbook. What appeals to you? Live betting in general. What appeals to you? What are you looking at? Are you looking at player props? Are you looking at team stuff? What stands
everything.
out?
I think you should be looking at everything if you're watching the game, that is. Like, to me, live betting while you're watching a game is probably the best way to bet, right? You can have your preconceived notions about how you think that a game is going to go, but you can take a look and see with your own eyes. Like, if you thought that Milwaukee was going to make adjustments, based on what I saw from the first quarter, it looks like they have made those adjustments. So like, it just allows you, it's more information, right? And more information is always a good thing if you think that you know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't recommend live betting if you're just following the box score on your phone. Right. But if you're watching the game, I think that it can be a big edge.
So what I've got up on the screen right now are team futures for next season. Just to, while we got this game going on, it never hurts to do a little peek into the future. Team futures for next season. The two teams that are involved right now, the Bucks are plus 800, third best odds, tied for third with the Clippers, but behind the Nets and Lakers. No shock there. And thank God we don't have that series right now. And we've got the Suns at plus 1,400 as well. So both these clubs, top half dozen in the league.
Okay.
If you're just looking at it right now, and it's hard, that's part of the fun. We don't know what rosters are fully going to look like next season. We haven't gotten into free agency trades, the draft, all the unpredictability of the offseason. But any numbers that you like in this moment, if you're, sitting here making a futures bet.
It's a good one. I think the Celtics at 50-1 feel a bit thin. I don't know what they're like. The thing that you're looking for if you were taking a future right now is who is best positioned to make a big leap up the leaderboard, right? Because like there's no incentive to taking the Nets at 2-1 right now. You can get that line anytime, basically. Same with the Lakers at plus 475. Like you want to bet on a team like, let's say you think that the Blazers are going to trade Damian Lillard, which is just something that I'm throwing out hypothetically.
Sure.
Let's say you think he gets traded for the Heat.
Or Bradley Beal moves on from the Wizards.
Sure. Like you have to kind of try and play, put on your predictor hat. If you like, let's say you think Damian Lillard ends up on the Knicks. which is a rumor that I don't know how it came into existence.
Yeah.
Well, I know how because Knicks fans
Yeah.
want it to happen
Is
so badly.
the internet trying to speak it
But-
into existence.
Let's say you believe that rumor, then grab the Knicks at 100-1 because if that move does happen, they'll probably be something like 35-1, maybe even less. I think you're looking for future value. I really like the Pacers, to be honest, at 100-1. I don't think, but the thing is, like, I think that's a bad number, but I also don't think the Pacers can win the title.
Mhm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Well,
I really like
that's
the
me in
roster.
Utah, man. That was me and the Jazz all season. Every time we talked about them, you know,
Yeah.
like look at the Jazz during the season. Cool. Tell me when they go on a playoff run.
I really like their roster. I think they have like a clear big three. They have some decent role players. And I think that the head coaching upgrade that they made, bringing in Rick Carlisle, is going to be huge for them.
Mhm.
They massively underperformed their talent level last year. And Rick Carlisle, for my money, is a top 5 coach in the NBA. So I love their potential to be like a top half of the Eastern Conference type team next season.
You can also, in the spirit of team futures, you can do player futures. You look at MVP for next year. Won't shock you to see that Luka Doncic is the favorite at plus 400.
Yep.
Joel Embiid plus 700. Interesting.
Mhm.
Kevin Durant plus 800. All right. Giannis, same thing. Steph Curry as well. LeBron, never count him out, plus 1,100, along with Lillard. And a guy playing in this game tonight, Devin Booker, plus 1,800. Reed was trying to make the case earlier. I don't know if Reed believes this or if he heard a talking head say this and decided to go with it. But the Devin Booker is on the verge of becoming a top 5 player in the
Hate
league.
it.
He is,
Hate that. Hate it.
He is Devin Booker is showing signs of Kobe, is what I heard Reed say to me earlier. And I rolled my eyes at him and I showed him. I said, "Watch me roll my eyes at you." I didn't like it. I didn't like that.
Devin Booker's a fine player, but his stock is pumped up at an all-time high right now.
I just truly like, when is Devin Booker and like you said, fine player. You know what? Fine player is disrespecting him. He's a very good player.
Yeah.
He is never going to be a top 5 player in the NBA. Ever.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And it's just the fact that he has to share the court with Chris Paul. Like, it's going to keep his numbers down. It just is.
Also, think about how good you need to be a top 5 player in the NBA.
Well, we're not even talking about that, right? We're talking about the MVP race here. We're talking about these MVP odds.
We are.
To me, you need to check 2 clear boxes. Well, it's really 3, because the first one and most important is you need to not get hurt. Number 2 is you need to play for a really good basketball team. And number 3 is you need to be the reason why the team is a really good basketball team. So looking at these, I think Embiid at 700 plus 700 would be the way that I'm leaning right now.
Okay.
The 76ers are going to be good again. They were the number 1 team in the East last year. Embiid arguably would have won the MVP this season if he didn't get hurt. And I think that if the team does move on from Ben Simmons and they're still good and Embiid is, doing Embiid things, I think he's going to crush this thing.
Looking very quickly at the NBA draft. This is a very simple, quick question. We don't need to dive deep here. Cade Cunningham is such an overwhelming favorite at minus 10,000 that would you even begin to entertain anything else, or are you just throwing your money away?
No. Cunningham's going 1.
Yeah. Right there with you. Let's get back to this game. See what's
Suns have
changed.
opened up a bit of a lead here.
Good. 39-35. Midway through the second quarter. Artist formerly known as Brother Phil, not a fan of the coaching staff out in Utah. Quinn Snyder, what did he do to you? Our leader right now, and it's a 29-way tie for first, DFS, by the way. Crowder back in the captain spot, about 25 points. Giannis closing in on 20 in the flex. Booker, Holiday, Bridges, and Tucker, 12 and change.
Taka. Oh,
Keep it up.
that's it.
Oh. You. Very good. All right. Let's wrap things up because LaMarcus coming back for Madden After Dark with Jeff Ulrich. You may notice there's a contest that you guys should consider entering for the Raiders Colts. Good. It's in the DK SimFam Friends League lobby. I encourage that you do so. I bring it up to shout out LaMarca and let you know that his marathon is continuing, but also because the man deserves like a 5-minute break. So we will say our thanks to Drew, to Daniel, our technical director, Bert, Bobo, and Ops, who've just been hanging out enjoying the show. Appreciate you, man. And that'll do it. As far as tomorrow, barring any changes, I was supposed to go out of town. I don't know if I am now. Barring any changes, I don't have any Sims tomorrow or Saturday, but I've got one Sunday night. And LaMarca here is going to be around in addition to tonight for Madden After Dark on Saturday. And so you will get him coming up here the next little bit. So LaMarca, enjoy. Have fun tonight with Moose. Follow along with this game. Make Moose pay attention to it. Tell him hockey's over. He can pay attention to this now.
Okay.
And we will talk to you all at some point real soon. Thanks for watching. LaMarca, come visit. I can't wait to see you.
Later, buddy.
All right. See you, big guy.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in to the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Ulrich. Joining me on this lovely Thursday evening, night, whatever we're calling this, Matt LaMarca. How you doing, buddy?
In my book. Yeah, evening, night, all good for me. Yeah, just excited to we got one more of these Sims here. We got Raiders Colts.
We do.
And I will be settling in for hopefully an exciting fourth quarter of NBA basketball. Yes. That's the dream, at least, Jeff. Whether or not that actually happens remains to be seen.
Whether it's exciting or not, is that?
That's where I'm getting at. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What's going on with that right now?
Well, it's been tight, but the Suns just went on a little quick 8-0 spurt, so they now lead by 8.
All right. So okay. What do you what's your feeling on that series? I mean, obviously, Suns taking the first game, but
yeah, I picked the Bucks in 7 before the series started. After game 1, I've switched my pick. I still think it's going to be a good series, but alas, the Hawks. I kind of think I kind of think the Bucks need to win this one. So
yeah, the Bucks have not been quick starters in like any of their series. So I guess that's the one thing that makes you think like, oh, maybe you shouldn't count them out yet. But yeah, you're right.
That's a good point. They lost the first 2 to the Nets. They dropped game 1 to the Hawks as well. So
yeah. But you're right. You know, I wouldn't want to get down 2-0 to like Chris Paul and Devin Booker at this point. So remains to be seen. We got some good-looking Colts jerseys. I like these. Just straight up blue and white. Why not?
Yeah, I like the helmet.
Yeah, helmets are great. Apparently, there's going to be multiple helmets in play for the NFL teams next year. Big deal. So they can have lots of fancy, variant-type uniforms. So that'll be cool. But
commissioner, you could only wear a helmet once per season.
I mean, I would be all for it. I'd be like, especially if you're the NFL, man, you got 16 games to work with, right? Like, mix it up. I do have like 4 home uniforms or something.
That's right. I want to be like the Oregon Ducks. Every team, different uni, every game.
Yeah. Let's capitalize on this. And then fans would get, and then fans could vote for like their most popular one. And that could be like the home jersey. Maybe wear that like 4 times out of 8. I guess they have like 9 home games now. And then the other ones could all be like different ones. And then the fans could vote. And I got so many good ideas. Matt and I should be like the co-chairmen of the NFL. It's ridiculous, but one day that'll sort itself out.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I may not have the legal expertise needed for that job, but I'll tell you right now,
that's where I come in, because I do have the legal expertise needed for that job. So I mean, we're set. Like
perfect.
That's what I'm saying, man.
You bring the steak, I'll bring the sizzle,
legal.
baby.
What's that?
I said, you bring the steak, I'll bring the sizzle.
There we go. All right. Welcome in, DraftKings Dream Streamers. I'm trying to get YouTube open because I'm a slouch, and I don't know why I didn't have it open, but we'll get there. I'll see all your comments. Hit that like button while I'm doing it, though. Twitch fam, what's up? Everyone's having a good Thursday. Are we officially in the dog days of summer? Feels close. I don't know. Maybe not quite.
They're official enough for me. It's hot.
Yeah, it is hot. I know. We cooled down for like a week here, but now we're hot again. It's
Yeah, I mean, the weather in New York is just bananas. I'm sure it's the same way everywhere, but
it is a lot.
Just pouring raining one day, then 100 degrees, and
yeah,
just back and forth and back and forth.
And I normally don't complain about this type of weather, but like when you're trying to do stuff with your kids and stuff, and it's like over 90 out, like you can't do as much as you want, right? So there's a nice little pass over the middle. Stars Jalen, the Rocket Richard, to begin things there. What's up, Juan Flores, Congo Cab, resident Raider, Colonel of the Raider fandom, Congo Cab. Always bringing up good points about the Raiders too. I got to admit, Congo Cab's not just like, hey, yeah, we're the Raiders, we're gonna be awesome, get lost. He brings up good points about the team. I like having him in the chat, even though he hasn't turned me into like a Raider stan yet. Maybe Willow by September. Who knows?
Do you have an NFL affiliation?
I don't. I really don't.
You know what? That's great.
I know it is. I can just make fun of all the teams. I make fun of everyone. I'm an equal opportunist, man. That's what I say. Like, if you want to buy a non-biased opinion, a non-biased opinion, you come to me for NFL because I don't care. I just like the teams that are essentially doing well. Like, and by doing well, I mean like managing their teams well in like all aspects. So that's who I like. Those are the guys I like. Is that Robbie Noble? DFS Queenie. Everyone's having a good Thursday. Got Derek Carr dropping back. We got Derek Carr with a rocket. Oh, that thing is launched and caught by Henry Ruggs. A fine Persian rug to begin your Madden Sim. 50-yard touchdown. Wow, that was a rocket. Mark didn't see it because he's watching basketball. That's okay.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. That's why there's two of us. You can multitask.
Ruggs getting some good pub.
Well, you should watch this play. It was a rocket from.
I just saw the replay.
In all
that was
honesty,
a dime.
That was as good as it gets in these DK Sims. I thought that thing was going like 10 feet into the stands when he first threw it, but it was on a frozen rope right there, folks. Anyways, Henry Ruggs lineup's off to a big start. It's nice to see.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly who the beat reporter is, but whoever the Vegas beat reporter is for The Athletic, said that Ruggs is the best bet. He's the one receiver that he feels confident is going to get, quote, a lot of targets.
Okay.
And that, John Gruden sees all the negative press about the fact that, Ruggs was a bad draft pick, and
sure,
he's going to do everything in his possible to change that narrative.
Okay. There were points of last season where, like, I kind of liked how Henry Ruggs looked on the field. It just never really translated into much, but I don't know. How are they going to get him the ball so many times?
I mean, it would be nice. It seemed like last year his only play was just go deep.
Yeah, like legit.
So it would be nice to see him run a more complete route tree. But
that wasn't his thing in college either, to run.
No, I know.
So, you're asking him to do something. It's very much like the Cordero Patterson situation. It feels like you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. And, the Raiders should just be giving him a ton of handoffs, screens, and having him go deep every once in a while. I don't know. Ruggs is interesting. Ruggs is interesting as a fantasy play from the pure perspective of there's no other dominant wide receivers on the Raiders. So somebody's probably picking up some of those Aguilar targets.
I still like me some John Smokey Brown.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather rely on Brown too. But, if Henry Ruggs is going to be like the coach's son next year, then I guess you got to factor that in here. That's what it sounds like. Henry Ruggs Gruden. I think it's 15. I was Paris Campbell.
Paris. Say Paris.
That guy was getting built up for a hot minute last year until he went out with injury. Second year in a row. He's a good college player, very dynamic, Paris Campbell. But injuries have been his thing in the pros, safe to say.
Colts are going to be an interesting team. I think that there are a lot of people out there that really like the Colts.
Yes.
I know that Tommy Freeze Pops is all Colts right now, but he's also like a big Wentz guy. I'm not there yet. I think the Titans are better, but the Colts have a good roster. So
I know. I agree 100%. I go back and forth on the Colts. I'm like, well, Carson Wentz, their offense is going to get worse. But then you remember, they got a great O-line, they got a great D-line, and, they got Jonathan Taylor back there pounding the rock. And you're like, how much is Carson Wentz even going to matter? And I'm like, am I underrating this team? But I just really don't like Carson Wentz. So.
First time playing Fortnite says, LaMarca, do you think Edwards is a good dark horse wide receiver in Vegas? They were hyping him preseason last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's interesting, right? I mean, I will be honest. I've kind of forgotten about him, which is I guess
Easy to
be
do.
expected.
He did
But
nothing
like
last year.
he does seem like a good complement to what they have at receiver right now. Like you have the elite deep threat, or the guy that is supposed to be an elite deep threat in Ruggs, and John Brown has always been a field stretcher in his career too. And then Edwards is more of like an underneath guy. But the problem is that Darren Waller is still there, right? And like he should be a target monster in the short intermediate part of the field.
Much like Travis Kelce is the wide receiver one in KC, Darren Waller is the wide receiver one in Vegas. And Brian Edwards is interesting because I think he profiles more as a wide receiver one than Henry Ruggs. And I don't even think that he does. He's really more of like the Devontae Adams build. And he was pretty good in college too, Brian Edwards. I thought that was a really good draft pick. But if Waller's just going to suck up all the targets, like Edwards is like a little bit more of a PPR guy. Yeah, there's like, from a prospect perspective, I think there's something there, but I just don't know if it's gonna come out on the Raiders just because of Waller, and if they're trying to push Ruggs over Edwards. So he's interesting though. Definitely a guy I'll be keeping my eye on. If he sparks at all next year, I'll be going in on him in some point.
So for sure he might be somebody to think about trying to get for like a really cheap price tag in like a dynasty league, because I forgot how good some of his collegiate metrics are.
Yeah.
So he had really a dominator rating in college of over 48%.
Yep.
Which put him in the 94th percentile, and he had a breakout age of under 18 years old, which put him in the 100th percentile. And those two metrics, historically very good predictors of success at the NFL level.
Yeah, when I mentioned him in like Devontae Adams, I wasn't being facetious. I mean, like he profiles as like a wide receiver one in the NFL, like with like the top 20 guys. But there's been other players like that who have busted as well. So
sure,
it's opportunity. The NFL's a lot about opportunity, right? There goes Jones, busted right at the line.
All right, well, I'm now very intrigued on Mr. Edwards, and I'm going to have to think about him a little bit more.
I've thought about him. I thought about him last preseason, which is why I don't really want to think about him again, but I realized that I have to like consider him again. I think I definitely had him in some best ball leagues last year. In fact, I know I did, but
certainly,
it just never materialized, right? Which is unfortunate, but also not like shocking. So my worry is just, are the targets going to be there for a guy like Brian Edwards, right? He might need a Darren Waller injury to like really pop up. So
that's life. Hello, buddy. How are you?
All right. 4th and goal, taking the field goal. So we had a Ruggs. If you're just joining us, a Ruggs 50-yard touchdown, bullet pass from Derek Carr, and then a Daniel Carlson field goal. So hope everyone's having a good Thursday joining us. Matt Lamarca and I here on the call for Madden After Dark. Well, Thursday night action. What are you up to over the summer? Anything crazy or cool, Lamarca?
Well, I'm going away next week.
Oh my God!
Not a big thing, but going down to the Jersey Shore for like a little family reunion we do every year.
Nice.
And then other than that, I'm kind of just working. Like tentatively, I would like to also go to Boston at some point, just because I think it would be fun to meet everybody up there. But
yes.
That's really all I've got planned.
I don't know. It's the same kind of thing. Going on a couple little jaunts. That's about it over the next couple months. It's weird. It's like all these restrictions have lifted, but like nobody, unless you were like one of those people who like planned way in advance and like was like foreseeing that like everything would be clear in the summer, then like most people don't have like huge vacation plans, so.
Yeah, I have some friends. Like I have one of my friends is in Aruba right now. Another one going to Greece later this summer. But I think a lot of the trips are going to be coming like towards the end of the year. Like I think we've talked about this. I'm going to Vegas and like it is booked to the gills supposedly. Plus, because everybody that booked trips last year in advance, they all have these travel credits that they have to use.
Yes.
You know,
true.
so I think there's going to be a lot of traveling in the next 6 months.
I'm in that. I'm in that group of people who
Yeah,
have
me too.
those travel
Me too.
credits. So, at some point, I'll be going somewhere. All right. 1st and 10, 50 seconds left in the first quarter. A little dart over the middle. Trey Button.
I almost called him Kobe Fleener.
Kofi Fleener. There's another.
He was number 80, right?
I think he was, actually. Yeah, I think you're right. There's a guy who was every year. Oh, yeah, Kobe Fleener's going to be a tight end 1 this year.
Oh, well,
Can't
remember
wait
when
for
he
the
signed
Kobe
with the
Fleener
Saints?
breakout. Yeah.
Kobe Fleener in the Jimmy Graham role, dude.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I drafted him as like the tight end 5 that year, and it didn't work out for me.
I think he had like 1 big game or something, but
yeah, that sounds about right. He couldn't catch, which
yeah,
is a problem.
Didn't like the old little over the middle play very much. Kobe Fleener. He was a good looking guy, if I remember correctly. So I think that had something to do with it. I think he actually did some modeling or something too, didn't he? I'm gonna have to look that up. I swear to God, he did though. That is a name I have not heard for a while. Kobe Fleener. He didn't even retire that long ago. Out of sight, out of mind, man. Yeah, if the Colts are good next year, Jonathan Taylor could have like a monster year, don't you think? Like he could have like a 2,000 yard rushing year. Like he probably won't be 2,000 yards because they'll use like Mac too, but it feels like he could have a monster year if the Colts are good.
Yeah, I think he's going like back end of the first round right now. That feels about right to me. But yeah he definitely has the upside to join that top group of running backs.
Yeah, and I'm just like, hypothesizing like because we talked about the Colts off the start. Like if they're going to be better than or just going to be good and win the division, it's probably going to come off the back of their O-line, their D-line, and if their defense is good, Taylor's getting more rushes because I don't think Carson Wentz is necessarily going to be like the key to unlocking like 14 wins, but I could be wrong about that. But I think it'd be more like Taylor and the D-line or something. So something to think about with Jonathan Taylor. If you're drafting him in the first round or something, you're kind of betting on the Colts being really good. Oh, we really didn't have much action that first half outside of the Henry Ruggs absolute bullet for 50 yards and a touchdown.
First quarter, just a quarter, Jeff.
It is. It's true. The Colts have been god awful in this sim.
They really have been. What week are we up to?
Yeah, I'll get our producer to drop the records in a sec. Angelo will do this in about 1 second. We're in week 16. Yeah, drop the records if you guys have them. No rush, guys, obviously. Colts are 3-12.
Yeah, the last I saw, the Colts had the worst record in Simland. So
they started 0-10. They
will get the first pick in the sim draft, if I believe.
Definitely in contention for that. The Raiders are only 6-9, so not much better. Not much better. Alan Mack, though, churn out a couple first downs. All right, so we got basketball ending soon. We got the John Deere Classic this week, which is kind of boring. But then we got the Open Championship next week. Mm-hmm. But then we got like a real dead spot in the sports schedule, don't we? Kind of like mid-July to like, mid-August.
Yeah.
It's really just baseball, isn't it?
Baseball and fantasy football. That's basically what we've got going on.
I mean, basically the fantasy football cycle starts like mid-July. So, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, once we get like training camp and then Hard Knocks comes on television, that's when I think it really starts heating up. I mean, there's a lot of best ball stuff going on right now, but also Scott Fish Bowl, which is like a big industry-wide draft. If you're into to fantasy football, you've probably heard of Scott Fish Bowl on Twitter.
Right.
But yeah, as far as like the major sports, the major American sports, we do have the Olympics though, right?
That's true.
We do have the Olympics this year.
I'm so torn on the Olympics this year. I feel honestly, I feel really bad for the amateur athletes. I feel like no one has gotten screwed more than the amateur Olympic athletes during this pandemic. People don't even want the Olympics. They're like, why are we doing this huge event in this country that I don't even think anyone's vaccinated? And
they just declared state of emergency. Yeah. No fans.
Oh my God, what a words I can't use. But at the same time, it's the Olympics, man. The Olympics is great theater. It really is. Guys you never heard of, playing for countries you've never heard of, and all of a sudden, putting in historic performances in sports you probably only watched once over the last 5 years. But it draws you in, man. The Olympics are awesome. But hate the way this went down for the amateur athletes. Hopefully, it ends up being a better event than.
Honestly, it probably sucks for them in the moment, but it might be interesting to see. I don't know, maybe the level of performance increases without the fans. Maybe there's not as much pressure. It's going to be interesting to watch. Daniel says he's going to be working for NBC during the Olympics. That's cool.
Good for you, dude.
And also, we just had the Colts pick up a 3rd and 18 to keep this drive alive. So that's also pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, and if peeing your pants is cool, call me Zach Pascal, because that is a Zach Pascal touchdown right there. Colts getting into the game here with on the board. Philip Rivers to Zach Pascal. Billy Madison reference. Hopefully people got it. Either that or you're just like, what is this guy talking about? Anyways. Well, Zach Pascal, hey? Did the Colts sign anyone for wide receiver? Or am I no, I don't think they did they?
I don't think so. They drafted Pittman last year. I think they're expecting him to take a step forward.
Pittman's the guy I'll be drafting.
T.Y., who had a couple of weeks last year, but...
It's such a bad start to the year.
Yeah, it was rough.
It was really
Pascal, rough. Pittman, They could definitely use a body. I'm surprised they weren't more interested.
Well, okay, they're getting Paris Campbell is on their supposedly, he's going to come back. But after him, it goes Zach Pascal, and then it's J.J. Nelson. I didn't even realize was still in the league.
I guess they do utilize a lot of multi-tight end stuff.
Yeah.
Because they've still got Burton and Doyle and Mo Alley Cox, who...
No, they got rid of Burton.
That guy on that.
They got group. So they have Doyle and Mo Alley Cox. Yeah, they could definitely use a body. You're not wrong in that. Maybe they pick up someone in training camp. Wouldn't be shocked. But I like Michael Pittman, and if anything, this is a good advertisement for Michael Pittman getting 100 targets because... unless T.Y. Hilton bounces back to wide receiver 1 status, then, and T.Y. was never really a huge target guy. He was more of a do it on yards per catch guy. So
right, big play efficiency. Yeah.
Well, him and Andrew Luck had me some big weeks for fantasy football. I remember that. That was a great combo, Andrew Luck and T.Y. Whew. Speaking of good combos, oh no, never mind. Thought that was Ruggs, wasn't.
This is the anti-Derek Carr game, though. He's really airing it out today.
Yeah, I know. He's got he's got a decent arm. I've honestly come around a little bit on Derek Carr. I don't think he's quite as bad as people give him.
He's not.
He's really not.
Perfectly below it.
Behind a good O-line, he's fine. He's fine. If you take away the O-line, it's probably not going to work out.
Not somebody you want to pay $30 million a year.
No, not really.
But our resident Colts fan, CEH, says, don't forget about Nyheim Hines as a receiver.
Well,
which that would be interesting to see him split out. I know that he is definitely a pass catching threat.
Yeah, absolutely. But love that Pittman pickup last year for them. See how that works out. I think he could be in for a big year.
Historic draft for wide receivers.
Yeah, the Pittman's year, you mean?
Yeah, last year's class.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Jefferson going at like 23.
Right, Jefferson, Higgins, CeeDee Lamb. There are more that I'm forgetting. Oh, Jerry Jeudy. Like, it was a really good year for wide receivers.
Yeah. Yeah, T. Higgins definitely a guy. Probably going to get a little underrated for fantasy too, but I think he profiles more as like the big body number one there, at least for this year. We'll see what Chase does. I mean, he could just pop
I'm
in.
pretty high on Jamar Chase.
I
just think the Bengals, like, maybe it takes them a year or two, but they could be really like a juggernaut offensively.
Yeah. They really could be, man. Like I was the whole draft, I'm like, I just don't even know what way I want them to go here. But once they took Jamar Chase, you're like, wow, they're set here. Like, they got Boyd, who's a really good underneath guy. Like, you almost don't even need a tight end with Boyd there. And then you got T. Higgins, who's way better than I thought he was going to be. And then Jamar Chase, like, that is, yeah.
Yeah, and Mixon is capable out of the backfield.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And they still got strong running back. Even the guy who's Travion Williams, is their backup there to Mixon is decent. So I think their skill positions are real solid. But kind of comes down to, like, you know, can they get enough? Do they have enough talent on their D and O lines?
Always the question, right? It's hard to have everything.
Yeah. I'm a pretty big Joe Burrow guy too. Like, I really just feel like eventually Joe Burrow, it'll just happen. You know, like the success will come. He was so good in college. He just feels like one of those guys where
he felt like he was pretty good when he was on the field last year.
I thought he looked really good. Just considering the team he was on, you know,
right? That
like
he was
the
running for
situation
his
he was
life.
in. Yeah. Think about so many other QBs being put in that situation and how bad they would have been. Like, think about like Sam Darnold in that situation.
Oh boy,
no,
that would have been rough.
Yeah, exactly, right. So it kind of gives you an idea, at least in my opinion, like of how good Joe Burrow is. The fact that he was looking that good with the Bengals last year. So I also have like a ton of Joe Burrow rookie cards. So. It's a very biased opinion.
Hey, so I was pulling. I have some subscription services that I use for cards, and one of them was an NFL box I was opening up.
Oh yeah.
And in a box or in a pack of contenders, NFL Panini contenders, I got a DeAndre Hopkins 1/1.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, not a rookie card or anything like that, not an auto, but I'll take a 1/1 any day of the week, especially on a good dude like Hopkins.
Yes, that's the thing. It's a high skill player, right? So
yep, I'm adding that to my pile of stuff that I'm going to get graded eventually.
Yeah, 2024.
Yeah,
when they finally hire enough people.
By the time nobody cares about cards again.
No, I don't think cards are gonna fade off into the darkness or anything. I think it's become too high stakes, man. There's too many people with too much money invested in it. You know, he's still got records being set on sales and stuff. Card industry's obviously become a bigger thing. You know, like these grading companies are bigger. As long as they keep rolling out, you know, unique stuff and product, and they don't get too ahead of themselves and like make everything like $1,000 for like one pack or something, then which they kind of are doing sometimes. But
yeah, I do worry if it's going to be different though. Like if all the Luka stuff is graded and protected, like is it going to be as special? Even if Luka is as good, like let's say Luka does become a top 5 all-time NBA player. Is it going to be just so much more abundant That's really the thing. So like, I'm definitely like I'm trying to really grow my LeBron collection because I do think that a lot of that's like right on the cusp, right?
Right.
So any LeBron, this is kind of cool. I'll show you. I got this in this series. It's called Spellbound, but it's like you get out. It's got each player's like one will have the letter J, one will have the letter A, one will have M, and it spells his whole last name. I've determined I really want to complete this set just because I think it would be fun to have that.
That would be cool to have. Absolutely, man.
Give me all the LeBron stuff.
Yeah. No, I think cards going forward, unique, like having something unique is big. That's why like what's going for a lot of money now, like the modern cards are all 1-of-1s, right? Like that Luka card that sold, it was a 1-of-1. Like people just like they don't want. It's like, oh great, okay, you have a Luka rookie. Like we don't care about that. We want like the patch, the unique patch where there's one of with a cool signature and on like a fat card, you know. So that's the stuff you really got to go after. And then obviously the other thing is you got to hit the right player. Like it can't just be like, oh, he's good. He's got to be great, and he's got to be like he's got to have the.
To me, that's the biggest edge in the card market right now is selling like the young rookie cards. Like you could have made a lot of money just flipping Tyler Hero junk this year.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Like I don't understand why everybody wanted so much Tyler Hero stuff. Like as much as Tyler Hero's a good player, he's never going to be like an all-time great. Oh, Ty.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
He
no,
go.
Don't catch him. Don't catch him. Oh my god. This is the white whale, folks. That was a kickoff, right? Like I'm not.
That was a kickoff.
Kickoff return touchdown, folks. That was T.Y. Hilton too. Speaking of 1-of-1s, I mean, this is like I'm pretty sure I've never seen this in Madden 2021. I'm nearly positive that's the first time I've seen this. So right on cue. Right on cue. You don't get the yards. You should get the touchdown though for T.Y. So, yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, that was due, says Mama Vision. No kidding. He had to I think one of the tacklers had to like run into his own player there. I feel like he got kind of lucky there at the end. Anyways. Damn.
They don't ask how, Jeff. They ask how many.
That's right.
Speaking of, I know you were doing some coverage for the match.
Yes.
Any takeaways? Any thoughts? My biggest takeaway is that Tom Brady shouldn't be allowed near a professional golf event in the near future. I'm done with him.
Did you bet on Brady then? That sounds like
no. I was heavy the other side.
Oh, good. You were like one of the only people then who was.
How is that even humanly possible? In my head, I was like, okay, I'm getting the better professional and the better amateur.
No, I know. That's what I was telling people too. But everyone I saw on Twitter, everyone was like, I got to take this plus money with Phil and Brady.
Well,
they're the goods.
What I ended up doing, I didn't fire at the beginning, but as soon as Rogers DeChambeau went down one.
Yeah, that was a great time to fire.
Live betting.
Yeah. That was the first thing we said too as we were watching it. Like you got to get it like that. That's where I would be going. I mean, I think the whole time I was basically just saying take the Bryson and Rodgers sides. And hey, A-Rod didn't let me down, man. He was clutch. He outplayed Bryson, if we're being dead honest, for a lot of the match. But
you could tell he's a golfer.
Yes.
So yeah, I would like to see let's get some of the real Can we get Steph Curry in one of these things? You know, let's get
that would have been a great one. Hey, have A-Rod on one side and Steph on the other side.
Yeah, let's up the skill level of our amateurs here.
I agree. Put Steph in for Brady, and I think that match would have been a lot more interesting. Maybe up the ante on Phil a little too. You know, we don't need 50-year-olds necessarily. I know Phil's great for TV, but
right.
I guess he did just win a race.
Drew says, who's the good personalities on the PGA Tour?
I mean, that's a loaded question because there's a lot of dry personalities, and then you got guys like Bryson who are unique, but definitely turn people off with some of his antics. Phil is probably the best personality, which is why he's probably always going to be a part of the match.
Ooh, Bubba. Bubba would be interesting.
Bubba would actually be probably okay in those matches. He's a little bit polarizing too, but I think he'd be very good for it. Although he has like the anxiety issues, so I don't know if how up he'd be for it, just being on camera that much. But
now I have said many times that I am not in the Jordan Spieth camp, but I think it would be fun to have like him and Justin Thomas.
Yes,
I
like, agree.
They're boys, right? They have some chemistry. So put them on as the captains, and then, Romo and Curry, as Drew says, that would be sick.
Yeah, Romo.
They're
and
both.
Curry
I think they've both played in PGA events, right? So they're, as far as like the skill level of the amateurs, that's about as good as we're gonna get.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Romo has actually made starts on the PGA. I think Steph started in a Korn Ferry, which is like the minor league one.
Right.
But they're pretty close in skill. Like, absolutely. But yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, we'd have to find some more names from the amateur pile, though, to really like throw in there. There's definitely some good ones that we could probably dredge up. But anyways, yeah, I agree. Get some of the younger guys involved in this too.
And Rogers was fun, when he started doing the thumbs up to Phil and
Phil,
him and Brady. I thought, even though the Brady skill level was down, I thought they had some good banter.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the banter was
when
okay.
Rogers was on with Gronk, and he's like, "I'm scouting the the head of the Packers, or at least I think he's the head of the Packers."
Yeah, no, I was entertained. I thought it was actually like pretty good. Like I wasn't like, I want to turn this off. I wanted to watch it. Like I thought it was a good foursome, absolutely. So they need to keep up with that kind of, mix, I guess. Get guys on who have a little bit of history with Brady and Rodgers, and yeah, maybe try and up the skill level a bit. But yeah, I agree. Like let's get some of these young guys involved. The young guys, they make so much money off their sponsorships and just like traveling to tournaments that, I don't know. Probably doesn't appeal to them as much, but it should. The PGA's given out a $40 million bonus pool to the head influencers next year.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that?
I did.
I don't know how they determine it, though. Like,
who knows, Jeff?
I don't know either. Like, they're just gonna look at like all the downloads or something, or like
if that's really the case, then Paige Spiranak or whatever her name is,
yeah,
get a big chunk on that.
Spiranak, or yeah, exactly right.
She probably drives more social media interaction about golf than anyone else.
Yeah, absolutely, and good for her. But it's the truth, right? So I don't know. I don't know if there's any like one golfer who drives a ton of it. Phil was probably up there.
Yeah, when Phil was like in his social media bag, he was must follow.
Yes.
When he did the whole hitting bombs thing, and his like interviews, and then it seemed like he stopped. Right, he kind of hasn't been doing that, and
yeah,
he was great for a while.
Streelman killing your lineup. Yeah, Streelman sucked. Siwoo Kim withdrew today, so that's not good. Those were the two real big busts. This week is kind of I don't want to say it's a joke, but the John Deere Classic it's just a birdie fest. Everyone goes low. I wouldn't even get too excited if you were like up near the leaders today, because 10 guys you don't have will shoot like 65 or better tomorrow. So
Sung Jae Im is the second most expensive golfer in this field.
Yes, and he's
That's,
not playing very well, which gives you an idea of how bad the field is.
Yeah, the highest owned golfer it looks like is Steve Stricker. That tells me all I need to know about this week.
Yeah, people just really put their trust in Steve Stricker this week. I think he was 1 under today, which actually puts him outside the cut. So not sure why people wanted to play Steve Stricker so much, but there you have it.
Guys, we see your comments about the scoring. We are getting it updated. So
we'll get you updated. Don't worry, guys. Manual scoring, in case you are new to this. The team regularly does it extremely fast, but sometimes they got to double check things. Sometimes, maybe they just wanted to Yeah, double check something before they update it or have to look back on it before they update it. What they don't want to do is get it wrong and then have to go back and fix it. So give them some patience. They'll definitely get there. But Bert from Ops now telling us they're good. They're good to go. So everything should be updated.
Every time it seems like the Bucks are going to make a run, the Suns just answer back. All right, Bucks with a 3 though. 7-point game.
7-point game.
7-point game. Bucks are alive.
So would you prefer, like the Suns win? I mean, do you like? That's a loaded question because if you have something invested in this, then obviously you're going to be cheering for the side you have invested.
Yeah, my bigger investments were on the Bucks to win the East.
Okay.
And I will fully concede that those probably weren't great bets. But this whole season ended up being weird with injuries.
Yeah.
So
totally.
I don't have a ton of exposure in the finals, but I just like Milwaukee. I don't know why. And I just want a good series. I want a good competitive series. So yeah, I want Milwaukee to win this game. I will not be upset either way. Right? Like if Chris Paul gets a ring, great.
Yeah,
I've been a Chris Paul defender for years, and it is kind of nice to see him get some of the respect that I think he has been lacking. But I stand up for the Bucks too because I feel like they get hated on unnecessarily.
I found it hilarious, after Brooklyn just steamrolled them in game 2, and everyone was just everyone just wrote them off like their season had ended after 2 games in that series. I found it very hilarious that they came back and won that series. So it's kind of with you. Like I feel like the Bucks are pretty good. Like they haven't been good for that long either. So you can't really call them like a team that chokes or anything. Like they're kind of like any young team that becomes good. They got to go through a couple stumbling.
Yeah, there are realistic questions about whether or not you can win a title with Giannis as your best player right now, right? Like, it's he struggles late in games. It's a real concern, but
yeah,
I think the hate has been blown back in his face too much. There are some people saying that Chris Middleton is the guy on the team. Kendrick Perkins, I believe, said Chris Middleton is Batman and Giannis is Robin, which to me is just the most ridiculous thing that has ever been said on television.
Yeah. I mean, every championship team of the last 10 years has had more than one superstar. So the fact Giannis is carrying the team without a legit number 2, and I guess you could call Middleton a legit number 2, but I just feel like that gives him more credit. Outside of LeBron winning with Cleveland that one year,
It's tough, man. I mean, I will give the Suns their credit. I kind of downplayed what they did as we get a touchdown here from
Zach Pascal.
Zach Pascal. I kind of downplayed the level of competition they've played in the West, but they are legit. They're legit. They're very good. Devin Booker is not afraid. I did not think it's rare for somebody to show up. This is the first time he's ever been in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Let alone the NBA Finals,
Oh,
and the
I know.
guy just is not scared. He is not scared at all.
He's a pure shooter. I'm trying to think. I guess he's almost like a bigger Steph Curry in a lot of ways. I'm trying to think.
I would say I think he's like a Bradley Beal type.
Okay. Yeah.
But he's a good player. And playing with Chris Paul allows him to just kind of focus on scoring, which is great.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Everybody on that team has their role. Right? Chris Paul is the orchestrator. Devin Booker scores. DeAndre Ayton sets picks, rolls to the rim, and rebounds. They all play defense. You've got perimeter shooting. It's a well-constructed team. And yeah, it'll be nice. It's nice to see that a team like that can still win the finals, and it's not necessarily always just going to be, a superstar fest. And again, a lot of injuries this year.
Yeah.
Me and Kaufman did look at some of the stuff for next year, and the Nets and the Lakers are the two favorites, which is probably correct, right? They have some of the best players in the league, and that has historically mattered. So this year is just a little bit different, and I think that's cool. I think it's okay to have something different happen every once in a while.
Yeah, and look, like the Suns have been they took their lumps, man. It's funny because the Suns are like the one basketball team I've actually seen play live like multiple times over the last 3 or 4 years. And the first Suns game I went to, Matt, was against Steph Curry and the Warriors, and they got hammered so badly that I legit wanted to leave after the third quarter. And I hadn't
the game
seen
where Steve Kerr let the players coach in the fourth quarter.
I honestly I can't remember, but it could have been. Who knows, man? I mean, it was such an embarrassing game for the Suns. And it was boring to watch. But then the other game I saw them play was, I think it was the season opener the next year. And they were 8-point underdogs, and they won. And I can't remember who they beat, but it was a really good game, and they played good. And I'm like, oh, this team might actually be good in a couple of years. Booker was out there, but yeah, crazy, man. I mean, but they took their lumps. They got their talent, and they signed a guy in Chris Paul who, clearly wasn't being given enough credit by other teams. Teams salivating over trying to bring in James Harden and stuff like that. And, yeah.
Yeah. Paul's probably not the easiest guy to play with, right? He's got some of that, Michael Jordan mentality where if it came out that he punched Devin Booker in the face at practice one day, it wouldn't be all that surprising to me. But the guy is a winner. Every team he joins gets better.
Yeah.
And
totally.
A perfect addition for a young team like the Suns.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it. Every team he joins basically has gotten better or been good. So Rivers 13-14, 114 yards, 2 touchdowns. Colts up by 4. Minute left to go in this one on this fine Thursday night for this Madden After Dark. Sling pass
Somebody needs
there.
to
Zach
let the Colts
Pascal.
know they're playing for the number 1 draft pick in Simland.
Yeah, that's right. Colts
Maybe cool it a little bit here.
Colts 3-12 in the Sim season. They ain't going to playoffs. Raiders are the one who needs a win. I don't think they're going to get it right now. Not with Rivers slinging it here to Paris Campbell. If you're just joining us, Zach Pascal has 2 touchdowns. Henry Ruggs has a touchdown. Oh, boy. Blanking on who else has a touchdown for the Colts. We had 2 Pascal. Who else did we have?
And the Hilton return touchdown.
Oh, yeah. Already forgotten about the biggest play of the game. T.Y. Hilton, a kickoff return touchdown, man. Crazy stuff. I still can't believe that happened. Can't believe I forgot about it so fast either. Had you ever seen one in this sim? A kickoff
Not that I
return?
can remember.
No, not that I can remember either.
Granted, we do a lot of these things, but
we do, and it's not like I'm writing down every time it happens. But if I saw one, it was definitely at the beginning of the Madden 2021. We saw them not regularly in Madden 2020, but we'd see them, maybe once a month or something. But I legit cannot. I'm pretty sure that's the first one I've ever seen in Madden 2021.
man, Rivers is picking the Raiders apart right now.
Yes, it's embarrassing for Oakland.
Vegas.
They needed the win, too. Not going to get it. 21-17 at the end of the third. All right. I'll roll through little stats. Matt can give us an update on the basketball game. We got 201 yards for Derek Carr, 2 touchdowns. Rivers, 159 yards, 2 touchdowns. Bucks keeping it close, Matt, or what's going on?
10 right now. Every
10?
time the Bucks cut it, the Suns get it right back to 10. But Giannis going to the line right now.
Okay.
We'll see if he can make it a 10-point game, a 9-point game, or an 8-point game. All
they
three
still in the
outcomes very realistic.
they still in the third quarter? Or?
2 minutes left in the third.
Okay. And for the Raiders, we had Waller and Ruggs there on the touchdown. Ruggs 2 for 81. He had a 50-yard touchdown. Waller 56 yards. No one else really close to the